Chapter 81 Grandma. Please don't worry. Grandma. I know you are anxious. But please don't worry. In Wang Shifeng's boudoir in Rongfu. Pinger stood by the bed and whispered softly, Master has said that he has no time to consider business arrangements recently. He will make a decision after talking to Grandma after he is done with this. Although Wang Shifeng was anxious. She had just visited Ningfu last month and had sent Pinger there one after another recently. If she went to visit Zhang Yuni again, once he followed her plan and changed his mind, Jiamu and Mrs. Wang would be fools and would link the matter to her. She had to send Pinger to pass on the message. However, with the experience of the last time, she arranged Lai Wang to guard the door this time. She would not let Pinger go until she saw Zhang Yuni's carriage return to Ningfu. And she strictly limited the time. Wang Shifeng, lying on the bed with her head resting on the quilt, snorted coldly and said, Humph. What, busy or not? After the court is dismissed at night. How can he spare time? I think he just doesn't care about you. Pinger secretly glanced at her, lowered her eyebrows and said, Madam, you are right. I am just a weak and fragile person. How can the master care about me? Although she said so, she didn't agree in her heart. Although Master Yi didn't take it seriously when he went to summon her tonight because of time constraints, he still sent Xiangling and Ruizhu away and held her for a long time. Yet he didn't care about her reputation and was worried that he would come back late and couldn't explain to Wang Shifeng. Why would he endure so much? Although the masters in these two mansions occasionally show some care and concern, who would be like him? Willing to think about a maid, and even be willing to wrong himself like that? Seeing her like this, Wang Shifeng was quite angry and said, You! Don't say you follow me in the future. You have been with me for so long, but you haven't learned any tricks to control people. I feel ashamed if you tell others. Grandma, you are joking. Those tricks you use are to blackmail servants like me. Even if I learn them, I dare not use them on you. Although Wang Shifeng has a flamboyant personality and never avoids being shy with her uncle and nephew, she is not as casual as she appears when it comes to matters between men and women. On the contrary, even when she and Jia Lian are husband and wife, they only have the same two ways over and over again. Occasionally, when Jia Lian wants to change his style, she is restrained. Otherwise, with her appearance and stature, if she is willing to lower herself, Jia Lian may not have the mind to hook up with those questionable people outside. As a close-fitting maid, Pinger is naturally very clear about these inside stories. Although she is still in Wang Shifeng's room, she knows that she will go to Zhang Yuni sooner or later. In addition, her body and mind have already flown over. Although she still respects the second Lady Lian, her mentality has changed somewhat, and her words are not as cautious as before. Wang Shifeng's face froze when she heard the words, and then a blush appeared on her face. She asked, Okay, now you think you have a backer, so you dare to show your teeth to me, right? Pinger knew that she had said something wrong, and hurriedly admitted her mistake. I dare not. I shouldn't question you. Please punish me. Although she admitted her mistake with a good attitude, Wang Shifeng was still not satisfied. Thinking of her questioning her words, she said jokingly, Today I will let you see my tricks, and see if you dare to talk nonsense in the future. As she said this, she raised her foot to hook Pinger's knee, and suddenly pulled back, and hooked Pinger to the bed. Pinger was caught off guard, and after a brief moment of unconsciousness, she suddenly woke up and hurriedly tried to catch Wang Shifeng's restless claws. However, she was still a step too slow after all. Wang Shifeng, who succeeded, had not yet had time to smile, but suddenly changed color. She retracted her hand suddenly as if pricked by a needle, and angrily scolded, What a pair of dogs and bitches. They are good at taking advantage of every opportunity. And now they are. No. Grandma. Really nothing. No. What's wrong with your skirt? She sneered. You boasted to me the other day, and now you are exposed. Really? This is all my fault. Bah! You are fooling around. Are you really made of water? Seeing that Wang Shifeng didn't believe it, Pinger was afraid that she would see the clues and threaten Zhang Yuni with her. So she had to bite the bullet and said, I just saw Master Yi and couldn't help but think of the situation the other day. If you don't believe it, you will know it after a test. Bah! Who wants to test it? Having said that, Wang Shifeng still stretched out two fingers with a look of disgust, pinched the corner of Pinger's skirt, and secretly looked inside. She lifted her skirt and sniffed the smell. After a while, she stared at Pinger with a strange look on her face for a long time. And then she scolded with mixed feelings. You are really a little slut. Are you crazy about men? Huifang Garden. After dinner, Zhang Yuni rested for half an hour before leaving Dengxian Pavilion and running in the garden at night. He is now very proud of himself. Although the reward has not been issued yet, there are many sharp-eyed subordinates who secretly report the news. After all, he has been an official for less than half a year. There is still a dispute in the Ministry of Personnel about whether his actual position is Longzhong or Yuanweilong. But he can't escape a third-class Weilai general. Although he had no military power and his title was just an empty title, his third-rank title was equal to Jiazhen's. The night before yesterday, when he returned home from court, he heard that Ruizhu had put the blame on Jiazhen for the bed sheet. He naturally accepted this unfounded affection with a smile, and did not expose it. Instead, he righteously asked her to tell Qin Keqing that he would protect her no matter what. If Qin Keqing was already in the plan, then Wang Shifeng could be said to be a pleasant surprise. Although it was not clear how big her appetite was at the moment, he would have a chance only if he asked for something. The only trouble was Pinger. Wang Shifeng had not mentioned Pinger's affiliation in the past 2 days. It was obvious that she would not release the eagle until she saw the rabbit. If the talks could not be concluded, there might be changes. However, with his current popularity, this was not a big deal. But she was, after all, Jia Lian's nominal wife, and asking for it would damage her reputation. He would not take this step until the end, because he was thinking about something else. He was obviously absent-minded and didn't notice that someone was waving at him in front of the small wooden house next to the flower garden. After running past the wooden house, he heard Yosher's call from behind. On this hot summer day, the wooden house was baked by the scorching sun all day, and there were many mosquitoes. So Zhang Yuni always found excuses to shirk. Today, he was blocked by Yusher, thinking of her recent busyness, not only helping to repair the old house, but also actively matching him with Yu Erji. He turned around and ran back, rushed into the house, and said with a smile, I have wronged my sister-in-law recently. There is no need to hide it in the future. When the reward comes, you will tell my second sister. Anyway, we are all family. In the future, you sisters will be together, so that the master will not have to run back and forth, and my sister-in-law will not have to suffer this anymore. He raised his hand and patted the roundness behind Yusher. Yusher immediately understood what he meant, and impatiently leaned over the door frame until he stuck his head out. And then he could finally say, Yes. Chapter 82. You don't want your brother-in-law to know, do you? The moon was bright, and the stars were sparse. A bright moon hung high in the sky, and the bright moonlight sprinkled in Huifang Garden like mercury. A graceful figure was searching for something aimlessly in the moonlight. She looked around all the way, and walked slowly along the path in the garden. When she reached the flower garden, she suddenly caught a glimpse of the wooden house. A black shadow went in and out of the door. The scattered black hair was like catkins, floating lightly in the air. She was so scared that her body softened, and she sat on the ground. She was about to scream, but seemed to think of something. She covered her mouth and got up quietly from the ground. She crouched down, slowly made a big circle, and came to the back of the wooden house. She lay on the wooden wall and listened for a moment. The corners of her mouth slightly raised, and a sly smile flashed across her face. Then she tiptoed around the house and came to the door. Who do you think it is? Since the eldest sister wants to teach by example, why doesn't she call the second sister to come and watch? She laughed, then leaned heavily against the wall of the wooden house, making a series of silver bell-like laughter. Ha ha! Big sister, brother-in-law, you don't want your brother-in-law to know, right? This sudden voice frightened Yosher's face pale, embarrassed and shocked, and her body couldn't stop convulsing. Don't. She was about to beg, but she couldn't make any other sound. Only a series of strange ho-ho-ho cries. Feeling Zhang Yuni withdrawing, she recovered. Her body softened, and looked at the proud and coquettish Yu Sanjia, leaning against the wooden wall with a complicated expression. Panting and trembling, she said, Little sister, what are you going to do? He. The eldest brother-in-law is not as close as the second brother-in-law. Not to mention that now that they are close relatives, it is still uncertain who the eldest brother-in-law is. Yu Sanjia said with a smug look on her face. It's just that I recently fell in love with a set of headwear and jewelry, and a few clothes. But I'm short of money. I wonder if my sister and brother-in-law can help me. Ever since she felt that she was treated differently, she has been thinking about getting back at her. Of course, her purpose is not to embarrass you, but to take the opportunity to ask for benefits. Because she was inspired by Yu Laonyang that day. She guessed the true relationship between the two. So she thought about earning hush money once and for all in this way. These days, she has been wandering in the garden every night. Until tonight, she finally got the chance and caught him in the act. Ahem. Yu was about to agree, but heard a cough behind her, and then felt that the roundness behind her was heavily patted twice. She couldn't help but look back. When she looked back, she realized that she was still lying down. She didn't care to talk and stood up slowly. At this time, the house was satisfied and left. John Uni, who had already arranged the front of his clothes, walked out of the wooden house leisurely and slowly, and glanced at the proud third sister Yu leaning against the wall. Turning back, he said to Yusha with a calm face, since the third sister has already known, you can take her to find Brother Jin and ask him to help with the aftermath. Zhang Yuni was not reluctant to give up a set of headwear and a few sets of clothes. But he was a person who would not tolerate hardship. Besides, this kind of thing will happen again if it happens once. If it is not stopped at the source. Once it is opened, the appetite will only grow bigger and bigger. I am afraid that he will really use himself as an ATM in the future. He didn't mind giving in to women, especially beautiful women. But if he wanted to take advantage of her or be arrogant, he would forget it. As soon as these words came out, third sister Yu was stunned, and a trace of panic flashed across her face. She said in a timid way, "Go if you want. Don't bluff me. I'm not scared." When Mrs. Yu heard this, she was about to speak to smooth things over. But she saw the look from Zhang Yuni, and she swallowed the words that were about to come to her mouth, and changed her words. This is what he meant. Now that it has been seen, he has to deal with it. While she was talking, she had already straightened her skirt, and walked out tremblingly with the help of the door frame. Looking at her sister with a complicated expression, she said angrily, "Let's go. Since you are going to see him, don't delay here." Third sister Yu saw that although Mrs. Yu looked angry, she was not panicked at all, and she couldn't help but feel worried. At this moment, she remembered that when she exposed the two of them, Zhang Yuni still refused to give up, and continued to do his own thing, ignoring Yosher's relentlessness, and she believed it about 60% to 70%. As for the remaining reservations, it was nothing more than thinking that Zhang Yuni and Yusher were sure that she would not really tell the secret. Thinking of this, she unconsciously straightened her chest and tried to test, "You must go. Don't blame me when the time comes." "Ha!" Zhang Yuni sneered. "Why should I blame you? But I can't guarantee whether Brother Jin will blame you for making him lose face. Don't bluff. I don't believe that my brother-in-law will." She hesitated a little. "He will be a turtle. Maybe you don't have any brains? Who in this mansion doesn't know that my sister-in-law runs to my room from dawn to dusk?" Zhang Yuni glanced at her, put his arm around Yosher's waist, and said meaningfully, "Why do you think she doesn't even have a personal maid? Even if Brother Jin has never heard of the gossip, doesn't he think about why I only set up business for my sister-in-law?" This third sister Yu was speechless. She had only thought that Jiajin had taken a fancy to Yintai, so he transferred her to his side. Now, after hearing what Zhang Yuni said, she immediately reacted. After all, Yusher was the mistress. Even if she was no longer favored, someone should have replaced her personal maid after she was transferred away. Moreover, she had only been in the mansion for a short time. But she could see something strange. After all, Ning Mansion was Jiajin's territory. So how could he not have heard any news? Zhang Yuni saw that she was retreating, and hurriedly looked down at Yusher in his arms, and said, "The last time Ronger went to gossip, what did Brother Jin say in front of all the housekeepers?" Yusher heard this and immediately understood and said, "After all, my younger sister can't be compared with those servants. So let mother take her back." "Well, you can do whatever you want." Zhang Yuni nodded and sighed. "Forget it. It just so happens that I have no intention of taking a concubine now. And this kind of thing has happened. I can't hide it anymore. Please tell Aunt Yu on my behalf that the matter of my second sister is over." Yusher was startled when she heard this, and was about to explain to him. Old lady Yu already knew it, and would definitely not mind. But when she saw the look he cast at her, she stopped talking immediately. After hearing this, third sister Yu finally felt afraid, even if it was true as the two said, and she had offended Jiajin. As long as second sister Yu followed Zhang Yuni, even if she could not continue to stay in Ning Mansion, her own sister would not ignore her. With second sister Yu's support, she could at least ensure that she would have enough food and clothing. She had already completely offended Yushir. If she ruined Yurji's good deeds, she would not only lose hope of getting help, but even her mother and sister would hate her to death. She could not help but shrink back, her back pressed tightly against the wooden wall. Zhang Yuni saw this and winked at Yushir, who hurried forward and grabbed her and said, "What are you still dawdling about? Let's go!" Yurji tried to break Yushir's hand and smiled. "I was just joking with you. How could I go and complain about my eldest sister and brother-in-law without knowing who was close to me?" Zhang Yuni heard this and stepped forward to grab her other wrist, saying with a stern face, "Who is your brother-in-law? It's so frightening in the middle of the night. It's not easy to pretend that nothing happened." Then, he and Yushir dragged Yurji away on the left and right. Third sister Yu kicked the ground with her feet and tried to shrink back. She was pulled by the two men and drew two parallel lines on the ground. She kept begging, "Big sister, brother-in-law, I won't dare to do it next time." Zhang Yuni then let go of her hand, walked around behind her, raised his hand, and slapped her buttocks twice. "Paw." Aw, third sister Yu trembled, and hurriedly stretched out her hands to cover her back, looking at him with a frustrated face. Zhang Yuni glared at her, then scratched his palm with his fingers, and said with a lingering feeling, "This time it will be a small punishment. If there is a next time, don't think you can get away with it so easily." Chapter 83. It is better to do it on the first day than to wait for a day. May 26th. The weather was fine and sunny. Since the glass was produced, he went out early and came back late every day to guide the work in the factory outside the city. He originally thought that he would perform well before the reward came down, but he didn't expect that after so many days, it still didn't come down. Seeing that the factory was on the right track, he was also a little tired, so he took a day off yesterday, intending to combine work and rest, deal with personal affairs, and adjust his life. It was not a good idea to keep dragging it out with Wang Shifeng, and Yushir always urged him to accept the results. Although good food is not afraid of being late, Urji has long been his meal. But when he thought that Yushir would be able to take advantage of it in the future, with the bonus of the sisters' bond, he was still a little excited. He finished his morning exercise and had just eaten 2 bites of breakfast, but he saw Yushir running in, panting and saying, "Hurry! The imperial edict is here." Zhang Yuni hurriedly told Xiangling and Ruizhu to change his clothes, and then rushed to the front yard. At this time, the gate of Ningguo Mansion was already open. Jiazhen had ordered someone to set up a small table, bring tea, and chat with Dai Quan in front of the door. Seeing Zhang Yuni coming, Dai Quan took out the imperial edict and got ready. He waited until he, Jiazhen, Yushir and others knelt down to receive the edict before he opened it and read it out. There was nothing unexpected about the title. He was a third-class general, but his actual position was not promoted by 2 levels. He was only promoted to Yunweilang. Perhaps the emperor felt that he had treated him unfairly, so he was not stingy with the rest of the rewards. A set of 12 brocade round fans with flower and bird embroidery patterns, more than 20 pieces of shoe brocade palace satin, and a set of 4 folding fans with ivory fan bones, all of which were inscribed by the masters of the previous dynasty. In addition to 500 taels of gold, there were also many gems, sachets, jades, etc. Master Zhang, get up quickly and follow me to the palace to express gratitude. In front of the gate of Ningguo Mansion, Zhang Yuni took the imperial edict and slowly stood up, holding the imperial edict with both hands and handed it to Yushir, saying, "Please send the emperor's reward to Dangxian Pavilion first." "Hey!" Yushir took it carefully with a sense of honor. Jiazhen, who was standing aside, had already stepped forward and handed over a silver note. "Please, eunuch Dai, come in and have some refreshments." Dai Quan calmly put the banknotes into his sleeves, then slowly shook his head and said, "The emperor is waiting in the palace, and he has something to say to Lord Zhang, so we won't delay." Hearing this, Jiazhen hurriedly shouted in the direction of the stable, and then came to Zhang Yuni, and said with a beaming face, "Cousin, please go into the palace first, and I will prepare a wedding banquet for you. We will have a couple of drinks later." Zhang Yuni thought about it and nodded. "Then I'll trouble you, Brother Jin. There's no need to be too extravagant. Just invite the old ladies of the West Mansion. Although he can go to Rong Mansion without any obstacles with his current popularity, it is not as convenient as Ning Mansion. To put it bluntly, even if Wang Shifeng has some tricks in secret, she can't do it in Ning Mansion. Jiazhen was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "Okay, brother will go to the West Mansion to announce the good news." Although he had not thought of inviting the Rong Mansion, since Zhang Yuni had misunderstood, it would be difficult to lose face. He did intend to hide it from the Rong Mansion before, but now he has reached an agreement with Jia Mu and Wang Furen on Yuanxuan's matter, so he is not worried that they will plot against Zhang Yuni again. Zhang Yuni got on the carriage and rushed to the palace with Dai Quan, holding the imperial edict in her hand. Yushur led a group of servants and a lot of rewards to Dangxian Pavilion. She took the imperial edict to the study on the second floor and carefully placed it. Then she went downstairs to sort out the rewards and place them in an empty room on the first floor. She also told Xiangling and Ruizhu to take good care of them and count them when Zhang Yuni came back. Then she rushed to Dufengxuan. It was originally decided yesterday that old lady you would invite Zhang Yuni to a banquet tonight, and let him and you urge make it a done deal. Now that Ning Mansion is holding a banquet, this private banquet cannot be held. As for whether the meal should be cooked, she has to ask Zhang Yuni's opinion. These big and small packages, are they all bought by the son-in-law for the second sister? The mother and daughter of the Yu family in Dufengxuan had already seen the situation on the opposite side, but they were not convenient to inquire because of their status. It's not a formal marriage, so why is there such a big fanfare? Yushur said with a smile on her face. These rewards are just a side effect of the promotion. Speaking of this, she looked at Yusanjia, who was hiding behind with disdain, and said, he is now the same as his elder brother, a third-class general. But he has an additional real job in the Tiandong Academy that makes a lot of money every day. Yusanjia trembled when she heard this, and her hands covered her back involuntarily. What's wrong with you, little sister? Urji looked at her with a puzzled look. If you have a stomachache, go to the toilet quickly. Yusanjia knew that she had overreacted, and blushed, let go of her hand, and stammered, No. I think I was bitten by a mosquito just now. Don't pay attention to her, Yu Laonyang said anxiously. Didn't they say that he has only been an official for half a year? Tell me, how come he is on the same level as his cousin? Jiazhen is a legitimate son-in-law of the Yu family, but knowing that Yushur is like Zhang Yuni in both body and mind, she naturally won't bring up any irrelevant issues, seeing that her mother was so knowledgeable and interesting. Yushur smiled and said, this is just the beginning. He is so young and can do so much. Speaking of this, she seemed to think of something, and put on another layer of powder on her pretty face that was red with excitement. Ahem. She coughed lightly and said, there will be many opportunities for promotion in the future. Although the second sister is a concubine, brother Yi has always been a nostalgic person, and you got there early. If you marry into the family in the future and add more children to the Zhang family, you may not be able to become rich because of your son. Hearing this, the second sister of Yu suddenly had blurred eyes and a look of longing. Old lady Yu put her hands together and said with a smile, Amitabha, that's really a blessing. As she said that, she looked at third sister Yu with disdain behind her and scolded, what your eldest sister said is the truth. Look at your second sister. Learn more. Don't think about it all day long. Third sister Yu wanted to refute, but she pouted her lips, looked at the smiling Yushur, and finally didn't say anything. Okay. Brother Yi has gone to the palace to thank the emperor, and the family will celebrate for him later. The old lady and the lady of the West Mansion will also come. You should go and join in the fun. If it were in the past, even if old lady you happened to run into Lady Jia and others coming, Yushur would not arrange for them to come over. Now, as she followed Zhang Yuni and had the sugar business, her fortune began to rise. Secondly, although Urji cannot marry into the family for the time being, since she is going to be Zhang Yuni's concubine, she is also half of the Zhang family. It is a coincidence that she cannot be ignored. Hearing this, old lady Yu hurriedly agreed and said with a smile on her face, if you ask me, it is better to do it today than to wait for a day. Let's just have a double happiness. After the banquet tonight, you can bring Master Yi directly over. How about it? Chapter 84. Let's talk about two things. Since even the Rong Mansion has been invited, the Ning Mansion must also be well organized. Therefore, after leaving Dufengxuan, Yushur came to Tiangxianglu again. Qin Keqing and her servant had long learned from Ruizhu that Zhang Yuni had been promoted to a higher position. When they heard that his title was equal to Jiazhen's, they were naturally overjoyed. If they were worried that Zhang Yuni could not resist Jiazhen before, they no longer had this worry. Not to mention that he was still in charge of the Tianguo. The emperor's favor alone was not comparable to Jiazhen. Of course, it is difficult for an honest official to judge family affairs. After all, Zhang Yuni's surname is not Jia. If they want to solve it thoroughly, they have to catch Jiazhen in the act and then report it to Jia Jing. Thinking of this, Qin Keqing couldn't help but feel dazed. There is always a time difference in sending messages, and it is impossible for them to be as lucky as last time. Even if Zhang Yuni came immediately after hearing the news, he would still have to face Jiazhen's entanglement. Summer clothes are thin. If he rips them open, won't uncle see them? When this thought came to her mind, the first thing that came to her mind was not the shame and anger of being entangled by Jiazhen, but the reaction of Zhang Yuni after seeing it. When she reacted, she was already ashamed, and her charming face was immediately covered with a layer of red, which made her even more fascinating. Baozhi saw her cheeks flushed and her soul was absent-minded. After a moment of hesitation, she leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Grandma, this is to celebrate the master. As the host, we have to go over to greet the guests early." Qin Keqing trembled slightly when she heard it, and a hint of confusion appeared in her eyes. Baozhi's words seemed to be nothing wrong. But if you look closely, there is no prefix between grandma and master, which is quite ambiguous, and he regarded himself as the host. Although the wedding banquet was arranged by Ning Mansion, it was reasonable, but it was still a little inappropriate. If it were in the past, she would have pointed it out. But now, she couldn't help but have a thought. Since she had been thinking about Xiangling in her dreams at midnight, why should she cover it up? However, considering their respective identities, she couldn't help feeling guilty, and hurriedly made an excuse. "Yes, let's go quickly. Aunt sent Pinger to come last time and sent 2 bottles of rose water, and I haven't had a chance to thank her yet." The Imperial Palace? The Imperial Study? "Stand up." Zhang Yuni thanked him, and Emperor Zhengqing raised his hand and said with a smile, "I feel refreshed recently. It seems that this merit has had some effect. My dear minister, you have to keep up the good work." Zhang Yuni was startled, then realized that it was a psychological effect, and hurriedly replied, "I will not disappoint your majesty." Emperor Zhengqing said in a deep voice, "Well, I have been thinking recently, since the method of the immortals is to benefit the people, then reducing taxes and levies, rectifying the administration, eradicating corruption, and eliminating mergers and exploitation. Is it also feasible? Your majesty is wise. As long as the result is good, there will definitely be an effect." He was being clever here, and his experience in his previous life told him that no matter how good the idea is, it may not necessarily get a good result when it is actually implemented. This point was especially obvious in ancient times. Due to the limitation of information transmission, it is impossible to pass it down from top to bottom. Even if it is a seemingly simple reduction of taxes and levies, it is the same. How much of the annual tax silver is pocketed by officials along the way? Once the tax silver is reduced, the fire consumption will inevitably decrease accordingly. How many officials along the way who are used to eating meat can bear to drink soup? I'm afraid that I'll have to find another way to make up for it. And land annexation is a chronic disease in all dynasties. Unless there is the courage of the teacher, there is no hope of completely eradicating it. Even worse, it might cause chaos. So, he only talked about the results. Emperor Zhengqing didn't understand his implication, and only thought that he meant that there were more than just a few items mentioned just now. Considering that he had no experience in governing the country, he didn't continue to ask, but only asked about the future plans of Tianguo. Although glass has been produced, its uses are far more than this. As the saying goes, fire prevention is better than theft prevention. I am now urging craftsmen to make glass lampshades, which can not only prevent fire, but also make candlelight brighter. I plan to build another large factory to expand production, make smoother glass and replace the glass windows used by immortals in the palace. In ancient times, most houses were made of wood, and there were many gauze curtains. The candlelight at night was blown by the wind, which could easily cause a fire. Even if ordinary covers can prevent wind and fire, they are not transparent enough, while glass covers perfectly solve this problem. This is also inspired by the kerosene lamps in the previous life. Although the glass cover is expensive at this time, It is worth it compared to the damage caused by the fire. He said a lot of things eloquently, and Emperor Zhengqing was also fascinated. Until Daquan whispered behind the emperor, "Your Majesty, Prince Ning is coming. Call him in." Emperor Zhengqing looked at Zhang Yuni, who was about to leave, and said, "Your mother is from Ningwa Mansion, so there is some relationship. There is no need to be shy. Let's finish the rest later." While he was wondering, Prince Ning, wearing a khaki five-clawed dragon robe, had already stepped in. Zhang Yuni quickly stepped aside, and when he saluted the emperor, he said, "Your Highness Prince Ning, Emperor Zhengqing has two princes. The eldest prince, Prince Qin, is the son of the deceased queen, and Prince Ning is the son of concubine Jin. In ancient times, there was a system of monogamy and multiple concubines, and even the emperor was no exception. Only the queen was the emperor's wife, and the other concubines were equivalent to concubines. The imperial concubine was between the two, more like a co-wife. In order to show respect for the queen, most emperors would leave the imperial concubine vacant, unless they met a particularly favored concubine or a meritorious relative. Then they would make this exception. The reason why concubine Jin was able to be named an imperial concubine was not because she was favored or her family was meritorious, but because her mother was the emperor's wet nurse. Because the queen died early, people often reported in recent years that the position of the queen should not be vacant. But Emperor Zhengqing never nodded. He had been thinking about how to get close to the new emperor. Although the royal family paid the most attention to the seniority and the legitimate and illegitimate children, the status of the Jin family in the heart of Emperor Zhengqing might not be against choosing Prince Ning. Moreover, he remembered that the book had mentioned that an old concubine in the palace had passed away, and Jiamu and others were still observing the mourning period according to their titles. This was also the reason why he considered that Prince Ning might succeed to the throne. He was wandering in his mind, thinking about this and that, but the words of Emperor Zhengqing brought him back to his senses. "Your mother mentioned to me the day before yesterday that she wanted to give you Jia Yuanchun, a female official in her palace, as a concubine. Do you have any ideas? I will let my father and mother decide." "Yes." Emperor Zhengqing nodded and said, "Your mother has already chosen a date, which is the 26th of next month. I will issue an order to Rongguo Mansion later. You should go back and prepare well." After hearing this, Zhang Yuni felt a little confused. He had indeed guessed that Emperor Zhengqing was the Emperor Emeritus in the original book, but Jia Yuanchun was not given the title of concubine until the new emperor ascended the throne. Although her status would not change if Prince Ning ascended the throne, it was different from the original book. He was not afraid that the emperor would give up the idea of abdication because of the claim of meritorious service. The key point is that without the Grandview Garden in the Red Mansion, wouldn't it be less interesting? Thinking of this, he hurriedly bowed and said, "I have something to ask. Your Majesty, please report it." Chapter 85. Miao Xianyuan said, "The souls of the immortals who served the late emperor and I are fused together, and our minds are connected. I just heard about this, and I thought of the late emperor's sighs about the difference between immortals and mortals, and he was quite regretful that he could not see the two princes grow up." Zhang Yuni paused, and said sincerely, "I dare to suggest that this wedding be held in a lively manner, even if the late emperor is not convenient to come in person. The immortals who are fused with my soul can also tell the story to comfort the late emperor's love for his children." Everything in ancient times was regulated. A separate courtyard like the Grandview Garden where the emperor could stay and guard was not built with money. Many people have a misunderstanding that the Grandview Garden is the Xiaoxiang Pavilion, Henwu Garden, Daoxiang Village and other courtyards. In fact, these are just places for staying and guarding, reception, and rest. The main hall in the center, where Yuanchun met with Jiamu and others during her visit, and the surrounding ancillary buildings such as Hafang Pavilion and Juejin Pavilion, are the real courtyards for the visit. When the visit was made, the jade plaque in front of the Grandview Tower was originally titled Tianxian Baojing, but was later changed to Chengqing Yuan by Yuanchun. The plaque of the main hall was not drawn up, and the eunuch also explained that the outsiders did not dare to draw it on their own. Although the Chengqing Yuan was dispensable to him, he could even build a garden without the Grandview Garden in his own home in the future. But if he missed this carefree age, even if he could still gather a group of golden hairpins, it was a change of times, and his mentality and other aspects would be very different. Hearing this, King Ning's eyes lit up, and he immediately cast a friendly look at him. With the feelings of Emperor Zhengqing for his biological father, It would obviously be a plus to be able to take this opportunity to entertain his parents with colorful clothes. However, what he didn't expect was that Emperor Zhengqing, sitting on the dragon throne, did not make a decision immediately, but fell into deep thought. After a long pause, Fong hesitated and said, "Will such a grand ceremony be too costly?" Zhang Yuni was also startled. Speaking of costly, this emperor made many southern tours, was obsessed with Taoism, and extensively renovated Taoist temples. Obviously, he was not a frugal person. However, he suddenly realized that he was probably not worried about costly, but worried about affecting his merits. How can it be a waste of money? All the regulations should be followed according to the regulations for concubines. Just let Ronghua Mansion build a separate courtyard for waiting to get married, and then the wedding will be more lively. Zhang Yuli paused and said, "Even ordinary weddings are bound to have expenses. Ronghua Mansion has this honor, and can share the worries of the emperor and the late emperor. I believe it is sweet." Hearing what he said, Emperor Zhengqing was very pleased and smiled and said, "Good." Zhang Yuni immediately said, "I remember that the late emperor had a separate courtyard in the fairyland. It was beautiful and elegant. If it is copied here, it will definitely give the late emperor a more intimate feeling. From visiting relatives to waiting to get married, he was worried that even the separate courtyard would be changed. Okay. Draw the blueprint when you go back. I won't keep you here today." Zhengqing immediately stood up and looked at King Ning and said, "Since things have changed, you should go with me to your mother and see if there is anything else that needs to be added." Ningguo Mansion. Backyard. A group of female relatives surrounded Jia Mu and entered the main hall. The East Cross courtyard was adjacent to Ning Mansion. Earlier, Dai Quan came to convey the imperial edict, which had already alarmed Jia Shi and Mrs. Xing in the courtyard. Therefore, the two of them also followed Jia Mu and came to Ning Mansion together this time. Yusha arranged for everyone to sit down, and invited her mother and sister to come to meet. After the greetings, she spoke eloquently and exaggeratedly about the emperor's reward. She kept talking about Brother Yi, showing off her intimacy with Zhang Yuni in her words. The Xue family was able to keep the imperial merchant, thanks to helping her sell sugar. And Xue Baochai had to flatter her. This is human nature, and others don't think it's a big deal. Only Wang Shifeng is quite indignant. She has always been the protagonist in such occasions. But today, she was stolen the limelight by Yu Shi. She couldn't help but sneer, "Oh, Sister Jin keeps calling Brother Yi. This is only at home. If it's outside, those who don't know will think he is your brother from your mother's side." Although this is a sarcastic remark, Jiamu and others agree with it. First, Yusha was from a small family and was never valued by Jiamu and others. Second, if she had not married into the Ning Mansion, Yusha would have no relationship with Zhang Yuni. And hearing her showing off in front of everyone, she was somewhat dissatisfied, guessing that there was a lot of connection between the two. Wang Shifeng used the word brother in a pretentious way. Others did not hear the meaning, but Yusha blushed when she heard it. If it were in the past, she would have found it difficult to compete with Wang Shifeng. But now she is full of confidence. She's not bad from her family. She pulled Yu Erji over and said with a smile, "Thanks to Brother Yi for liking her and agreeing to take my sister as a concubine. But he's still in mourning, so I'll welcome her once the mourning period is over." "Oh!" Grandmother Jiao looked at Yu Erji and said, "Pull the child closer so I can see her skin. If it were an ordinary concubine, she wouldn't be worthy of her attention. But Zhang Yuni was favored by the emperor and had a third-rank title at a young age. In addition, the Tiangong Academy had endless ways to make money, so she couldn't be underestimated." Yusha hurriedly pushed Yu Erji, who lowered her eyebrows and looked pleasing to the eye. Forward, Jiamu looked at Yu Erji, who looked like a peach, and praised her with a smile. "She is a complete child." She touched her wrist, hesitated for a moment, and finally did not take off the bracelet. Before coming here, she did not know about this, so she did not prepare. Giving the bracelet on her hand to a concubine was indeed a bit too much and also lost her status. Jiamu set an example, and others would not be stingy with praise. However, except for Aunt Xue who took out a bracelet, others were all lip service. Peers and juniors need not be mentioned, and it is not their turn to reward. Like Jiamu, Mrs. Wang was proud of her status, while Mrs. Xing was reluctant to give it up. However, even so, it also made Old Lady Yu flattered. "Thank you, Old Lady and all the ladies. My daughter is just good-looking and gentle, and it is her blessing to be liked by Master Yi. Seeing that she did not embarrass Yushi, but instead encouraged her arrogance, Wang Shifeng was even more furious. She said in a sarcastic tone, "No wonder Sister Jin looks so different from before. Not only is her complexion much more moist, but she also speaks in a set way. Could it be that Brother Yi not only knows the immortal method, but also knows how to make elixirs?" Wang Shifeng kept hinting at something. And even if Yushi was a fool, she gradually figured it out. Thinking that Jia Rong was used to flattering her, she was afraid that he had been gossiping a lot. And she felt ashamed and angry. Even clay people have some earthiness. And Yushi is now confident. It is not the Rongfu's turn to deal with such matters. Not to mention that Wang Shifeng did not have real evidence. Even if she did, she would not dare to talk about it in front of Jianmu and others. She immediately retorted, "Oh, what's the matter? Could it be that the second madam is also greedy? Want to ask Brother Yi for a magic medicine?" Wang Shifeng didn't expect that Yushi would reply so straightforwardly. And she was speechless for a while. Everyone thought that they were just entertaining their parents with colorful clothes and trying to make Jianmu happy. But they followed suit. Tanchun smiled and said, "When Brother Yi comes, you can ask him. Maybe there is one." And Shui also smiled and said, "Brother Yi is the easiest to talk to. If Feng Girl asks for it, she will naturally not refuse." Grandmother Jia smiled and waved her hand and said, "If there is really such a magic medicine, let Feng Girl eat it. And no one else can talk." Listening to everyone's laughter, Wang Shifeng felt her cheeks burning. And Yushi, who was standing aside, saw that she had eaten it. Her eyes were full of pride, and she felt very satisfied. Chapter 86, Clever Words with Intimidation. Master Yi is here. As they were talking and laughing in the hall, they heard a maid's report from outside, and everyone stopped talking. Zhang Yuni stepped into the hall. First greeted Lady Jia, Lady Xing, Lady Wang, and Shui and Old Lady Yu, and then bowed to Sanchun, Baochai and others. Others had seen her before, so there was no need to elaborate. But it was the first time for Mrs. Xing to see her. In the previous life, influenced by TV dramas, I always thought that even if Mrs. Xing was not 50, she was at least 40. Unexpectedly, she was just a woman in her early 30s, younger than Mrs. Wang. However, on second thought, Mrs. Xing was not Jia Shi's first wife, but his second wife. Her brother Xing Zhong's daughter Xing Xiuyan was probably only 15 or 16 years old at this time, so it was reasonable for her to be this age. Zhang Yuni couldn't take a closer look. At first glance, he just thought she looked a bit foxy. Seeing that Jianmu did not ask him to stay, he paused and said, "The dishes have not been served yet. If the old lady and the second lady have nothing else to do, they can move to the side hall. I just need to ask the old lady and the second lady something." Originally, he proposed to Jiajin to invite Rongfu, just to put the meeting place with Wang Shifeng and Ningfu, and take the opportunity to solve Pinger's matter. Unexpectedly, when he passed the front hall just now, he saw Jiashi. Although he didn't know what Jiashi was planning, he knew that it was not a good thing. So he came to the main hall in the backyard under the pretext of greeting Jianmu. Although men and women are seated at different tables, it cannot be generalized. He thought that with his current popularity, Jianmu would not pay attention to those taboos, and he took the opportunity to avoid Jiashi's entanglement. Unexpectedly, Jianmu did not ask him to stay. He thought that he had not yet attracted enough attention from Jia's mother, so he planned to use Yuanchuan's matter to mention her importance in the hearts of Jia's mother and Wang Furen. After all, if he wanted to be unimpeded in Rongfu in the future, he would have to get the nods of these two. However, although the emperor nodded, it had not been made public. It was fine to talk about it in private, but it could not be announced in public. In fact, if it were put in other times, Jia's mother would certainly not have so many taboos. But now she was still counting on Yuan Chun to be the concubine of Prince Ning, and she was worried about being talked about. Therefore, she paid special attention to these details. At this moment, hearing that Zhang Yuni had something to tell them, and knowing that he had returned from the palace, the two looked at each other, as if they had thought of something, and their faces were not aware of a little joy. "Hurry up. Let's go to the side hall." Jia's mother hurriedly helped Yuan Yang get up from the Luohan bed, put on her shoes, and walked out the door with Wang Furen. Everyone in the hall was confused, except for Lady Xing and Wang Shifeng, who had different expressions. Seeing this, Lady Xing couldn't help but think of the attitude she showed when she mentioned Zhang Yuni to Lady Jia. And she felt a little angry. Wang Shifeng's face was as gloomy as water. After a slight hesitation, she gritted her teeth and winked at Ping, then whispered in a low voice, "Find an opportunity later, and ask him to meet at the rockery near Linshuazixuan after dinner." Zhang Yuni didn't know about what happened in the hall. He was in the side hall at the moment, telling Lady Jia and Lady Wang what happened. He didn't know that this was originally planned by the two of them, with the idea of increasing his weight in the hearts of the two. He had to deliberately create doubts in some places and keep it secret. Fortunately, Lady Jia and Lady Wang were overwhelmed by the news, and he did play a key role in it, so they didn't dare to raise any objections. At last, he said meaningfully, "It is the duty of a minister to share the worries of the emperor and the late emperor. Please do not blame Yun Yi for speaking too much to the emperor." How could it be? Jia Mu and Wang Furen looked at each other. Although they had already looked up to him, they did not expect that he could have a say in such matters. Although his words did not change Yuan Chuan's status as a concubine, and Rongfu would have to spend a lot of money. But if Prince Ning could succeed to the throne, with this special treatment, not to mention being able to be conferred the title of noble concubine, at least he would be superior to other concubines. Thinking of this, the two of them became more eager, and began to regret that they had just cherished their status, and did not give the personal belongings to Yu Erji. While thinking about how to make up for it, she smiled and said, "I also want to thank Brother Yi for adding this honor to the family." "Old lady, it's too serious. We are a family." He paused and reminded, "Although the emperor has already spoken, the decree has not been issued after all. There is no need to publicize it for the time being to avoid unnecessary trouble. Of course, we know the importance." Then Yun Yi will accompany the old lady and the lady to the table. Hey! The two hurriedly agreed. After getting up, Jiamu hesitated slightly and said, "It's been so long. Brother Yi hasn't been to our house. This time, when the decree comes down, you must do me a favor." When she said this, Mrs. Wang woke up from her dream and said hurriedly, Yes. Zhang Yunyi said politely, "It's the junior who is rude. I have been here for so long, but I haven't gone to the house to greet the old lady and the lady. You are under the emperor's grace, so you should focus on your work." After some polite exchanges, the three returned to the main hall. Grandmother Jia and Madame Wang no longer cared about their status. When they passed by Yu Erji, they took off the bracelets on their wrists, held her hands on the left and right, and put them on her with eager faces. This sudden scene not only shocked Yu Erji, but also the rest of the people in the room. Old Lady Yu secretly glanced at him and smiled. And Yu Sanjia, who was sitting on the other side of her, was full of fear and quietly lowered her head. Madame Xing at the opposite table was speechless and rubbed her wrist for a long time. But she was reluctant to take it off. Standing aside, Wang Shifeng, who was about to welcome Grandmother Jia and Madame Wang to the table, looked more and more solemn. "Why don't you thank the old lady and the lady for the reward?" Yu Shi's words broke the silence in the room. Yu Erji looked at Zhang Yuni with spring in her eyes, and slowly stood up and said, "Thank you, old lady." "Lady." Yu Shi saw this, and pulled Zhang Yuni to sit between her and Yu Erji. She did not forget to turn around and teased Wang Shifeng, who looked solemn. "Phone girl, if you want the elixir, you have to hurry up. Otherwise you may not have a share." Wang Shifeng's face was uncertain when she heard this, and she secretly cursed Yu Shi for being shameless. The rest of the people covered their mouths and laughed. Zhang Yuni was confused when he saw this. But before he could ask, Shui Baochai and Tanchun, who had been stirring up trouble, acted out the previous scene vividly. Zhang Yuni was also surprised when he heard it. Yu Shi was sure that Jia Rong had been gossiping in front of Wang Shifeng. But in his impression, Jia Rong only had the role of being obedient. For a moment, he couldn't figure out whether Wang Shifeng was doing it intentionally or not, and unconsciously looked at her with an inquiring look. This look happened to meet Wang Shifeng's complicated gaze. Zhang Yuni's mouth corners slightly raised, and he returned a demonstrative look. The reason why he had to rush to this time to let Jia Mu and Wang Furen show their attention to him was of course not just to stay and avoid Jia Shi. Only by letting Wang Shifeng see this scene can he gain an advantage in the subsequent negotiations. Chapter 87 Recognition of Relatives. Found it. Master Yi. Just as the food and wine were served, a noise came from outside the hall. Then, a maid rushed in. Panting, Master Yi. Someone from the Shui family came, saying that Xiangling's mother was found, and she is waiting outside now. As soon as these words came out, the scene suddenly became quiet, except for Mrs. Xing. Everyone looked at him in unison. Zhang Yuni bowed to Jia Mu and others, saying, "Old lady, madam, please forgive me. Yuni will go out and take a look." Jia Mu waved her hand and said, "It's rare to encounter such a good thing of finding relatives and accumulating virtue. Didn't you say just now that you are looking for Xiangling's mother? Why don't you call her in? Let us join in the fun and listen to it as a news story." Zhang Yuni nodded and said, "Let her wait for a while. Bring the people from the concubine's family first, and then let someone call Xiangling." Although he knew that Xiangling's mother was called Feng, he had never seen her. Moreover, he was also worried that the Shui family would just find someone to fool him in order to perfunctorily deal with him. Therefore, interrogation is essential. Shui Baochai frowned slightly when she heard this, glanced at him, and then looked back at Aunt Shui with a worried look. When she saw her mother's dumbfounded expression with a surprised expression, her brows relaxed. Looking at Zhang Yuni, he smiled and said, "Brother Yi, are you worried that someone is impersonating? Do you want to ask about the details of the search?" Although from the mother's expression, it can be seen that it was not arranged by her. It is hard to guarantee that it was not a handicraft of the servants to seek credit or harbor evil intentions. So she only said that it was impersonation and removed her family first. Zhang Yuni heard the meaning and smiled and said, "Sister Shui is really smart. It is better to ask some things clearly. I am afraid that the search for people in a big way will allow people with ulterior motives to take advantage of the loophole." Wang Shifeng flattered him. "Brother Yi can even figure out Xiangling's life experience. How can a few villains hide it from you?" She always felt that Xiangling was a secret deal between him and the Shui family, and the so-called search for relatives was just a play. Now, seeing that Zhang Yuni and Shui Baochai sang the same tune, they meant something. But something went wrong in the middle. This sudden scene was not arranged in advance, but someone really impersonated, because there was something else to ask for. She also helped to set up an ambush at this time. Tan Chun on the side clapped her hands and laughed. "If you know it at a glance, it would be boring. Why don't we sit in the court and try it as a case?" She was talking excitedly, and she couldn't help but dance with joy, eager to try. Suddenly, the corner of her clothes was pulled by someone. She looked down and found that Ying Chun, who was sitting next to her, was pulling the corner of her clothes and winking at her. She smiled at Ying Chun, then turned to Wang Shifeng and said, "The ancestor said that it should be treated as a news story. The more exciting the story, the better? Second sister-in-law, do you think so?" Third sister is right. Today's play is called The Story of Ascension to the Court. It happened on this day of this month of this year. Brother Yi was sitting in court to question a case and made a firm judgment. Let's pretend to be ordinary people who are joining in the fun. The ancestor will watch this play and then give us some comments. As she spoke, she picked up the wine glass and walked to Zhang Yuni and said, "Sister-in-law, let's toast to Brother Yi first to moisten his throat, and then slowly unravel the mystery. How about that?" Zhang Yuni raised his glass and was about to clink glasses with her in the air, but Wang Shifeng reached out and touched it directly. The wine glass was narrow, so it was inevitable that the fingertips would touch it. The cold and smooth touch came, and Zhang Yuni's heart was moved, and he looked at her deeply. She raised the cup with both hands, tilted her snow-white neck, and drank it all in one gulp. After finishing the wine in the cup and putting it down, the towering figure in front of her trembled obviously, and she raised the back of her hand and wiped it on her delicate red lips. Looking at him with a smile, Zhang Yuni felt dry in the mouth and swallowed it hurriedly under the pretext of drinking. Just after finishing the wine, a report came from the door. "Madame Li from the concubine's family is here." It must be said that the Shui family thought carefully, considering that Xiangling was a girl. Both men and women were sent to find her relatives. When they heard the call from the backyard, they sent a nanny to report. As soon as Madame Li entered the inner hall and greeted her, Shui Baochai took the lead and reminded her, "Madame Li, you must answer truthfully, and word for word whatever Brother Yi asks later." "Hey!" Madame Li hurriedly agreed. Zhang Yuni sat upright, looked at her with his eyes like torches, and said in a deep voice, "Tell me what happened." According to the instructions of the madam and the young lady, I went to Suzhou and found the Hulu Temple of the Year. After asking around, we found out that a family surnamed Jin had lost a baby girl. The rouge mark on the forehead She was chosen to come in to report. So she was not a dumb person. Zhang Yuni listened carefully. And Jiamu and others also listened attentively. I had to travel to Ruzhou, and finally found the Feng family. However, Xiangling's father was anxious and angry because of the loss of his beloved daughter. He was a little crazy and stupid. He never returned in his early years, and there was no news. Her mother was also overthinking, and was not in good health. She had to take a boat back. So it took a long time. Hearing that Xiangling's father was also lost, Jiamu and others sighed. Being able to tell these details, Zhang Yuni had already believed most of it. He nodded and said, "Is Xiangling here?" Xiangling had already heard the news and rushed here. But she had been listening outside. When she heard Zhang Yuni's question, she hurried in. Although she was a little worried, she couldn't help but feel sad when she heard that her parents couldn't find her, and were crazy or sick. However, the more she was like this, the more worried she was that her mother would take her back. And her face became more and more uneasy. Zhang Yuni patted her pink back and comforted her. "Master will take care of it. It's okay." Xiangling felt much more relieved, nodded, and stood beside him with her head down and said nothing. Zhang Yuni then asked someone to bring Feng in. Jin Shirin was over 40 when he got his daughter Xiangling. Although Feng was younger, she was nearly 50 years old now. In addition, she was overthinking and looked like an old woman. As soon as she came in, she stared at Xiangling and couldn't move her eyes away. The hot tears in her eyes were like a broken string. She rushed up quickly, hugged Xiangling, and murmured, "Anglian, I'm sorry for you." Xiangling was held in her arms. Her behavior was a little stiff. The Jin family was once a scholarly family, and Feng had some knowledge. After a brief loss of composure, she immediately turned to Zhang Yuni and knelt down. "Thank you for finding my daughter for me. I will repay you in my next life. Don't rush to recognize your relatives," Zhang Yuni said in a deep voice without any expression on his face. "Xiangling, Anglian is my person. I am not here to help you find your daughter, but to find her relatives. Do you understand the difference?" Feng was panicked when she heard this, and hurriedly said, "You must have spent a lot of money to save Anglian. I'm selling everything I have. Listen to me first." Zhang Yuni raised his hand to interrupt. "I'm not stopping you from recognizing each other. But she can't go with you. I'll arrange a place for you to stay, and you can come to see her often." At this point, he paused, looked at Feng and said, "Even if Xiangling gives birth to a child in the future, you can let him inherit your family's incense." When this was said, Jiamu and others were immediately surprised. There are 3 kinds of unfilial behavior, and the greatest one is to have no descendants. The ancients value descendants the most. Not to mention that the Zhang family has not yet continued the incense. Even if there is, they will not easily adopt their sons to others. Now, such a ridiculous move is made just for a maid. How can they not be surprised? And Qin Keqing, who was sitting opposite, looked at him with her eyes blankly. She had already secretly regarded Xiangling as her substitute. And now Zhang Yuni was willing to consider her so much. It was inconvenient to push him to himself. Feng was stunned when she heard this. Then she pouted and cried, "Thank you so much. Benefactor, benefactor. I. Let Xiangling accompany you for a few days." In front of everyone shocked, Zhang Yuni helped Feng up from the ground and said to Yushir, "Please arrange for someone to send them to the old house." Then he turned to Xiangling and said, "You accompany your mother for a few days, and I will take you back in 2 days." Chapter 88 Different Minds. He is not from this era. He had his own parents in his previous life. When he traveled through time, both his parents died. He had no feelings for the original owner's parents, and he would not think that they were really his parents. For him, it doesn't matter what the child's surname is, as long as it is his. Anyway, it is not his real name. Of course, he would not change the child's surname for this reason, but for other considerations. Although he came to this world, he had not heard of any gods and gods, and the original owner's memory had no related memories. But there are many related stories in the original book of Dream of Red Mansions. The fairy Jing one is still illusory, but the bald monk, the lame Taoist, etc. are wandering in the world. This is also the only loophole in his fairy rhetoric, although they can each stick to their own words. If they really show some fairy tricks in front of the emperor and question his set of statements, it will be too late. He remembered that Jin Shirin followed the lame Taoist to become a monk, so he wanted to take the opportunity to make a good relationship. If this situation really happens one day, even if he cannot rely on this good relationship to let them help him lie, there is always room for maneuver. In addition, he can also use this as an example. You know, Lin Daiyu is also an orphan like Xiangling. If he can treat Xiangling like this, why can't she follow suit? Of course, she may not consider these things at present, but in this era, it is not her turn to make the decision on marriage. He at least gave Jiamu, Wang Furen and others a very reasonable reason. In fact, isn't Shan Yun an orphan? Of course, those are all later stories. At present, he is just laying an ambush. The reason why Xiangling was allowed to stay in the old house for 2 days was not simply to let her and Fengshe cultivate a mother-daughter relationship. Before there was no substantial progress on Qin Keqing's side. He had to maintain his persona in front of her. But he didn't want to drag it out and not check the efforts that Yusher had made on Yu Erji these days. For the first time, he couldn't just put on his pants and leave. He had to add some afterplays. So it was inevitable that he couldn't make ends meet. Ruizhu could still send her to Tianxiang Tower to stay for 1 night. But Xiangling couldn't hide it. So she took the opportunity to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Because it was midsummer and noon. It was not suitable for visiting the garden. Although Yusher also arranged a troop. Jiamu had to take a nap. So she declined dinner and stood up to say goodbye. Mrs. Wang was worried about Yuan Chun and got up with Jiamu. And Shui saw this and hurriedly followed her out. Logically, now that glass is produced, she should ask Zhang Yuni for more shares. But last time she heard that the output of Tiango Injiwen would be sold by the 8 imperial merchants. The Shui family not only did not lose a penny for white sugar, but also subsidized some of the expenses. She was worried that Zhang Yuni would bring it up again on glass. So she made up her mind to avoid it if she could. This was discussed before coming. Shui Baochai hurriedly stepped forward to support Aunt Shui, and bowed to Zhang Yuni and said, "My sister is also going back with mother, and I haven't congratulated brother Yi on his promotion." After she said this, Tan Chun also bowed slightly to Zhang Yuni, and quickly followed Mrs. Wang. The rest, Li Wan and Shichuan, did not want to stay for long, and said goodbye and left, while Ing Chun looked at Mrs. Xing, then looked at Jiamu and others, and finally chased out. Wang Shifeng hesitated for a moment, then laughed out loud. "It's a rare opportunity to be lazy today. I haven't been here for a while. I'll go talk to Rong's wife later. It's a good opportunity to have dinner before going back." Shui Baochai turned around and said with a smile, "Could it be that Miss Feng wants to ask Brother Yi for medicine?" Tan Chun also smiled and said, "Brother Yi can't give it to her. Otherwise, there will be no place for us to talk in the mansion in the future." The speaker is unintentional, but the listener is intentional. Yusher turned her head and looked at Wang Shifeng with a wary face. Zhang Yuni's heart moved. He saw Wang Shifeng's performance and secretly hoped that she would follow Pinger and sneak into Dangxian Pavilion when no one was paying attention. He secretly planned that when he returned later, he would send Ruizhu to Tianxiang Tower and let her accompany Qin Keqing. When everyone left, only Mrs. Xing and Wang Shifeng, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, were left in Rongfu. Without the restraint of Lady Jia, Mrs. Xing also let go of her hands and feet, put on an elder style, and said, "How old is my brother this year? Have you decided on a marriage?" Speaking of this, she turned her head and looked, and then she realized that Yi Chun had already left with the main group, and said angrily, "This girl? I haven't left yet." 2. After saying this, she reacted and hurriedly said, "This girl is just too shy. Brother Yi is not an outsider. If he stays to chat with him, who will say anything?" Seeing her rushing forward like this, Wang Shifeng's eyes flashed with disdain. But then she thought that she was the same. He took Pinger away before she even got any promise, and she immediately lost her temper. And Yusher, who was standing aside, was a little flustered when she heard her speak so directly. With Zhang Yuni's support, she was indeed much calmer in front of Jia Jin. But she didn't dare to ruin Jia Jing's business. He hurriedly said, "Brother Yi, you came to the palace early in the morning and have been running back and forth. If you are tired, go back and rest. My mother and I are here to take care of the first wife." This was exactly what Zhang Yuni wanted. Among all the girls in Rongfu, only Ing Chun didn't need to spend too much time on it. After all, with Jiaxi as her father, everything would be fine as long as there was enough money. However, that was all for the future. Not to mention Ing Chun hadn't reached the age of marriage yet. He was still in mourning. If they were to think about it now, with Jiaxi's character, He would probably treat him as a cash cow. He hurriedly said, I'm really a little tired. So Yuni will take his leave first. Mrs. Xing wanted to stop him, but she couldn't find a reason for a while. So she had to follow Yusher into the side hall in a sullen manner. Seeing this, Wang Shifeng hurriedly winked at Pinger and pulled Qin Keqing aside, asking about her well-being and talking about this and that. Seeing this, Pinger took the opportunity to approach Zhang Yuni and whispered, Grandma asked you to meet at the rockery next to the Linshui Pavilion. Zhang Yuni heard this and looked back at Wang Shifeng and Qin Keqing who were chatting, and could only nod slightly. He didn't expect Wang Shifeng to be so anxious. Not to mention that it was broad daylight. Qin Keqing was in the backyard, and Yusher and Mrs. Xing were there. If Ruizhu followed, it would be superfluous. The place agreed by Wang Shifeng was located in the northwest corner of Huifang Garden, northwest of Linshui Pavilion, and it was the rockery where Jia Rui met Wang Shifeng. He did morning exercises and night runs every day, and he had already explored Huifang Garden thoroughly, so he would naturally not find the place. However, Wang Shifeng's appointment here also reminded him, since Wang Shifeng was so anxious and took the initiative to invite him. No matter what she was thinking, she couldn't just perfunctorily say a few words like Jia Rui did. He was determined to test Wang Shifeng's attitude first, and would not give in until he had gained enough advantage. Chapter 89. Skip it, and it won't affect your viewing experience. Chapter 90. Control. Backyard. In front of the side hall, Wang Shifeng saw Pinger nod slightly at her, and chatted with Qin Keqing for a while. Then took her hand and said, Let's not talk here. Let's go to your room. Qin Keqing did not doubt it, and the two entered the side hall, greeted Mrs. Xing and Yusher, and walked towards Tianxiang Tower hand in hand. When they reached the gate of the garden, Wang Shifeng suddenly stopped and said, I suddenly remembered that I have something to do. I have to go back. You go back to the room and wait for me. I will go back through the back door and come back. I will see you off. Aunt. Qin Keqing turned around and said hurriedly, Goodbye. It's noon. The sun is too hot. You are just getting better. Don't get hot. Qin Keqing saw this and no longer insisted, watching her walk along the arrow path to the back door. Wang Shifeng took Pinger away slowly, and after passing the corner of the wall, she quickened her pace and quickly walked into the side door of Huifang Garden. When she reached the pavilion by the water, she hesitated for a moment and told Pinger, Stay here and keep an eye on the two intersections. Don't let anyone see you. Although she needed help, Zhang Yuni was in control at the moment, but she had experience dealing with Jia Rui, so she was confident that she could handle it. She walked with her long legs, twisted her slender waist and hips, pretended to appreciate the scenery in the garden, and walked slowly into the path in the rockery. But after walking around the rockery, she didn't see anyone, and she was no longer as calm as before. She couldn't help but say angrily, Stand me up. Before she finished her words, a person suddenly emerged from the rockery, looked at her with a smile on his face and said, Are you talking about me? Sister-in-law? Wang Shifeng was startled and scolded. Sneaky. You don't take the right path, but go into those corners. Are you trying to scare me? He. Zhang Yuni joked. If you are honest, why did you ask me to meet you here? Wang Shifeng said angrily. I am not thinking about you. Pinger is Lian's second concubine. He is not at home now, but you are silent and enjoy her. If people know about it, won't I also have a lot of gossip? Don't bother with this, Zhang Yuni said casually. Although this is your idea, if you are embarrassed, I will not force you. I will go to the old lady and the lady to talk to you, and I will not let you be involved. You went to the old lady and the lady before. Is it for this matter? Wang Shifeng stared at him with her beautiful eyes and asked tentatively. Hey, sister-in-law, you are too serious. How can you and E be a reckless person who doesn't know the depth and importance of things? I think sister-in-law doesn't want people to know that Pinger is just a nominal concubine. Right? Unless it is absolutely necessary. How can Yuni bypass sister-in-law to ask the old lady and the lady for someone, seeing that she didn't get the answer she wanted? Wang Shifeng continued. Then what did you say to the old lady and the lady? Sister-in-law should be asking for help in a proper way. Zhang Yuni looked at Wang Shifeng meaningfully and smiled. Sister-in-law is always majestic, and people dare not get close to her. Now not only does she keep people away, but she is also so far away, aggressive as if she is interrogating a prisoner, which makes Yuni dare not reply. Although he didn't know why Wang Shifeng cared about what he talked about with Jiamu and Mrs. Wang. He intended to use this matter to hit Wang Shifeng. In addition, he was good at being mysterious. So he avoided answering and used it to test Wang Shifeng's attitude. This happened to hit Wang Shifeng's soft spot. And she thought that she had seen through his guilty conscience. She glared at him fiercely, then walked up to him and smiled charmingly. No wonder the old lady and the lady always praise you. You are indeed a smart person. But last time I asked Pinger to invite you to the empty room behind the house. But you refused in every possible way, which made me a little suspicious. Zhang Yuni originally just wanted to get Pinger's indenture first. But Wang Shifeng took the initiative to hint. Hearing this, there was no hesitation. And she immediately pulled her into her arms. Wang Shifeng's body trembled suddenly, and hurriedly put her hand on his chest and leaned back desperately. Unexpectedly, this way, the towering building in front of him was arched in front of him. Zhang Yuni sniffed suddenly, and then lowered his head. It was already a hot summer day, and Wang Shifeng felt the gushing heat drilling into her heart. And she was immediately frightened. She raised her hands to block his face. But without the support of her arms, how could she resist Zhang Yuni's brute force? She was hugged tightly all of a sudden. Wang Shifeng had never been treated so frivolously by a man other than Jiao Lian. But the solid touch and the masculine breath made her bones and muscles numb. And she was immediately ashamed, angry, shocked, and annoyed. At this time, she had no strength in her hands, so she had to support her arms desperately, blocking a pair of forearms between the two of them, while bending her waist and hips to avoid unnecessary contact. However, although she kept retreating, how could she resist the attack from the front and back? When Zhang Yuni's strong and powerful hands tightly grasped her buttocks behind her and pressed her body tightly to one place, she could no longer exert any strength. She could only tremble and say, You let go. It's not convenient here in broad daylight with people coming and going. Hey! Sister-in-law chose this place. Didn't she know that no one would come here? I just looked at it. And there is a cave here, which is very spacious and has a different world. At this point, Zhang Yuni looked at her meaningfully and said, Sister-in-law, you must have known about this cave for a long time. So you specially asked me to come here, right? He thought that Wang Shifeng was too shy to be exposed in broad daylight. So he half pulled and half carried her into the cave, like a conjoined twin. Wang Shifeng panicked immediately, and hurriedly exerted her remaining strength, struggling desperately like a fish, and shouted, Since ancient times, when talking about business, one hand pays the other hand, and the other hand delivers the goods. Pinger, you have benefited from it, but you have not helped at all. Are you planning to take advantage of it, and not admit it? After she said this, Zhang Yuni immediately stopped further action. He still has a bottom line, and never forces others to do things against their will. I thought she learned about her ability from Pinger, and didn't want to miss the good chicken. At this moment, she remembered that she was not after her body, but for money. He hugged Wang Shifeng, leaned against the rockery, and said calmly, What does the sister-in-law want Yuni to do for you? You might as well tell me. Although Wang Shifeng was still in his arms, she felt uncomfortable in her heart. But she stopped her momentum in the end, thinking that she couldn't catch the wolf without giving up her body. After all, she had to ask for help from others, so she had to let him take advantage of her. It's hard to say who helped whom, but you won't suffer any loss in this matter. After stabilizing the situation, she also regained some composure, and made an opening first, and then slowly said, You have seen Bao Girl. Her appearance and figure are perfect, as long as you marry her. After the matter is done. Speaking of this, she twisted her body in Zhang Yunyi's arms, bit her long legs with even bones and flesh, and rubbed them on his legs twice. She bit her lower lip, raised her slender jade finger, drew a circle on Zhang Yunyi's chest, and then pressed hard at the center of the circle, whispering, Sister-in-law will definitely let you do whatever you want, and play with you for once, so that you can fulfill your wish. I thought that with his impatience just now, this matter must be a sure thing. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yuni suddenly frowned when he heard it, pushed her away slightly, and sneered, Ha ha! Where does sister-in-law get the confidence to think that she can manipulate my marriage? You? Such a good thing. You really don't want it? Wang Shifeng thought he wanted to take advantage of the opportunity and looked at him with a little scrutiny. I can judge whether it is a good thing or not. You don't need to worry about it. If you want to make some money, we can discuss it. Bah! Wang Shifeng spat. You are blind. Do you think I am Jin's sister-in-law? Those stinky money are not worth the aunt's eyes. There is no one here. Only the two of them. Zhang Yuni is too lazy to deny it. He said nonchalantly, since we can't reach an agreement, there is no need to waste time. Please forgive me for not accompanying you. After he said that, he turned around and left. And didn't even mention Pinger again. At this time, the situation has just become awkward. If he talks about Pinger with her again, not only will he not get what he wants, but he will catch her weakness and use it to threaten her. Seeing that he turned around and left without any hesitation, Wang Shifeng was at a loss for a moment, and hurriedly said, You don't want Pinger anymore? Just now, she had already touched her bottom line. It was impossible for her to really let go of her and give up her body. Besides, Zhang Yuni refused so firmly that even if she was willing to make sacrifices, he might not agree. Now we can only try to save the situation and take Pinger. Zhang Yuni looked back at her and said calmly, Sister-in-law, if you want money, you may as well tell me the amount. If you want to bring up the old things, please don't mention it. Good. Men are really not good. Now you don't admit it after taking all the money. Don't think that I can't do anything to you if you go to the old lady and the lady to ask for someone. As long as I insist that she is Lian Er's person, I don't believe they can force her. Zhang Yuni's body froze when he heard it. Seeing this, Wang Shifeng said more proudly, Don't worry. When Lian Er comes back, I will let him take Pinger as his roommate to clean up the mess for Brother Yi. Zhang Yuni turned around suddenly, looked at her deeply, and said in a deep voice, Sister-in-law, you probably didn't discuss this marriage with the lady, right? Wang Shifeng couldn't let go of the money and sacrifice her beauty to help herself get married. Although he didn't know the industry change she imagined, he knew that Mrs. Wang was interested in facilitating a perfect match. Her move was tantamount to singing against Mrs. Wang. Wang Shifeng's face really changed when she heard this. And she said in a timid way, What if we didn't discuss it? Men should get married when they are old enough. And women should get married when they are old enough. You are not married yet. So even if I didn't discuss it with you, it's not a big deal. At the end of her speech, her tone had obviously softened. Zhang Yuni looked at her with a smile, and said threateningly, Whether it is a big deal or not, sister-in-law knows it in her heart. If you want to tear your face, you will regret it. After that, he ignored Wang Shifeng and left. Wang Shifeng looked at his back, and was stunned for a long time before she recovered. She had been under the scorching sun for a long time, and after some pushing and shoving, she was already sweating profusely. In addition, he held her in his arms, and they were close together. The sweat not only soaked her body, but also stuck her clothes to her body. She hurriedly lifted her collar and skirt to blow air inside, intending to dispel the stickiness on her body, but she suddenly felt a chill under her body. Wang Shifeng trembled immediately, and her face was flushed for no reason, not knowing whether it was because of the heat or other reasons, thinking that she had not only lost Pinger, but she was also hugged and held by him, and repeatedly tormented and taken advantage of by him. It was really a loss of both the wife and the army. She was so angry that she was shaking. Chapter 91. Let's talk about two things. Zhang Yuni left the rockery, and Pinger, who was hiding in the Linshui pavilion to keep watch, came up to him immediately. Master, where's Grandma? You'll be wrong for a while, and follow her first. I'll find a way to get you here after a while. Did Grandma make it difficult for you? Pinger lowered her head. Zhang Yuni nodded and said, If she was doing it for money, you wouldn't be embarrassed. Ah? Pinger was stunned. Not for money. Yeah. Zhang Yuni simply told the story, only skipping some of the details of the confrontation between the two sides. Pinger fell into deep thought after hearing this, and only reacted after a long while. Master, don't blame her. Grandma is probably worried that Bao San will take away her housekeeping power. As long as she knows what's good for her, I won't argue with her. Master, go slowly. I'll go see Grandma. Pinger was a little anxious when she saw that Wang Shifeng hadn't come down for a long time. Zhang Yuni nodded, and went to Dangxian Pavilion. He didn't take Wang Shifeng's threat seriously, not to mention his threat just now. Even Jiao Lian would not be back for half a year. Of course, the reason why he rejected Wang Shifeng's proposal was not because he was fearless, nor because he wanted to take advantage of the opportunity, or because he was worried that Wang Shifeng would destroy the bridge after crossing the river. It was not that he didn't covet Shui Baoshai's body, but there were other reasons. The original owner could not participate in the imperial examination because of the lineage of the Imperial Astronomical Observatory. So he read a lot of miscellaneous books. There is a record of the Kaiyuan Tianbao relics. At the end of Kaiyuan, the Emperor Ming held a banquet in the palace every morning and evening in spring, and asked the concubines to compete for the arrangement of beautiful flowers. The Emperor personally caught butterflies and released them, and followed the butterflies. Later, because of the exclusive favor of concubine Yang, this play was no longer played. It is no secret that Yang Yuhuan is jealous, and she was even driven out of the palace by Li Longji because of this. In the previous life, Yang Yuhuan in the painting of the lady with a hairpin was an image of a butterfly in her hand. In the Book of the Dream of the Red Chamber, Shui Baochai is compared to Yang Guifei, and a scene of catching butterflies is arranged, which makes him have to connect the two together. Even, Shui Baochai is given a hat of jealousy. Whether this is an overinterpretation, it depends on the benevolent. However, the ancients loved to use allusions in poetry and articles. Tanchun also made fun of Jia Baoyu for fabricating allusions. Although the Kaiyuan Tianbao relics is not a formal history, there are still many people who use it for reference. Although even if Shui Baochai is really as he guessed, he doesn't think she can make any waves in his backyard. But he is too lazy to spend energy on it. In addition, the Shui family is already a mess. So being a concubine is fine. But being a wife is better. However, even if he could say such words now, he would be ridiculed by others. So it is better to refuse. In the Lixiang courtyard adjacent to the rockery in the northwest corner of Huifang Garden, Shui Baochai frowned and said, "Mom, is it inappropriate for us to leave like this today?" "My son, how could I not know this? But our family's money is not blown by the wind. And this glass is not like sugar. If he brings up the old matter again, I am afraid that there will be another loss." Aunt Shui was plump and afraid of heat. She was worried that leaving early today would cause Zhang Yuni's dissatisfaction. She couldn't help but feel a little more hot in her heart, and waved the round fan in her hand faster and faster. The waving of her arms inevitably caused waves, and the light gauze seemed to ripple under the blowing of the fan. Shui Baochai, as a daughter, could not help but look sideways, considering that it would be inappropriate for the maid to see the scene. She reached out and grabbed the round fan in Aunt Shui's hand and said, "Mom, you fan so fast. Not only can't drive away the summer heat, but you will sweat all over. Let your daughter fan you." While gently waving the fan in her hand, she slowly said, "Isn't there still the caravan? It won't be out of money, right? Who knows?" And Shui frowned and sighed. "How much can those caustic soda be worth? I'm afraid that after a trip, it's not even worth breaking a piece of glass." Shui Baochai pondered for a moment, looked at Aunt Shui and said, "But, after all, Brother Yi is an official in the inner court. Once he is angry, I'm afraid that even if I don't say it now." The review 3 years later, Aunt Shui heard the words, and the irritability that had just been relieved surged up again, and she hurriedly pulled the collar out. She said, "Oh, my son, if it weren't for this, why would I worry about it here?" Seeing this, Shui Baochai frowned slightly, then said calmly, "It's not that there is no way to solve it." Hearing this, Aunt Shui suddenly felt refreshed. A hint of joy appeared on her face, and her hand pulling her collar stopped. She turned her head to look at her and urged, "My son, if you have a way, just tell me quickly. Why are you still keeping me in suspense now? Although it's a good way, my daughter is." Although Shui Baochai hesitated to speak, her face was calm, and she said slowly, "After all, marriage is a big deal. How can my daughter say it?" Aunt Shui suddenly realized. "You mean Brother Yi?" Even though Shui Baochai was calm, she couldn't help blushing when she was mentioned about marriage by name. She calmly turned the round fan slightly and said in a deep voice, "The reason why Brother Yi asked our family to subsidize those expenses is that we are related to each other. You see, he treats the East Mansion very differently. Not only did he give all the income from sugar to Sister Jin, he also took Sister Jin's sister as a concubine, and even doted on Xiangling." She saw Aunt Shui lost in thought, as if weighing the pros and cons, and continued to analyze. "Although the aunt is close, the in-laws are not bad. It's not that we still need to subsidize. In this way, we don't have to worry about the review of the inner court in the future. It can be regarded as a permanent solution. In order to keep the imperial merchant." Aunt Shui considered this possibility, but she still had doubts in her heart. Hearing this, she sighed, "Hey, I have considered what you said before. But, at this point, she shook her head and said, it's just that your aunt wants to match you with Baoyu. If Igor had proposed it himself when we asked for help, we could still explain it to your aunt. Now that the imperial merchant has been saved, I'm afraid it will be difficult to explain to your aunt if we take the initiative again. My daughter saw the old lady and aunt today, and they still love you Urgi in every way. As long as Igor is willing to take the initiative, I'm afraid that Aunt Shui won't say much. Right? Seeing Aunt Shui still hesitating, she hurriedly said, Baoyu is not good at studying, and he spends all day hanging out with women. Even the title belongs to Brother Lien. Now he is just relying on the old lady and aunt's favor. He will never achieve great things. Although Brother Yi has never read much, he is good at practical work. Not only does he hold a real job in Tiango Injiwen, he is also awarded the third-ranked title. Whether it is for the family or the daughter, he is 100 times better than Baoyu. Besides, although my brother has never married, there has always been someone in his room over the years. But there has been no movement. Today, he can promise to let Xiangling's child inherit the Jin family's incense. If my daughter asks for it in the future, she may follow his example. She has always had ambitions to rise to the top, but she just lacks the right wind to help her. If there is no Zhang Yuni, even if Jia Baoyu is no longer a good person, she would not have said this. Now, the more she looks at Jia Baoyu, the more she despises him. In this era, it is difficult for women to become officials, let alone achieve anything. The only hope is to marry well. The reason why Jianmu has the final say in Rongfu is not only because of the seniority, but also because of the first-class imperial edict. And Shui was also excited when she heard this. But she was different from Shui Baochai, and she was more concerned about the issue of incense. In fact, Shui Pan's identity as a living dead can be solved. If there is no son, as long as there is a grandson, even if he lies about his age and pretends to be a posthumous child, it is not a bad idea. However, there are always people in the room, but there is no movement. My son, you are still knowledgeable. The next time I see Zhenji's daughter-in-law, I will test her attitude. This matter naturally could not be disclosed to the Rong mansion. With the sugar business, Yushir was a good choice. In addition, her sister was given to Zhang Yuni as a concubine, so she would have to rely on the eldest wife for care in the future. Chapter 92: A Comparison. Because of the quarrel with Zhang Yuni, Wang Shifeng simply went home directly, and then told the maid to tell Qin Kiching that she would immediately order water for bathing. It is easy to sweat in hot weather, and bathing at noon is a common thing. While fetching water, Pinger comforted, Grandma, this matter is not the fault of the master. After all, it is a marriage. Humph! What? Are you afraid of delaying your good fortune? How could I? But if Grandma told me in advance, even if I couldn't help persuade, I could at least tell the master about Grandma's difficulties in advance, and there might be room for maneuver. Are you blaming me? I dare not. While talking, the water was already drawn, and Pinger was about to follow in to serve, but was blocked by Wang Shifeng outside the door. Now I dare not order you around. After saying that, with a bang, the door was closed. Pinger didn't suspect anything, just thought she had hit a snag with Zhang Yuni and had nowhere to vent her anger. So she hurriedly advised, Master also has difficulties. If Madam blames me, I will ask Sister Shan to go in. Before she finished her words, there was a sound of the door being locked. Go wherever you want. Don't bother me. That maid will be waiting outside. If Madam needs me, just call me. Wang Shifeng ignored her and turned to the bathtub, took off her dress, but didn't rush into the bathtub. Instead, she squatted down, pinched the corner of the skirt, turned the skirt over from the inside, and then pinched the waist of the skirt and lifted it from the ground, glancing at the spots scattered on the skirt. As if she was pricked by a needle, she hurriedly threw the skirt out of her hand and spat on the ground with disgust. Then, she bent down, scooped up water from the tub, and poured it on. When the skirt was completely wet, she still felt unsafe. So she squatted down and grabbed the skirt and rubbed it. As the second wife of the Rongwa mansion, she had never done such a job before. The more she rubbed, the more aggrieved she felt. Thinking of what happened today, she was even more angry. After rubbing the marks on the skirt clean, she stood up, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and lowered her head unconsciously. Her eyes swept over the white, smooth, and unloved body, and finally stopped on the flat belly. Just now, she remembered the humiliation she suffered today, and she couldn't help but recall the details. The filthy stick was between the two of them, struggling and scratching. If it was Jia Lian, even if he didn't surrender, he couldn't stop at the brink, let alone like Zhang Yuni, who didn't drag his feet and said to withdraw. I'm afraid Pinger's evaluation is a bit exaggerated. But it's not an exaggeration. Thinking of this, I suddenly felt a warm current, from bottom to top, along the meridians of my body, and instantly spread to my limbs. For a moment, I felt my bones and tendons numb, and the itching was unbearable like 100 ants gnawing at my heart. My feet were already wet, and I felt my legs unstable. I hurriedly grabbed the bathtub and finally stabilized my body. She quickly put aside her distracting thoughts, raised her legs and stepped into the bathtub, and immersed her whole body. Zhang Yuni was unwilling to help, which showed that the three parties were already tied up. I'm afraid that Bao Chai's rise to the top is a foregone conclusion, and I can't save the situation anymore. Before, she was quite confident in herself and never thought about the possibility of failure. But now she has to reconsider. For now, the only way is to make more money to keep herself, so as not to have no chance to make money in the future. She couldn't help but feel a little regretful. She shouldn't have said those last words in such a rage. Now, not only did she fail to threaten him, but she also broke up with him and lost a way to make money. She boasted that she was good at calculating, but she didn't expect that she didn't get any advantage from Zhang Yuni. Although she said it harshly, if Jia Mu and Wang Furen knew her tricks behind the scenes, they might take away her housekeeper's power before Bao Chai got married. So, although they broke up now, they couldn't really tear each other apart. However, Pinger would lose, but she was controlled by him, taking advantage of him, and didn't get any benefit. The feeling of humiliation surged in her heart again, and she became more and more unwilling. It was just that Zhang Yuni acted too rashly, and didn't give her any room to pull. So she panicked and lost her way. In the end, he made a series of stupid moves. He couldn't threaten Pinger, and when he asked her to name a price, he didn't even take advantage of the situation. If I could start over again. Thinking of this, she was stunned. Pinger usually served her, but today she had to do it herself. She was thinking about her own things while rubbing her body aimlessly. The pair of white and delicate hands also slowly stroked the long legs with even flesh and bones from top to bottom. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration came to her mind. Not to mention Zhang Yuni's anxious look. Even those reactions could not deceive people. Although he had extraordinary self-control, once this kind of thing really got to the point, how could he stop? It was nothing more than that it had not yet reached the critical moment of wanting to stop. If she had delayed it for a moment, she would have bargained with him, or even taken the opportunity of struggling to let him speculate and invest. Even if it is steel that has been tempered 100 times, it will become soft and flexible. Right? By then, I am afraid that not only will he not be willing to withdraw, but he will also have to kneel down in front of him and beg for mercy. She couldn't help but regret not taking Pinger's words to heart, so that she failed to anticipate the enemy's moves. However, this is a double-edged sword after all. I am afraid that it will be difficult to calm down the fire, and Zhang Yuni will not be easy to get rid of. The experience today made her have a clear understanding of Zhang Yuni's strength. How could a weak woman like her resist? Perhaps she could use Jia Lian's thoughts to make her change those tricks perfunctorily. Thinking of this, her body trembled suddenly. Then, she stood up suddenly and fled from the bathtub like a fly. Standing by the tub for a long time, she sniffed again, and then picked up the bath towel with a helpless look and wiped it randomly. After drying herself and putting on a light gauze skirt, she shouted to the outside, "Ping! Ask outside to change another bucket of water." Pinger heard the voice and said, "Madam, but the water is cold. Do you want to add some hot water?" Wang Shifeng scolded, "Why add hot water in such a hot day? Change the bathtub. This bathtub will be emptied later." She thought for a while and added, "I can't wash it clean by myself. You come in and serve me later." "Hey!" Pinger knew that Wang Shifeng was always strong-willed. Seeing that she took the initiative to ask her to serve, she already understood in her heart, and immediately said with joy, "Madam, don't worry. I will ask the master in 2 days to see if there is any way to have both sides." Although Wang Shifeng inside the door did not speak, she did not object. Now that she had a quarrel with Zhang Yuni, one side had to take the initiative to give in. Although she was unwilling to lower her status, she could let Pinger mediate. She knew Pinger was soft-hearted. She had always felt that she was going to plot against Zhang Yuni, so she would inevitably side with him. Now that she had seen her hidden worries, she would probably be willing to help. As for whether to try Zhang Yuni again, she felt trembling at the thought, and could not make up her mind for a while. Before, she imagined what would happen if it was Jia Lian. Wouldn't that be putting gold on her man's face? How could such a steel-cast iron man be compared with Jia Lian's sharp needle and wheat spike? Chapter 93. The family was clearly arranged. Front hall of Ning Mansion. Jiazhen raised his glass and clinked it with Zhang Yuni, and said indirectly, "Yuni, brother tells you that there are a lot of hidden things in this glass. You can't sell it to anyone and set the price as casually as snowflake cotton candy. If you don't understand anything, tell me and let me help you. It's not time to consider these things now. The factory is too small. We will use it in the palace first. When the new factory is built, we will consider selling it outside. I will trouble you then," Zhang Yuni said perfunctorily, and then changed the subject. "Some of the lampshades produced recently are not in line with the regulations of the palace. After a while, I will bring some back to replace them in the mansion." Jiazhen couldn't ask for anything in return when he entrusted his wife, although his reward was all given to Yushir, and it couldn't even be calculated in billions. But Jiazhen didn't get any benefits after all, so he had to give him some hope. It just happened to be a good thing to get something that didn't cost much, so he just passed it off. It was said to be not in compliance with regulations, but in fact, it was a defective product with slight flaws. However, the glass lampshade was his first invention, and he had no reference. In addition, it was discarded from the palace, so even if there were some flaws, they were insignificant. Moreover, glass is now very valuable, so even if there are slight flaws, it will not feel shabby to use. Although he had never seen the rail glass screen of Wang Shifeng, he learned from Jia Rong that it was also uneven and had significant flaws. After all, there was no technology for flat glass. Hearing this, Jia Rong immediately smiled and said, "Oh, this is really very impressive. I'm afraid that except for the palace, our family is also the first batch to use this." "Right. Let me toast to uncle." She had no idea what to do at noon, and went home in a bad mood after dinner. Without the women of Rongfu, dinner seemed much quieter. But Mrs. Xing did not leave, so the dinner was still divided into inside and outside. Zhang Yuni did not want to go to the backyard, and was pestered by Mrs. Xing, so he simply came to the front hall and had a meal with Jiazhen and his son. Looking at the wine glass held up by Jia Rong, he declined. "The elders should be respected, and you should toast your father first. Doesn't your nephew treat Uncle E as a family member, but as a guest?" Hearing this, Jia Rong looked at his father with fear. When Jiazhen heard Zhang Yuni call him a family member, his face suddenly smiled, and he rarely scolded Jia Rong. "Yes, we are all family. Listen to your Uncle E. My younger brother has just entered the officialdom and has little experience in the world. I will have to rely on you in the future," Zhang Yuni said, holding up the wine glass, and said, "My younger brother also toasts you a glass. In addition to avoiding Mrs. Xing, he has another consideration. As the saying goes, wine is a matchmaker." Jiazhen drank a lot of wine at noon, which might arouse his thoughts on Qin Kiching. If it were another time, he would not mind catching him in the act and then shoving him in front of Jia Jing. However, he had not expected that the reward would be given today, and he had already made an appointment to go to Dufengxuan to inspect the results in the evening, in order to prevent Jiazhen from causing trouble and affecting his performance. He planned to get him drunk to avoid ruining his good deeds. Jiazhen did not doubt it. Hearing him say that he was a family member, and that he would rely on him in the future, he had already gotten carried away. He pushed the cups and exchanged cups, and accepted everyone who came. He was drunk in a moment. Jia Rong, who was watching coldly, gradually figured out what was going on. He did not think that Zhang Yuni was thinking about his wife, but rather wondered if he did not understand his father's intentions, and was worried that he would be caught doing something with his stepmother. So he kept urging him to drink. Seeing that his father was already lying on the table, he hurried to Zhang Yuni's ear and said, "Uncle E, don't worry about going to the ladies' room later. If you are worried, your nephew will take care of the master for you later. It is not only that he cannot offend Jiazhen, but also take credit from Zhang Yuni. It is also a good idea for him. For Zhang Yuni, this is undoubtedly another layer of insurance." He patted Jia Rong on the shoulder and said meaningfully, You are so filial. And it is also a blessing for Brotherjin. If Brotherjin has any situation later, just go to Dengxian Pavilion and let him know. He helped Jia Rong protect Qin Keqing, and Jia Rong helped him stand guard. Zhang Yuni couldn't help but feel emotional. He didn't expect that he could help Jia Rong like this. He even kept it a secret from Jiajin, so he naturally wouldn't admit anything to Jia Rong. Therefore, these words were ambiguous. However, in Jia Rong's ears, he thought that Yushir would stay in Dengxian Pavilion at night. Patting his chest, he nodded hurriedly and said, Uncle E, don't worry. I will not let you down. Come! Have 2 more drinks with your father. Jia Rong heard this and quickly pried Jiajin, who was lying on the table, apart, while pouring wine into his mouth. He said, Master, Uncle E is offering you a drink. After 2 more cups, Jiajin was unconscious and snoring. Jia Rong just stopped and stood up and said to Zhang Yuni, Uncle E, you go ahead and leave this to me. When I get the glass lampshade back, I will tell my sister-in-law to give you a few more. You could also give the extra ones to friends. Jia Rong was overjoyed when he heard this. He couldn't help but secretly thought that Uncle E was really generous. He was just a spy, but he could get a lot of benefits. He had to keep up with his service. He said hurriedly, Uncle E, please go and do your work first. I will give you 2 more cups of wine later depending on the situation. Zhang Yuni was satisfied with this, nodded, left the front hall, and went straight to Huifang Garden, walking through the backyard and entering the Tianxiang Tower archery path. He ran into Yushir head-on. Oh! Why did you drink for so long? My mother is getting anxious and keeps urging me to go to the front hall to check. Zhang Yuni put his arm around her slender waist, and said with a smile, Aren't you worried that he would come out to disrupt the situation at night? So you gave him a little more wine? Disrupt the situation? What situation? Yushir said with a puzzled look on her face. Although I sent Ruizhu to Tianxiang Tower in the afternoon. If he takes advantage of his drunkenness to cause trouble for his nephew's wife, where will Ruizhu and the others find me then? Yes. 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 I forgot about this. Go to Dengxian Pavilion and keep watch. If someone comes to report, remember to come and inform in time. Originally, he planned to let Yushir stay outside Dufengquan and keep an eye on the situation in Tianxiang Tower so that he could be notified in time. Now, even if Jiajin really wakes up, there is Jia Rong, an external aide, to inform him. In order to avoid him not being able to find anyone in Dengxian Pavilion, he arranged Yushir there. Report? Yushir secretly wondered. Could it be that besides herself, Zhang Yuni had someone else in Jiajin's room? Rong, wait for my glass lampshade to arrive, and give him a few more. Why do you care about Yuni? Hearing that she had to give Jia Rong a benefit, Yushir said unhappily. Hey! It's just a small amount of money. He doesn't have as big an appetite as Jiajin. Just give him a little and do things for us, which will save us a lot of trouble. With the word S as the basis, Yushir no longer objected. Arriving at Dufengquan, old lady he was waiting at the gate of the courtyard. Oh! Master! You are finally here. Please go in quickly. Second sister is in the room. As she spoke, she pushed Zhang Yuni to the door of second sister Yu, then quickly returned to the room and closed the door. Zhang Yuni glanced in the direction of Tianxianglu and saw that the doors and windows were closed. He took a deep breath and pushed open the door. The 2 red candles in the room swayed in the wind. The candlelight shone on the bed, with the curtains half closed, reflecting the graceful figure of second sister Yu kneeling on the bed like a dog. She turned her head when she heard the door open. Her face flushed, her eyes dripping with tears, and she twisted her hips again, looking at Zhang Yuni with a shameful face. The candlelight fluttered, as if playing with the air in the room. Every jump was accompanied by the changes of light and shadow, constantly pulling and twisting the figures in the room. The candle wax slowly slides down, condenses into crystal clear beads, and accumulates into a small wax mountain on the candlestick, witnessing the passage of time. Chapter 94, Fooling and Comforting. The crowing of the cock brings the dawn. The soft light of the morning sun shines into Dufengquan through the window screen. The red candle on the candlestick has long been burned out. The winding wax tears clinging to the candlestick seem to tell the beauty of last night. Yu Erji is gentle and affectionate. Although she is new to the world, she is always flattering and accommodating. Not only does she respond to requests, but she can also draw inferences from one example, which makes Zhang Yuni reluctant to move. However, although she managed to cope with it, with the idea of not disappointing Master Yi. The sequelae of overload also showed up. Zhang Yuni gently pushed twice, and seeing that she was still sleeping soundly and had no reaction, he had to do it himself and gently opened her white jade legs wrapped around his waist. He got up and dressed, looking at the disheveled hair and the soft and rosy face on the bed. Still sleeping soundly, thinking of how hard she tried to please him last night, he couldn't help but feel affection. He leaned over and kissed her beautiful cheek, then quickly opened the door, climbed over the fence, and slid into the depths of Huifang Garden. With Bao as an insider, he knew Qin Keqing's every move and knew that she had the habit of spying on his morning exercises. Although he got up not too late today, he might be seen by her if he went back to wash up now. Anyway, last time, Ruizhu put the pot of the bed sheet on Jiazhen's head and told him to lock the door when he went to bed at night and not go back to serve him early in the morning. It would be better to run 2 laps and then go back, so that it would be easier to fool him. You sure shouldn't have stayed up all night, right? Thinking of this, he suddenly became nervous and hurriedly quickened his pace. Hey! Why did Uncle get up so early? Upstairs in Tianxiang Tower, Qin Keqing pushed open the window and said with regret, I didn't see Uncle go out today, and I don't know how long he has been away. Master has started morning exercises? Ruizhu, who was standing behind her, squeezed towards the window and stuck her head out. When she saw the strong figure in the garden, she wondered, it seems that today is much earlier than usual. Need I say that? Baozhu smiled knowingly. Sister Xiangling went to the old house of Master to accompany her mother. And Sister Ruizhu, you are here again, without the 2 of you to serve. Master will have to go to bed earlier than usual? Qin Keqing and Ruizhu both blushed when they heard this. However, Qin Keqing's eyebrows were filled with resentment and melancholy, while Ruizhu's face was full of shyness. She secretly twisted Baozhu's slender waist, and then said to Qin Keqing, Miss, Xiangling is not here today, and there is no one to serve the master in the room. So I will go back first. Why is Sister Ruizhu so anxious? The master hasn't gone home yet. Show me the method that the master taught you last night. Grandma also wants to learn from the master. Qin Keqing's eyes also flashed with anticipation. Seeing this, Ruizhu hesitated and said, breakfast and hot water are not ready yet. If you want to learn, I will serve the master and come back later. Well, go. Don't delay Uncle's going to the yamen. Hey! Ruizhu hurriedly agreed and said goodbye. After going downstairs and walking out of Tianxiang Tower, she met Zhang Yuni who had returned. Master! She hurried forward, pushed the door open and said, I didn't know that you got up early today and came back late. Having said this, she suddenly looked into the room in a daze, and said in astonishment, Madam. Zhang Yuni didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. He wanted to stop her from pushing the door, but he couldn't find a suitable reason for a while. By the time he reacted, it was too late. He secretly said that what he feared would come true. So he had to bite the bullet and go into the house. He saw Yushir lying on the table and slowly raising her head. He knew that she had been waiting all night, and he couldn't help feeling guilty. He hurriedly stepped past Ruizhu and blinked at the sleepy Yushir. Why did sister-in-law come so early? Are you in a hurry to pick satin for my second sister to make clothes? Yes. 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 Yushir also reacted at this moment and explained quickly. I didn't feel well last night because I stayed up too late. Ruizhu looked at the red mark on Yushir's forehead and asked with a puzzled look, How long has Madam been here? Why is she still asleep in the room? It's all Yuni's fault. Without waiting for Yushir to answer, Zhang Yuni hurriedly owed. I didn't know how to handle it well. I made Brother Zhen drink too much yesterday. I guess sister-in-law must have been tired all night. Right? Yes. I was busy all night and didn't sleep. Now I can't stand it when I don't see you. Ruizhu heard this and looked at Yushir, who looked haggard. Then she suddenly realized. I said that Madam has sleep marks on her forehead. Maybe they were left last night? Zhang Yuni usually does morning exercises for only half an hour, so naturally there won't be such deep marks. Yushir rubbed her eyes and said, That's right. I've been busy all night, and I'm afraid that Yuni will be late for the government office, so I haven't had time to wash up yet. Zhang Yuni then told Ruizhu, I haven't washed up yet either. Go outside and tell them to prepare an extra portion of hot water and breakfast. Sister-in-law, please wash up and eat here. After Ruizhu left, Zhang Yuni raised his hand and fanned his cheeks twice. He looked at Yushir and said with pity, Yuni is such a jerk. He only cares about his own happiness, and makes sister-in-law suffer all night. Don't. Although he didn't use much force. Yushir said with a distressed look on her face, don't leave any marks. Or you will be laughed at when you go out. Zhang Yuni said righteously, if I wasn't worried that the people in the government would see it, I would have to beat you harder. So that I would remember the suffering my sister-in-law has endured this time. How could Yushir bear this? Her eyes suddenly showed tears. And she hurriedly said, this is also my fault. I originally planned to wait for you to come back before leaving. But I didn't expect that I fell asleep lying on my stomach. This was originally a word to comfort Zhang Yuni. But after she said it, she felt a little hot on her face. Originally, I thought that Urji was a big girl for the first time. And she might not be able to withstand it. When Zhang Yuni came back, it would be just right to take over the baton from her younger sister. Unexpectedly, not only did she wait all night, but she was almost discovered by Rueju. Thinking of her lonely night, she felt a little sad and said, Yuni stayed all night. I guess the second sister must be quite satisfied with her service. Sister-in-law knows my mind best. With sister-in-law's advice, it will be good. Hearing that he attributed the credit to her, Yushir felt a little better and said hurriedly, second sister is sensible and obedient. As long as you are satisfied, it will be worth my hard work for you. It's not enough for me to be satisfied. Zhang Yuni said shamelessly. I agreed to take her as a concubine because of sister-in-law. I have already made an agreement with her yesterday that she will not be allowed to eat alone in the future. Zhang Yuni was a little embarrassed to talk about the blessing of having 3 wives in such a pure and elegant way. However, Yushir did not take it as an offense, but felt relieved. She was busy making arrangements on the one hand to shut up old lady Yu, and on the other hand, for her own convenience. As long as Yuni likes it, wait until the second sister recovers. But we can't wait that long. I'll send Rueju to the other side tonight. When my sister-in-law comes, Yuni will comfort her, and make up for last night's omission. Chapter 95. Hypocrisy and Real Tigers and Wolves. Rongwa Mansion. Jia Zheng returned home, still in a trance. Originally thought, the emperor was obsessed with cultivation, and the eldest daughter would have a hard time making a name for herself. Even if she could leave the palace early, she would still be a grown-up girl. Unexpectedly, there was a sudden turn of events. Although she was not favored by the emperor, she could marry into the Ningguang mansion as a concubine. This was a good thing that she had been looking for. But she did not expect the emperor to set a precedent and allow his daughter to marry in a grand manner. This honor, just thinking about it made him excited, as if he was in a dream. Although he always talked about etiquette, when such a good thing happened to him, just thinking about the envious eyes of his colleagues was enough to make him turn a blind eye and selectively ignore it. After being married for many years, Jia Zheng could not hide his thoughts. And he always went to the palace for no reason. Mrs. Wang had already heard the news from Zhang Yuni. So she asked knowingly, Master, is there any happy event? Today's matter will be made clear. Jia Zheng let out a long breath and pretended to be profound. Today, His Majesty specially summoned my husband. Do you know why? Then I have to accompany you to drink a few cups, so as to share some of the good news? Mrs. Wang observed his expression, and saw that the corners of his mouth were raised. While smiling and flattering, he ordered the servants to prepare wine and food, and said, Could it be that the emperor heard of your reputation and specially summoned you to praise you? Jia Zheng was startled when he heard this. And then he said with a look of realization, So? Just as he started to speak, he stopped in time, restrained the smile on his face, and said in a deep voice, It's okay to say this at home, but if you say it outside, it will make people laugh. He was still wondering why the emperor had bestowed such favor. But after Mrs. Wang's advice, he suddenly understood. I was just quick-witted. The master is modest, and you are not worthy to show off these things. Jia Zheng straightened his back unconsciously when he heard this, and said solemnly, It's good that you know. Mrs. Wang hurriedly said, Master, why don't you stay here and tell me how the emperor praised you, so that I can see it? Mrs. Wang and he have been married for many years, and know his character well. She is already in her prime. But Jia Zheng is nearly 50 years old, and is a little overwhelmed. In addition, Aunt Zhao is trying to please him, so she has been wasting her time. It's rare that Jia Zheng is in a good mood today, so she deliberately follows his words, coaxing and flattering him, just hoping that he can stay in her room. Jia Zheng is so happy to be flattered that he can't even say anything about going to Aunt Zhao. She secretly thought that although the emperor had bestowed his favor on her because of her, Yuan Chun was their daughter after all, so she should also share in the joy. He nodded slightly and glanced at his old wife beside him. As the saying goes, people are in high spirits when they are happy. Although he had not said it out loud, Mrs. Wang knew about the happy event very well, and her face was full of joy and blushed. She looked fair and rosy, not much worse than young people, and she was also nourishing her body and moving her body. As the mistress of Ronghua Mansion, her grace and dignity were beyond the reach of Aunt Zhao. When Mrs. Wang saw his eyes, her face was immediately flushed, and even the fine lines at the corners of her eyes were a little lighter. She hurried forward to hold Jia Zheng's arm and rubbed it twice in front of her. With a look of admiration, she said in a gentle voice, "Master, please sit down quickly and talk to me. I will listen to your teachings." Her behavior just tickled Jia Zheng's itch. Not only did it satisfy his vanity, but it also made up for some of his inner shortcomings. Although Aunt Zhao was younger and more beautiful than Lady Wang, with a curvy figure and quite charming, she looked a little thin in front of Lady Wang. Being scratched by her, Jia Zheng felt a little distracted. Coincidentally, the servants came in with food and wine at this time, and he quickly pulled back his hand and said, "Let's eat and talk." Seeing this, Lady Wang knew that it was almost certain. Knowing that he couldn't save face and had to wait until after dinner, she was at ease. When the servants had served the wine and food, she ordered, "You all go down. I will chat with the master for a while." She put the great man in front of her on Jia Zheng's shoulders, leaned on his back and poured him a glass of wine, and asked softly, "Master, please tell me, what is the emperor's praise?" Although Jia Zheng's performance showed that there was no surprise, he didn't hear it with his own ears, so he was still worried. "We were worrying too much. I have been working hard in the Ministry of Works for many years. The emperor is very observant, so how could he not know?" Speaking of this, he picked up the wine glass, was in high spirits, drank it all in one gulp and said, "My eldest sister will soon marry Prince Ning as a concubine." After hearing this, Mrs. Wang finally felt relieved and smiled. "Where is the imperial edict? Master, please take it out and show it to me." Speaking of the imperial edict, Jia Zheng looked surprised and said, "A woman's opinion. An oral order is not an imperial edict. The emperor's words are golden. Can they be false?" Seeing his unfriendly expression, Mrs. Wang was worried that everything would be ruined. So she hurriedly said, "Please forgive me, Master. I am not as knowledgeable as you, and I have never heard the emperor's golden words, so I am inevitably uneasy." Jia Zheng's expression was relieved a little, and he said disdainfully, "What do you know? This time, the emperor not only decided to let my eldest sister be the concubine of Prince Ning, but also wanted us to have a grand wedding. If the date is set early, and we are not well prepared, wouldn't it be a waste of the emperor's painstaking efforts?" He was immersed in his own world, not caring whether others understood. Fortunately, Mrs. Wang had already seen through everything. Otherwise, she would have to listen to it in a daze. Yes, yes, yes. This is all because the emperor cares about the master. I have just reported to mother. You should start to do it tomorrow. Speaking of this, he just remembered that he had not told Mrs. Wang what preparations to make, and said with a little doubt, "I heard from the emperor that the drawings of the waiting courtyard are made by brother Jing's nephew Igor. Remember to ask someone to urge him tomorrow, so that the work can start as soon as possible." "I'm afraid it's not good to urge him." Mrs. Wang felt bitter, but couldn't say it. Jia Zheng's words were no different from Zhang Yunyi's. He obviously contributed to this. However, she and Jia's mother were worried that Jia Zheng knew that they had taken the back door, which would cause trouble, and they had already agreed to keep it secret. Now, because of that ulterior motive, he deliberately gave him the credit, and it was even more difficult to explain the reason. Jia Zheng said disapprovingly, "What's wrong with that? As a minister, you should devote yourself to your majesty, since he has received the imperial order. What's wrong with us urging him? Although he has received the imperial order, the drawings are from him after all. He must be familiar with the situation of the garden. If we can ask him for some advice when we start the construction of the garden will be smoother." Jia Zheng thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, "Forget it. In this case, you can send someone to ask him tomorrow to see when he is free. Set up a table of wine and food in the mansion and let Bao Yu accompany him for a meal." Madame Wang knew that he relied on his status as an elder. Seeing that he was a little impatient, she dared not persuade him anymore. She had to think about how to make up for him while putting aside her worries and accompanying him to drink and exchange cups. She was interested in supporting him. And Jia Zheng was also very proud. In a short while, he was already drunk. Then she helped him back to the room. She could not wait to order, Jin Chuan. Hurry! Help the master wash up and get him to bed. Chapter 96, Old in Body, but not in heart. The next day, when the sun was high in the sky, Jia Zheng slowly woke up. He was nearly 50 years old. And although he could not pursue the enemy bravely, Mrs. Wang was like a long drought, and she repaid the kindness with a spring. This made Jia Zheng quite proud, and he regained some confidence, and he could not help but be a little bit young. However, his body was not strong enough after all, and he had a few drinks last night, so he could not get up in the morning. At this moment, he woke up naturally and had enough energy. Thinking back to his heroic appearance last night, he couldn't help but raise his mouth slightly, showing a hint of satisfaction, and a surge of ambition in his heart. Thinking of this, his mind could not help but drift past the graceful cur squatting in front of him last night, and the smoothness of the slender jade fingers rubbing the toes. Jin Chuan, the master is awake. Help him wash and change clothes. The sudden voice interrupted his thoughts. It was Mrs. Wang who was enjoying the afterglow in front of the mirror. She saw him sitting up in the mirror. Seeing Jin Chuan holding the basin and pushing open the door, he returned to his serious look and asked, "Why didn't you call me earlier?" Mrs. Wang's face was full of joy, and an inappropriate redness appeared on her cheeks. She smiled and said, "Don't I want the master to sleep a little longer?" "Nonsense. The emperor just gave me grace yesterday, and today I missed the roll call. Doesn't it make people think that the master is arrogant because of his favor? It's all my fault. I will prepare food tonight and apologize to the master." Mrs. Wang turned around and looked at him eagerly while yielding. Unexpectedly, Jia Zheng did not look at her. Instead, his eyes followed Jin Chuan, who was busy running around, and he said absent-mindedly, "Let's talk about it later." Mrs. Wang couldn't help but frown. Last night, she wanted to drink some wine with Jia Zheng to cheer him up, but he was in a good mood and drank 2 more cups. So before going to bed, she specially asked Jin Chuan to soak his feet to wake him up. At that time, she felt that his eyes were not right when he looked at Jin Chuan squatting on the ground. She thought it was because of drunkenness. But now it seems, she said calmly. "What do you think of Jin Chuan? The girl?" Jia Zheng's eyelids twitched unconsciously, and he said without comment, "She looks like a suitable one." "Yes. Baoyu's room can't always occupy the big maid in the old lady's room. I told Baoyu that I will let her go over to serve after a while. What do you think, master?" Mrs. Wang was not. It was just to make things difficult for Jia Zheng. Baoyu was taken away by Jia's mother since he was young, and he was surrounded by Jia's mother's people. How could she, as a mother, be willing to be without a handhold around her son? Jia Zheng felt short of breath when he heard this. She might be able to snatch the maid from his son, but he couldn't get rid of this face. So he could only say angrily, "You can handle this kind of trivial matter in the back house." Jin Chuan, who was helping him dress, trembled slightly when she heard this, and her hands also trembled. The summer clothes were thin, and she was excited. Her hands were not very sharp, so it was inevitable that there were some bumps, which made Jia Zheng feel restless. Just thinking that Mrs. Wang had promised her to her son, she didn't say anything after all. After sending Jia Zheng away, Mrs. Wang came to the courtyard of Jia's mother. It was the morning and evening visit, and Mrs. Xing, San Chun, Li Wan, Wang Shifeng and others were talking to Jia's mother. After they exchanged greetings, Grandmother Jia slowly asked, "Your master told you everything last night, didn't he?" Hearing the word last night, Mrs. Wang blushed and said hurriedly, "Yes. The master urged me to come, and I gave him instructions in the morning, so I came a little late. Well, this is the top priority of our family. We can't be careless. We should discuss it carefully. You are the mother of the eldest girl, so you should tell them about this happy event." "Hey," Mrs. Wang agreed, and then told everyone about Yuanchuan's affairs. But she skipped the efforts she and Jia's mother made behind the scenes. Everyone was delighted to hear this. Only Wang Shifeng had mixed feelings. Others didn't know. She had been paying attention to the strangeness between the two, and her heart was like a mirror. At this moment, how could it not be clear? Was it her own thinking? As long as Jia's mother and Mrs. Wang didn't reach a consensus, no matter whether it was Lin Daiyu or Shui Baochai in the end, there would always be another party who needed to lift her out to sing against the stage. This was the result she had been thinking about. But when she thought about the loss she suffered from Zhang Yuni, she couldn't be happy at all. And she just felt suffocated in her heart. It's okay to deal with things inside. You and Feng Yatu are watching over it. But now that Lian Er is not at home, they don't pay much attention to these things. But things outside are not easy to deal with. Jia Zheng is indeed impatient to worry about these mundane affairs. But Jia Shi is eager to help. But Jia Mu knows what kind of material he is. So she directly excludes the two of them. Hearing Jia Mu mention her, Wang Shifeng finally felt better. Building a garden is such a big thing. And all the expenses are inevitable. Although she has no worries for the time being. This incident has also reminded her. Who can say for sure what will happen in the future? Also, although this honor falls on the second house, the expenses for building the garden must still come from the government. For her and the first wife, this is nothing short of losing money to gain publicity. Glancing at Mrs. Xing's proud look, she felt even more irritated. She secretly calculated that no matter where the money was placed, it would not be as secure as holding it in her own hands. Don't worry, old lady. Although the granddaughter-in-law has never been involved in those things outside. She has never eaten pork, but has never seen a pig run away. I don't think it will be a difficult task. Besides, Lian Er has helped with those things before. For things that are exposed, just ask a few managers to do it. Hey! Such a big thing cannot be done without a person in charge. You can't just rely on the servants. Although the master doesn't care much about these. The eldest girl is his niece after all. And he is not like the second master who has official duties to do. It's just right to help check. I will go back and tell him later. I'm sure he has no objection. Before Jia Mu and Mrs. Wang said anything, Mrs. Xing sang a different tune. Wang Shifeng was filled with resentment. She usually dared not speak out. But now she was fighting with herself without hesitation. But Mrs. Xing's words were reasonable. And as a daughter-in-law, she could not refute them. So she had to swallow her anger. Wang Shifeng was not easy to say. But Mrs. Wang knew the character of her uncle very well. She was afraid that it would be better if he did not check it. If he did, it would be bad. She hurriedly said, I forgot to say something just now. Yesterday, the master said that the emperor gave the drawings of this garden to Igor, and planned to let him help and work harder after the construction started. Upon hearing this, Jia Mu immediately decided, that's great. Since the drawings were made by him, he must have a clear idea of what is needed, which saves a lot of trouble. Besides, Feng Qinyuan knows best how to build such a garden. Although he is not in Feng Qinyuan, he is also working in the inner court. And he is more familiar with people than us. What the old lady said is very true. And the master also thinks so. The two of them sang in unison. And the matter was finalized in a blink of an eye. Although Mrs. Xing was unwilling. She had to give up when she thought that Yuan Chun was the real boss. She could only be indignant in her heart that grandmother Jia would rather believe outsiders than her own family. Thinking of this, she unconsciously looked at Ying Chun who had done it. Although grandmother Jia did not allow them to intervene. If Zhang Yuni became one of their own, wouldn't it be equivalent to interfering? Before in Ning Mansion. Although she had this idea. But before she proposed it to Jiaxi, she heard him complain that Zhang Yuni did not go to the front yard to accompany her. So she did not dare to tell him the idea. This time may be an opportunity. Chapter 97 Shifeng wants to make peace. It is not to blame Jia Mu and Wang Furen. I believe that outsiders do not trust their own family members. If Jialian was at home, they would not have made such arrangements. First, Jiaxi was not doing his job properly, and did not know how to restrain himself. So he had a bad reputation. Second, they were also deceived by Zhang Yuni's disguise. They preconceived that he even gave all the income from his 1 acre and 3 mu of land, and the production of white sugar to Ning Mansion. How could Jia be compared with such a character who regarded money as dirt? Wang Shifeng sneered at the arrangement of Jia Mu and Wang Furen. Others did not know. But she knew that Zhang Yuni was not a good person. However, if she had to make a choice between Jiaxi and him, she would still choose to cooperate with Zhang Yuni. After all, Jiaxi was greedy for money, and Zhang Yuni was just lustful. Moreover, as a daughter-in-law, she was naturally inferior to Jiaxi and could not bargain with him. In addition, Zhang Yuni had threatened to set a price for Pinger before. So why not give her the chance now? But thinking about it, she felt that she had suffered a great loss. Zhang Yuni did not pay a penny, but took the money from the Rong mansion to exchange for her maid, which was unacceptable to her. Not to mention that he was playing tricks on her. She was thinking about how to get back at her, but Jianmu had already ordered them to leave. You all go back. Wait until the evening when Madam invites Brother Yi to ask him how much land he wants to allocate, so that we can quickly select a place and start preparing. Wang Shifeng hurriedly volunteered. Let Pinger go. It just so happens that I have something to bring to Brother Rong's wife. Jiamu said without thinking. Well, you will have to deal with this matter in the future. So let Pinger go. Mrs. Wang had no objection to this. It was obvious that Jia Zheng could not do what she asked him to do. On the contrary, the arrangement of Jiamu was more appropriate. After all, it was disrespectful to ask an ordinary maid to run a trip to ask for help. Pinger's status was just right. After leaving Jiamu's courtyard, Wang Shifeng did not rush back, but accompanied Mrs. Wang back to Rong Shitang. Fang said indirectly, Madam, I just thought about it. Should I talk to the old lady and wait for 2 more days? The Emperor summoned the master yesterday. Even if he immediately ordered Brother Yi to draw a map, I am afraid that there may not be any results now. Right? When Lida and his wife came back, Jiamu summoned Jiazhen. Originally, she thought that they were discussing matters related to the industrial chain. Although it is now clear that it is not in line with expectations, it is not entirely groundless. Now thinking back, Zhang Yuni came out of the palace the day before yesterday and had a secret conversation with Jiamu and Mrs. Wang in the side hall. Combined with the attitudes of the two afterwards and the Emperor's summons yesterday, she suspected that Zhang Yuni was also involved and even contributed a lot. If that is true, then it can explain why he is so confident. The last time, she suffered from unclear information. She, Wang Shifeng, must not fall in the same place twice. Mrs. Wang did not doubt it. She pondered for a moment and said, he knew it earlier than us. Besides, she just called him over to ask what preparations to make, not to urge him. Although she had advised Jia Zheng not to urge him too much before, now it is not just to urge for the drawings. Besides, the old lady came forward and gave enough face, so there is no such concern. As for Zhang Yuni's request for confidentiality, that was before there was any definite news. Now that the oral order has been issued, there is no need to hide it. Earlier than Madam? Wang Shifeng suddenly realized. Could it be that when he came back from the palace that day? Yes. This time it's all thanks to him. If he agrees to help, remember not to be arrogant in front of him. If you are unsure, remember to come to me. She knew that Wang Shifeng was used to being bossy, and was worried that she couldn't distinguish the importance of things. After hearing this, Wang Shifeng's heart trembled. And then she said respectfully, Madam, don't worry. Niece knows the importance of things. Although she said so, she didn't agree in her heart. If she really listened to Zhang Yuni and everything, wouldn't she be eaten up skin and bones? Madame Wang was in a good mood after a long drought. Although there were some episodes in the morning, she was in a good mood. She gave her a few more instructions before sending her away. When she returned to the 3-room porch, Pinger was already delighted, and couldn't wait to say, Madam asked me to invite the master. But do you have anything to say? Before, Wang Shifeng just tacitly agreed to go over to make peace. But this time she took the initiative to propose it. Wang Shifeng raised her eyebrows and said, Look how happy you are. Little slut. Are you thinking about men again? She also pointed at Zhang Yuni and cooperated by not adding the word while before man. Look at what Grandma said. I am going to invite someone. The old lady and the lady are waiting. How can I delay? Besides, I am Grandma's person. Without Grandma's permission. It's good that you know. Go and tell him not to cause trouble for me. The last incident will be forgiven. Get up where you fell. Although Mrs. Wang said so before, she didn't dare to have the idea of revenge. But she was unwilling to be taken advantage of. The loss you suffered can't be recovered. You can't copy and do the same to Zhang Yuni. Wouldn't that make you fall deeper and deeper and let him take advantage of you again? Therefore, they can only make up for it with money. Pinger didn't know what happened between the two at the rockery, and hurriedly advised, Master just didn't agree to marry Miss Bao. How come it's Master's fault in Grandma's mouth? Did Master offend Grandma with his words? Pooh! Wang Shifeng blushed and spat. Who told him to offend? Grandma should be relieved this time. The old lady and the lady rely on you, and they won't take away your power. Why bother to get angry with Master for such a small matter? Who got angry with him? Sooner or later, this will happen. So we have to make plans early. Although she didn't say how to plan, Pinger understood, and hurriedly took the opportunity to say, I will persuade Master to help. And Grandma will take this opportunity to ease the relationship with Master. But don't deceive Master again this time. Everything can only happen once. And Pinger is also worried that something will happen again. I think you, a little slut, want to take this opportunity to go over there? Wang Shifeng said coldly. I didn't agree to let you go over there this time. Remember my instructions. If you misspoke, I won't admit it. These words did have the meaning of fooling people. But after being said by Pinger, she thought of Zhang Yunyi's fearless attitude, and felt a little guilty, worried that she would really go to ask Jia Mu and Wang Furen for him. However, compared with before, there is no internal worry of being seized power, and only Zhang Yunyi is an external threat, so she is much calmer. She secretly calculated in her heart that Zhang Yunyi helped the mansion so much. If he was willing to ask Jia Mu and Wang Furen, her opposition would be ineffective. Combined with his anxious appearance when the two met at the rockery, the reason he did this was nothing more than coveting her. So he didn't want to tear his face with her. Thinking of this, she felt a little proud and blurted out, he has some taste. What did Grandma say? Wang Shifeng blushed and hurriedly covered up. He fell in love with you. A little slut. At first sight. Isn't that a good taste? Chapter 98 Tacit Understanding. Rong Mansion. East Cross Courtyard. Jiashi sat crookedly on the chair in the main hall. Silent. Only squinting his eyes, and glancing at Mrs. Xing, who was standing beside him. Master, what do you think of my idea? Mrs. Xing saw that he finally responded, and hurriedly said, the old lady only told us not to have any ideas about him. But she didn't say that he was not allowed to have any ideas about us. Although we are not allowed to interfere in the affairs of the garden now. If we make him our own, wouldn't it be killing two birds with one stone? Humph! What is killing two birds with one stone? A pure stupid move. Jiashi snorted and said angrily, who is he? The other day, the master humbled himself and came to congratulate him in person. But he didn't even accompany him. Now, the master just embezzled some of his own money. So is he going to rush to marry the second girl to him? Mrs. Xing was stunned when she heard the words. But after thinking about it, it seemed to be true. But even so, Jiashi also said that he would not even accompany her. Obviously deliberately avoiding her, not wanting to stir up trouble on his side. He hurriedly said, Master, don't blame me. Isn't it because the old lady didn't let us interfere, and gave this job to him? At least coax him to give us some lucrative positions, and also earn some money for the master. Right? Bang! Jiashi slammed the table heavily and scolded, we spend our own money. Do we have to rely on him? An outsider? Mrs. Xing frowned and said, then, Master, can you have a better way? Nonsense! Can a living person be suffocated to death by urine? Or do you think that I, the master, don't even have this ability? How dare I have this intention? Mrs. Xing hurriedly explained. I am stupid. I can only think of these. Naturally I am not in the eyes of the master. And I am just throwing out bricks to attract jade. You can say something that will inspire others to do something. So you have not followed me in vain for so many years. Jiashi was quite satisfied with Mrs. Xing's attitude and said, we can't interfere. Isn't my wife still responsible for the overall management? Lian Air and the others are treacherous. But we are their parents and in-laws after all. How dare they refuse to show some filial piety? Master, you also said that they are treacherous. If Lian Air was at home, it would be better. At most, he would pretend to obey but secretly. But if my wife finds a good job for us, it would be good if she didn't report us. How could she? Of course we have to use some tricks. Before Mrs. Xing finished speaking, Jiashi raised his hand to interrupt. Such a big thing. I don't believe that she can get away with it. You'll keep a close eye on her. Once we get her by the hair, how can we worry that she won't rush to show her filial piety to us? Master, you are wise. Master, the old lady and the madam want to invite you to come over and ask about the garden. The old lady has prepared food, and the madam and grandma are waiting there. Why don't you go over and eat and chat? In front of Tianxiang Tower, Pinger met Zhang Yunyi, who was returning home after the court session in the evening. Zhang Yuni proposed to the emperor to build the Grandview Garden purely because he didn't want to leave any regrets. And he didn't expect that the Rong mansion would rely on him. He didn't think of profiting from it. But with this excuse, he would have no worries about excuses when he went to the Rong mansion in the future. So he nodded and said, "I'll go back and get the blueprint." The day before yesterday, when he came back from the rockery, he had nothing to do and drew a rough outline. Since the Rong family was so anxious, it would be enough to take it to measure the land first. He went upstairs and entered the study, but saw Ruizhu followed him in, and said with some concern, "Master, you have to go early and come back early." This time the reason was fair and square, and Pinger did not hide it when she chatted with Qin Keqing. Knowing that Rongfu wanted to invite Zhang Yuni to come over to discuss the important matter of building a garden, Qin Keqing could not help but worry that he would stay there for too long. Baozhu saw her concerns and stole the opportunity to report to Ruizhu. "Don't worry, Master. How can you not consider these?" Zhang Yuni pinched her cheek lightly and smiled. "Go tell my nephew's wife that I will ask him to go with me later. Yuan Chun is now only a concubine of the prince, and is indeed not as good as the imperial concubine. But he did not give a discount to the Grandview Garden. When drawing the map, he also took into account the land of Ningfu. Since he wanted to use the land of Ningfu, he could not avoid Jiazhen. So this was already in his plan. Of course, the more such misunderstandings, the better. And there is no need to explain to Ruizhu and Qin Keqing. "Hey!" Ruizhu turned from worry to joy. "Then I will tell the young lady later." After putting the blueprints in her pocket, she went downstairs and stepped into the archery path of Tianxiang Tower. Ping hurriedly stepped forward and asked, "Master, did you offend Grandma with your words at the rockery the day before yesterday?" "No." Zhang Yuni denied it flatly. "Why do you ask that?" He did not lie. He did offend her. But he really did not offend her. Pinger hesitated and said, "Grandma said that as long as you turn a blind eye this time, it would be considered as helping her. If you don't add to the chaos and let bygones be bygones, you naturally can't report it truthfully. Otherwise it would not be a compromise, but a sedition." Even if Wang Shifeng was submissive, she would not be so humble. Zhang Yuni knew that she was hiding something without seeing her expression, and smiled. "Tell you the original words. How can I still be angry with her? A woman?" Pinger had no choice but to repeat the original words. Zhang Yuni knew Wang Shifeng's request very well, but Pinger was still in the dark, so he kept it to himself. He was just quite dissatisfied with her for still holding Pinger. "Since you asked me to help, why are you still holding you?" Pinger hurriedly explained. "Before, Grandma was also worried that Baogirl would take away her power after she got married, so she was a little anxious. Fortunately, she was overthinking. Now she is counting on me to help, so she will definitely not make trouble again. Okay, you go back and tell her that I will talk to her face to face when I see the old lady later." He didn't care about the trivial matters of power struggle in Rongfu, and he had no obligation to check and review the expenses for Rongfu. Even though he didn't intend to get involved, he planned to use this as a favor to find a way to make money for Jiazhen. As the saying goes, one should be grateful to those who have eaten one's food and be grateful to those who have received one's gifts. Even Master Lien did not do it for free. So how could Master Yi be inferior to Jia Lien? Yusher has been eaten by him to the last drop, and she is still plotting to swallow Qin Keqing. If Jiazhen is not given any sweetness, once the matter is exposed, even if he is favored by the emperor, he will not really swallow his anger and swallow his anger. Even if he dare not kick him out, he can find a reason to ask him to move out, which is not a problem. Carrots and sticks have always been the only way to control people. It just happened that by taking advantage of the opportunity of building the Grandview Garden, Jiazhen could kill two birds with one stone, not only making it profitable, but also making money from the Rong mansion, which is a big handle. Once he really turns against him, he may not be able to use it to threaten him and bargain with him. By then, the matter will be done, and with coercion and inducement, the probability of forcing him to swallow his anger will be greater. He is not worried that Jiazhen will not covet the money of Rong mansion, but he is worried that he will not covet enough. Of course, there must be an insider here. Since Wang Shifeng also wants to covet, then it is just right for everyone to get what they need, and it is tacitly understood. Chapter 99. The host becomes the guest. In front of the Nate gate, Zhang Yuni stopped and said to Pinger, "You go back and report first. I'll go call Brother Jin and we'll be there soon." Before going to Rongfu, he still needs to prepare for Jiazhen. and some words are not suitable for Pinger to hear. After parting ways with Pinger, he stepped into the Nei gate and came to Ningen Hall, where he ran into Jiajin. Brother Jin, why is my cousin here? Thank you for your care. He just started. And before he could continue, Jiajin interrupted him. But is there any place that is uncomfortable to live in? Or is there a servant that makes my cousin unhappy? Just tell me. If you mention moving again, I will be really angry. He already knew that the Zhang family had been renovated. And when he heard him suddenly say this, he just thought that he had the idea of moving. My cousin is seriously ill, and my sister-in-law takes good care of Yun-Yi. How can I bear to leave? There is a bit of bad taste in his words. Jiajin is good at this, and immediately heard the metaphor. However, although he was a little unhappy, he didn't think Zhang Yunyi did it on purpose. He just thought he was a fool and said whatever he wanted. He thought to himself that this kind of thing can only be understood but not expressed in words. It's okay to be happy in private and pretend to be deaf and dumb. But how can he save face if he is forced to talk nonsense in front of him? It's hard to say. So he could only smile and say, we are all family. And it's also my brother's intention. Cousin, don't be polite. Although my cousin is open-minded, I can't be ungrateful. I have to return the favor. Right? If the previous sentence was a burst of bad taste, this sentence was intentionally refreshing Jiajin's bottom line. Jiajin was originally unhappy when he heard Zhang Yi praise him for being open-minded. But when he said to return the favor, he no longer cared about the face he lost. He smiled and said, it's serious. It's serious. Just feel comfortable. If your sister-in-law has any care that is not good enough, just tell me. I will tell her. He originally wanted to remove the word heart, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. Sister-in-law is very good. Zhang Yi showed a hint of shyness and said, it's just that the white sugar business was too small last time. And I was busy with my sister-in-law and didn't thank you. The glass can only be used in the palace now. And I'm afraid it will have to wait until the new factory starts to sell it to the outside world. Hearing this, Jiajin couldn't help but feel a little disappointed, thinking that he really worried about it, and made a promise to himself. He said angrily, it doesn't matter. There is a long time to come. It's good that you have this intention. Originally, I wanted to wait until the new factory started construction. The day before yesterday, I went to the palace and happened to hear that the emperor intended to give the eldest girl of the West Mansion to the Ning Wang as a concubine. He told the emperor about his advice, hiding his original intention. Although the garden is bigger or smaller, it doesn't matter. But I think that after all, they are two families. If you want your brother to participate, there must be a name. Therefore, according to the original size, some of the Huifang garden will be included. Ning Mansion has already bet on Ning Wang. Originally, it was hindered by Zhang Yunyi's knowledge of the inside story. Now he took the initiative to offer the opportunity to flatter. So he naturally did not refuse. What's more, there is profit here. Immediately patted his chest and said, this is really a great thing. You can't write two Jia characters with one stroke. Xi Mansion can have this honor. And our family will certainly contribute our strength and land. That being said, there is a difference between relatives. I can't let my brother give up these lands in vain. It just so happened that Miss Pinger came over and said that the old lady and the lady wanted me to help check. I don't have the time. So I have to trouble my brother to help with the full power of attorney. No problem. Brother, you are a man of great things. How can you be distracted by such a small matter? Just leave it to my brother. The old lady is still waiting. So let's go to the West Mansion first. The two walked and talked all the way to Rongqing Hall. Jiamu and Mrs. Wang, who had already received the news, smiled helplessly. They originally hoped that Zhang Yuni could help check, but they never thought that he would pull out the radish and bring out the mud. Yes, in their eyes, Jiajin is indeed a bit of mud. However, the Rong Mansion can have this honor, and the Ning Mansion has contributed. So it is not good to cross the river and burn the bridge. Jiajin is a man who knows how to deal with things. Before they can speak, he took the lead in repeating the matter of the garden occupying the Ning Mansion's land. Now, the two of them lost their temper and hurriedly invited Zhang Yuni and Jiajin to sit down. During the meal, he explained to Jiamu, Wang Furen and Wang Shifeng, I didn't have time to measure when I was drawing. I thought the mansion was about the same size as my cousin's. So I drew a rough drawing based on it. My cousin will have to take people to measure it later. Speaking of this, the four people said with satisfaction, in the past. Our ancestors were both dukes of the two countries, and the mansion was also built by imperial decree. The regulations were the same, so there was no need to measure it again. Then Jia Mu and Wang Furen asked about some details and expressed their intention to start the work as soon as possible and speed up the work. After dinner, Zhang Yuni unfolded the rough drawing. Pointing upward, he said, "If we want to finish the work as soon as possible, it would be best to provide accommodation for the craftsmen. Lixiang Courtyard and the two courtyards to the west can be used for accommodation. This way, there will be a garden under construction in the middle, and it will not affect the normal life of the mansion. When the courtyard is built, it will be used to accommodate the actors who come to buy goods. The courtyards that were occupied by the peasants would not be occupied by the proper masters of the Rong mansion. Actors belong to the lower 9 classes, not as good as those craftsmen, so it was just right to settle them there." Jiamu nodded and said, "Well, this arrangement is appropriate. But the concubine sighed. It would be fine if the Shui family just lived there, but they wanted to covet her grandson. Now Zhang Yuni's proposal was just what she wanted, and she turned her head to look at Mrs. Wang. Mrs. Wang nodded and said, "There is a small courtyard in the northeast that is still empty. I will tell my sister tomorrow and let them move there." This Lixiang courtyard was originally a place for Ronggong to rest in his old age. It is small and exquisite, with about 10 houses, with front halls and back houses. There is another door leading to the street, which is very convenient for Shui Pan to enter and exit. There is also a corner door in the southwest, which leads to an alley. The alley is to the east of Mrs. Wang's main room. It is not an exaggeration to say that Lixiang courtyard was tailor-made for the Shui family. The small courtyard in the northeast corner is connected to the skirt house, where the servants live. Although those skirt houses are about to be demolished, there are not many houses in the courtyard, which is far less spacious than Lixiang courtyard. But for the sake of his daughter, he had to let his sister move. Zhang Yuni didn't have to force the Shui family to move, but he wanted to take the opportunity to lure out the little actor, so he had to let the Shui family. As for Miyu in Longsui Temple, he didn't remind her specifically what the superior likes. The subordinates will like even more. The emperor is a devout believer in Shintoism. Who doesn't have a family temple or a Taoist temple? We have to choose an auspicious day to start the construction. Brother Jin will lead the people to lay the line first. Tomorrow, Prince Zhongshuan will invite me to a banquet. I will ask the prince for help and find some experienced craftsmen in Fengchenyuan. After hearing so many arrangements, this is what Jiamu and Mrs. Wang want to hear the most. They can't help but sigh. Hey, it's really easier to get things done with someone. I'll have to trouble Brother Yi to work harder in the future. Well, it's not a big deal. With Brother Jin's help, it won't take much energy. He glanced at Wang Shifeng on the side and said, "Why not ask sister-in-law to call 2 people and take Brother Jin and me to take a look? If there is anything wrong, it's better to improve it as soon as possible." Chapter 100, Perform the whole play. A serious illness requires strong medicine. After a while, Wang Shifeng called 2 housekeepers, taking a detour to the small corridor under the corridor of Fengjia's courtyard. Zhang Yuni winked at Jiazhen and said, "Thank you for taking people to look around. I will discuss the purchase with Lian's second sister-in-law. We will go back together later. Hey, don't bother with these errands. Leave them to my brother." He had already greeted Jiazhen on the way, and first fought for a job to buy actors for Jia Rong and Jia Cheng. Wang Shifeng saw him send Jiazhen and the servants away with a few words. She couldn't help but think of the scene in the rockery. She was a little flustered. She looked at Pinger beside her and calmed down a little. However, even so, she still stayed away and looked at him with a wary face. He had asked Pinger to bring back a message. If he escaped at this moment, he was afraid that there would be misunderstandings. Zhang Yuni did not say anything. When Jiazhen led his men around the wall of the big hall, he walked to the corridor behind Fengjia's courtyard. Turning back to look at Wang Shifeng, he smiled and said, "Is this the empty room where sister-in-law asked me to meet last time?" The most taboo in negotiations is to be led by the other party. The reason why he deliberately said this is to take the lead and scare her. Wang Shifeng was indeed a little flustered. She lowered her voice and said, "Who asked you to meet? It's not true. If there is, it must be Pinger." "I don't admit it." Zhang Yuni sneered and said jokingly, "Why is sister-in-law so nervous?" "I don't blame sister-in-law, but I have to thank sister-in-law for sending Pinger to me. You didn't help at all, but you want to make a profit for nothing. Where in the world is there such a cheap thing? Wang Shifeng glared at him. And after a brief panic, she immediately reacted. Sister-in-law, don't you just want me to turn a blind eye? I promised. Zhang Yuni stretched out his hand in front of her and said, Where is Pinger's indenture? Puff. Wang Shifeng covered her mouth and chuckled. Brother Yi is really calculating. He took things from other people's families and exchanged them for people from other families. People say that Brother Yi is generous. But I think it's an exaggeration. Even though Zhang Yuni was thick-skinned, he was still a little embarrassed when she pointed out what he was thinking. However, adhering to the principle that as long as I am not embarrassed, others will be embarrassed, he slowly said, so we can't reach an agreement? He did not wait for Wang Shifeng to answer, but said meaningfully, It is said that my sister-in-law is a hero among the women, and she is as good as men. I thought she should be able to bend and stretch. I didn't expect that after being in charge of the family for many years. She didn't even understand the most simple truth that the situation is stronger than people. I think it is an exaggeration. He deliberately used the same ending as Wang Shifeng in the last sentence, intending to retort and laugh at her ridiculous idea. But Wang Shifeng's attention was not there. Somehow, Zhang Yuni's flexibility seemed to have some kind of magic, and she couldn't help but associate it. The pair of long legs with even flesh and bones hidden under the skirt also closed up inexplicably, pinching so tightly that a needle couldn't penetrate. Because it was dark, Zhang Yuni could not see the changes in her expression. After waiting for a long time, he saw no response. So he retreated and said, Since sister-in-law feels that you are at a disadvantage, then let's not talk about it. Yuni will take his leave now. Wang Shifeng shuddered and woke up. She calmed down her emotions and waited until Zhang Yuni turned around and walked to her side before she said, I was just joking with Brother Yi just now. Why did you take it seriously? As she spoke, she glanced at Zhang Yuni coquettishly, then looked at Pinger beside her, and said helplessly, as the saying goes, a girl should not be kept when she grows up, and keeping her will only make her an enemy. Besides, she is already yours in both body and heart. So what good will it do if I force her to stay by your side? It's just... She paused deliberately, waiting for Zhang Yuni to ask. But Zhang Yuni didn't buy it at all, and just looked at her coldly. Wang Shifeng had to say angrily, But now we are in charge of such a big mess. If we send her to your room now, how can the old lady and the lady feel at ease? Her reason seemed reasonable, but it was obviously left a tail. Zhang Yuni sneered, Ha ha. Sister-in-law, you can fool others with this. But when the time passes, you will shirk your responsibility and say you are afraid that the old lady will check the accounts. Isn't it endless? Let's get straight to the point. Wang Shifeng was exposed, but she was not embarrassed at all. Instead, she smiled and said, Do the whole show? You agree to me this time, and then help me to set up a small business. I will send people there. Isn't it natural? Zhang Yuni couldn't help but think of the joke in his previous life, and said with a pun, How big a business is suitable? Sister-in-law, don't you want to do a business of hundreds of millions with Yuni? Wang Shifeng obviously didn't understand what he meant. She just thought he was worried that she would go too far, and hurriedly explained, How could it be? As long as Brother Yi thinks it's suitable, any business doesn't matter. Although she also hopes to make more money, she is also worried that they will break up. Hearing this, Pinger, who had been watching coldly, finally breathed a sigh of relief. The two of them were on edge from the beginning, and she couldn't help but worry that they would have another fight. She was always worried, but due to her status, she couldn't interrupt. Wang Shifeng intended to settle the matter peacefully, but Zhang Yuni heard the intention of giving in from her words, and said with a smile, Do the whole play. Sister-in-law, what you said is quite to my liking. Yuni was also very sorry that he could not keep the appointment last time. Since it is a coincidence today, he will make up for the last play. When these words came out, Wang Shifeng and Pinga were both stunned. Wang Shifeng looked at him with a face full of fear, and said in a trembling voice, What are you going to do? Are you possessed by a demon? Who do you think I am? Do you think you can blackmail me with such a trivial matter? What are you thinking? Sister-in-law? Zhang Yuni looked at her inexplicably, and said jokingly, I have already promised sister-in-law, so there should be a give and take. Didn't sister-in-law want to trick me here last time and catch me cheating? It just so happens that Pinger can't go to my place. So today I'll use sister-in-law's place to satisfy my desire to play and catch her cheating. As he spoke, he hugged Pinger's slender waist and walked into the aisle as if no one was around. Grandma. Grandma. Pinger glanced at her grandmother with a shy face, as if asking for help, but her body had betrayed her. She leaned softly in Zhang Yuni's arms, lowered her eyebrows, and was led in by him half-heartedly. Oh, right. I don't know when Brother Jin will be back. Please help me keep an eye on him. Before entering the empty room in the corridor, Zhang Yuni turned to Wang Shifeng outside the corridor and said meaningfully, Sister-in-law, don't come in too early to catch the adulterer. Otherwise, Yuni can't stop. He didn't explain what it meant to stop, but he believed that Wang Shifeng could understand the meaning. Then, there was a bang, and the door was closed. Only Wang Shifeng, who was stunned, was left alone in the night. She wanted to earn some interest from Zhang Yuni, but Zhang Yuni was targeting her. Although Wang Shifeng was for money, since Yushir could immerse herself in his strength, why not let Wang Shifeng get a glimpse of the leopard? These ladies and grandmothers are not like those young ladies and girls, who are still in the ignorant period of youth and have only love in their minds. They are either past that age or have many concerns. A serious illness requires strong medicine, and he also planned to give Wang Shifeng a strong dose. Chapter 101 Jiajin, be careful. After such a long discussion, what results have been achieved? Jiajin asked impatiently, as soon as he left Rong Mansion. This sister-in-law Lian is really hard to deal with. It is not easy to snatch food from her mouth. I have spent a lot of effort to make her give in. Although Jiajin returned an hour later, Zhang Yuni wanted to intimidate Wang Shifeng, so he did not have time to discuss too many details. He only finalized the purchase of the little actor, and that he and Jiajin would fully cooperate afterwards. Jiajin knew that Wang Shifeng was quite difficult to deal with, so he left him enough time. Of course, it was also because Zhang Yuni had laid the groundwork in advance and said that he would fight for his interests. So he hesitated for a long time. Hearing Zhang Yuni's sigh, Jiajin couldn't help but echo, that's right. You don't know. It is said that the husband is the backbone of the wife. But Lian Er can't even raise his head in front of her. If it were my brother, I would marry a wife who knows her inside and out. Or at least, she should be as obedient as your sister-in-law. Speaking of obedience, he looked at Zhang Yuni and smiled knowingly, which was quite vulgar. Seeing him act like this, Zhang Yuni was a little suspicious whether he was mentally twisted or had some bad habits. Ahem. He was worried that Jiajin really had some unknown hobbies. And if he made unreasonable requests such as watching, he coughed dryly to cover up his embarrassment and changed the subject. The hat is not more than 1 foot. After all, it is the business of Rongfu, and we can't do too much. Zhang Yuni actually misunderstood Jiajin. He was taking advantage of the opportunity to remind Zhang Yuni to be cautious in marriage, with the purpose of paving the way for marriage. However, he was used to being vulgar, and his true nature was revealed unconsciously, which led to Zhang Yuni's misunderstanding. Talking about the immediate interests, Jiajin did not care about the long term, and hurriedly said yes. 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 Brother, can you not understand this? She eats meat, and we drink porridge. The soup obviously could not satisfy him, so he raised the level and changed it to porridge. Brother, it's good that you understand, but if you want to justify it, you have to find some reasons. Oh! The walls, pavilions, bamboo trees, rocks, pavilions, and railings of Huifang Garden can all be moved here and let Rongfu to value them one by one. At that time, you only need to do some tricks in the valuation, which can not only shut up others, but also increase profits. Yes. 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 Anyway, there is no place to put them after they are demolished. She has already agreed to hand over the matter of buying actors. Later, Brother Jin will ask for a job to make gold and silver utensils, which will be almost enough. Speaking of this, he paused and pondered, but I'm afraid that I have to go to Gusu to buy actors. This trip will take at least half a year. Does the mansion have suitable candidates? I remember that it cost 20,000 taels of silver to buy 12 little actors. You know, this is not a small amount of money. For example, Jiashi bought Yanhong when he failed to force Yuanyang to marry him, and Shuepan bought Xiangling, which only cost 800 taels. On average, the 12 actors were paid more than twice as much, which shows how much was taken away. He didn't mind who got the lucrative position, but since he wanted to keep the original version of the Dream of the Red Chamber, he couldn't do without the little actors. In the original novel, Jia Rong and Jia Chang took the job through Wang Shifeng's connections. Now that the situation has changed, He is worried that Jiajin has another choice. So he wants to test his mind first. When Jiajin heard him asking if there were any suitable candidates, he thought he also wanted to have a share. So he hurriedly said, "Don't worry, brother. I know what I'm doing. Let Chang'er do this. I will definitely tell him to find 2 outstanding Yangzhou skinny horses for you." He seemed to be worried that Zhang Yuni would object, and said with a lewd smile, "Chang'er is a pretty child, and he looks like a girl. To be honest, if my father hadn't heard some gossip, I wouldn't have let him move out. This time you arranged a job for him. He will definitely be grateful. If you are interested, I will help you." "Forget it." Zhang Yuni suppressed the urge to vomit, and before he could finish his words, he said, "Chang'er is a pretty child, and he looks like a girl. To be honest, if my father hadn't heard some gossip, I would have been reluctant to let him move out. This time you arranged a job for him. He will definitely be grateful. If you are interested, I will help you." "Forget it." Zhang Yuni suppressed the urge to vomit, and before he could finish his words, he said, "Chang'er is a pretty child, and he looks like a girl. If you are interested, I will help you." After finishing, he interrupted forcibly, "Brother only likes women. Not this kind." "Okay." Jiajin seemed to be worried that he would regret it, and immediately nodded and said, "Since cousin doesn't like male love, brother won't force it, and let him choose 2 for you later." "Forget it." Brother has no objection to your arrangement, as long as he does the job well. In that case, brother won't be polite to you. Seemingly feeling a little embarrassed, Jiajin pondered for a moment and said obscurely, "Or I can ask your sister-in-law to go over. If there is anything inconvenient to tell brother, you can tell her?" This time, facing Jiajin's sincere kindness, Zhang Yuni did not refuse. "Okay. Last time, the palace satin awarded by the emperor. I have nowhere to use it. Let sister-in-law go over and choose 2 pieces, and make 2 sets of clothes." Hearing this, Jiajin said shamelessly, "Then brother has to help her, and compare carefully according to her body." Rong Mansion. Wang Shifeng tiptoed and pushed open the empty house beside the corridor behind the courtyard. As soon as she stepped in, she couldn't help but take a deep breath, and a look of intoxication appeared on her face. But then, she suddenly reacted and raised her hand to fan her nose in an attempt to cover up, pointing at a black shadow on the ground. She scolded, "You little slut. You don't know the time and place when you scream. Are you trying to alarm the whole mansion so that you can take the opportunity to go over? I'm standing guard for you outside, and my heart is about to jump out." Zhang Yuni was able to distinguish the importance of the matter, and Pinger also tried her best to suppress it, so the noise was not that exaggerated. However, Wang Shifeng, who was guarding in the corridor, felt like a heavy drum beating on her heart. Hearing the scolding, Pinger, who was lying on the ground, took a deep breath, then slowly raised her head and looked at Wang Shifeng and said, "Grandma, please stop talking about me. Who else can hold back and not make a sound?" Wang Shifeng was immediately speechless when she heard this. Hearing is false. Seeing is believing. Although she didn't see it with her own eyes, the lingering decadent atmosphere and the sound like a heavy drum and thunder hammer were all evidence. What's more, there was Pinger lying on the ground after such a long time. Originally, Jiajin went back soon after Zhang Yuni came out, and she just thought Pinger was avoiding being seen. But after waiting for a long time, she didn't see her come back. So she came to find out, unexpectedly, she still hasn't recovered after so long. Seeing that she remained silent and did not scold him, Pinger became bolder and said jokingly, "In the past, you would have cried and screamed. Let alone this time." "Pooh!" Wang Shifeng spat. "What nonsense! Hurry up and get up." Luckily it was dark. Otherwise the redness on her cheeks would have been seen. "It's not that I don't want to get up. It's just that my legs are shaking and I can't stand up." "Madam, don't you think that there is no bed to lie on here? And even if you stand for so long, you will feel sore. Not to mention..." "Pooh! Do you want me to carry you back?" "Madam, help me up first. I will try to walk." Chapter 102 New Patterns. "Master, I have collected the palace satin awarded by the emperor. How come it is scattered all over the floor?" Zhang Yuni, who had just returned from morning exercise, was obviously a little stiff when facing Ruiju's questioning. He hurriedly said, "Master, I thought that Xiangling's mother didn't have many clothes last night. But I didn't know whether these palace satins were suitable for her age. I had nothing to do. So I took them apart and took a look. I didn't expect that I couldn't put them back together. Although he had compensated Yusher the night before, he couldn't bear to disappoint Jiazhen's sincere kindness. When he came back last night, he sent Ruizhu to Tianxiang Tower again. Then, according to Jiazhen's instructions, he took these palace satins and wrapped Yusher up and compared them carefully. Halfway through, he was so excited that he called Urgi over. However, these rolls of palace satin were easy to take apart but difficult to put together. He and Yusher's sisters had no experience, so they could only leave such a mess. Fortunately, he had to go to the appointment with Prince Zhongchuan. He took a day off yesterday and had said that he would go to the old house to see Xiangling and her daughter. This was just an excuse. Ruizhu did not doubt it and complained, "Master, these satins are not cheap, and the colors are bright. How can Xiangling's mother wear them? It was almost wasted." As she said this, she pulled up a corner of the palace satin and said distressfully, "Master, look, there are wrinkles on it." Zhang Yuni did not want to dwell on this issue and hurriedly said, "Okay. It's just a few pieces that are ruined. There are still so many. If you feel sorry, take it and share it with Baolu and Xiangling. The servants can't wear such good materials. If they wear them outside, people will talk about it." Zhang Yuni said with displeasure, "You can wear whatever the master says." He thought for a moment and added, "It's not easy to wear outside, so I made some underwear with it. People can't see it when you wear it inside. I'll draw some patterns for you later." When he said that, Ruizhu immediately said with embarrassment, "Master, those bellyband underwear. We made them by ourselves. Why do we need to draw any patterns?" Zhang Yuni smiled mysteriously and said, "What the master said is different from those. All. It is worn by the immortals. We still have some time to go to the palace. After breakfast, I will draw a picture for you to make." Ruizhu has long known that her master is immortal and has supernatural powers. She was shy and expectant when she heard it. She raised her pretty face and said nervously, "Since it is the clothes of the immortals, then, can I take it to the young lady and let her make 2 sets? Zhang Yuni's heart was moved when he heard it. And the picture of Qin Keqing wearing a hip-length suspender, half-covered, appeared in his mind. Although this kind of palace satin can also be made into other things. Zhang Yuni experienced it last night. The fabric is smooth and has a good touch. It is most suitable for making hip-length suspenders. Not only can it be worn as a nightgown, but also when you are having sex. It also has a bit of dress, drama feeling and hazy beauty." He immediately agreed, "It's not a secret. You can pick any material in this room and make 2 sets for Aunt Yu later." He wanted to bring you along. But this kind of clothing was immoral in this era, so he could only add some interest in private. In addition, this relationship was not open to the public, so he had to talk about it in private. Although Urgi had not yet married, there was no need to hide it since it was made public. Not to mention that she was his own maid. So he just had to hide the fact that the relationship had been exposed. Of course, the reason why he bought it for Urgi without any hesitation was to cover up for Yusher. After all, it would inevitably be washed and dried after wearing, which would inevitably reveal her whereabouts. She and Urgi were sisters, so it was reasonable for her to learn from them. It was not a complicated matter. After breakfast, he went upstairs to the study and drew several patterns in just 1 hour. The reason why he spent so much time and drew a few more pictures was not to let Ruizhu take them out to Qin Keqing and others to distribute, but to add some material to the skirt and make some extensions. The lace-like decorations were quite complicated and took him a lot of effort. "Master." Ruizhu took the drawing handed over by Zhang Yuni, and her cheeks flushed immediately. Originally thought that since it was touched by fairy spirit, it must be full of flowers and brilliant embroidery. Otherwise, she would not dare to ask to make 2 sets for Qin Keqing. Unexpectedly, it was so simple and bold, short and neat. Because it was difficult to mark the size, he had to draw a model to show the length and fit. Zhang Yuni knew what she was thinking as soon as he saw her expression, and said lightly, "Master, I can tell you that this thing is more comfortable to wear than those underwear. Besides, no one can see it when you wear it when you sleep. If you don't want to give such a good thing to your nephew's wife, don't say that master is hiding it from you in the future." After saying this, he ignored Ruizhu and rushed to the backyard. Although he used Xiangling's mother as an excuse, it also reminded him to find Yusher. Take a few pieces of ordinary silk that are suitable, and load them on the carriage. The carriage rushed all the way, rolling over the road. and in a moment it arrived at the Zhang family's old house, not far from Ning Mansion. The Imperial Observatory was not very profitable. The Zhang family's place was not big. It was originally just a small courtyard. But Yusher still changed it into a 2-story courtyard. Fengshe and Xiangling were chatting. And when she saw him come in, Xiangling was overjoyed and rushed into his arms like a swallow. Then she realized that her mother was there, and hurriedly blushed and returned to Fengshe. Lost children have an adaptation period. Perhaps because they were sold from one place to another, which is particularly obvious in Xiangling. Fortunately, there is a blood relationship after all, and Fengshe's long-cherished wish has come true. Xiangling is also deeply touched by the love of her children, although she is also quite attached to Zhang Yuni. It is different from family affection after all. In addition, Zhang Yuni is busy with official duties, and the time for heart-to-heart communication is always limited. These days, she has truly felt this family affection. So although she misses Zhang Yuni quite a lot, she is not in a hurry to go back. Zhang Yuni handed the silk he brought to Feng, and chatted with her for a while, asking about Jin Shurian's becoming a monk. Unfortunately, she had no clue, so she could only comfort him. I will send someone to look for him later. Is Master Yi here to pick up Lian? Feng saw him coming, and her mind was quite complicated. On the one hand, she hoped to spend more time with her daughter, who had been separated for many years. On the other hand, she also hoped that Xiangling could stay with Zhang Yuni more. After all, there was the promise of the heir. Zhang Yuni did not ask her to change her name to Xiangling. Anyway, they called each other. See what Xiangling means. Although his motive for finding Xiangling's relatives was not pure, Xiangling had a pleasant personality, and he didn't mind giving her more opportunities to feel the affection of her family. Hearing this, Xiangling looked at Feng, and then looked at him shyly. Although Ruizhu, a maidservant, received relevant education before accompanying the young lady to marry, she was still young and immature, and some things were inevitably embarrassing to say. As Xiangling's mother, Fengshe, with the promise of an heir, educated her from the shallow to the deep and covered all aspects. This also made Xiangling look at him with a different feeling that was not there before. Fengshe saw it, showed a trace of reluctance, and pushed her to Zhang Yuni. Master, you are very kind. Mother is fine. You go back and serve Master well. Xiangling stayed beside Fengshe. Her eyes were all Zhang Yuni, and when she was really pushed away, she felt a little nostalgic. Zhang Yuni saw it, smiled and patted her head, saying, think about it again. I will come back later. If you want to go back, I will take you away. If you are not in a hurry, when you want to go back, let someone send a message and I will come to pick you up. Don't bother me to make another trip. I will stay with my mother for a few more days. Xiangling hugged his waist, buried her head in his arms, rubbed it hard, and then reluctantly let go. Chapter 103 The Road Paved by the Cheap Old Man. Master Zhang is finally here. The prince has been waiting for a long time. Sorry to have troubled Zhao Chanshe to wait for a long time. Zhang Yuni got off the carriage at the Zhongchuan prince's mansion and greeted Zhao Liangong. After the greetings, he was led into a small courtyard. In front of the courtyard gate, he nodded slightly to a white-faced eunuch without a beard and said, Sorry to trouble eunuch Xia. Then he turned to Zhang Yuni and said, Master Zhang, please follow the eunuch. Zhang Yuni nodded slightly after hearing this, following the eunuch. He walked into the side hall of the small courtyard. He did not see the Zhongchuan prince, but a man in his 30s and casual clothes stood in the hall. He was wondering when he heard the eunuch beside him shouting, You are not polite when you see His Royal Highness the Prince of Qin. Zhang Yuni was startled when he heard this. Before he could react, the Prince of Qin stepped forward to hold him, and said in a friendly manner, Shouzhong must not be rude. Zhang Yuni was shocked and broke free from the support of the Prince of Qin. He bowed down and said, I never thought I could see His Royal Highness. I was so excited that I lost my mind. I hope your Highness will forgive me for my misbehavior. As the eldest son of the Emperor, he had certainly heard of the name of the Prince of Qin. However, this was not the reason why he was so respectful. Eunuch Xia in Zhao Lianggong's mouth, and the Prince of Qin Shouzhong reminded him of Xia Shouzhong, the eunuch of the 6 palaces in the Red Mansion. Originally, because the Emperor gave Yuan Chun to Prince Ning, he was inclined to believe that Prince Ning might succeed to the throne. But now, the Prince of Qin in front of him has an overwhelming advantage. If the Jin family was raided, it could be explained that there were no fathers and sons in the royal family. Since ancient times, there have been countless cases of fathers, sons and brothers killing each other in the royal family, let alone foreign relatives like the Jin family. But no matter which emperor it is impossible for him to reuse the eunuchs, who were the opponents of the throne after he succeeded to the throne. From Xia Shouzhong's later position and his attitude towards the Jia family, it is not difficult to see that Yuan Shun was not favored by the emperor. Otherwise, even if he was the eunuch of the 6 palaces, he would not dare to go to the Jia family to ask for money. Not to mention, there were more than one eunuch who went to ask for money. When he first traveled through time, he had suspected that Yuan Shun was forcibly given to the new emperor by the emperor for the sake of Jia Jing's face, in order to leave a way out for the Jia family. But the effect was not as expected. Now, this idea has been further confirmed. Although he did not know the relationship between the Jia family and the Ning Wang, and did not know the efforts that Jia Mu and Wang Furen had made behind the scenes, but he happened to be present when the emperor summoned the Ning Wang. Yuan Shun could be the Ning Wang's concubine, which was inseparable from the intention of concubine Jin. Combined with the context of the original text, it can also be inferred that the Jia family has a deep relationship with the Ning Wang. Pardon the political pearls and regent the whole family. It seems that they are not aimless, he said in a trembling voice. I have been looking forward to meeting your highness, but I just dare not go to see him rashly. Seeing Zhang Yuni's excited expression, a gleam of relief flashed in the eyes of the king of Qin, and he sighed. I owe Mr. Zhang a lot. Little Mr. Zhang, please get up quickly. After a brief shock, Zhang Yuni immediately understood that the 2 Mr. Zhangs in the king of Qin's mouth were himself and the cheap old man he had never met. I thought that the king of Qin valued me and came to recruit me, but now it seems that there is something else. Although he had some guesses about the debt he mentioned, Zhang Yuni did not act rashly. Fortunately, Xia Shouzhong had already rushed to speak and explained, It's no wonder, Your Highness, who knew that Mr. Zhang would take the initiative and go to such lengths to turn out the accounts of the Ministry of Works. At this point, he couldn't help but shook his head and sighed. Master Zhang, don't you think about it? How can he, the director of the Imperial Observatory, know these accounts? Even if the emperor is unhappy, it shouldn't be. He added unnecessary details, but turned his loyalty into a faction and almost implicated his highness. Shouzhong, don't talk nonsense. Master Zhang is loyal and pure. How could he implicate others? They were obviously singing the same tune. But they solved Zhang Yuni's doubts. At the beginning, he suspected that his cheap father was instructed by someone. Otherwise, he would not know the accounts of the Ministry of Works. Since Xia Shouzhong said that he almost implicated the king of Qin, and the Jia family stood on the side of the king of Ning, then the source of these accounts was obvious. Originally, he did not doubt Jia Jing. After all, Qin Yi was in the Ministry of Works, and Jia Zheng was also the deputy minister of the Ministry of Works. It was not difficult to obtain those accounts. It was just that he felt that with the moral character of those people in the Jia family, it was impossible for them to write a letter to the emperor. But if it involves the dispute over the throne, then everything makes sense. At this moment, Jia Jing and Dai Quan were in the car on the way to the palace, and all those insinuations came to mind one by one. Zhang Yuni bowed again and said, Your Highness, please understand. My father was deceived by the traitor. Although I have seen some clues, I have no real evidence and my elders are involved. I have to go deep into the tiger's den, investigate secretly and collect evidence. He is now certain that not only Jia Jing is involved in the death of his cheap father, but also the real murderer behind the murder of the original owner must be him. It's not that he wants to complain to the king of Qin. After all, the final outcome of the Jia family is there, and the king of Qin must know it well. Although there is the relationship with the cheap father, it is probably not just a win over himself that made the king of Qin eager to come here to meet and sing the same tune with Xia Shouzhong to explain the death of the cheap father. Previously, in order to build a grand view garden, he proposed to the emperor to hold a grand wedding for Prince Ning and Jia Yuanshun, which obviously caused the king of Qin to worry, and was the reason why he came here to meet. After all, he proposed to the emperor to hold a grand wedding on the grounds of the previous emperor. In the eyes of the king of Qin, perhaps he leaned towards Prince Ning and used this method to help him compete for the throne. Accompanying the emperor is like accompanying a tiger. Even if the king of Qin does not mention it now, it is hard to say whether he will have a grudge after he succeeds to the throne. So, he must find a reasonable reason. Oh, The king of Qin looked at him with interest and said, "Then what did you find out?" I was also very confused at first. Although we rarely visit each other, we are still close relatives after all. Why would you harm others and yourself and harm my father and son? He paused for a moment, and then said solemnly, "According to my guess, this matter is probably related to Prince Ning. Regardless of whether Prince Ning is involved, he must put the hat on his head. Only in this way will the king of Qin not doubt his motives." The king of Qin looked at him with a complicated expression and said, "So that's the case. So, there is another reason for proposing to the emperor to hold a grand wedding? I dare not deceive your highness. I have no selfish motives in proposing a grand wedding. The late emperor saved my life, and I have no way to repay him. I only want to make up for his regrets. But I don't want the people's money to be wasted on the private affairs of the king of Ning. So I propose that the Rong Mansion fund the construction of a separate courtyard for the bride. Some things can never be admitted." He talked freely. "First, Rong Mansion will fund it, so there is no need to waste the national treasury and the internal treasury. Second, my father's affairs are ultimately related to the Ministry of Works. The Ning and Rong Mansions are deeply involved in the Ministry of Works, and Qin Yi and Jia Zheng both work in the Ministry of Works. I also hope to find a breakthrough through this, and through the financial situation of the two mansions. Pull out the carrot and the mud, and find evidence that my father was framed. Although it is a bit far-fetched to force the Rong Mansion into this. There are no fish in a clear water. The Ministry of Works is in charge of the construction of the whole country, and Jia Zheng is also a deputy minister. Even if he did not participate in it, at least he was in the same boat. The cost of the Grandview Garden is very high, and with the Jia family's manipulation, it is impossible to get more than 1 million. Moreover, since Xia Shouzhong said that it was a party building, who was framed? The fact that the king of Qin was suspected, combined with the relationship between the king of Ning and the Jia family, is already obvious. Therefore, his words are not groundless. At the end, he said, "I originally wanted to find your highness after finding the evidence, but unexpectedly, your highness condescended to be noble. How lucky! Good. You are worthy of being a descendant of a loyal and good man. Loyal and righteous. And do not sacrifice the public for personal gain. This king really did not misjudge you." Chapter 104, Going in Opposite Directions. It was past noon when he left the Zhongshuan Palace. After a conversation with Zhang Yuni, the king of Qin quietly left. He did not participate in the banquet arranged by the king of Zhongshuan. The king of Zhongshuan seemed not to have arranged this meeting. He talked and laughed with him during the banquet, all about sensual pleasures, love and romance. However, Zhang Yuni did not dare to underestimate this king of Zhongshuan. Being able to arrange for the king of Qin was not just a matter of standing in the same team. I am afraid that he had already been deeply bound. No wonder not long after Yuan Chun was made a concubine, he did not hesitate to make a big move because of Jiang Yuan, a playboy, and let Zhao Liangong come to the Rong Mansion to question him. I am afraid that he did not only value Jiang Yuan, a playboy, but also understood the emperor's intentions and deliberately used that opportunity to cut off from him. This is very different from the image of being indifferent to the world and indulging in sensual pleasures in the impression. However, there is nothing strange about this. How can there be true impartiality? When you reach a certain position, you will inevitably face the problem of choosing sides. When faced with recruitment, shirking is itself a form of standing. Fortunately, Zhang Yuni faced this problem with foresight and calmness. And Shui from the Lixiang courtyard of Ronghua Mansion did not have this awareness. After listening to Mrs. Wang's story, her expression was quite complicated, with envy, worry, and even a little jealousy. If her daughter could also have such a situation, what would her son's little thing mean? She calmed down and smiled. "We are already causing trouble for the mansion by staying here, so we can't delay the mansion's top priority. I will ask the servants to pack up the things and move over overnight." Mrs. Wang patted Aunt Shui's hand and said politely, "It's not as spacious as here. I'm afraid you've been wronged. Look at what you said. Sister, if your family can have this honor, I will also benefit from it. Right?" After finishing the business, Mrs. Wang stood up and said, "Well, then I won't keep you here. Sister, take care." After seeing Mrs. Wang off, Aunt Shui returned to the house and saw Shui Baochai, who was already frowning, sitting upright on the con. Deep in thought, she hurriedly pulled off the shawl on her body, revealing a dazzling white, and sat down next to Shui Baochai, causing ripples looking at her daughter with some concern, and said, "Did you hear it next door just now?" "Yeah." Xue Baochai woke up from her thoughts when she heard the voice and nodded slightly. And Xue sighed and said, "My son, although each year is good, it was your aunt who first proposed it. If she knew about our little tricks behind the scenes, she would probably think we were ungrateful." A trace of anxiety appeared on Baochai's quiet face, and she said in a deep voice, "Did mother tell Sister Zhen?" "Not yet." Aunt Xue patted her chest and said with relief, "I thought that I would talk to her when I said sugar revenue at the beginning of the month." She paused, hesitating about how to persuade. But suddenly Baochai said, "Then mother, just pretend that it never happened, and don't mention it again in the future." Aunt Xue was stunned when she heard this, and asked in confusion, "You mean?" Baochai said calmly, "Of course. Let it go, and don't mention it to Sister Zhen again." "Ah!" Aunt Xue sighed and said helplessly, "My son, this is also unavoidable. Mother knows that Baoyu is not as capable as Yaizhi. If your elder sister didn't become the prince's concubine, mother would not force you even if she offended your aunt. Now, even if we are willing, I am afraid that Igor may not dare to come to propose marriage if he knows the tricks here. After all, there is still hope for adoption, and she still prefers Zhang Yuni in her heart. But now is different from the past. Even if Zhang Yuni is still in the dark, once he knows, there may be reversals, and then both sides will be empty-handed." Baochai scolded, "Did my daughter ever complain about being wronged?" "Ah?" Aunt Xue was stunned, and asked with a look of inquiry, "Are you in love with Igor?" If we say that when Baochai came back from the garden for the first time, she expressed her willingness to marry Zhang Yuni, it was for the sake of her family. Then in the last chapter, she directly expressed her true feelings and pointed out that he was much better than Jia Baoyu. She had to suspect that her daughter had a secret crush on him. "What are you thinking, mother?" Baochai said calmly. "Marriage is a matter of parents' orders and matchmakers' words. How can there be any love? The reason why my daughter said that was for the sake of her family. But now the world has changed, so naturally I can't insist on it. But didn't you say that Baoyu, who was not good at studying, spent all day with women, and whose title was only Lian Heir, would never achieve great things? It is difficult to change a person's nature. Could he change his nature?" Although Aunt Xue hoped that Baochai would think so, she couldn't help but be curious. Xue Baochai said calmly, "The king is the king, and the minister is the minister. Although Brother Yi is good at practical affairs and has great potential, he is still a minister even if his career is smooth." At this point, a strange blush appeared on her face, and her breathing became rapid, and her already swollen chest rose and fell. Aunt Xue was stunned when she heard this, and then her body suddenly shook, and she said in a trembling voice, "My son, are you saying that your elder sister is more than just the prince's concubine? How dare your daughter speculate? What are you doing?" "Mother is confused." Xue Baochai smiled. "Have you forgotten what happened in Ning Mansion the day before yesterday?" Seeing her mother's confused face, Xue Baochai stopped keeping her in suspense and explained with a smile, although Aunt didn't say it clearly just now. It is not difficult to guess from the date. That day, Brother Yi came back from the palace and went to see the old lady and aunt, probably to discuss this matter. What's more, Aunt just said that the drawing was made by him. This is related to. Aunt Xue just said 2 words, and seemed to think of something, and her voice stopped abruptly. "It seems that mother has also thought of it," Xue Baochai said calmly. "Although we can't judge people, Brother Yi has this ability. No matter how good Xiangling's fate is, can it be better than that of the elder sister? He can even see Xiangling. How can he not see the face of Prince Ning and the elder sister? Yes. Yes. He is neither from the Ministry of Works nor from the Fengqinyuan of the imperial household. No matter what the emperor does, he will not assign the job of drawing to him. That's right. Let your daughter see. It is 100% that he took the initiative to ask for it. If he didn't see the doorway inside, why would he take this trick and take the job of drawing on his head?" Aunt Xue beat her chest and stamped her feet, took a long breath, and sighed. "If your elder sister can really go one step further, your brother's little thing will not be a big deal for her." She beat her chest and stamped her feet, and the great man in front of her almost broke free without the cover of the veil. Xue Baochai was frightened by this. She hurriedly stood up, picked up the shawl that Aunt Xue had thrown on the con, and put it on her shoulders. She whispered, "Times are different now. Mother should pay more attention to her manners. Even if you don't go out, you must wrap yourself tightly, so as not to make the servants laugh at you. Chapter 105 Daily Rest. A summer morning. The sun shines through the thin clouds, dappling in Huifang Garden. The chirping of cicadas and birds interweaves, creating a vibrant picture. Zhang Yuni runs in the garden in a white shirt. Sweat slowly slides down his cheeks and neck, soaking his clothes, gradually outlining a strong curve. His footsteps are light and powerful, as if they have some kind of magic. Every time he lands, it seems to echo, drifting far into Dufengchuan and Tiangxianglu, and knocking heavily on the two enchanting figures in the two half-closed windows. Sister, Yu Erji, who was absorbed in watching, was awakened by the shouting. She turned around and looked at Yu Sanjia, who pushed the door open and asked, "What's wrong? Don't forget to talk to your brother-in-law today. I haven't found you yet. You committed such a big crime. But you didn't tell me. I was kept in the dark and went to ask for clothes and jewelry for you." Speaking of this, Yu Erji frowned slightly, unconsciously reached out and touched behind her, and said with lingering fear, "Let's wait a little longer. I'm afraid that the master is still angry. Last time you even tired. I knelt for half an hour without changing my position, and my back was swollen from being beaten." Third sister Yu puffed up her cheeks and pouted her red lips and said, "Brother-in-law is really stingy, remembering such a small thing for so long. I just saw it and said a few words. I didn't really mess up his relationship with my eldest sister, woo woo." Before she finished her words, second sister Yu covered her mouth tightly and scolded, "How dare you say that? Did you just happen to see it? If you keep talking nonsense like this, don't expect me to take the punishment for you again." Third sister Yu pushed her hand away and said disapprovingly, "What can't be said? This is all obvious. Didn't you say last time that it was your brother-in-law who came up with the idea for your elder sister to be wrapped up like a dumpling? He doesn't care. So what if someone hears it? You should be more careful. Your brother-in-law doesn't care whether he cares or not. Isn't this just for your elder sister's face? No matter how others talk about it, it's just speculation after all. If you say it out of your mouth, isn't it confirmed?" At this point, she warned, "You have offended more than just the elder master, but also the elder sister. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Mother already knows, and originally wanted to invite the elder master and the elder sister to dinner, and apologize for you by the way. It's rare that the elder sister lets go of the past and asks us to go to her courtyard, and takes you with her. Don't do it again. It's the same no matter where we go." Yu Sanjia pouted. "Anyway, we are spending the money of this mansion. Why should the elder sister do this?" Yu Erji's cheeks flushed a little when she heard this, and she said softly, "Eldest sister said that I haven't married yet, and Xiangling will be back today. It's not convenient for the master to go there at night. Even if I come secretly, I can't stay for too long. It's better to go to her place and check it out today. Xiangling will be back in the evening. Right?" Qin Keqing and Tianxiang Tower watched the strong figure enter the Dengxian pavilion, and then took a deep breath. "Yes. Didn't Ruizhu say so yesterday? Xiangling sent someone to inform me that the master had specially asked for a day off today and would pick her up after noon. I remember that uncle only drew one set of underwear." "Right?" Baozhu was a little confused when she heard this, and turned to look at Qin Keqing and said, "Ruizhu said so. If you want to make 2 more sets, I will ask Ruizhu to take them now." "No hurry," Qin Keqing hurriedly called her, and then went to the closet and took out a goose-yellow suspender skirt with lace embroidery. After hesitating for a while, she took a piece of silk cloth and carefully wrapped it, and handed it to Baozhu, saying, "Since only one set has been drawn, Xiangling must not have made it yet. She is about the same size as me, so she should be able to wear it. You can ask Ruizhu to give it to her." "How can this be done?" Baozhu hurriedly advised. "This dress was made by Grandma herself, and the silk edge on it took Grandma a lot of effort. How can Xiangling afford it? Or give me my maids?" Although Baozhu is smart, the difference between master and servant has long been deeply engraved in her bones. When she first heard it, she didn't understand the deep meaning of it. In her heart, Xiangling was the same as her and Ruizhu. So how could she afford to let Qin Keqing sew her underwear? You are not as tall as her. I am afraid that it will be too tight if you wear it, so it is more suitable for you to wear mine." She glanced at Baozhu with a guilty look on her face, and seeing that she was thinking about something, she hurriedly added, "Uncle has taken good care of us, and he treats her differently from others. How can she not afford it?" Bao Hu also reacted at this moment. But after thinking about it, she still advised, wouldn't it be better for Grandma to wear this? Or change to another one without silk edges? Qin Keqing looked a little sad when she heard this. And sighed, it would be a waste for me to wear it. Since it is a gift, I can't just use a bad one to make up for it. Xiangling still has a place to use her skills. She has that insurmountable gap. Even if she wears it, what will happen? Bao Hu looked at her with a complicated expression, and then slowly took it. She was about to go downstairs, but was stopped by Qin Keqing and said, wait! It's better to wait until Uncle leaves. Zhang Yuni ate breakfast, walked out of the Dengxian pavilion, and went straight to the front yard. The reason why he rested today was not just for the banquet and eating. Zhang Dehui's caravan came back yesterday, and he received the news as soon as possible. Considering the long journey, he ordered him to report to the mansion today, and notified Zhang Cheng and Zhang Hua to come. In the front hall, the three had been waiting for a long time. Seeing him come in, they stood up and saluted. Sir, sit down. Zhang Cheng and his son were Zhang Yuni's men, so they were closer to Zhang Dehui than Zhang Dehui. He had also been the head of the Huangshuang village, and he knew the gap between Zhang Yuni and the Shui family. When talking to Zhang Dehui, he was a little condescending. Zhang Yuni did not stop this, but was quite satisfied. Only by letting Zhang Dehui really feel the gap in their identities and treatment, it would be convenient for him to take him in for his own use. After asking about the details of the trip, he slowly said, all the accounts should be reviewed by Zhang Cheng first, and then sent to me. You and the Shui family don't have to show up for the contract with Tiango Injiwen and the delivery of silver and goods. All will be handled by Zhang Cheng. Although he did not discuss it with King Zhongshuan, he met with King Qin, and these small matters were tacitly understood. Hey! I will inform the boss later. Zhang Yuni nodded and said, in addition, the future profits, I and the Shui family will each take 30%, and the remaining 40% will be for King Zhongshuan. You go back and tell the concubine that you will take better care of her share of glass in the future. In fact, King Zhongshuan did not ask for a share of the profits, and the 40% was for King Qin. However, he was of a special status, and the good steel was used on the blade, so it was naturally impossible to openly wave the flag and shout, but to keep it tacitly in private, and the effect was shown at the critical moment. It is precisely because of this that the King of Qin came and went quietly. In the entire palace, only King Zhongshuan and Zhao Liangong knew about it. Therefore, these profits will be given to King Zhongshuan first, and then he will pass them on to the King of Qin. Zhang Dehui was just an employee, so he naturally didn't make any suggestions. When they got up to say goodbye, Zhang Yuni said, in the future, half of the profits between me and the Shui family will be divided as your dividends. Work hard in the future, and the master will never treat his own people unfairly. Chapter 106. Third Sister Yu apologizes. You are so startled and rash. Fortunately, your brother-in-law is a man who does great things and can stay calm. If I disturb him, I will tear your mouth apart. In the side hall of the Yu family courtyard, old lady Yu glared at third sister Yu fiercely, then looked at Zhang Yuni with a smile on her face and said, Master Yi, don't blame me. This girl has no ill intentions. She is just a little naughty. She is both your brother-in-law and Master Yi. Although the names seem a bit confusing, she has a very good sense of propriety. Zhang Yuni waved his hand and said, What is past is past. We are all family. Let's eat. There is indeed no ill intention. But she just wants to make some pocket money. But this method is not his way. However, old lady Yu said so, and second sister Yu worked hard, so he was too lazy to argue with a little girl. Hey! Old lady Yu winked at second sister Yu, who quickly stepped forward to move the stool away. After he sat down, old lady Yu took her three daughters to sit down together. Yusher and second sister Yu naturally sat on his left and right, so that they could pick up food for him, while old lady Yu and third sister Yu sat beside them respectively. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, old lady Yu glared at third sister Yu and scolded her. If it weren't for your sister pleading for you, I would have dealt with you. Why are you still sitting there? Go and have a drink with your brother-in-law and apologize to him. Second sister Yu quickly persuaded her, Mother, the master has said it's over, so don't blame me. Master Yi is generous. He doesn't bother her for the sake of the eldest sister and you. But she can't be ungrateful, she said meaningfully. Everyone has his own responsibility for his own actions. You can't expect you to take the blame for her. She has to calm down the master's anger herself. Third sister Yu pouted her cherry lips and said with a face full of grievance, "Brother-in-law has punished me. Last time, my daughter was beaten swollen." Although she looked aggrieved, she still picked up the wine glass and stood up. "How dare you say that? Old lady," Yu scolded. Glanced behind third sister Yu, poked her with her arm, and said angrily, "How can you apologize from such a distance? As the saying goes, the buttocks of the sister-in-law are half of that of the brother-in-law. I say that a beating is light." "Still beating?" third sister Yu exclaimed, obviously still in fear. Zhang Yuni heard the words. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and he couldn't help rubbing his palms. Although the touch last time was indeed unforgettable, he couldn't be cruel again in front of old lady Yu. "You sure and second sister Yu, right?" He was hesitating whether to go with the flow. And old lady Yu spoke again. "How could I give birth to someone like you who is so arrogant but incompetent? Without your second sister's foresight at all. Don't you always say that it is better to rely on yourself than on others? Why? You have no ability. And you want to make trouble with your sister again?" When third sister Yu heard this, her body stiffened, and then a trace of disdain flashed in her eyes. She curled her cherry lips, stretched her white neck, and walked between Zhang Yuni and second sister Yu. She glanced at Zhang Yuni coquettishly, twisted her body, and sat sideways on his legs, half leaning on his arms, exhaling sweetly. "If my brother-in-law is still angry, I will accompany him to drink a few more glasses here. But he can't touch me." As she said this, she leaned back slightly, raised her pink arms, put the wine glass to her lips, opened her red lips slightly, and poured the wine into her mouth. I don't know if it was intentional, or if the cherry lips couldn't cover the wine glass. Half of the wine in the glass was spilled, and immediately wet the collar. Zhang Yuni suddenly felt his body stiffen. He thought to himself, this shouldn't be considered a fight, right? This sudden scene stunned everyone, except for old lady Yu, who narrowed her eyes and looked at it with a look of relief. Second sister Yu glanced at her wet collar, frowned slightly, and couldn't help complaining, "You're not careful. Don't ruin this good dress." After hearing this, Yu sure came to her senses, glanced at Zhang Yuni quickly, and then smiled. "It's just a dress. What's the big deal? Yuni has a lot of material. Isn't it better than hers? As long as my younger sister can smooth out his anger, I'll go back and pick a few pieces and make a few more sets." "Brother-in-law, is what my eldest sister said true? Mother said that my hips are half of yours." When she said this, she paused for a moment, twisted her hips without a sound. Her eyelashes trembled slightly. A hint of satisfaction flashed across her face, and she blinked a pair of dark eyes, said in a sweet voice, "Then the things in my brother-in-law's room should also have a share for me, right?" Zhang Yudi coughed dryly, glanced at the three people of Yu Laonyang awkwardly, and saw that they seemed to be fine, but looked at them with a smile, and said leisurely, "You promised to apologize. Why are you still thinking about my brother-in-law's good things?" Hearing this, Yu Sanjia bit her red lips lightly, raised her snow-white neck, leaned close to his ear, and blew, "Brother-in-law, I also want to make 2 nightgowns like my sister. At worst, I can wear them, and let my brother-in-law see who looks better between me and my sister." The girl's fragrance and the smell of wine rushed into his nose, and Zhang Yuni was immediately short of breath. "Okay, if you don't fulfill your promise at that time, don't blame your brother-in-law." As he spoke, he raised his hand and was about to demonstrate the punishment items. Unexpectedly, third sister Yu suddenly stood up, fled like a butterfly, and let out a string of silver bell-like sweet laughter. "Ha ha! We agreed not to touch, but my brother-in-law still hit me. I have apologized for the crime and punished him. I will think that my brother-in-law has calmed down." Zhang Yuni's face showed a trace of embarrassment. He cursed the little fox in his heart, and couldn't help but regret that he agreed too quickly. Not to mention that he was in front of old lady Yu at this moment. Even if she was not present, it would not be convenient for him to stand up. He could only say angrily, "Brother-in-law will naturally not break his promise. You can choose a few pieces later." Yu glanced under the table, leaned sideways to his ear, and whispered, "We have prepared the nightgown. My second sister and I will go in and change first. Yuni will wait for a cup of tea before coming in." Zhang Yuni's eyes lit up immediately, and he nodded calmly. Yu then slowly stood up, winked at Yu Erji, and said to Yu Laonyang, "Mother and younger sister stay here with Yun Yi. My second sister and I are a little tired. Let's go back to the room to talk first." When Yu Laonyang saw the two suddenly leave the table, she misunderstood for a moment, and hurriedly stood up and said, "I am old, and I have to take a lunch break, so I will go back first. Let the third sister stay here to accompany Master Yi." Yu Sanjia's face suddenly changed drastically, and she was about to escape, but she was pulled back by Yu Laonyang and pressed on the stool, lying on her shoulder. She said in a serious tone, "Clothes will not become old after wearing them? Don't you also want to wear a set of headgear? What's wrong with you drinking a few more cups with him? Can your brother-in-law still eat you? Be obedient. Go back with your second sister later." After the three left, Yu Sanjia looked at Zhang Yuni with a wary face, and said in a timid way, "I'm not the second sister. Brother-in-law, don't mess around." Although he was uncomfortable with her teasing, Zhang Yuni was not a person who would force others to do anything. Not to mention that there were two people waiting in the room. Hearing her talking about Yu Erji, Zhang Yuni was quite unhappy and said jokingly, "What's wrong with your second sister? Although she hasn't married yet, she has already established a status. It seems that I was not the one who messed around just now. In my opinion, you are not as good as your second sister." After he said that, he no longer paid attention to Yu Sanjia, and got up and walked out of the house. Yu Sanjia's face froze, and then she reacted, and she only had time to say, "I never meant to." Bang! But before she finished speaking, Zhang Yuni had already walked out of the side hall, and closed the door heavily. Chapter 107 Brother Jin. "Don't come in." Seeing Zhang Yuni slam the door and leave, Yu Sanjia's face became uncertain. She has always been very arrogant and a little clever. Relying on her charming appearance, she often coaxed Jiajin and Jiarong, father and son, to the point of being greedy and desperate. She wanted to get close but couldn't. Wanted to stay away but couldn't. Confused and upside down. But she didn't let them take advantage of her at all. Today, she treated Zhang Yuni with even more freedom. And the scale was even worse. I thought that even if he was not ugly, he should be fascinated by her, and asked for whatever he wanted. Unexpectedly, she suddenly turned against him, because of a word. Although she said that she didn't mean that, she still felt in her heart that Yu Erji shouldn't be a concubine. And she shouldn't listen to her mother's suggestion, and give up her body before getting married. Today, her previous arrogance was ruthlessly exposed by Zhang Yuni's eye and the sentence, "In my opinion, you are not as good as your second sister." She really couldn't figure it out. Aren't men always the same? They love the new, and hate the old. They jump on the new as soon as they see it. As long as they can win the favor of the new, they will not hesitate to step on the old. Qin is so charming and beautiful. Jia Rong is still like this. And Zhang Yuni obviously reacted strongly, seeing that there is an opportunity. Shouldn't he try every means to coax her? Could it be that I am really not as good as my second sister? This thought flashed through her mind. No. He must be retreating to advance. The more she thought about it, the more indignant she became. After thinking for a long time, she pouted and said indignantly, "You talk so high-soundingly, but you didn't hesitate when you took advantage. I want to see if you can still." "Brother E." She was sulking here, when suddenly Jiajin's voice came from outside. Then, the door was pushed open. Third sister Yu turned around and met Jiajin's obscene gaze. She was a little angry in her heart, and glared at him unhappily. This glare, Jiajin was not angry, but rather lusty. Seeing that only third sister Yu was in the room, his eyes lit up, glanced at the unfinished game on the table, and pretended to ask, "Hey, why is third sister here alone? Where is brother E? Didn't he say he came here?" Although judging from the situation on the table, Zhang Yuni had already left, he still had to confirm it. He was not afraid of being embarrassed by being caught, but was worried about being disturbed. "You should ask the eldest sister and the second sister about this. What does it have to do with me where he went?" Jiajin's face flashed with joy when he heard this. Adults never make choices. He has always coveted the two sisters-in-law, but he just suffers from not having the opportunity to get started, putting himself in other people's shoes. Although Zhang Yuni only made a promise with Yu Erji, he could not rule out that he had the same idea with Yu Sanjia. He also knew the importance of the matter. The current situation was good, and Zhang Yuni was sincere to him, but he could not quarrel with his brother because of such a small matter. Now, Yu Sanjia clearly showed that it had nothing to do with it, and he no longer hesitated. He quickly came to Yusanjia and sat down directly, looking around, and said with a wretched face, "Is there something bothering you? Sanjia? Why are you drinking alone? Come. Brother-in-law will accompany you for a few drinks and enlighten you by the way." As he spoke, he had already put his face in front of Yusanjia, staring at the wet mark on the collar, shrugged his nose, sniffed lightly, and pretended to be surprised. "Why is there a wine stain on this dress? Let brother-in-law take a look." Although the sister-in-law usually doesn't shy away from flirting, she is as slippery as a loach and never stays alone with him, let alone has a chance to get involved. It's rare that she doesn't shy away today, so he naturally doesn't want to miss it. Third sister Yu suddenly woke up and dodged away quickly. She glared at him with disgust and shouted, "We are alone. Brother-in-law, please respect yourself." She has always been a beauty dog. Zhang Yuni is young, handsome and dignified, for the sake of jewelry and clothes. As long as she thinks from his perspective and takes advantage of Zhang Yuni instead of being taken advantage of, she actually doesn't reject contact with him. But Jiajin is nearly 40 years old, and his behavior is vulgar and greasy, so she can't help but feel disgusted. In the past, she was grateful for the food she ate and the money she received. Since she came to ask for money, she would accept it even if she was taken advantage of in words. Now, knowing that he was a coward, Zhang Yuni, who was handsome and more generous, naturally disdained to be hypocritical. Seeing her dodge away, Jiajin was not angry but happy. In the past, she would have fled long ago. But today, although she said she respected herself, she stayed in the house. He opened his arms and walked towards Yusanjia like an eagle catching a chick, grinning, "Hee hee hee. Don't worry. There are no outsiders here. And besides, my brother-in-law is very strict in managing the family. No one dares to gossip in my brother-in-law's house." Seeing him like this, Yusanjia knew that she couldn't stay. Before he could get close, she quickly dodged, crouched, and rushed out of the door. After leaving the door, she hesitated for a moment, and ran straight to the main house without a sound. The reason why she didn't escape at the first time was that she was worried that Jiajin would accidentally break into Yu's house. I originally planned to give a warning loudly after leaving the side hall, so that if I escaped, Jiajin would not go to the main house to look for someone. But I changed my mind and thought that Zhang Yuni had said such bad things to me. So why should I worry about him? But if only Yushir was in the room, it would be fine. Anyway, Jiajin was not an outsider. But Yu Erji was also there. If Jiajin saw them, it would harm his sister. In this case, it would be better to lead Jiajin over, make some noise, and scare Zhang Yuni while giving a warning, so as to vent the anger in my heart. Didn't he keep saying that he had Jiajin's tacit consent? Anyway, she didn't lead the person here, so she couldn't blame her, as long as she didn't go into the inner room, walked around the main room, and chatted with Jiajin for a few words. She would naturally stop when she heard the noise and be prepared. At that time, not only would she not be blamed, but she could also take the opportunity to take credit, and even raise the price. Jiajin was disappointed to see her slip out of the side hall, but when he chased her out of the door, he saw that she not only did not run out of the courtyard, but ran into the house instead, and he was immediately overjoyed. He thought that this was the first time for her as a young lady, and she was ashamed to be in the side hall, so he deliberately led her into the house to make it convenient for him. He was a little excited at the moment, and didn't think much for a while, and hurriedly chased her in. When he chased into the house, he saw that Yusanjia did not go into the inner room, but stood in the main room, across the round table, with her eyes wide open, and asked, "Brother-in-law, if you want to find the second brother-in-law, go find him yourself. Why are you chasing me?" Although her eyes were wide open, she couldn't hide the gloating and secret joy on her face. Jiajin saw it with his eyes, and was happy in his heart. He said calmly, "Hey, brother-in-law didn't see anyone else. Who else can he go after besides you?" He thought that third sister Yu was too shy to take the initiative, so she refused to go into the inner room. He smiled knowingly and said, "In fact, this table has many uses. However, brother-in-law knows that you are shy. Let's talk about it later. Let's go to the inner room first. There is a bed there." Before he finished speaking, he heard Zhang Yuni's slightly hurried voice from inside the room, "Brother Zhen, don't come in. Brother is here with sister-in-law." Chapter 108 follow-up to the rest. Originally, Although he would also play some bad taste in his husband's current situation, he would still give Jiajin some face. Even if he intended to get close to him, it would only exist in words. After all, although Jiajin had a plot, he also spent a lot of money to treat her as his wife. Therefore, even if there was still a conflict on the issue of Qin Kiching, he did not think of taking advantage of everything and doing things to the extreme. But after the meeting with King Qin, he knew the whole story, and it was a bit ridiculous to think so again. Although he did not have much hatred for the Jia family or even the Ning mansion. After all, he was not the real Zhang Yuni, and the so-called hatred of killing his father and killing himself was not painful. In fact, if the original owner had not died, he would not have been able to travel through time. But people do not intend to harm tigers. But tigers can hurt people's hearts. Since they can harm once, they may harm a second time. Now it's just that the cost is too high. The gain is not worth the loss. And it is profitable. So they changed their strategy and won him over. Therefore, he had no psychological burden to discuss Jiajin. When he heard the voice of Yusanjia from the main hall, he thought that what he said before it caused her to hold a grudge. And she deliberately brought up Jiajin to scare him. He didn't expect that he really came. If it weren't for Urji, he wouldn't mind giving Jiajin another hard time. Now, he didn't know what was happening outside the house. So he had to speak out to stop it. This sudden voice scared Jiajin. But then he reacted. His face twitched. And his face froze. Like a deflated ball. And he no longer had the enthusiasm just now. No matter how shameless he was, he couldn't pretend nothing happened in this situation. Let alone flirt with Yusanjia again. Originally, he thought Zhang Yuni had left. But now, he didn't know what was going on. He just changed the place and ate something else. Thinking back to the abnormal behavior of Yusanjia, he stared at the instigator opposite with a sinister look. Yusanjia was panicked by his stare and wanted to escape. But Jiajin was standing in the middle of the room, staring at her fiercely. If the enemy didn't move, she didn't dare to move. Fortunately, Yusher in the room had already broken the jar. But after a while, under the beating of Zhang Yuni, the sound that sounded like wailing, singing, and cat-like calls came out continuously. She and Urji didn't know about the conversation between Zhang Yuni and Yusanjia. When they heard the noise outside, they quickly stopped and didn't dare to speak. After all, it's hard to avoid losing face if you encounter such a thing. Now, on the one hand, it was a broken jar, and Zhang Yuni had already exposed her. So why bother to hide it? Secondly, Jiajin sold her to Zhang Yuni. And on the other hand, he wanted to do something improper to Yusanjia, and even brought her into his room on purpose. She also wanted to retaliate and embarrass him. So, she got excited and became more and more obsessed and annoying. Jiajin couldn't stay any longer. He took a deep breath, tried to calm down, and said, "I'll go to the side hall to wait for you. Choose the lesser of two evils." After all, this was all caused by him. And he even made suggestions, and suggested some tricks to Zhang Yuni to play with his wife. If he showed his face at this moment, it would not only be useless, but also ruin the hard-won situation. Yusanjia was panicked by Jiajin's look, but when she saw him leave silently, she was gloating and relieved at the same time. Fortunately, he retreated temporarily when he saw the situation was not good. Although he was slapped twice, he managed to calm down. Otherwise, if the quarrel really spread, not only would Jiajin be offended, but also the marriage of the second sister would be ruined. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel a little scared. She wanted to leave, but she was worried that Jiajin was waiting outside to settle accounts with her. So she had to shrink in the house and wait for Urji to go back together. However, although there was no threat from Jiajin in the house, the cat-like cry seemed to go from her ears to her heart, and then spread to her limbs, making her suffer for a long time, accompanied by a series of heart-wrenching shouts. The torment finally subsided gradually. After a while, Zhang Yuni packed up and walked out of the house first, glancing at Yusanjia, who was blushing and fidgeting in the hall. He was also stunned. Then, he walked closer with a stern face. Seeing that he looked unfriendly, "Third sister," Yu said guiltily, "brother-in-law. He came to see you on his own, and he wanted to come in and make some noise." Zhang Yuni ignored her, stretched out his arm to clamp her neck, pulled her up from the stool, and then stretched out his other hand and slapped her raised buttocks heavily. "Pa pa pa! It's okay to hide that little trick from others. Don't think I don't know what you think. After saying that, he let go and walked away. Third sister, you pouted, daring to be angry but not to say anything. After he left, Fong rubbed her chest thoughtfully and spat. Bah! Just because you say nice things, you will find ways to take advantage of others. Zhang Yuni didn't know that he had revealed his tracks by clamping third sister Yu under his armpit just now. He walked into the side hall as if nothing had happened, and smiled at Jiazhen. Sorry to have kept you waiting for a long time. Brother Jin. Jiazhen had a complicated look on his face, and looked at him as if he were a monster. We are all brothers. He didn't know how to continue. He waited in the side hall for a while, and then he became impatient. He thought Zhang Yuni was deliberately lingering in the house, and planned to go outside to listen to the noise so as to urge him. Unexpectedly, before he could get close to the window of the inner room, Yosher's morning-like voice came into his ears. For more than half an hour, she went there 3 times in a row, and the sound never stopped. He was an expert in this, so he could naturally tell whether it was a fake or real play. At this moment, thinking back to Yosher's words that she could no longer serve him, he had another feeling, and he felt a little discouraged. He was just thinking about it when Zhang Yuni suddenly asked, Brother Jin, do you want to see me? He then remembered the purpose of this trip and hurriedly said, Yes. I forgot the main business. The West Mansion has already decided to break the ground and worship the gods on the 6th day of the first lunar month. The old lady and the lady want to invite you to preside over it. These days, superstition is prevalent. Every household is familiar with all the rules, whether it is worship or worshipping the gods. Originally, the Rong Mansion could have done it by itself, but he was from the Imperial Observatory, and Xiangling's matter came before. Grandmother Jia and Mrs. Wang wanted him to preside over it to be on the safe side. This was originally a matter of 1 sentence. If he knew that he would have to wait so long at the beginning, he would have left this sentence in the house and turned a blind eye. Although he went to the courtyard to inquire afterwards, he did not get too close. In addition, he was also curious and wanted to see when he could come out, so he waited until now. Forget it. Zhang Yuni waved his hand and said, Brother, you can see that I just took a day off today. Now I am planning to build a new factory, so it is inconvenient to take more leave. Although he gave the King of Qin a reasonable explanation, the King of Qin also intended to get some information about the King of Ning through him. But this matter was his suggestion after all, and it was not appropriate to show too much enthusiasm in Yuanchuan's affairs. Jiazhen seemed a little embarrassed. He thought Zhang Yuni would not refuse and promised in front of Jianmu. Seeing that he seemed to have something to say, Zhang Yuni did not give him a chance to speak. It's getting late. If Brother Jin has nothing else to do, I still have to go to pick up Xiangling, so I won't delay. Chapter 109. Xiangling learns poetry again. In front of the Zhang family's old house. Before Zhang Yuni entered the carriage, he said to Feng in front of the door, Madam, you can go to Ning Mansion to chat with Xiangling if you have nothing to do. Xiangling stood on the carriage with a bundle in her arms, and waved goodbye to Feng. When she turned around and got into the carriage, she was pulled into Zhang Yuni's arms as soon as she lowered the curtain. Do you miss the master? After Feng's all-round guidance, she was no longer as dull as before, and she was quite sensitive to Zhang Yuni's changes. Her cheeks flushed, her eyebrows and eyes were full of spring, and she looked more charming and moving. In the past, she felt that she was Zhang Yuni's maid, and she should obey the master's request. Now, knowing that this is not the duty of a maid, but a love between a man and a woman, she was a little embarrassed to speak up, and just nodded silently. Even so, the rouge mark on her forehead became more charming and attractive. With the soft jade in his arms, and wanting to resist but also wanting to accept, Zhang Yuni immediately turned her around, wrapped his legs around her body, held her horizontally on his legs, leaned over and kissed her red lips. The carriage started slowly, bumping all the way. In a short while, Xiangling in his arms had her clothes in disarray. Her eyes blurred, and she was panting. After a long time, their lips parted. Xiangling's voice was as soft as a mosquito's, and she said in a muffled voice, I will serve you when I go back. How about it? Before, she called herself a slave, but now she changed her name. However, Zhang Yuni did not notice this detail. This was the first time Xiangling took the initiative to ask for service. He was quite happy for a while, and did not care about those details. He hooked her chin and said with a smile, Xiangling misses you. Don't you want me to serve you? I thought Xiangling would become more shy. But unexpectedly, she nodded and said solemnly, Mother said that only by serving you more can I get pregnant with your child sooner. However, when she said serve more, she unconsciously hugged the bundle in her arms tightly again. Zhang Yudi was speechless. He was still a little confused. However, he also noticed the details. In the hot summer, she was holding the bundle tightly. Zhang Yudi also felt strange and asked with a slight scrutiny, Is there any treasure in this bundle? Xiangling's blush, which had just faded, became stronger again after hearing this. She said shyly, This is the underwear that Mother made for Xiangling. Let Xiangling wear it when serving the master. The master will like it more. Zhang Yudi was immediately interested after hearing this, and hurriedly urged, Oh, open it, and let the master see it. I thought there would be some new styles, but I was disappointed when I opened it. It was still a bellyband, but some effort was put into the embroidery pattern, and some hollowing was added to the corners. Although it was unique, it was still an ordinary style. Master also drew a few patterns a few days ago. I will ask Ruizhu to show them to you when I go back. Let's use this one tonight. We will make a few more sets, and then change to a new one. Hey! Then Xiangling will change into it when she goes back to serve master. Zhang Yudi's mouth twitched slightly when he heard this. After all, he still had modern thinking, and didn't know the temptation of offspring to ancient people. Fengshe had been telling Xiangling how to seize the opportunity recently. Seeing Xiangling was obsessed with this moment, he was quite helpless. A full man doesn't know the hunger of a hungry man, and a hungry man doesn't know the emptiness of a full man. He had just greeted the sisters of the Yu family before. Although he recovered now, Xiangling had been away for several days. Ruizhu was quite considerate and didn't want to compete with Xiangling. He agreed in the morning that he would go to Tianxiang Tower tonight to leave Xiangling space and time to be alone with him. Ruizhu is going to Tianxiang Tower tonight, and it will be almost dinner time when we get back. Master, please move your night run to before dinner, so that you can spend time with Xiangling to make a baby. Okay? Xiangling seemed to think about it seriously, then nodded and repacked her bag. In fact, Zhang Yudi was overthinking. Xiangling had no intention of competing for favor, but just remembered Feng's instructions. But when she returned to Dengxian Pavilion and saw Ruizhu, whom she hadn't seen for many days, she only cared about expressing her feelings of separation, and had long forgotten the past. The two little girls talked more and more excitedly, and seemed to deliberately avoid Zhang Yudi. After talking for a while downstairs, they held hands and hid in the room next to the stairs, whispering. Zhang Yudi didn't interrupt, and went back upstairs to complete the unfinished drawings of the Grandview Garden. He has been busy with the new factory recently, and has little time to draw. Now that Rongfu is ready to start construction, it really can't be delayed any longer. When it was almost dusk, he went out for a few laps. When he returned to the house, sweating profusely, Xiangling and the other person had finished their conversation and prepared a bath. After taking a bath and going downstairs, he saw that the dinner downstairs had been prepared, and Ruizhu was the only one downstairs. He asked in confusion, Where is Xiangling? Ruizhu blinked and lowered her head and said, Sister Xiangling is a little tired. She has already eaten and returned to her room. I will wait for you to have dinner before going to the young lady's place. What's wrong? Zhang Yudi stood up suddenly. You were fine in the afternoon. Why are you feeling unwell now? Just as he was about to go upstairs, he was stopped by Ruizhu. She looked away and said, It's okay, but I feel a little dizzy. You can go after dinner? Seeing that Ruizhu seemed a little shy, he was confused, because Baozhu waited until he left before coming over. He didn't know that the two little girls were preparing a surprise for him, and just thought that Xiangling had her period, thinking of her still yelling to serve him in the afternoon. He could not help but shook his head helplessly. If it were someone else, he would not have such a misunderstanding. But considering that Xiangling has always been a little dull, it is not impossible. Putting aside his worries, he secretly calculated while eating. Xiangling had no precedent of pain. After going upstairs, he would understand the situation. If there is no problem, he would persuade her to find another way. After finishing dinner with random thoughts, he waited until Ruizhu packed up and left. He locked the door and went upstairs into the house. Seeing Xiangling covered with a brocade quilt, lying on the bed sideways, he quietly took off his clothes and got into the quilt naked, hugging her tightly from behind. Knowingly asked, Tell me quickly, Where is it uncomfortable? No. He lifted the quilt and saw Xiangling wrapped under the quilt, wearing a lace-edged hip-length suspender miniskirt, lying on the ground, half covered and half exposed. The exposed white skin was slightly red, as if a rosy glow was emerging. He half supported his body, hooked his neck and looked around at Xiangling, only to see that her face was already red and her long and thick eyelashes were shaking non-stop. Zhang Yuni quickly twisted her pink shoulders, turned her towards him, and said with joy, "Is this what Ruizhu prepared for you? This is from Shirong's grandmother. Do you like it, sir?" The already red face became even more charming and beautiful. Zhang Yuni felt a flame rushing up from the bottom to the top of his head. "I like it." He only said 2 words, and could no longer hold back, and pounced on it like a hungry tiger. That night, there was a constant sound in the Dangxian pavilion, and Xiangling babbled and learned another Pipa Xing. The poem says, at this time, silence is better than sound. Chapter 110 Night at Tianxiang Tower. June 5th. Because they were going to break the ground and offer sacrifices to the gods the next day, the lights in the Ning and Rong mansions were turned off early. When encountering such an event, fasting and bathing were common, and all participants dared not be careless. Even Jiazhen broke the record and did not hang out with the concubines and maids. Just after the second watch, he went to bed alone. He just opened the lampshade and prepared to blow out the candle inside. Suddenly, there was a creak sound, and the door was pushed open heavily, and the candle was blown to sway. He raised his head and was about to scold, but he caught a glimpse of the figure in front of the door and said in surprise, "Master, didn't you say you would not go to the West Mansion tomorrow?" Jia Jing had a gloomy face and interrupted, "Get up quickly. Don't disturb the servants. We'll talk on the way." Jiazhen did not dare to neglect, and quickly put on his clothes and walked out in his shoes. "Master, what happened?" Jia Jing said solemnly, "Eunuch Dai has spread the news that the emperor wants to thoroughly investigate corruption in various ministries, and the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Revenue have been directly named." Jiazhen breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Father, why is he so nervous? It's not like we haven't investigated it over the years." But in the end, it still ended in vain? This time is different. The emperor summoned Lu Bing the other day and asked him to start a thorough investigation. Lu Bing? Before Jiazhen could come to his senses, Jia Jing had already taken a step and said, "Let's go." He hurriedly chased after him. Isn't he the commander of the Southern Pacification Division? Isn't it the responsibility of the Northern Pacification Division to supervise all officials? Bullshit. The emperor asked him to do it. Who dares to say anything? After Jia Jing scolded in a low voice, he still explained, he is different from others. Not only was he a playmate of the emperor when he was young, but he also saved the emperor from a sudden fire during the southern tour that year. He is quite trusted by the emperor. It can be seen that this time he is serious. Does he really dare to investigate thoroughly? You know, our superior is Prince Ning. Stupid! Jia Jing shouted in a low voice. Prince Ning may not dare to investigate. But what about others? Jiazhen fell silent upon hearing this, and followed Jia Jing all the way to the courtyard gate. "Master, where are we going?" I thought Jia Jing was taking him out of the house to discuss countermeasures with others. Unexpectedly, he did the opposite. This time is different from the past. We can only sacrifice the car to save the master. Let him die without any evidence. Let's cut off the tail at home first, so as not to implicate the family. Someone outside will make it look like he committed suicide out of fear of crime. Speaking of this, he couldn't help but sigh and said, "It's a pity that Jiao Di is gone. Otherwise, it would be much easier to do this kind of thing. If she..." Before he finished speaking, Jiazhen was stunned. His feet stopped as if they were rooted. His face was ashen and he trembled. "Master, are you going to do to your wife?" Because it was the beginning of the month and the moonlight was dim, Jia Jing couldn't see his expression. He turned around and looked at him, quite approvingly. "Fortunately, you were smart last time and made up that excuse of cheating, so we don't have to make up a reason for her death." "Master," Jiazhen fell to his knees with a plop, begging. A daughter who is married off is like water spilled out. Even if the investigation leads to Qin Yi, as long as he is dead, it may not lead to our house. After all, she is Ronger's wife, who is married in a formal way. Why would you do this? "Master." "Bullshit," Jia Jing said in a low voice. Such a thing must be foolproof. Liu Bing has always disowned all relatives except the emperor. So how could he miss her adopted daughter? What is the Jinui? She is a woman. If she can't stand the fear, she will not be the only one to suffer. But haven't we found out yet? Jiazhen looked at Jia Jing cautiously and suggested. Why not wait for a while? You pig brain? Jia Jing scolded. Wait until we find Qin Yi before we take action. Who can't tell that we are trying to silence him? By then, I'm afraid that not only will we not be able to clear ourselves of the matter, but we will all have to go to the Jinui. Jiazhen shrank his neck and showed fear when he heard this. But he still begged, Master, tomorrow, the West Mansion will break the ground to worship the gods. Now, if this kind of thing happens, it's probably unlucky. So why not wait a few days? Jia Jing was angry at her for not fighting back and said, a woman's kindness will eventually lead to death. What's the difference between a few days earlier and a few days later? I'll tell you the truth. I received the news the other day and waited until today to take action, just to cover up the matter of the West Mansion. But this? Jiazhen was immediately like a bereaved mother. This son is wrongly blamed. What he meant was that he wanted to prove that he had cheated on her. But he didn't dare to say it out loud. Jia Jing thought for a moment and comforted her. Don't worry. You won't be wronged in this matter. As soon as he said this, a hint of surprise flashed across Jiazhen's face. But before he could be happy, Jia Jing said, the year before last, because of those rumors, Chang'er moved out. This time, you can make up some rumors about her and Chang'er in the mansion later. He did not understand Jiazhen's implication, and thought that he really felt wronged, and was even more worried that the rumors of adultery would ruin his reputation. Seeing Jiazhen looking at him in surprise, he thought that he did not understand his deep meaning. He hurriedly explained, Chang'er is young after all, about the same age as her, and she is pretty. Even if others hear it, they will doubt him more than you. Even if there are still people who are suspicious with the rumors about Chang'er, they will only think that she is promiscuous, unfaithful to her husband, raising a younger brother-in-law, and having an affair with her father-in-law. In this way, although it will have an impact on your reputation, it won't be too big. Father! Jiazhen knelt down in front of Jia Jing and said in a sad voice, everyone in the family, relatives and friends, knows that this daughter-in-law is 10 times better than Romer. How can any relative or elder not like her? With such a look and such a temperament, you can't find her even with a lantern. Now, is there really no other way? At the end, he was already crying. In addition to sadness, he also regretted that he missed the opportunity. If I had known that I would die today, why would I care about Qin's reaction? Of course there is a way. Jia Jing looked at Jiazhen with an uncertain face. Really? Father, tell me. Take the initiative to confess to the emperor and return the money I have earned over the years. Perhaps with the affection over the years, the emperor will give me a lighter sentence. Speaking of this, he paused and said in a deep voice, but the mansion has spent a lot over the years. Once it is fully returned, I am afraid that I will not only empty the money in the mansion, but also sell the land. I am afraid that the favor that my father has won by accompanying the emperor in his cultivation over the years will also be exhausted. Moreover, if we take the initiative to confess, where will others be placed? The situation in the mansion in the future may be worse than before. So you must think it through. It is not that he has changed his mind, but seeing Jiazhen's sad face, he is worried that he will not be able to bear it and ruin the big thing. Even ants try to survive, let alone humans. After all, he is old, and his health is not as good as before due to taking elixirs. He is also worried about others, worried that Qin Keqing will resist, and he will not be able to control her. This is also the reason why he lamented Jiao Da's absence. Jiazhen was silent when he heard this. If it was just an ordinary way to spend money to avoid disaster, he might not hesitate. After all, he now has Zhang Yuni's way of making money. But he knew how much money he had spent over the years, and he was afraid that even if he sold the land outside, he might not be able to make up for it. What made him more timid was how Ningguo Mansion would survive in the future if he confessed his guilt. Seeing this, Jia Jing said, you are as old as Roman now. You should still remember the cold eyes you suffered in the mansion. Do you really want to go back to the past? Jiazhen was startled, and his uncertain face gradually became gloomy. After a long silence, a fierce look flashed across his face, and he gritted his teeth and said, Father, Don't worry. Your son knows the importance of things. Chapter 111. Fearing that shouting at the door would disturb the Dengxian pavilion across the street, Jiajin went around to the back of the building, broke the window, then climbed into the building and quietly opened the door. After Jiajing entered the house, he bolted the door, and then the two came to the door of the second floor. Who is it? Although the West Mansion will break ground and worship the gods tomorrow, Qin Keqing did not relax her vigilance. In addition, every time when it was late at night, she could not help but have thoughts that she should not have. Therefore, she heard the strange noise downstairs early in the morning. The master and servant were on guard and stood behind the door with alert expressions. Jiajing glanced at Jiajin and saw that he had no intention of speaking. He said in a deep voice, "Pack up and open the door." Hearing Jiajing's voice, the two people in the room breathed a sigh of relief. With a creak, the door opened. Qin Keqing bowed and said in shock, "Master, why are you so late?" Before she finished speaking, she saw Jiajin behind Jiajing and stopped talking. Jiajing didn't care about being shy at this time. He stepped into the house, his face as heavy as water, and said, "What a good thing you did. How could my Ning mansion have such an unfaithful woman like you?" Qin Keqing was startled when she heard the words, and then she came back to her senses from the trance, glanced at Jiajin, knelt on the ground, and said with a sad face, "Grandpa, please no. Granddaughter-in-law definitely didn't do it. What are you yelling about? Aren't you ashamed enough? I will judge whether it is true or not." Jiajing lowered his voice, turned to Bao Zhu and ordered, "You go downstairs and guard the door. No one is allowed to approach." He didn't say what he said before to Qin Keqing, but to Bao Zhu. There must be a reasonable reason to break into the granddaughter-in-law's room so late. Although he did not intend to spare Bao Zhu's life, he and Jiajin were the only ones left now, and they were obviously short of manpower to face Qin Keqing and the other two. To avoid complications, he planned to deal with Qin Keqing first, and then deal with Bao Zhu, because Jiajin deliberately concealed the truth. He did not know that Bao Zhu and Ruizhu had been given to Zhang Yuni. It was clear that they were going to bring an army to punish her. A maid was avoiding him at this moment. How could she make a fuss? Bao Zhu felt relieved when she heard this, glanced at Qin Keqing, and left in a hurry. After leaving the house, she hesitated a little, and did not follow Jiajing's instructions to wait downstairs. Nor did she rush to Dengxian Pavilion to report the news, but hid outside the house to eavesdrop. If only Jiajing came, she would naturally not dare to delay. But he came with Jiajing, and she thought that Jiajing had heard some gossip, and was afraid that acting rashly would expose Zhang Yuni, so she did not dare to act rashly. Seeing that Bao Zhu had been sent away, Jiajing motioned Jiajin to close the door, and said in a deep voice, "You hooked up with Chang'er and seduced Zhener. Do you think I don't know? If you still have some shame, just end it yourself." These days, a woman's reputation is more important than her life. Once her reputation is questioned, many women have committed suicide to show their determination. It is easy to find a pretext to accuse someone of a crime. This method can be used to force Qin Keqing to commit suicide, and it can also avoid unnecessary commotion. Therefore, Jiajing did not start right away. Qin Keqing was also stunned when she heard this. She thought that Jiajing brought Jiajin here because he knew that he wanted to do something wrong last year. Unexpectedly, there was actually a false Jiacheng, and from what Jiajing said, it seemed that he took the initiative. Could it be that Jiajin saw that she had someone in her heart, and if she couldn't get it, she would destroy it? So the evil man complained first? She exclaimed, "How is it possible? Son's daughter-in-law has never had." "No. Not to mention that Chang'er has already admitted it. Could it be that your father-in-law has wronged you?" After Jiajing finished speaking, he winked at Jiajin. Hearing this, Bao Zhu, who was outside the house, could no longer stay and ran downstairs immediately. And Qin Keqing, who was inside the house, heard this. A flash of horror flashed across her face, trembling all over, and then said with a firm look, "Son's daughter-in-law has evidence to prove her innocence. Things like seduction are hard to explain. A look, a move, it's possible. It was originally a false accusation." Jiajing didn't think so much, so he spoke out. But Qin Keqing thought that Jiajin knew that Zhang Yuni was secretly helping, and saw that he had someone in his heart. So he destroyed it if he couldn't get it. So he was the first to complain. He can frame Jiacheng now, and he may not be unable to frame Zhang Yuni in the future. Only by blocking it from the source can this situation be avoided. Besides, it was a matter of reputation. Once she died, she would not be able to clear herself even if she jumped into the Yellow River. When these words came out, not only Jia Jing was stunned, but Jia Zhen, who was about to step forward, was also stunned. He seemed to have thought of something, and a trace of joy flashed across his face, and his feet stopped. He, without waiting for Jia Jing to speak, he sneered and asked first, "How can you prove such a thing?" Jia Jing did not want to make things more complicated, so he waved his hand and said, "Whether it is true or not, there are rumors now. For the sake of my Ning Mansion's face, you should commit suicide." He winked at Jia Zhen again, indicating that he should not make things more complicated. Unexpectedly, Jia Zhen did not seem to understand his intention, but advised father, "What's the harm in listening to it?" Qin Keqing's face flashed with doubt. Logically, these words should have come from Jia Jing, and Jia Zhen, who was the first to complain, should not give her a chance to defend herself. However, the situation was critical now, and she could not afford to investigate the reason. She had to bite the bullet and said, "Grandson, granddaughter-in-law has not consummated the marriage yet." She could not hide her shame and anger. When she spoke, her ears were buzzing, and it seemed that she did not hear anything she said. After saying the last 4 words, it seemed that she had used up her last bit of strength and collapsed to the ground. Jia Jing was also stunned when he heard this, looking at Qin Keqing who was lying on the ground, with an unbelievable look on his face. Jia Zhen, who was standing aside, had an expression that said, "As expected." Before Jia Jing could recover from his shock, he turned around impatiently and whispered, "Father, this matter may not be unknown to others. In order to avoid omissions, I am afraid that I have to play a full role. Since my son has been blamed, I will not bother you. Let me take care of everything." After Qin Keqing finished speaking, her mind went blank. Although she could vaguely hear the conversation between Jia Zhen and Jia Jing, it was intermittent, and she had no time to think about the meaning of the words. Jia Jing, who was standing aside, changed his expression again and again. After his eyes switched back and forth between Jia Zhen and Qin Keqing several times, he finally nodded silently and turned to the door. After opening the door, he turned around and glanced at Qin Keqing, who was in a state of dismay and limp on the ground. He did not forget to remind her, "Father will go downstairs and wait for you. Remember to act quickly and cover her mouth first to avoid making any noise." At this time, Qin Keqing on the ground just came to her senses and saw Jia Zhen approaching her with a lewd smile on his face. She was shocked and was about to scream when she heard a burst of hurried footsteps outside the house. Then, a deep and magnetic voice sounded, "Uncle and cousin, come here. Why don't you come to my room and sit down?" Chapter 112 Timely Rescue. Zhang Yuni came in a hurry, wearing only a middle-length shirt, and even the breath on his body had not completely dissipated. So he stood at the door and did not go in. He glanced at Qin Keqing who was lying on the ground in the house. He looked puzzled and asked, "What happened to my nephew's wife?" After all, this is a private matter of Ningguo Mansion. Although they claim to be their own people, it is just to paralyze themselves. After all, he is still an outsider. Although he can forcibly protect Qin Keqing now, if he handles it improperly, he will inevitably tear his face with Jia Jing and Jia Zhen. However, he can save her for a while, but not for a lifetime. In the end, it may be useless. Moreover, what happened today was quite strange. Baozu did not hear the whole story, but it seemed that Jia Jing believed Jia Zhen's one-sided words and wanted to force Qin Keqing to death. Although he did not understand why Jia Zhen did this, he knew that Qin Keqing was a perfect woman. Therefore, a handle to uphold justice was needed. Even Jia Jing helped the tyrant, and he was Qin Keqing's only support. When she heard his voice, she kept looking at the door. The brief eye contact just now, although inappropriate, still made her feel inexplicably shy. Hearing Zhang Yuni's question, she suddenly understood his intention in an instant, and said sadly, "Uncle, my niece has not yet consummated the marriage, and has never done anything unclean." Although she didn't know that Zhang Yuni already knew, even Jia Zhen knew it, so why should she hide it? However, even so, she couldn't say a word more after she finished speaking. She didn't dare to look up at Zhang Yuni again, but she felt a little secretly happy because she was in tune with him. Unclean things? Zhang Yuni asked knowingly. Didn't my uncle already know that it was Jiao who spread the rumor? Jia Jing and Jia Zhen looked at each other. And finally Jia Jing spoke first. Don't worry about it. Qin Keqing trembled slightly when she heard this, and hurriedly put aside her inappropriate thoughts and looked up at him. Zhang Yuni glanced at Jia Zhen with a guilty conscience, and said righteously, a woman's reputation is a big deal. How can we act rashly? And my nephew's wife also said that she has not yet consummated her marriage. Just need to check it out. Jia Jing frowned slightly and pondered. Is it a glorious thing that my granddaughter-in-law of Ning Mansion has not yet consummated her marriage? But if it is not verified, how can the rumors be curbed? At that time, rumors will spread, and other gossips may not arise. It is better to not consummate the marriage than to be unclean. Besides, my nephew lives opposite her. If this matter is not clear, it may be fabricated to my nephew. Didn't my cousin punish Jiaoda because he was worried that he would fabricate it against my nephew? Although he knew the reason why they beat Jiaoda to death. Unfortunately, there was no evidence. And there was no evidence after death. However, thieves must be guilty. And the excuse they beat Jiaoda to death was just used. After all, the father and son had said that they wanted to protect their reputations. If they were to say something inconsistent, wouldn't they be worried about suspicion? Not to mention that it also involves the dispute over the throne. They would have to think carefully about it. He still felt that it was not enough. So he patted his chest and said, this matter concerns the reputation of my nephew and the mansion. Don't worry, uncle. My nephew will ask the emperor to ask the palace maid to come and check. With the palace maid as a witness. Who would dare to gossip? A trace of panic flashed across Jia Jing's face, and he stared at him for a long time with complicated eyes. Zhang Yuni also did not give in, and stared at him resolutely. After staring at each other for a long time, Jia Jing sighed and said slowly, Yuni is not an outsider, and this matter should not be hidden from you. Your nephew's wife's father committed a crime, and our family had to cut off ties with him. Qin Keqing heard this, and her mind buzzed. She finally understood why Jia Jing didn't care, even at the cost of destroying her reputation, and wanted to kill her. As Qin Ye's adopted daughter, she knew all the things behind her back. Although she didn't know how serious the crime was, it must have been a big deal for Jia Jing to act like this. If it was a matter of reputation, Zhang Yuni would help, and there would be no consequences. But if this kind of thing was involved, it would probably implicate him. So, knowing that it also involved the Ning Mansion, she stopped arguing. Just when she had accepted her fate, Zhang Yuni chuckled and said calmly, I thought it was nothing. A daughter who is married off is like water spilled out. Not to mention that my nephew's wife is just an adopted daughter of the Qin family. Don't say that this matter has nothing to do with my nephew's wife. Even if it is related, my nephew can ask the emperor for mercy. Although Jia Jing had completely cleared Ningguo Mansion, he couldn't believe it. Otherwise, why would he force Qin Keqing to death? He was worried that he would not have the opportunity to add fuel to the decline of the Jia family. So he would not miss such a good opportunity. Thinking that in the original book, the Qin family died out after Qin Keqing's death, he felt that it was very strange. Although the current time does not match the original book, Yuan Chuan's fate has changed before, whether for the unknown purpose or to ensure that the Jia family's pigtail is caught. He would never give up Qin Keqing. Jia Jing's eyes flashed with a gleam, and he asked tentatively, Are you really willing to ask the emperor for mercy to save her? Zhang Yuni knew that Jia Jing was talking about Qin Keqing, but he was concerned about his family. He patted his chest and said, Uncle treats me with great kindness, and everyone in the mansion is my family. Don't say there is no relationship. Even if there is, I will beg the emperor to show mercy even if I die. At most, all my future merits will be used to atone for my crime. As soon as these words came out, Qin Keqing's body trembled, and she looked at him with tears in her eyes, and she couldn't move her eyes away. Although Zhang Yuni was talking about Ning Mansion, wasn't it to save her life in the end? Besides, with the identities of the two, he couldn't point the spearhead at himself. At this moment, Zhang Yuni and her eyes looked taller and taller, and the feelings in her eyes could no longer be suppressed. She wished she could replace Xiangling and repay this friendship. Before she could imagine the unbearable scene, Jia Jing's voice interrupted her thoughts like thunder. Good. Good. You can say this. It is worth your uncle's sincere love for you. Jia Jing patted Zhang Yuni's shoulder, and then changed the subject. But you have a bright future, and you must not be asked to take responsibility for the women in the mansion. Zhang Yuni was stunned. He thought he would go with the flow, but he didn't expect him to be so persistent. Just as he was thinking about how to start, Jiazhen had already knelt on the ground and said, "Father, my cousin is not an outsider. With his royal favor and father's many years of affection, as long as he is willing to do his best to guarantee, the emperor will definitely show extra grace. My cousin has said so. Why should father hide it from him?" Jia Jing still had some reservations about Zhang Yuni, but Jiazhen believed it without a doubt. After all, Yusher was also a member of the mansion. Although he didn't see it with his own eyes, he had heard about it. As the saying goes, nothing tastes better than dumplings. If not, why would he spend so much time on her? If Qin Keqing was not a perfect woman, he might still suspect that Zhang Yuni had an affair with her. But now, he didn't think about it. Of course, even if he suspected, he might not make this choice. After all, he just wanted to share a piece of the pie with Jia Rong before. In the end, he was reluctant in his heart. But he had no choice but to choose between the glorious days in the future and her. Now, Zhang Yuni has done his best to guarantee it, which is tantamount to seeing the dawn. And he no longer hesitates. The mansion is actually also involved. I hope my cousin will help the family when the time comes. His words were tantamount to putting Jia Jing on the fire. His face twitched a few times, and he looked at Zhang Yuni with some worry. "Don't worry, cousin. Yuni is obliged to do this," Zhang Yuni said without hesitation. "Just please tell Yuni the truth, so that my cousin can be mentally prepared." Jiazhen was afraid that he would be dissatisfied, so he told him the general story. But he was careful and only explained his own affairs, and gave a discount on the amount involved. Even so, Zhang Yuni was secretly shocked when he heard it. He didn't expect that the amount involved in Ning Mansion was 500,000 or 600,000 taels. However, he didn't reveal a bid on his face, but said disdainfully, "I thought it was a big deal. But this little money is just a small amount that my brother earned for the inner court." Hearing that he was so calm, Jiazhen couldn't help but be happy, and said, "Who said it wasn't? In the future, the family will have to rely on my cousin." But Jia Jing seemed to be deflated and a little uninterested. He has always been the sky of Ningbo Mansion, and now with Zhang Yuni as a backup, the result is good, but he feels a little disappointed. Chapter 113 Order to Comfort. Jia Jing was in low spirits and was about to ask the two to leave, but when he looked at Jiazhen, he saw him occasionally glancing at Qin Keqing, who was lying on the ground. He looked at Zhang Yuni and said in a deep voice, "Yuni, stay and comfort her. Be sure to tell her not to talk nonsense, so as not to cause any more trouble. Jenner, come with me." Zhang Yuni was a little stunned, and Jiazhen on the side had hurriedly shouted, "Master, why don't you let your son?" At this point, Jia Jing stared at him and quickly changed his words. "Why don't you let your son take you back now? Then Yuni will take your uncle down." "No need. Jenner will accompany me. Since you want to protect her, I have no objection. But you must tell her to keep her mouth shut." After speaking, Jia Jing waved his hand and took Jiazhen downstairs. When he came downstairs and saw Baozhu and Ruizhu, he stared at them with a sinister look on his face. His eyes finally stopped at Baozhu, and he said sternly, "Were you the one who tipped off just now?" Ruizhu's face changed drastically when she heard this, and she secretly glanced at the stairs. And Baozhu knelt down with a thump and hurriedly explained, "I am your servant now. I dare not listen to the private affairs of the mansion. That's why I went to your place to avoid suspicion." Jia Jing's eyelids kept twitching. He did not look at Baozhu, but turned his head to look at Jiazhen beside him. He hurriedly said, "Yes. Brother Yi is interested in these two girls. My son forgot to tell the master." Jia Jing took a deep breath. A trace of helplessness appeared on his face, and finally shook his head, hunched his back, and walked out slowly. The moment the two stepped out of Tianxiang Tower, Baoyu and Ruizhu both softened and exhaled heavily. After the footsteps faded away, Ruizhu patted her increasingly swollen chest and said thankfully, "That's good. Finally." At this point, she remembered Qin Keqing, and hurriedly supported Baozhu, saying, "I'll help you up. Let's go up and see the young lady." As soon as she said this, she felt her arm being tightly grasped, and heard Baozhu's low and hoarse voice in her ear, "Don't go. The master is upstairs. Why do we need to interfere?" Because they didn't want Xiangling to see Qin Keqing's embarrassment, The two persuaded her to stay in Dangxian Pavilion and follow Zhang Yuni to Tianxiang Tower. At that time, Ruizhu wanted to follow him, but was persuaded by Bao Zhu. She knew that Zhang Yuni would do his best to save Qin Keqing at all costs, and if the two of them followed him, they would easily become the target of his anger. So they forced Ruizhu to stay downstairs and just lay on the stairs to eavesdrop. But, although she had vaguely heard some words just now, she didn't see anyone, so Ruizhu was still a little worried. Bao Zhu interrupted her before she finished. No buts. She held Ruizhu tightly and said, "You heard it just now. This family wanted to force Grandma to death. Only the master tried his best to protect her, and even risked his future for Grandma. A drop of water should be repaid with a spring. How do you want Grandma to repay the kindness of the master?" This, Ruizhu looked at her in astonishment. No! If the young lady didn't care about her reputation, how could she? Bao Zhu said indignantly. Bullshit reputation. This family wants to force Grandma to death, and they want Grandma to keep their chastity for them? At this point, she leaned on Ruizhu's shoulder and whispered in her ear, "You really don't see what Grandma is thinking at all? What can young lady think?" Speaking of this, Ruizhu woke up from a dream. She hurriedly broke free from Bao Zhu's grasp, walked to the door quickly, looked out, and then quickly closed the door and bolted it. Then, she leaned against the door with her back, and said anxiously, "You go to the window and watch. I'm afraid the master won't be able to come down for a while. If they come back, we have to delay for a while." Upstairs, it was not as the two maids guessed. A lingering drama was being staged. However, Zhang Yuni did not pretend to be a gentleman. Seeing Jia Jing and the others leave, he waited for a while, and then walked towards Qin Keqing, who was still slumped on the ground with a concerned face. "It's okay." This voice was like a thunderbolt. Qin Keqing trembled slightly, and slowly raised her head, although it was a bit inappropriate. Jia Jing's words before leaving, asking Zhang Yuni to stay and comfort her, still made her think about it. Was it gentle words to calm her down? Or was it the big, generous hands that gently stroked her pink back? Or, even if she just thought about it, she felt her body burning hot. Although she thought it was just a luxury, she couldn't help thinking about it, and even secretly hoped that he would be more reckless. She completely forgot about her body's reaction and only looked at that figure. Their eyes met. Those soul-stirring eyes were full of grievance, self-pity, resentment, and panic, as if telling of her weakness and helplessness. However, as the two looked at each other, the emotions in her eyes gradually became blurred. Her breathing became heavy and rapid, and her chest swelled and fluctuated. The blush on her cheeks became more and more obvious, like the peach blossoms in early spring, delicate and beautiful, with a strong spring feeling, as if issuing some kind of invitation. Zhang Yuni stepped forward quickly, leaned over, stretched out his hand, and said in a warm voice, "The ground is cold. You can't sit for long. I'll help you up." Qin Keqing's face showed a hint of shyness, lowered her head, but did not hesitate, and stretched out her hand to put on his broad palm. Qin Keqing's slender jade hand was soft and boneless, delicate and smooth, while his broad palm was warm and powerful, and both of them couldn't help trembling. Zhang Yuni pulled her up from the ground with a little force. Just at this moment, Qin Keqing's legs softened and she fell backwards. In a flash, Zhang Yuni quickly stretched out his hand to support her pink back, then leaned over and went around her knees, holding the soft and weak body horizontally in his arms. The summer shirt was thin, and Zhang Yuni was only wearing a middle shirt, and he instantly felt the other party's temperature. Qin Keqing moaned. "Uncle!" Her arms involuntarily hooked around Zhang Yuni's neck. Her eyes slightly fluttered, her lips slightly parted, her long and thick eyelashes trembled constantly. The blush on her face became more and more intense, but she did not bury her head. Instead, she stretched her neck as if to be killed. Zhang Yuni no longer hesitated, buried his head towards the fluttering red lips, and kissed them. The moment their lips touched, Qin Keqing struggled and twisted instinctively in his arms, like a fish just out of water, as if she was afraid of falling from his arms. Her two arms had gone around his back at some point, holding her tightly. After a long time, their lips parted, with strands of silver silk. Zhang Yuni hugged the jade woman, who was as soft as dough, and walked slowly to the bed. When he came to the bed, he slowly put her down, and leaned over again to kiss her forehead gently. "I'm afraid they will come back. There's still a long time to go. I'll come back another day. It can be hot anywhere. But the mind must be kept clear. Jiajin was afraid that he would not be at ease with Qin Keqing being alone. His primary goal now was to appease them. As long as he brought down the Ning mansion, he would not be afraid of them making trouble again. Qin Keqing was embarrassed, but still nodded slightly. Zhang Yuni then got up with difficulty, turned around and hunched his back, and left Qin Keqing's boudoir. The moment he stepped out of the door, Qin Keqing, who was lying on the bed, didn't know where she got the strength from, and suddenly got up from the bed, ran to the door, held the door. Her eyes were full of spring, bit her red lips, and whispered, "Keqing is waiting for uncle." The voice was very small, but it seemed that she had used up all her strength. After saying that, without waiting for Zhang Yuni to respond, she leaned against the door and closed it. The moment she closed the door, her back was tightly against the door panel, and she sat down slowly. Chapter 114. Each with his own plans. Is father staying at the mansion so late? After leaving the Tianqiang Tower, Jiajin said cautiously. No. There is something else, Jiajing said in a deep voice. Let Yuni beg for mercy. That is the worst plan. We should try to hide it. Since there is a tail at home, there will be no more trouble outside. Father is saying, well, originally, I planned to take care of the family first and wait for the storm to pass before taking action. But now I need to urge them to take action as soon as possible, so as not to have more trouble at night. Jiajin bowed and said, Father is right. Jiajing stopped, looked at him, and pondered. Since she has not consummated her marriage with Romer, I don't think it is necessary for her to be my Ning Mansion's granddaughter-in-law. After a while, you ask Romer to write a divorce letter. At this point, he paused for a moment, looked at Jiajin with a hint of joy on his face, and said, let Yuni take her in again, and then let her take her in. She is a concubine. Why? Jiajin exclaimed hurriedly. If father is afraid of sending her out to talk nonsense. Son will. Asshole. Jiajing scolded. Lust makes you stupid. Put away your foolish thoughts. People's hearts are like water. He has agreed to help now, but there may be changes in the future. Only by taking her as a concubine can we guarantee that he will not change his mind in the future. Why? Why? You still have the nerve to ask. Jiajing shouted angrily. Who told you to tell him? Now he is grateful to us and agreed to help. But today he also knows the secret account between our family and the Ministry of Works. If he thinks of your uncle's death, will he still be so easy to talk to? But what does this have to do with Qin being his concubine? When he takes a concubine, we will give him some silver, and say it is the dowry brought by Qin. We have not touched a penny. Once things go wrong, we will insist that we know nothing about Qin Yi. Maybe he transferred the stolen money through the adopted daughter, and then traced the dowry. Anyway, the Qin family can't seize much silver. At that time, everyone will stick to their own story, and no one can explain it clearly. But my cousin may not be willing to take her as a concubine. I think you are really confused. If you don't have any thoughts, why would you rush to rescue in the middle of the night without even putting on your clothes? Seeing Jiajin's face changing, Jiajing warned, let's not talk about it. Now we still rely on him to cover the bottom. Even if this doesn't happen, he must not have any accidents in our house. Otherwise, ruining the emperor's dream of ascending to heaven is not as simple as going back to the past. When he said this, Jiajin's neck shrank. A trace of fear flashed across his face, and he hurriedly said, don't worry. Father, I can still make sense. Today, we still expect him to cover for us. We can only do our best to appease him, and wait for King Ning to succeed to the throne to be safe. Jiajing sighed, and then continued, Father knows what you are thinking. But we must put the overall situation first. Besides, it is better for you cousins to give each other concubines than to have an affair. Hey! Hey! Jiajin's eyes lit up. Father is right. Son already knows. Will not mess around. And will not lose his life for a woman. It's good that you know. Jiajing nodded and said, I deliberately left them alone to create an opportunity. Qin was at a time of hesitation and helplessness. Her summer clothes were thin, and she was on fire. At this point, he saw Jiajin's eyebrows twitching, and a look of unwillingness and eagerness appeared on his face. He hurriedly said, it is inconvenient for you to go again at this time. Ask Romer to go over and tell him that Jean was frightened. We will send him to comfort her. Please remind him not to make a public announcement if he is caught in the act. Then use the reason of not consummating the marriage and uncleanness to divorce Jean and force him to take her as a concubine. There is no need to rush. Let her marry after the rumors are over. Jiaxin's face stagnated, and he said with some disappointment, yes. Son knows. Go and call Romer now. Jiaxing looked at him, seemed a little worried, and sighed, forget it. I'd better go with you to find Romer. Jiaxin had a hard time speaking. He thought that Zhang Yudi might have just warmed up at this time, but he didn't dare to report it truthfully. So he had to bite the bullet and follow Jiaxing to Jia Rong's yard. Let's not talk about Jiaxing and Jiaxin going to find Jia Rong for now. Zhang Yudi came down from Tianxiang Tower and caught a glimpse of Bao Zhu and the other two standing by the window in the door. And he couldn't help but be a little surprised. He came too hurriedly and didn't notice the two maids, because he didn't see them go upstairs, and thought they were still waiting for news in Dengxian Pavilion. But seeing them like this, he immediately understood that they were keeping watch for him. Seeing him go downstairs, Bao Zhu didn't think there was anything wrong. Ruizhu looked puzzled and blurted out, Master, why so fast? After saying this, she reacted and her cheeks blushed. Do you think that Master is the one who took advantage of others' misfortune? Zhang Yudi said righteously. Keqing was frightened. You all go to accompany her. If Jiaxin is unwilling and goes back, there is no need to go to send a message. Just don't worry about making a fuss to avoid delay. Since she was already keeping watch for him, there was no need to hide it. He openly called Qin Keqing by her nickname. Yes. I made a mistake. Ruizhu was focused on the mistake she had just made. She was ashamed and quickly admitted her mistake. Bao Zhu, who was standing by, keenly grasped the change in his address. Don't worry, sir. I will definitely take good care of Grandma for you. Zhang Yudi walked to the two of them, hugged one of them with one hand, and held them in his arms, saying softly, You are not only guarding Keqing for me, you are also my people. You have to take care of yourselves. Otherwise, I will be distressed. Sir. The two had never experienced this before, and they immediately surrendered and leaned softly in his arms. Ruizhu was better. After all, she had experienced this before. Bao was in his arms. Her legs were weak. Her body was shaking. And her buds were shaking. Zhang Yudi rubbed her slender waist for a while, then leaned over to her ear and said, When the master has sorted out his affairs, let Ruizhu take your place in the bed. What he meant by sorting out was actually the master first, and the servant later. However, there was still a key step to take, and there was no need to explain to the two maids now. Bao Zhu snorted like a mosquito. Her cheeks blushed, and her head was almost buried in the gap. Bao Zhu had nothing else in her mind. But Ruizhu was still able to stay awake and hurriedly said, Master, is there any other problem? What happened today? The young lady didn't. Why did they force her to death? Although they heard a few words downstairs, it involved corruption and abuse of power. So Jiaxing and Jiaxin deliberately lowered their voices, so they didn't hear everything. Zhang Yudi patted their waists, let go of their hands, and said, Don't ask any more. It won't do you any good to know more. It's no big deal with me here. Go and accompany Keqing. She's been frightened. Hey! Ruizhu agreed immediately after hearing this. After Zhang Yudi left, she closed the doors and windows and was about to walk to the stairs. But she found Bao Zhu still lying there in a daze. So she turned around and helped her upstairs. Chapter 115 Personally Armored. Zhang Yudi returned to Dengxian Pavilion, and Huifang Garden also restored the tranquility of summer. The candlelight in the building, and the light from Tianxiang Tower opposite, complemented each other and intertwined, as if foreshadowing some kind of connection. The moonlight was like water, quietly sprinkled on the sidewalk between the buildings, and fireflies emitted a faint green light, dancing in the night sky, hovering above Jia Rong's head, who was wandering on the sidewalk between the buildings. His eyes roamed back and forth between the two buildings, and finally walked towards Dengxian Pavilion. Dong dong dong. Zhang Yudi had just given Xiangling a brief account, and was about to teach Xiangling to chant a new poem, when he heard a knock on the door downstairs. He thought that something had gone wrong with Qin Keqing again, and hurried downstairs. When he opened the door, he saw Jia Rong bowing his head in front of the door. He couldn't help but frown and said unhappily, It's so late. What are you doing here? Hearing his voice, Jia Rong looked up with a surprised look on his face and said blankly, "Is Uncle E at home?" After saying that, he finally reacted and said hurriedly, "Thanks to Uncle Ye's good words, the master gave the work of making gold and silver utensils to my nephew." This is true, because there was no one to supervise the Rong mansion. Jiazhen couldn't spare time, so Zhang Yuni mentioned it in passing based on the principle of selling goods to two families. However, it is obviously impossible for him to come here for this matter. Combined with his reaction just now, Zhang Yuni guessed it almost right. He sneered, "You came here so late just for this?" Jia Rong glanced around furtively and said flatteringly, "Uncle E, can you let your nephew in to talk?" Zhang Yuni didn't say anything either, turned around and sat down at the table. Jia Rong hurried into the house, stuck his head out to take another look, and then closed the door. Coming to Zhang Yuni, he whispered, "To be honest with you, Uncle E, it was the master who asked me to come and see Qin." He knew Jiazhen's thoughts on Qin very well, and what he didn't expect was that he had never succeeded. But now they were rushing to give her to Zhang Yuni. How could he have the courage to do what they wanted? Anyway, this daughter-in-law was not his, so it didn't matter to him who he honored. Naturally, he had to find a big thigh to hug. Zhang Yuni was more generous than Jiazhen. Last time, he didn't do much, but just tipped off and reported Wang Shifeng's plan truthfully. So he was a lampshade and a lucrative job. Now, even Jia Jing and Jiazhen are serving him. What else should he hesitate about? With the experience of betraying Wang Shifeng last time, he was not vague at all when it came to selling Jia Jing and Jiazhen this time. Before, he was wandering downstairs, not because he was entangled in whether to go to Tianxiang Tower, but because he planned to wait for Zhang Yuni to come out downstairs. But after careful consideration, he was worried that Zhang Yuni had already called off the battle, and he was worried that he would wait all night. So he knocked on the door of Dengxian Pavilion. Zhang Yuni had originally expected that Jiazhen would not be at ease with him being alone with Qin Keqing, but he did not expect that there was Jia Jing's instruction. He glanced at Jia Rong and said calmly, "Oh, how is my nephew's wife?" Jia Rong stood up and said solemnly, "Reply to Uncle E. My nephew did not go there." Zhang Yuni said without comment, "Since my uncle and brother Zhen asked you to go to see my nephew's wife, why didn't you go, but knocked on my door instead?" To be honest with Uncle E, my nephew and Qin are not husband and wife. It's so late, so we should avoid suspicion. He seemed to have thought of something, and added, "But she is indeed married to my nephew in a formal way, so Uncle E can rest assured." "What do you mean I can rest assured?" Zhang Yuni's mouth twitched, and he shouted, "Just say whatever you want to say. Don't talk nonsense." Hey! Hey! Jia Rong nodded hurriedly. "My nephew and she are not husband and wife. If Uncle E thinks she is still worthy of his attention, my nephew will immediately write a divorce letter. If Uncle E finds it troublesome, it's okay to register it under my name." Zhang Yuni was stunned when he heard this, and looked at Jia Rong in a daze, and asked with a little scrutiny, "Is this your own idea?" Jia Jing. Jiazhen asked him to check on Qin Keqing's situation, and he came to knock on his door. Zhang Yuni could understand that he was worried that Jiazhen would misunderstand, and knew that he was also there. So he came to ask him, but he wanted to divorce his wife, and even give her to himself. Who gave him the courage? Jia Rong seemed to know that he had exaggerated a bit, and hurriedly explained, "Didn't the master and the old man know that my nephew had not yet consummated his marriage with her? They intended to let my nephew divorce his wife and marry someone else. My nephew thought about Qin's appearance and figure, and it would be a pity to let her go. It would be a waste to keep the good things in the family." Zhang Yuni knew that he would not dare to make a decision on his own, and threatened him in a stern voice, "Why don't you tell the truth?" "Yes. Yes. Yes." Jia Rong was afraid that he would turn against him, so he did not dare to hide it, and did not care about the instructions of Jia Jing and Jiazhen, and hurriedly explained everything clearly. After speaking, he said with a panicked face, "Every word my nephew said is true, but I don't know whether Uncle E has returned. I dare not rashly go to Tianxiang Tower to disturb Uncle E, so I came here to knock on the door to see if you have returned." Zhang Yuni looked at him for a moment, and saw that he was full of flattery. He said meaningfully, "It's hard for you to be so filial. Uncle E has remembered it in his heart, and will not treat you unfairly." "Hey! Hey!" Jia Rong was overjoyed when he heard this. "Thank you, Uncle E. Then do you want your nephew to divorce her? Or Wait! Zhang Yuni got up and went upstairs to get the pen, ink, paper and inkstone from the study. Jia Rong immediately wrote quickly, and in a moment he had written the divorce letter and signed it. He handed the divorce letter to Zhang Yuni and said hesitantly, "The master and the old man seem to want to wait for a while. Uncle E, you think? Don't worry. I will keep it secret from them for the time being." Jia Rong was relieved when he heard this and hurriedly got up to say goodbye. After he left, Zhang Yuni immediately took the divorce letter and knocked on the Tianxiang Tower opposite. This is a different time. Before, Qin Keqing was from Ning Mansion, and Zhang Yuni was still a little concerned, worried that Jia Zhen would be angry and would harm Qin Keqing's life. Now, no matter what they planned, as long as they had this divorce letter in hand, they would not cause any trouble. When the flowers are ready to be picked, they must be picked. So why should he look back and forth? Since she recognized his voice, Ruizhu did not hesitate, but saw him coming alone, and asked in surprise, "Is there something wrong again?" Zhang Yuni did not explain, and motioned her to close the door. Then, he went upstairs directly, and went straight into the room. He shook the divorce letter in his hand, and under Baozhu's surprised eyes, he walked straight towards the shy Qin Keqing. He handed the divorce letter to her, and smiled at the same time. "Thank you for waiting for a long time." The big word divorce came into view, and Qin Keqing had not had time to take a closer look, and suddenly felt dizzy, and was already carried sideways by Zhang Yuni. She no longer cared to read the contents, exclaimed, and hurriedly hugged Zhang Yuni's neck. With blurred eyes and flushed cheeks, she leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Keqing wants to wear the underwear given to Xiangling and serve the master again." Zhang Yuni's heart was shaken when he heard this. Before, he learned from Xiangling that the suspender skirt belonged to Qin Keqing, and he had some guesses. Now, hearing that she wanted to put on the battle robe and go into battle in person, how could he refuse? But before he could tell her, Baozhu beside him had already understood, and ran downstairs, saying, "I will ask Xiangling to get it." Chapter 116 Groundbreaking Day. Early morning. A ray of sunlight shines through the window screen and bed curtains onto Qin Keqing's lazy, charming and beautiful face. She slowly opens her eyes and stares at Zhang Yuni's profile with satisfaction. After looking for a while, she puts her head close to Zhang Yuni's shoulder. A hint of mischief flashes in her eyes, and her legs covered by the quilt curl up restlessly. "Ah!" Her face suddenly twitches, and she lets out a cry of surprise. And her legs, which are half curled up, also press heavily on Zhang Yuni's body. Zhang Yuni was knocked and woke up immediately. He felt his body stiffen, and then turned his head to look at his side. Qin Keqing blushed like a child who had made a mistake and said, "Keqing is useless. I didn't serve you well last night. Uncle, I thought it was fine and wanted to relieve Uncle's pain. Unexpectedly, not only did I fail to help Uncle, but I bumped into him. Last night was crazy, and it was inevitable that my mind would not make decisions. So I subconsciously called back the original name." Unexpectedly, Zhang Yuni seemed to have a preference for him. Whenever he kept thinking about him, there would be a strong response. So she just gave him what he wanted. Last night, Zhang Yuni finally realized what it meant to when love meets. It must lead to lust. Qin Keqing's charm is engraved in her bones. Every frown, smile, and move exudes seductive spring love, stirring people's hearts and seducing souls. The first taste of love is like opening a black box, and it is out of control. At this moment, she relaxed, and the curled legs in the quilt were like a spirit snake, already wrapped around him, stirring up trouble. "You just knocked Uncle. Keqing will apologize to Uncle now." Zhang Yuni became more and more stiff, looking at Qin Keqing, who was shy and mischievous, lying flat, just turning his head and kissing her pouting cherry lips. Qin Keqing seemed to forget the discomfort in this kiss and responded enthusiastically. After a while, their lips parted. Zhang Yuni looked at the charming beauty in his arms, raised his hand to hook her chin, and played with her delicate lower lip with his thumb, jokingly saying, "You have to pay attention to your body when you apologize. Don't involve the pain. Keqing, why don't you try another way?" Qin Keqing's face flashed a trace of confusion. But then, she seemed to think of a scene last night, bit her lips unconsciously, and a touch of intoxication appeared on her face. "As long as Uncle likes it. Don't think Keqing is clumsy." She got into the quilt without hesitation, hesitating and babbling to apologize. The sun was high in the sky. Zhang Yuni got up from the bed and dressed neatly. Qin Keqing also struggled to get up under the service of Ruizhu and Baozhu. The two hugged and came to the back window in the room. Zhang Yuni opened the window and looked at the backyard of Tianxiang Tower. It must be said that the courtyard downstairs of Qin Keqing is quite in line with her temperament. Charming and gorgeous. Extraordinary and unparalleled. The courtyard wall with pink walls and black tiles surrounds the corridor. And through the carved and hollowed windows, you can vaguely see the winding. Although the white flowers and exotic plants in the courtyard are not lush, they are obviously carefully cared for. And the fragrance is diffused and refreshing. Last night, Zhang Yuni pushed open the window, but did not rush to express his views directly, but moved her with emotion and reason, and finally opened Qin Keqing's heart with his eloquence. After a thorough and simple exchange, after drinking the clear, sweet and delicious flower tea served by Qin Keqing, he wiped the corners of his lips with an unsatisfied mind and expressed his feelings directly. This morning, he was also immersed in it and couldn't extricate himself, so that he missed the yamen. At this moment, he finally understood how it felt for the king to not attend the morning court anymore. However, although Qin Keqing's divorce letter was in hand, the matter was not over yet. In order to avoid more trouble, he had to go to the palace in the afternoon. Ronghua Mansion. The ceremony of breaking ground and offering sacrifices to the gods had been held under the auspices of Jia Zheng. He did not want to watch those scenes of sweating. After finishing the business of breaking ground and offering sacrifices to the gods, he and Jiaxi led Jiazhen, Jia Baoyu, Jia Huan, Jia Lan and other males from the two mansions to Rongqing Hall. Women were not allowed to participate in such matters. He reported the relevant matters to Jia Mu and ordered the servants to arrange a family dinner at noon. When he arrived at Rongqing Hall and saw Mrs. Wang, he said to her, "Didn't I ask you to invite Brother Yi to come to the mansion when you break ground? Why didn't you?" Originally, if it weren't for Mrs. Wang's suggestion, Jia Zheng didn't even plan to invite Zhang Yuni. Therefore, when Jia Zheng reported back that Zhang Yuni could not attend, Mrs. Wang did not take it to heart. At this time, Jia Zheng suddenly changed his attitude, which caught her off guard. She did not dare to retort Jia Zheng's previous words, so she had to use Jia Zheng's words to deal with it. After all, he is responsible for the emperor's mission and official duties. It is not good to let him delay the official business of the government office because of our family's affairs. After hearing what Mrs. Wang said, Jia Zheng's face eased. He did not want to be arrogant at first and then respectful later. It was just that he was invited to the Ningguang mansion yesterday. After listening to Ningguang's words, he knew that he could have such an honor because of Zhang Yuni. If it was just that, he would not be so anxious. After all, the matter had been done, and the other party did not mention it. However, the words of King Ning showed that he valued Zhang Yuni very much, and he even wanted him to help introduce him. Originally, he thought that he would definitely be present at the groundbreaking ceremony today, and he would toast with him at the banquet and complete the task assigned by King Ning. But he didn't see him in the morning, and he couldn't help but feel a little flustered. He suspected that he was too frivolous last time, which made Mrs. Wang look down on him. He didn't know that Mrs. Wang already knew the inside story, but she deliberately guided him to give him the credit just to please him. Although he knew the whole story now, he couldn't admit that he was helped by Zhang Yuni. Although he is a junior, he helped draw the map after all. I heard that he also helped a lot this time. He brought a lot of craftsmen from Fengchenyuan. You also gave him the overall planning of the construction of the garden. We can't be too careless. Master is right. This time it is indeed thanks to his help. Mrs. Wang hurriedly followed his words and said, "How about I send someone over again and ask him to come back after the court is over in the evening?" Jia Zheng thought about it and said in silence, "If there are other people in the evening, it seems that we don't pay enough attention. I think I should ask him tomorrow when he is free and invite him to the house alone. I will have a drink with him privately." He was not worried about neglecting Zhang Yuni, nor did he feel that he needed to be cautious about winning over Zhang Yuni for Prince Ning. But once Prince Ning was mentioned, he had to mention Zhang Yuni's role in it. He was worried that many people would reveal that his family had benefited from Zhang Yuni's influence. So the emperor treated him differently. Although Mrs. Wang didn't know why he was rude at first and respectful later, she was as surprised as a cat seeing fishy smell after hearing his words. She said eagerly, "Since it is a private banquet, I would say we should hold it in my courtyard. This way, We can show that we do not treat him as an outsider, and that we respect him enough. What Mrs. Wang said was not without reason. As the saying goes, when entering the house, outsiders should be entertained in the front courtyard, and family members should be entertained in the back courtyard to show their intimacy. And Mrs. Wang, as the mistress of the house, entertained in her courtyard, which also showed enough respect. Of course, the reason why she proposed this was that she hoped to take the opportunity to find a way to get Jia Zheng to stay overnight. However, Jia Zheng was obviously going to disappoint her. Originally, he did not think of this difference, but after Mrs. Wang reminded him, he deeply agreed. However, he was so proud in front of Mrs. Wang last time, and now he did not want her to know the truth. He secretly calculated that if he held it in her courtyard, even if he was not present, if the servants heard it, it might not be unheard by her ears. So he said, just send someone to invite him. The master will make his own arrangements. Chapter 117 Various Thoughts. Madam, why didn't you just say it when you moved? It was inconvenient for women to participate in the groundbreaking ceremony, and Wang Shifeng had to help out. As an outsider, Yusher had nothing to do. So she came to the northeast corner courtyard where the Shui family had just moved. Although the Shui family had just moved a few days ago, Yusher didn't know about it until now. However, the Shui family hadn't made any arrangements, and it was the beginning of the month. So she came uninvited, which inevitably seemed like a debt collection. Originally, I thought Aunt Shui was busy moving and forgot about it for a while. But seeing that everything was ready here, and she hadn't handed it over yet, I took the opportunity to come over. Hey! It's just moving from that courtyard to this courtyard. It's just wandering around the mansion. Now there is a lot of things in the mansion. Why bother everyone with all this trouble? Aunt Shui said politely, and Bao Chai came to greet her. And the two of them immediately welcomed Yusher into the house. When the maid brought tea, Bao Chai smiled and said, I didn't see Brother Yi just now. Could it be that he is in the front yard? The incense table for breaking the ground and offering sacrifices to the gods was set up at the gate of the garden, facing the corner gate on the east side of Shui's house. Although women could not participate, it was okay to take a look from a distance. Madame asked her brother to invite him the other day, but as you know, he has a lot of things to do in Tianguanjiwen. And now he has to plan to build a new factory. He can't leave him for a moment. So I had to apologize to Madame. Yusher picked up the tea, took a sip, and pretended to be curious and asked, Cousin and Miss, do you have something to ask him? This month's silver has not been delivered yet. And seeing that she did not mention it or complain, she asked about Zhang Yuni's whereabouts instead. Obviously, it was not aimless. Although she could not figure out the reason. This income was entirely due to Zhang Yuni. So she first boasted about him, and then brought up the new glass factory, and then asked. The mother and daughter looked at each other in bewilderment. Originally, they had planned to ask Yusher to help them negotiate by giving money. So how could they forget about the account? However, before they could send it, they heard Zhang Dehui's message back. Zhang Yuni was going to deduct 40% of the profit from the caustic soda without saying a word. Although this business was entirely supported by his talent, and it was given to the chief steward of the inner court, Prince Zhongquan, as the imperial merchant of the inner court. They could still distinguish the importance. But the business was done together, and the Shui family also paid the money. And they also wanted to earn a favor and get familiar with Prince Zhongquan. They guessed that Zhang Yuni had the ability to judge people, saw that Prince Ning was extraordinary, and wanted to add icing on the cake, running around for Rongfu to please Prince Ning. Originally thought, in this kind of matter, they had to rush to join in, and planned to take advantage of the presence of Jia Mu and Mrs. Wang to bargain with Zhang Yuni. I never thought that Wang Furen would invite them, but they didn't come. It's inevitable that they are a little hesitant. After a moment of silence, Aunt Shui said apologetically, Manager Zhang went to the mansion a few days ago. He couldn't speak clearly after he came back. I was going to ask Brother Yi today. Oh, I thought it was a big deal. This is just a small matter. If it's not convenient for Auntie, I will ask for you later. Yusher also breathed a sigh of relief when she heard it. The Shui family was holding back the money, and it was obvious that there was a reason. She was not like the Shui family. She was also running a business, and had more ways to get information. I just thought they heard some bad news, so they were negligent. Oh, then I'll have to trouble Brother Zhen's daughter-in-law. Auntie, why don't you tell me what you don't understand, so that I can tell Brother Yi when I go back? Aunt Shui couldn't help but feel embarrassed when she heard it. Bao Chai took the opportunity to say, "Hey, actually, it's not a big deal. This business was originally arranged by Brother Yi. We have no objection to how to divide it, and how much to divide. It's just that I heard that a portion will be sent to the Zhongshuan Palace. So Mother wants to trouble Brother Yi to take my brother with her to gain some experience." This. Now Yushir finally understood why the Shui family had not mentioned the silver this month. It turned out that they were waiting to bargain with her. But everyone knows Shui Pan's temper. I'm afraid Zhang Yuni may not agree. Bao Chai knew that she was in trouble, and hurriedly said, "Don't worry, Sister Jin. Brother is just going with Brother Yi to see the world. We will keep him, and he won't say a word." Although Shui Pan was a muddle-headed person, he was not so ignorant of the importance that he dared to talk nonsense in front of the prince. But she couldn't help but worry that he would speak inappropriately and make things worse. In fact, it would be enough if Zhang Yuni reported the name of the Shui family. Shui Pan followed because he was worried that he would take all the gifts on himself. Although Zhang Yuni did not tell Yushir about this, she was also present when he discussed it with Aunt Shui and knew the relationship. But she did not dare to guarantee whether Zhang Yuni would agree. When she was in trouble, there was a commotion outside, and then Li Wan came in with San Chun. When Tan Chun saw her, she smiled and said, "Sister Jin is different after all. Now she has started a business. Now she is here to talk business with Aunt and Sister Bao." She was adopted by Mrs. Wang, so she followed and called Aunt. However, she did not know the truth. It was originally a flattering remark, but it made Aunt Shui and Bao Chai a little embarrassed. Aunt Shui slapped her forehead and said, "Look at my memory. I was busy chatting and forgot the business. I was busy with both sides a while ago and forgot it." Yushir's heart was like a mirror, and she waved her hand and said, "It's not urgent, and it's not convenient today. Let's talk about it in 2 days. The silver for a month is also several thousand taels. If it was in the past, it would be a huge sum of money for her. Of course, she would go with the flow and put it in her pocket. Now, following Zhang Yuni, her vision has become higher. She sees that the Shui family intends to use this money to make a fuss, and she doesn't want to give people a reason to talk. I plan to go back and ask Zhang Yuni what he thinks first." After listening to the conversation between the two sides, Tan Chun realized that she had said something wrong, and hurriedly smiled to smooth things over, saying, "It's our fault that we acted too hastily in our mansion, and we didn't have time for Aunt to settle down slowly. The other day, the old lady and the lady asked Aunt to bear more of the burden." As she spoke, she turned to Yushir and said, "Sister-in-law Jin, please bear more of the burden too." Since this had brought up Lady Jia and Lady Wang, Yushir naturally wouldn't say much, and smiled with her hands covering her mouth, saying, "Everyone says that Miss Feng is eloquent, but I think Miss San is no worse. We are all family members. Why should we talk about different things?" Humph! When she said this, others naturally agreed with her, except Shichuan in the crowd, who snorted coldly. The four of them came together, but she was the only one who was forced to come, especially the 3 words family members, which sounded particularly harsh. Yushir knew that she looked cold and had a cold heart. So why didn't she want to be compared with the mansion? She originally wanted to put on the momentum of a sister-in-law and say a few words, but thinking that she was not clean now, and Jia Jing intended to let Shichuan marry Zhang Yuni, she would have to look at the face of this sister-in-law in the future. So she could only sneer and say, "Miss, you should go back more often. At least get to know your brother better." In the past, she didn't pay much attention to this sister-in-law who was raised in the West Mansion. But now, she hopes to establish a good relationship with her as soon as possible. However, Shichuan did not seem to appreciate her kindness. Although she did not refute, her cold face showed no expression, let alone any response. Yushir was a little embarrassed, but Li Wan rushed to say, "Why go back to the mansion? Why not ask Brother Yi to come over so that they can talk to each other?" After she said this, she realized that everyone was looking at her in surprise. Her face turned red immediately, and she explained, "Loner also followed the master to worship the gods. I'm afraid he is young and ignorant. Brother Yi is used to big scenes, and he may not be able to hide the details that others don't notice. If he can help correct it, it will be Loner's blessing." Everyone suddenly realized it after hearing this. Tan Chun was originally wondering why her eldest sister-in-law, who had always been oblivious to the outside world, took the initiative to drag the 3 sisters to the Shui family. Now, She finally understood her intention. Yusha also breathed a sigh of relief. Last time, Wang Shifeng's words and deeds made her think about it. Fortunately, there was no follow-up. She couldn't help but think that she had suppressed one problem and created another. She was worried that Li Wan also had her eyes on Zhang Yuni. Now she understood what she meant. She was afraid that she wanted Zhang Yuni to read her fortune. Although this idea was different from that idea. Zhang Yuni also said that the secrets of heaven should not be revealed. If she was willing to help convey a message about the Shui family, she would definitely not help with Li Wan's request. Instead, she would remind Zhang Yuni to give Li Wan less opportunities to ask for help. Oh, this is unfortunate. Brother Yi had something to do today and didn't come. Not to mention reminding Wan. He hasn't even met him yet. Chapter 118, Loyalty and Righteousness. Your Majesty, I bow to you. Long live your Majesty. Zhang Yuni stepped into the imperial study and bowed. Emperor Zhengqing, who was sitting cross-legged on the imperial couch, made a gesture to end his exercise, then raised his hand and said, Qianxiang, please stand up quickly. Why are you here? Zhang Yuni did not stand up, but crawled on the ground and said, I am here to apologize to your Majesty. Emperor Zhengqing frowned slightly and pondered, what is your crime? Is there something wrong with the glass factory? Your Majesty, everything is normal at the factory. He stood up and looked at Dai Quan, who was standing beside him, and said hesitantly, Your Majesty, I am not here to apologize for myself. After hearing this, Emperor Zhengqing was stunned. But Dai Quan beside him showed a trace of panic on his face. My uncle and cousin are foolish. They colluded with their in-laws to embezzle the public funds of the Ministry of Construction. And the silver amounted to 600,000 taels. In ancient times, relatives were required to conceal each other, unless it was a serious crime of treason. Killing relatives for the sake of justice would be despised. Not only would his colleagues and relatives stay away from him in the future, but even the emperor would think he was ruthless and ungrateful. So, he could only adopt a roundabout tactic, under the guise of apologizing for the Ning mansion, but actually complaining. As for whether Qin Yi would be implicated, he had no guilt in his heart. If you mess around, you will pay it back sooner or later. Besides, Jia Jing and the others wanted to silence Qin Keqing, so they must be planning to abandon the car to save the general and push Qin Yi out to take the blame. On the contrary, after making such a fuss, there might be a glimmer of hope. When he heard that there was no problem with Tiango Injiwen, Emperor Zhengqing's face eased a lot. He knew the corruption in the court very well. When the water is too clear, there will be no fish. This kind of thing has never been prevented from ancient times to the present. Even if he deals with one batch, there will be another batch. As long as there is no chaos, the court can be maintained, and it does not affect his alchemy and cultivation. He will turn a blind eye. This time, he does not want to rectify the court, but wants to earn more merit. He has even planned to treat these officials as leeks and harvest a batch every once in a while. However, even so, when he heard that the embezzled silver was 600,000 taels, his eyelids twitched twice. He said in a deep voice, if that's the case, why doesn't he come himself, but ask you to come and apologize? It was my initiative. My uncle has failed the emperor's grace and has no face to see the emperor. Zhang Yuni said with a sincere face, I am alone and helpless, with only these few relatives. I really can't bear to see them make a mistake and regret it for the rest of their lives. So I shamelessly plead with the emperor, asking His Majesty to show some leniency and give them a lighter sentence. At this point, he showed his true colors and said, I promise that I will urge them to return all the misappropriated public funds. Too much is as bad as too little, which is his main purpose. How much property Ning Mansion has, Yusha also learned from her mouth. Hundreds of thousands of taels of silver may not be a big deal in the eyes of the emperor, with Jia Jing's kindness in accompanying him to practice Taoism. If he returns the dirty silver, he may not be beaten to death. Anyway, time is on his side. As long as he waits until the king of Qin succeeds to the throne, he will take care of it. Moreover, the wives and grandmothers in the mansion have all been taken by him. It doesn't matter to him when they fall. However, this time he did not follow Jia Jing and Jia Zhen's wishes and wait until the matter could no longer be covered up before pleading for them. Although the matter has been exposed to the emperor, he helped. Even if Jia Jing and Jia Zhen were dissatisfied, they did not dare to tear their faces with him. They could only serve him carefully. But Qin Keqing's matter gave him a reminder. although he was not afraid of him. Even Jia Rong, with his physical fitness, he was not afraid of him. But he had to be careful of the tricks behind the scenes. After all, Ning Mansion was still the land of Jia Jing and Jia Zhen. Although he was afraid that his whole family would be buried with him if something happened in Ning Mansion. But the rabbit would bite when it was anxious. And there was no guarantee that they would not perish together. Therefore, he planned to occupy the magpie's nest, take the opportunity to empty Ning Mansion, and control all the servants in Ning Mansion. Of course, considering that Ning Mansion belonged to the Ning Wang family and wore pants with the 4 kings and 8 officials. They were also taken into consideration. Although Jia Zhen only talked about his own corruption. This kind of thing was not a day or two. And there must be many officials and stakeholders involved. It was impossible for Ning Mansion and Qin Yi to succeed alone. The key was that when he met with Qin Wang, he knew that Ning Wang was also involved. After all, my cheap father is a 5th-rank supervisor. Without Dai Quan's suggestion, the eunuch who was executing the execution would not have the courage to beat a 5th-rank official to death. No matter if he is a man of King Ning, or just in collusion with Jia Jing. Today, I pleaded for the Ning Mansion. Since he heard it, no matter how Jia Jing explained it afterwards, he would definitely be suspected of being eager to distance himself from the relationship and save himself. As long as Dai Quan spreads this news again, the Ning Mansion will inevitably be isolated by the original allies. After all, traitors are the most hated. Once the internal and external support of the Ning Mansion is cut off, even if they know that they are harboring evil intentions, what can they do? Tearing the face will only be accused of not knowing what is good for you. And you even have to consider whether the emperor will still give you a lighter sentence for your face if you tear the face with yourself. As for him, in the eyes of others, this matter had nothing to do with him. And begging for mercy was purely thankless. Outsiders would only think that he could not resist Jia Jing's begging. So he begged for them. And he would also be known as a man of loyalty and righteousness. The emperor had the same idea. He was originally thinking of cutting leaks and adding merit to himself. Zhang Yuni's Tiango Injiwen was the biggest contributor to merit. Ningwa Mansion had no official position. And he would not refuse to confiscate the dirty silver and show favor to Zhang Yuni. Okay. Go back and tell them that this will not happen again. Count the dirty silver and hand it over to the Jinyui. In theory, even if the silver is not returned to the Ministry of Works, it should be collected into the national treasury. But Emperor Zhengqing didn't care about these. Since he was leading the thorough investigation, he naturally wanted to put it in his own pocket. However, he was embarrassed to say it. So he asked the Jinyui, who was responsible for the thorough investigation, to take over first. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your grace. Zhang Yuni was about to take the opportunity to say goodbye, but heard a report from outside. Lu Bing, the Southern Pacification Division of the Jinyui, is here to see you. After a while, Lu Bing, who was in his 40s and dressed in a dragon robe, walked in. He had just knelt down to pay his respects. And before he could speak, Emperor Zhengqing pointed at Zhang Yuni and said, "My dear, you came at the right time. Tianxiang just mentioned that Ningwa Mansion was in collusion with Qin Yi of the Construction Division and embezzled public funds. You should send someone to Ning Mansion to receive the dirty silver and take Qin Yi back for interrogation." Lu Bing was stunned for a moment, then saluted and said, "Your Majesty, I came to report because of Qin Yi." He paused, straightened his body, and then said, "Last night at the hour of Yin, a fire broke out in the Qin family, and all 17 people in the family were killed. I received the imperial edict the day before yesterday, and originally planned to arrange manpower after sorting out the clues. So when I received the news, the scene had been taken over by Shantian Mansion, and a hasty decision was made that the fire broke out. Before entering the palace, I personally went to check the body, although it was burned beyond recognition. Judging from the death, it should have been burned after death. The coroner is still performing an autopsy." "Good. Good." Emperor Zhengqing's eyes widened with anger. He glanced at Zhang Yuni, and then turned to Dai Quan beside him. After staring for a long time, he said in a heavy voice, "Go kneel outside and don't talk to anyone." He had just ordered Lu Bing to investigate the case the day before, and only Dai Quan was present at the time. So the news spread so quickly. Dai Quan trembled all over and knelt on the ground with a thump. Before he could speak, Emperor Zhengqing shouted, "Get out." He didn't dare to say a word, and quickly crawled out of the imperial study on his knees. Emperor Zheng Qing turned to Zhang Yuni at this time and said in a deep voice, "Tell me, how did you know that Ning Mansion was colluding with Qin Yi?" Originally, he had not thought that the news had been leaked, and just thought it was a coincidence. But now it seems that it is not that simple. At this time, Zhang Yuni, without hesitation, he confessed everything about Jia Jing and Jia Zhen's attempt to silence him last night, hiding only some of his own thoughts. "I dare not deceive your majesty, but my uncle originally hoped that I could plead with the emperor after the incident. But I think that confessing will be lenient, and even hiding it from your majesty for one day would be a great sin." "Good. It's hard for you to be so loyal." Emperor Jingqing's face looked better. "You can go down. Just pretend that this matter never happened, and don't alarm the snake for the time being. When I find out the truth, if they have nothing to do with this matter, what I promised you will still count." "Thank you, your majesty. But I have another unreasonable request." Zhang Yuni knelt down hurriedly. "After all, my mother is from Ning Mansion. If my uncle and others are involved, it is their own fault. I dare not ask your majesty for forgiveness, but only ask your majesty to allow me to take care of the women in the mansion. It's hard for you to be loyal and righteous." "I agree. Go down." Chapter 119 Unmoved. After the court was dismissed in the evening, Zhang Yuni returned to Ning Mansion as if nothing had happened, since the emperor asked him not to alert the enemy and Dai Quan was under control. The news of his plea would naturally not spread. As soon as he got off the carriage, he saw Yushir waiting in the courtyard. Zhang Yuni smiled and said, "Didn't the West Mansion invite my sister-in-law to have dinner before returning?" "Oh, how could I stay?" Yushir hurriedly complained. "You don't know. Everyone over there is targeting you. And if I don't come back, my ears will be calloused." She first repeated the process of going to Shui's house. When they begged for mercy, they didn't have so many conditions. "I will confiscate the silver today, so that people won't think that we have taken advantage of them." "Well, let's not talk about this for now. The silver will be kept there first." "Sister-in-law, do you know that your uncle came last night?" Zhang Yuni thought about it, and simply told what happened last night, and the extermination of the Qin family. He only concealed that he entered the palace today, and changed the place where he learned the news of the extermination of the Qin family from the palace to the government office. He even did not hide that Jia Rong visited last night, and stayed overnight in Tianxiang Tower. Although the extermination of the Qin family has not yet spread to the inner courtyard of the Deep House, it has already spread in the government office. It is obviously unreasonable for him not to mention it at all. However, we must be on guard against others. After all, Yushir is the mistress of Ninghui Mansion. In the matter of destroying Ning Mansion, the interests of the two are obviously conflicting. Even if the emperor has made a promise, the gap between the mistress of Ning Mansion and the wives of the criminal officials is not a little bit. Telling her about Jia Rong's visit and staying overnight at Tianxiang Tower was to let her know the seriousness of the situation, and that she was the only one she could rely on. Yushir was terrified when she heard this. She didn't care about other people's gossip, or even about him hooking up with Qin Kiching. Her legs were weak and trembling. She leaned on him unconsciously and said incoherently, Qin family. It couldn't be the master and his family." "Sister-in-law, be careful. I only told you about this matter. Don't let it slip later." Zhang Yuni saw her leaning on him, and he didn't care about the public, and he didn't hesitate to reach out and hug her waist. Yushir was terrified, and only leaning on Zhang Yuni could make her feel at ease. She didn't care about these details. "Yes, yes, yes," he echoed and covered his mouth in a hurry. Even Qin Kiching was going to be silenced. So how could Jia Jing and Jia Zhen care about her? The two of them walked forward like conjoined twins. The servants along the way saw this scene, their faces full of horror, but they avoided it. "Don't worry, sister-in-law. No matter what the final result of this matter is, Yun Yi will definitely protect you from being implicated." Zhang Yuni comforted her and paused. "However, I don't trust Brother Zhen. Do you know how much silver they got from the Ministry of Construction?" "How should I know? I haven't even heard of this." Zhang Yuni comforted her. "Okay, don't panic. I heard in the Yamen today that Shantian Prefecture must have been caught in a fire. As long as this matter has nothing to do with the prefecture, I will go to the emperor to ask for mercy. At most, it will be a return of the stolen silver. How can there be such a coincidence in the world? They are trying to force their daughter-in-law to death. And then the Qin family is caught in a fire? Even Yushir can think of it. So can the emperor. But now, he is worried that she will panic and speak without thinking. Sister-in-law. Don't you trust me? Zhang Yuni said confidently. Since I can even protect Qinshi, I will naturally not ignore sister-in-law. Now you just pretend that you don't know anything. Of course I trust you. Yu Shi was overwhelmed with emotions and regretted it. Although she had been in contact with Zhang Yuni for a long time, she was the mistress of Ning Mansion after all. And she had to consider Jia Zhen's dignity. She was worried that she would get pregnant with Zhang Yuni's child. So she had been secretly taking contraceptive medicine. At this moment, she wished she could have a child. Thinking in her heart, she happened to pass the inner gate. So she quietly took Zhang Yuni and walked to her own yard. Although it was a little late to cram at this moment, it was at least a little more chance. Unexpectedly, when they arrived at the gate of the courtyard, Zhang Yuni stopped and said, I'll send Yuni here. Something happened at Qin's house, and I have to go to Tianqiang Tower. Yu Shi felt disappointed and forced a smile, saying, Yes, yes. I need you to take care of my daughter-in-law more. Before, she was distracted by the shock. Now, seeing Zhang Yuni was about to leave, she remembered another thing and hurriedly stopped him, saying, Today, the wife said that the second master wanted to invite you to the house and asked me to come back to ask. Could it be about this matter? This is not impossible. Jia Zheng was originally a deputy minister of the Ministry of Works, and he might not have no connections. Since Jia Jing had heard the news, he would naturally not hide it from him. Then just help me find an excuse to push it away. Hey! Hey! Yu Shi responded hurriedly. This family is all targeting you. You really need to avoid them in the future. It's a good thing you didn't go today. Shuga's daughter-in-law originally hoped that you would meet Lan today so that you could read her son's fortune. Li Wan. Zhang Yuni's mind moved, and the cold and beautiful face appeared in his mind. However, if it was before, he might have taken the opportunity to tease this cold and beautiful widow. Now the situation has changed. If Rong Mansion is also involved, it may not be necessary to spend all that extra thought. He couldn't help but regret that he shouldn't say his mother came from Ning Mansion in front of the emperor, but should include the entire Jia family. Yu Shi saw that he paused slightly, and when he saw the prey, he was already happy, and hurriedly said, although she is an orphan and a widow, it's really pitiful, but it's okay to do other things. But revealing the secret can be big or small, so be careful. Zhang Yuni was embarrassed by her calling out his secrets. However, he always believed that as long as I am not embarrassed, others will be embarrassed. He turned around, hugged Yu Shi close to his body, stretched out his palm and pressed it on the bottom of the gourd to rub it. He smiled and said, She is the eldest sister-in-law of the West Mansion, not the eldest sister-in-law of the East Mansion. I worry about my sister-in-law. Why should I worry about her? Yu Shi was rubbed by him until her bones and muscles were numb. She wanted to take him to the yard because she wanted to be honored by her son. However, Zhang Yuni had just taken Qin Keqing yesterday, and the Qin family was now exterminated, so he could only reject Yu Shi's kindness. Yu Shi struggled in his arms for a long time, and seeing that she not only failed to lead him astray, but also made herself exhausted physically and mentally, she could only say angrily, It's getting late. I'm afraid you have to put more effort into your wife and comfort her. Zhang Yuni gave up, and said with a smile, It has to be a first come, first served. Isn't it better to comfort your sister-in-law first? Hearing this, Yu Shi felt much more relieved and nodded silently. She wanted to say something, but considering the current situation in Ning Mansion, she didn't know where to start. Zhang Yuni knew that she must be feeling bad, so he comforted her before leaving. If you are worried, you can move to Defengshuan for a while. It will be more convenient for me to take care of you. Hey! Yu Shi said hurriedly. Then I will move there tomorrow. Chapter 120 Thanks. Tianqiang Tower. Zhang Yuni leaned against the bed, hugged Qin Keqing who was leaning on his arms, and told the story of the extermination of the Qin family again. Although Qin Keqing was different from Yu Shi, it was impossible for her to be on the same side with Ningwen Mansion after Jia Rong signed the divorce letter. Moreover, he wanted to discredit her innocence last night and tried to force her to death. However, when he entered the palace to expose Ningwen Mansion, he also sold Qin Yi, so he had to conceal it. Although Qin Yi was only her adoptive father, he had no biological children when he adopted her. So he did treat her and the adopted son, who died young, as his own children at the beginning. Even though he had a son in his old age, he never treated her harshly. Unlike his daughter, Zhang Yuni clearly felt that the soft body in his arms was trembling slightly. He suppressed the inappropriate charm and comforted, "The dead are gone. And the living are like this. You are mine now. And this body is not just yours. If you hurt yourself, I will be sad." To be honest, he did not sympathize with Qin Yi. But it was because of his relationship with Qin Keqing. Qin Keqing was silent for a long time, struggled to turn from his arms, turned her head and looked at him. The affectionate eyes carried a trace of deep resentment, and trembled. Keqing had expected that since they attacked me, they must be planning to sacrifice the car to save the general, and push my father out to take the blame. Even if I can escape this disaster, I am afraid I can't escape the law. But Zhong, she is more than 10 years older than Qin Zhong. The elder sister is like a mother. Although she married into Ning Mansion and moved to Tianxiang Tower to avoid Jiazhen, they have less contact. But the feelings are still there. When she mentioned Qin Zhong, she was already crying and choking with sobs. Zhonger's crime is not punishable by death. How could they have the heart to kill a child of 10 years old? Speaking of this, Qin Keqing looked up at him, with a trace of gratitude in her eyes, and a flash of determination on her face. "Last night, you helped me, and got a divorce letter for me. I have nothing to repay you. I can only serve you day and night to repay you. I shouldn't have any other thoughts but the revenge of my father and Zhonger. If I rely on myself, I am afraid that I will be torn to pieces and unable to pursue it," she cried and complained, as if she had expressed all the tenderness and weakness of a woman. Zhang Yuni's heart trembled, and he said righteously, "Don't worry. Keqing's hatred is my hatred. I will go to the palace to report to the emperor tomorrow." Qin Keqing's eyes flashed with excitement, but she shook her head and said, "Since they dare to act like this, they must have a perfect plan. Moreover, they destroyed the body, and there is no evidence. Even Shuntian Mansion has been found to have a fire. I have no evidence in my hand, so I am afraid that I may not be able to convict them." Keqing, "Don't worry. This matter was caused by the corruption of the construction department. Just report the corruption to the emperor. It must be investigated thoroughly. But corruption is not as tragic as the extermination of an entire family. They can kill people quietly, so they can certainly arrange for people to escape. Besides," speaking of this, she paused for a moment and sighed, "the money my father embezzled was not given to just one family. When the time comes, the officials will protect each other. And my father is also guilty. The emperor may not be willing to go to great lengths for him. The ancient criminal investigation technology was limited. In this case, it was difficult to find any strong evidence unless the perpetrators were caught in the act. Of course, with a target, there will always be people who can't stand the punishment. However, corruption involves too many people. To put it bluntly, all the people involved are suspects. And the law does not punish everyone, especially in ancient times. Moreover, if you grit your teeth and refuse to admit it, there is still a glimmer of hope. But once you admit it, there is no way back." Zhang Yuni said with determination, "We have to give it a try." Qin Keqing looked at him earnestly, her eyes full of gratitude and attachment, and murmured, "I was adopted by my father since I was a child, and I should repay this kindness. But I can't let you take the blame. Things like backdoors have always been handled by female relatives. Although I don't know how much my father gave, I remember clearly which families he went to." She laughed at herself and said, "Otherwise they wouldn't have forced me to death. But I am a woman, and I have nowhere to turn to. I can only write a letter and ask you to present it to the emperor. If the emperor is still unclear about Dai Quan's role in it, the list in Qin Keqing's hand can still play a role." However, he was not in a position to tell her. Anyway, the result would not make any difference. So he simply promised, "You go and write it now, and I will present it to the emperor tomorrow." Qin Keqing nodded slightly and said, "You have to promise me one thing." "Well, you say, I am just passing on this letter. It is not to you, but to Qin, the granddaughter-in-law of Ningguan Mansion." This, Zhang Yuni immediately understood her intention. Just as he was about to speak, he felt a chill on his lips. Qin Keqing's slender jade fingers had already pressed on his lips. She said with a sad face, "Although I did not know the pros and cons at the beginning, I was an accomplice after all. This matter involves a wide range of people. You should try to avoid getting too involved. When you report to the emperor, you must avoid people. It is most appropriate for Qin, the granddaughter-in-law of Ningguan Mansion, to do this. But, at this point, A strange blush appeared on her face, and she looked at Zhang Yuni with seductive eyes and said, "But even if Keqing can survive in the future, I am afraid that she can only serve uncle as the granddaughter-in-law of Ning Mansion. Today, let the niece thank uncle first." Before she finished speaking, she had already slid down Zhang Yuni's body and sobbed to thank him. Zhang Yuni felt short of breath, straightened his waist, and forcibly suppressed the urge to tell her the truth. He understood Qin Keqing's plan, and felt that there was little hope of revenge. So he wanted to file a complaint with the emperor in the name of the granddaughter-in-law of Ningwen Mansion. Even if the Ning Mansion could not be charged with the crime of exterminating the family, at least this would make them offend the people involved in the case, and cut themselves off from the officialdom. Although this was similar to his idea of cutting off the external aid of the Ning Mansion, it was really unnecessary to get rid of her for a Ning Mansion that would be finished sooner or later. Even if the outside world is not clear, are Jia Jing and Jia Zhen also fools? They dare not take action against themselves. So will they be soft on Qin Keqing? At that time, taking out the divorce letter is equivalent to admitting that the complaint has nothing to do with Ning Mansion. If you don't take it, there is no reason to interfere in Ning Mansion's family affairs. This is probably the reason why she said that she was lingering on. Right? Fortunately, this letter will be passed on by him, and the emperor has Dai Quan as a handle, and the two sides cannot confront each other. He is not worried about being exposed if he hides it from both sides. However, although it is easy to hide it, Qin Keqing is worried about implicating him, and has the idea of taking the opportunity to retaliate against Ning Mansion. I am afraid that the title of Ning Mansion's granddaughter-in-law will not be easily given up. This is not a problem for Zhang Yuni at all. After all, the emperor has promised that he can protect the women of Ning Mansion no matter what. It doesn't make much difference whether Qin Keqing is a woman of Ning Mansion or not. As long as he holds the divorce letter, Jia Jing and Jia Zhen will not have the right to deal with Qin Keqing. He couldn't help but think of Jia Rong's previous words. Could it be that his words were really going to come true? Thinking of this, he was actually a little excited. He unconsciously reached out his hand and pressed it on Qin Keqing's head. At the same time, he closed his eyes and fell into a long period of contemplation. Chapter 121 Blackening? Of course, he needs to think carefully, at least to convince Qin Keqing to change her mind. Otherwise, if she mistakenly thinks that he has handed in the letter of complaint, she may leak it out through her words and deeds, as if she had tasted a strange pleasure of revenge. Qin Keqing wiped the corner of her lips with an unsatisfied desire, sucked off a trace of white stains left on her fingertips, raised her charming and pretty face with a flushed face, slowly climbed up, hooked her hands around his neck, and put her face on his chest. She whispered softly, "My niece has thanked you in advance, and my uncle has just promised. Now you can't regret it." When she mentioned the promise, she pouted her lips, as if she meant something. Zhang Yuni's face froze. He didn't expect that Qin Keqing, who had abandoned the secular etiquette, would be so charming and frivolous. Zhang Yuni teased, "It seems that it is not me who agreed. But Keqing? I don't know who it was just now," nodding like a chicken eating rice. Qin Keqing said with resentment on her face, "Uncle, do you think Keqing's service is not good enough? How could it be?" Zhang Yuni hugged her tightly, and then slowly said, "Of course, this revenge must be avenged. But it cannot be done according to your method." "Why?" Qin Keqing's face showed a trace of worry. "Uncle, are you worried about Keqing?" "Of course." Zhang Yuni straightened his face, paused slightly, and said, "To be honest, Keqing, they were the ones who harmed me at the beginning. It should be Jiaoda who did it. I entered the mansion for revenge. I will give the letter of complaint to the emperor privately. You just have to pretend that nothing happened and wait and see." "Jiaoda?" Qin Keqing understood it immediately. It turns out that he was not, but was silenced. At this point, a trace of timidity appeared on her face, and she hesitated to say, "Since you know, then why do you still help?" Zhang Yuni said righteously, "Every grievance has its perpetrator, and they should pay for their evil deeds. Why should we vent our anger on others? I will go to them to seek revenge, and I will do my best to protect the women in the mansion from being implicated." After hearing this, Qin Keqing's face actually showed a trace of loss. And then she raised her head and asked inquiringly, "Is there no other reason?" Zhang Yuni stretched out his hand, scratched her crystal-clear nose with white sweat, and smiled, "Of course. It is also because Keqing deserves my help." Qin Keqing seemed satisfied with this answer. but also seemed not so satisfied. Uncle has a plan. So Kaching will wait and see how Uncle will carry it out. She paused for a moment and said, although it is said that a gentleman's revenge is never too late. Uncle should not hurt his body. If you feel suffocated by pretending to be nice to them, you can vent your anger on your knees. Is this the rhythm of a dark turn? Zhang Yuni looked down at her unconsciously. Qin Keqing seemed to have misunderstood his meaning, and said with a red face, Keqing is now in mourning and cannot serve Uncle wholeheartedly. Please be patient for a while, at least wait until the first 7 days. At the end of the words, the voice was as soft as a mosquito. Zhang Yuni was too lazy to explain, and said, in this case, Keqing must take good care of yourself. Well, Qin Keqing rubbed her head against his chest and said in a sonorous voice, Keqing is still waiting to see what their fate is. With these words, Zhang Yuni felt relieved. Gurgle. Just as he was about to say a few more words of comfort, his stomach started to growl. After sending Yushir back, he came to Tianxiang Tower. But he hadn't had dinner yet. Qin Keqing smiled slightly and said, Keqing is not in the mood to eat. Uncle has been delayed for a long time. Let's go back and eat. Zhang Yuni was indeed a little hungry. But for the sake of caution, he still comforted her a few more words and called Bao Zhu, telling her to stay with him. After returning to Dangxian Pavilion, he still felt uneasy and sent Ruizhu over. Fong started to have dinner under Xiangling's service, because he had spent a lot of time in Tianxiang Tower. It was already the second watch. He had just finished his meal, and it was inconvenient to do strenuous exercise. He was too lazy to go out for a night run, so he took advantage of the time to eat and told Xiangling to prepare a bath in advance. After dinner, he left Xiangling to clean up the mess on the table. And then, he went to the bathroom on the second floor alone. He took off his burden and stepped into the bathtub. With a creak, the door opened. Then, a pair of trembling hands were placed on his shoulders. Zhang Yuni looked back and saw Bao Zhu blushing and not daring to look directly at him. Seeing him looking back at her, she explained in a trembling voice, Grandma? Grandma said that she is not convenient to serve the master, so she asked me to come and serve the master. Zhang Yuni frowned and asked, what about Xiangling? His original intention was to send Xiangling over, so that Ruizhu would not be left alone there, and Qin Keqing would be alone. Unexpectedly, Bao Zhu misunderstood his meaning. Grandma knows that the master is worried about Ruizhu alone, so she called her over. If the master wants Sister Xiangling to serve, I will call her now. How could that be? Master is worried about you for the first time. With Xiangling here, Grandma said that she has helped me share a lot of the burden. I can bear it. Zhang Yuni laughed dumbly. Master is worried that you can't save face. When Bao Zhu heard this, she realized that she had misunderstood again, and the blush on her face became more and more intense. Zhang Yuni grabbed her little hand and smiled. You have made great contributions. Master is thinking about how to reward you. Let me give you a bath today. After saying that, he stretched out his hand and pulled Bao Zhu, who had already half pushed, and fell into the bathtub. As the first person among the 3 masters and servants to have this idea, Bao Zhu had been looking forward to this day. However, seeing her dream come true, she was a little timid, so she made many mistakes. She didn't dare to let Zhang Yuni serve her alone, and she also did her best to wash him. Although she was not as familiar as Xiangling and Ruizhu, there were some fun bumps. However, when she was carried into the room, she was already covered with a layer of red. Inside the house, a brocade handkerchief, a suspender skirt, everything is available. It was obviously put in advance when Zhang Yuni entered the bathroom. Inside Tianxiang Tower, Qin Keqing stood on the bed with her legs slightly apart, doing squats in a methodical manner. Xiangling looked at the enchanting and undulating body and asked in confusion, Grandma Shirong, how did you practice the master's method of strengthening the body? I don't know if it was because of the difficulty of practicing, or for other reasons. Qin Keqing's face flushed. How do you usually serve your uncle? Xiangling's face was a little confused. How do you serve? How did the master ask me to serve you? Just serve like this. Haven't you ever served like this? Qin Keqing panted slightly, but her movements did not stop. Xiangling looked at her ups and downs and fell into deep thought. She suddenly realized, could it be that if I practice this, my legs won't be sore anymore? As she said this, she also imitated Qin Keqing and did squats. Kneeling? Qin Keqing, who was lying on the bed, was stunned and muttered to herself, "Why didn't my uncle let me kneel?" Chapter 122 Storm. The subsequent developments seemed to confirm Qin Keqing's guess. Because the murderer had not been brought to justice, many officials and nobles were implicated in the corruption, and the treatment of the relevant personnel was far less serious than Zhang Yuni had expected. Dai Quan was first sent to guard the imperial mausoleum for Emperor Xingqian, but died on the way. The dead cannot speak, and he naturally became the scapegoat for the corruption of the Ministry of Works. Later, Qiu Liang, the military commander of Wuqing, and the prefect of Shutian Prefecture were dismissed for negligence, and Wang Ziding, who was the governor of the Beijing camp, was transferred to the 9 frontiers and promoted to the commander of the 9 provinces. Originally, Zhang Yuni was a little confused about this appointment. After all, Wang Ziding was also transferred to the 9 frontiers in the original book, but the time was a little earlier. He was confused for a while whether it was related to it, but he thought about it and realized that the emperor was on guard against Prince Ning. Since the murderer has not been brought to justice, the suspects involved in the case cannot be ruled out. Although the Ning Wang's involvement in the case was covered up for the sake of the royal family's face, Emperor Zhengqing knew it well. In the capital, under the feet of the emperor, how could the emperor be at ease if such a family-annihilating case was committed by a court official? And Wang Ziding, as Jia Yuanchuan's uncle, was also connected to Ning Wang. When the emperor summoned Ning Wang, Zhang Yuni was also present. I remember that it was concubine Jin's intention to give Jia Yuanchun to Ning Wang. Now looking back, it is still unknown whether this marriage was intentional. He could think of all this, so the emperor was naturally worried about letting Wang Ziding take charge of the Beijing camp. The only pity is that Jia Zheng is in the Ministry of Works, and he is not among the suspects involved in the case. Otherwise, the emperor's suspicion of the Jia family and Wang Ziding would immediately rise to a higher level. He had never thought of killing Ning Mansion with one blow, and now Rongwa Mansion was also suspected by the emperor, which was considered to have exceeded the goal. The exposure of the corruption case caused 1,000 waves. It also alarmed Rongwa Mansion. However, it was different from the panic in Ningwa Mansion. Although Jia Zheng, who worked in the Ministry of Works, was the first to be affected, Jia Mu knew her son's character after all, and she had a clue after a little questioning. Later, Wang Ziding was promoted to the 9 frontiers, which undoubtedly added another layer of insurance. Even Mrs. Wang's face was also happy. Of course, not everyone was like this. When Jia Baoyu heard that Qin Zhong had died, he was like a bereaved parent, and he immediately shouted that he wanted to go to the memorial service. Jia Mu and Mrs. Wang were too busy to avoid suspicion, so how could they allow him to make trouble? Seeing that he was listless and looked sick, Mrs. Wang came up with a plan and secretly told him that she would reward him with Jin Chuan. And then he calmed down. However, Jia's mother put it aside temporarily on the grounds that he was still young and there was no need to put so many people in the house. In addition to Jia Baoyu, the Shui family in the small courtyard in the northeast corner was also restless. For 10 days, there was no movement from Yosher's side. In addition, the case of the Ministry of Works was exposed. But Aunt Shui was not as calm as Jia's mother and Wang Furen, and she felt a little flustered. This day, she pulled Bao Chai into the house to discuss. "My son, do you think that Igor knew about this matter a long time ago? And he deliberately avoided suspicion when he broke the ground to worship the gods last time? You see, although he promised the old lady and the lady to help build the garden, he never came once." Bao Chai said calmly, "Mom, you worry too much. If you want to avoid suspicion, you should avoid Ning Mansion first. Why did you avoid this mansion? Haven't you heard that those who work with their minds rule others, and those who work with their hands are ruled by others? Why do we need to show up and do it ourselves in our family's business?" But for so many days, Jin's wife hasn't said anything. Could she be angry with us? Mom is confused. What happened in the East Palace? She must be so worried that she can't take care of our family's affairs. I think she probably forgot to tell us. After hearing what Bao Chai said, Aunt Shui finally put her mind at ease. But she started to worry again. Alas, I don't know if your uncle has anything to do with it. Mom, relax. Look at the faces of the old lady and aunt. They don't look like anything is wrong. If there is something wrong, at least they should return the stolen silver and stop working on the garden. Besides, my uncle was promoted this time. I think it seems that he benefited from my elder sister. Hey, I feel much more at ease with your words. But we can't delay with Ear. once he sends the silver to the palace. It will be too late for us to mention it. Right? At this point, she suddenly shuddered, causing her body to shake. Do you think the money was not sent to the palace at all, but was used to fill the hole in the East Palace? Although the case was rumored later, Brother Yi is close to the emperor, and he may have received the news a long time ago. Mom's worry is not unreasonable. Bao Chai frowned slightly and pondered, but if that's the case, we can't mention it again. Why can't we mention it? Your uncle has been promoted now. Besides, our money is not blown by the wind. The sugar is already a loss. This was originally agreed. Even if he took it to fill the hole for others, at least he should only tell us. She held Butchai's hand and sighed. Now that your aunt's family is well off, you should also get more dowry. Your brother is useless, so you have to prepare more money. We can't let him take money from our family in various ways. Right? Tell me quickly. Who is the blind man who dares to take money from our family? Before she finished speaking, Shui Pan had walked in. Although Aunt Shui was shouting happily, she didn't dare to really quarrel with Zhang Yuni. Seeing Shui Pan asking, she was afraid that her son would get carried away and cause trouble, which would not end well. She winked at Shui Baochai and covered up. It was a few servants in the family who had already dealt with me and your sister. Shui Baochai didn't wait for Shui Pan to react, and hurriedly interrupted. Didn't my brother go out? Why are you back now? Shui Pan was interrupted by her and forgot to ask, and complained instead. It's still by you. The old lady and aunt didn't let him go out, so they blamed me and asked me to go to the yamen to burn paper for Qin Zhong. He became more and more angry, and said angrily, I saw it in the school earlier. He was flirting with Qin Zhong. They were inseparable, and he didn't let his son get involved. Now he's blaming me. Aunt Shui didn't wait for him to finish, and scolded, What nonsense are you talking about? How can you say that? If people hear it, it will delay your sister's good marriage, and I will punish you. My son is not wrong, Shui Pan said disapprovingly. You saw how sad he was crying a while ago. And Shui didn't allow him to continue talking nonsense. Picked up a round fan on the table, and hit him in the face. Shut up. However, he was his own son after all, and although the round fan in his hand was not very powerful, it was a little less powerful, as if he was fanning him. I just said a few words, and I didn't wrongly accuse him. Why don't you blame Bo Yu for having affairs outside? Seeing this, Shui Baochai frowned and said angrily, Brother, please be quiet. Let's not talk about what Bo Yu is like. But we are staying here as guests. If others hear it, they will say that we don't know how to be guests. A loving mother often spoils her son. He was not afraid of Aunt Shui, but he was a little scared of this sister. Seeing that she had a gloomy face and did not refute Bao Yu's behavior, he stopped nagging her. Forget it. It's not enough that everyone in this mansion protects him, and you are also helping him to speak. I am too lazy to distinguish. After saying that, she left in a huff. The mother and daughter were no longer in the mood to talk after being disturbed by him. After a long silence, Bao Chai advised Mother, Don't worry. As for Brother Yi, we should wait and see what happens. Chapter 123 Ning Mansion changes. You don't know until you check. And you'll be shocked when you check, because the Ministry of Works is involved with the Ministry of Revenue, and the Ministry of Revenue is involved with the Ministry of Personnel, and even the Ministry of Rights is not clean. Everyone in the capital is in danger. As the situation escalates, most of the court is implicated, and even several former cabinet ministers who have retired are implicated. In the end, it is still true that the law does not punish everyone, and Emperor Zhengqing has to let it go in order to avoid having no one to use. The case is confined to the Ministry of Works. As for the Ministry of Revenue's review and the Ministry of Personnel's selling of official positions, as long as the amount is not large, they will turn a blind eye, because there are many people involved in the case and the amount is large. It is impossible to complete it in one go. It took more than a month to settle the dust and clarify the amount of money involved in the case. This day, Ningguo Mansion, the main courtyard, Jiazhen, Jiarong, and the people in Ning Mansion watched the Jinui coming in and out and taking things out of the storehouse. They were all terrified and dared not breathe. Zhang Yuni, who had just returned from the court, got off the carriage, strolled leisurely, and came to the crowd, smiling and said, Brother Zhen, don't worry. I have fulfilled my mission and have asked the emperor for mercy. The silver was not obtained legitimately, and it should be returned in full. He had intended to let the people in the mansion see the direction of the wind, and did not lower his voice, so everyone could hear it clearly. Jiazhen's face flashed with displeasure, but he dared not say anything, and smiled and said, "Thank you for your trouble, cousin, but there is still some deficit, since it is to return the stolen silver. Of course, everyone should take care of their own business. The plate is so big. If you return less, others will naturally have to pay more, who would hide the embezzlement for Ning Mansion. Therefore, the official treasury silver of Ning Mansion not only failed to pay the full amount, but also fell short of more than 100,000 taels. Jiazhen naturally hoped that Zhang Yuni could help, but he made a wrong calculation. Before he could speak, Zhang Yuni had already changed his face and said, "Brother Zhen, don't blame me for saying this. You are too unkind. When you asked me to ask the emperor for mercy, you didn't tell me this amount. I was beaten when I asked the emperor for mercy." Speaking of the plea, Jia Rong, who was bruised and swollen, immediately thought about it, and then a look of complacency appeared on his face. Jiazhen knew he was in the wrong, so he lowered his head and admitted his fault. "It's my fault. Brother, please don't blame me. You can see that the mansion can't afford so much money, and my brother was in a hurry." Zhang Yuni said arrogantly, "To put it mildly, this matter is concealment and omission, and to put it seriously, it is deceiving the emperor. Fortunately, the emperor trusts me. Otherwise I would have been hurt by you." When they heard about deceiving the emperor, everyone in the Ning mansion was stunned. Seeing the Jinui in the distance looking at them, they couldn't help but shrink their necks. Jiazhen hurriedly apologized. "Cousin, you are generous. If I did something wrong, I will apologize to you slowly later. But this time, please help me. The emperor has set a deadline of 3 months. If you can't pay it back, your crime will be aggravated." Although he was given a lighter sentence, he didn't have to return the stolen money. Now Jiazhen is no longer a 3rd-rank general, but a 5th-rank dragon guard. If he committed another crime, let alone the title, I'm afraid he would be stripped of it. He looked around and shouted to the second door, "Where's the madam? Hurry up and call her over." He thought Zhang Yuni was angry with him because he had concealed the amount of money, so he thought that the fault was only his, and he would not be angry with Yushur. Besides, he had to calm down before he would let go. Although Yushur knew what had happened, she naturally could not pretend that nothing had happened since such a big thing had happened in the mansion. However, she was not in a position to show her face because there were Jinui outside, so she had been waiting for news at the second gate. At this moment, when she heard Jiazhen yelling, she immediately walked to the front of the door from inside. "There are many people outside. The master and Yuni have something to say. Let's go in and talk." This was exactly what Jiazhen wanted. Although there were maids and servants who had heard the news, they were not as good as the main courtyard, where there were Jinui. It was good to turn your arm into your sleeves and save some face. Yes. 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 It's not convenient to talk outside. "Cousin, let's talk inside." Zhang Yuni didn't want Yushur to show her face outside. He had just seen a maid inside looking around, so he reluctantly went into the second gate. After entering the second gate and coming to the eaves of the side house, Jiazhen hurriedly shouted at the servants who were watching, "What are you looking at? Why don't you go back?" Zhang Yuni waved his hand and said without question, "People are in a panic now. They have no intention of doing anything if they are asked to go back. It is better for them to stay. At least they know what happened and have a clear mind, so there will be no trouble." Jiazhen was afraid of angering him, so he ignored it and did not dare to refute. He could only wink at Yushur and said, "It is my fault. Cousin, please help your brother for the sake of your sister-in-law." Because Zhang Yuni had already promised to plead with the emperor to ensure that she would not be implicated. Facing Jiazhen's request, he was feeling embarrassed whether he should plead for him. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yuni nodded and said, "For the sake of my sister-in-law, I will temporarily put aside the things that my cousin had concealed before. But my cousin has caused Yuni so much pain this time. I dare not believe your words anymore, and I will only talk to my sister-in-law in the future." As he spoke, he pushed open a stag-roofed wing next to the second door, stepped in and said, "Outside is not a place to talk. Sister-in-law, you should come in and talk. After we have discussed it, we will come out to see my cousin. How about that?" he asked Yushur, but his eyes were looking at Jiazhen. Yushur was also the same. Although she had Jiazhen's tacit consent, She was really worried that he would not be able to get off the stage in front of the servants in the mansion. Jiajin's face turned pale and blue when he heard it. But when he looked at Zhang Yuni, he was immediately defeated. Seemingly worried that he was impatient, he pushed Yusher and urged, "What are you still dawdling about? My cousin told you to go in quickly." Yusher was caught off guard and stumbled immediately. Zhang Yuni inside the door was quick-witted and immediately stepped forward and caught her in front of the wing door. Then, in front of everyone's dumbfounded eyes, he openly held Yusher, turned around, lifted his heels, and heavily closed the door. Yusher was still dazed, but she was directly held by Zhang Yuni and sat on the table in the room. Then, her legs were lifted high, her body leaned back, and she closed her eyes involuntarily. "Ah!" she screamed in weightlessness. When she opened her eyes again, she held her neck with difficulty, and said with a complicated expression, "In this way, he won't be unable to get down. Get away from me." Before she finished speaking, Jiajin's scolding came from outside. Zhang Yuni smiled. "I don't know whether he can get down, but my sister-in-law can't get down for a while." But Yusher was about to say something, but she couldn't continue after just one word. Zhang Yuni also groaned, and said with a smile on his face, "Don't worry, sister-in-law. You are still the mistress of this mansion. But the situation in Ningwa Mansion is about to change." Chapter 124 Double Act. After a half-hour of in-depth and simple communication with Yusher, he finally felt at ease and pushed the door open with her. During this time, he briefly told Yusher about the Emperor's disposal. He also emphasized how he pleaded with the Emperor to ensure that she would not be implicated in order to save her. This made Yusher grateful and tearful. Then, he whispered to her and told her his future thoughts and all the arrangements. Yusher naturally would not object, and hurriedly showed with practical actions that she would fully cooperate. He was not worried that Jiajin would eavesdrop in public. When he came out, he saw that he had a gloomy face and was 20 or 8 feet away. After all, being carried into the house in public. Although Yusher was a little uncomfortable and tried her best to suppress it. However, being too close, she could still hear some noises. If he was not worried that servants would eavesdrop after he left, Jiajin would not even be able to stay in the courtyard. But he had to choose between face and substance. So he had to close his ears and stay away. At the same time, he also sent the servants who were close to him away. Seeing the two people coming out, he hurriedly smiled as much as possible and greeted them. "Have you reached a result? I have discussed with my sister-in-law that we will move some silver out within 3 months to make up for the deficit. These hundreds of thousands of taels of silver would not cost the Ning Mansion its life. Although the Ningwa Mansion was built by imperial decree and did not belong to the Jia family, it would not be impossible to repay it whether it was sold by selling the farmland or asking the Rongwa Mansion for help. The reason why Jiajin relied on him was nothing more than to eat and take for free. Based on this alone, Zhang Yuni certainly could not let him down so openly. The key is the matter of Qin Keqing, which made him feel relieved. Jiajin's feelings for Qin Keqing were known to everyone in Ningwa Mansion, since he allowed Jia Rong to divorce his wife and agreed to let her be his concubine. He would probably just swallow his anger when it came to Yusher. Of course, more importantly, the previous statement of deceiving the Emperor made him feel apprehensive. Once he broke up with Zhang Yuni, then begging for mercy would likely become adding fuel to the fire. Therefore, as long as he could settle the matter and let him pay some money to make up for the deficit, Jiajin could only accept the loss of face. Hearing that he was willing to take out money to make up for the deficit, he didn't care about losing face, and hurriedly said with a smile, "Hey, cousin, your words are as good as gold. I feel relieved with your words. Of course, in front of so many servants, I will not go back on my words." He then changed the subject and said, "But, cousin, you also know that the only property I have bought has also been handed over to my sister-in-law. This amount of money is not a small amount. Even if you find someone to move it, it is impossible to get it out of thin air. There must be some collateral. Right?" When he said this, Jiajin was immediately unhappy. He immediately thought that Yusher and Zhang Yuni colluded with each other inside and outside to take those lands. In addition, he originally planned to let Zhang Yuni bear the debt for him. So how could he be willing to mortgage? However, this thought is okay to hide in the heart, but it is not easy to say it out loud. If he hadn't been counting on Yusher to help, he would have turned against her at this time. Now, he could only wink at her and smile at Zhang Yuni. "My cousin, you are joking. You make a fortune from the Institute of Technology every day. Who would dare to ask you for a mortgage with this little money? Besides, the land and the mansion was passed down from our ancestors. Seeing that he was so impatient, Zhang Yuni sneered in his heart and said slowly, Brother Jin, it is said that brothers are also part of the mansion and should do their part. But this money is a deficit over the years. I have only lived in the mansion for half a year. You can't ask me to bear it all by myself. Right? How could it be? Although he had revealed Jiazhen's thoughts. How could he admit it? If that's the case, why don't you even want to mortgage it? Cousin, do you think that the few houses in my family can be worth hundreds of thousands of taels of silver? Or do you want me to exchange the property and interests of Tiango Injiwan? With your status, why do you need to mortgage? Master. At this time, Yusher suddenly interrupted. She was still in the air. Her voice was inevitably a little coquettish. And her face was a little more charming. Jiazhen's heart was moved for no reason. How could I not know what the master is talking about? Yuni has just told me about the current situation. How could I not know the seriousness? The mansion has been emptied out. If these lands are damaged again, let alone how to explain to the ancestors. How can this family be short of money again? What do you mean? Jiazhen was also confused. With Yunyi's face, let alone mortgage, even if it is returned, others may not be willing to accept it. The master knows the reason. But now that this kind of thing has just happened, if it is so, it is easy to cause people to talk. Yusher paused for a while, looked around, and said, it's just a formality. I discussed with him just now that we must do enough face work and don't let him cause gossip again. Let's take a few nearby farms and the servants' indentures to make up the number for the time being. Although there is still some income now, it is not as good as before. However, our family has always only bought in, not sold out. It is just right to use it as collateral, so that we can have a plan for how to repay the money in the future. Seeing that Jiazhen seemed to be still hesitant, Yusher hurriedly said, don't worry. Sir, I will naturally not touch the maids and concubines you like. Power is never just about status. The emperor is not short of hungry soldiers. If you have no soldiers and no money, it is useless even if you are the king of heaven. Now, although Zhang Yuni did not touch the several ancestral properties of the Ning mansion, he could not maintain his extravagance without the floating wealth of the Ministry of Works. If he and the servants in the mansion are cut off, even if he is still the nominal head of the Ningwa mansion, he can't have the final say in the Ning mansion. Jiazhen is counting on him to take the blame. But Zhang Yuni is cutting off the firewood from under the pot and digging up his roots. Okay. I am also a part of the mansion. So naturally, I should share the burden for the mansion. Brother Jin only needs to use the 2 incomes to make up for it. And you don't have to worry about the rest. Zhang Yuni said with displeasure, if you are not willing to do this, then I can't help you. The other 2 incomes he mentioned were naturally the incomes from Rong Mansion. Originally, Jiazhen was still hesitant. But now, he was afraid that he would make other requests. So he complained, now the mansion is penniless. Cousin, please leave some money for my brother to spend. It's not that Jiazhen is so easy to fool. But as the mistress of Ningwa mansion, Yusher and he share the same glory. As long as Jiazhen does not divorce her. To put it bluntly, even if he dies, Yusher will never leave Ning mansion. However, he could never have expected that Zhang Yuni had already obtained the grace from the emperor to take care of the women of Ning mansion. So that Yusher had no worries. Seeing that he had given in, Zhang Yuni refused to give in and said, sister-in-law's sugar business has income every month. Brother Jin is in urgent need of money. So just ask sister-in-law to withdraw some. It's better than me taking on this debt for you for no reason. Although the servants of Ning mansion are not as large as the nearly 1,000 people of Rong mansion, there are still hundreds of them. The key is that there are many people who can write and calculate here. So it can't be said that they are at a disadvantage. Of course, Zhang Yuni did this not because these people are valuable, but mainly for his own safety. Today, he severely humiliated Jiazhen, letting these servants see his weakness, and holding their indentures. He must know whose thigh to cling to. In this way, even if Jiazhen knew the inside story later and wanted to perish together, he would be unable to do it alone. Even if he didn't know that the Ning mansion would fall soon and didn't want to dirty his hands, it wouldn't be difficult to arrange an accidental death for him. More importantly, the money was not paid by him. It was paid by Prince Zhongshuan, who would endorse him. But the collateral would go into his pocket. It's not enough to do the work. You have to report. This is not it. Taking advantage of the emperor's thorough investigation, he made 2 work reports to the king of Qin in the Prince Zhongshuan's mansion. Not only did he see through Jia Jing and Jia Zhen's attempt to force Qin Keqing to death, and his own complaint to the emperor, he also told them one by one, and attached the letter of complaint from Qin Keqing. The key point is that he also added some private goods, applied the original work, and slightly postponed the date when Jia Jing and others murdered Qin Yi. This is not aimless. Qin Keqing and Qin Yi died at the same time, which is obviously contrary to common sense. Perhaps it was because Qin Keqing did not die that Qin Yi died early. Of course, to be on the safe side, he only said that this was his own guess. At the same time, he told the king about the transfer order of Wang Ziting and the speculation that Prince Ning would marry Jia Yuanshen. The king of Qin agreed with his speculation and told him to infiltrate the enemy and get more intelligence. Therefore, he told Prince Zhongshuan to cooperate with him. Chapter 125 repeated. The mansion is in a troubled time, and my sister-in-law, the mistress, should also take responsibility. Go back and discipline him. If anyone is disobedient, there is no need to waste time talking to him. Just write down the list and use them to pay off the debts. I will remind them and have someone teach them the way of respect and inferiority. When Zhang Yuni and Yushir came out of the ear room, the Jinyui had already finished the inventory and left. When Jiashan gave in and agreed to use the indenture as collateral, he simply put the servants together and began to lecture them. He didn't have time to think about these people, and it was not suitable for him to intervene directly. Otherwise, even if Jiashan was a fool, he would see his intention to seize power, and it was much better to let Yushir do it. Just as Zhang Yuni didn't tell Yushir everything. She was the mistress of Ningma Mansion after all, and she could be said to be in the same prosperity with Ning Mansion. Jiazhen would never have thought that Zhang Yuni had cut her off from Ning Mansion in advance. Now, Yushir, the mistress, has the real authority of a mistress. However, the servants have also seen that she has achieved the power of a mistress by relying on someone. Most of those who used to speak disdainfully and offend her lowered their heads, as if they were afraid of being noticed by her. This is not over yet. He waved to Jia Rong, who was bruised and swollen in the front row, and said, Romer, come here. Jia Rong came to the front, nodded and bowed, and said with a flattering face, Uncle E? You order? Zhang Yuni nodded at him kindly, and then turned to Jiazhen and said, Brother Zhen, I'm not saying anything to you, but you should give him some face when he grows up. After all, he is the eldest son and grandson of the mansion. Sooner or later, he will take over the family business of the mansion. If you discipline him like this, he will lose face in front of the servants. How can he stand up in the future, despise the enemy strategically, and take it seriously tactically? Although he didn't believe Jiazhen could make any waves, he still struck while the iron was hot and divided the father and son. As soon as he said this, Jia Rong looked at him with tears in his eyes. If it wasn't for the public, he would have to change his father immediately. In fact, from Yushir's side, Zhang Yuni can be regarded as half of his father. But this father is really young. Jiazhen, who was standing aside, couldn't help but twitch his eyes when he heard this. The corruption had been exposed, although Zhang Yuni didn't regret it and agreed to go to the emperor to plead for mercy. He wanted to regret it and didn't want to send Qin Keqing to him as a concubine again. After all, the matter had been exposed and the plea had been made, and the worry of changing the situation no longer existed. So he found Jia Rong and told him not to tell anyone about the previous arrangement. Jia Rong panicked when he heard this. He had already written the divorce letter, and he didn't know that Qin Keqing had changed her mind. How could he hide it? He still had some brains. He didn't dare to say that he had signed the divorce letter that night, but seized the loopholes in Jia Jing and Jia Shen's words. After more than a month, the time had come, so he went to Zhang Yuni to discuss privately and signed the divorce letter. Jia Shen was furious and beat him up. The wound on his face was also left at that time. He thought that Zhang Yuni was returning the favor to Jia Rong by offering his wife. So he didn't take it seriously and raised his hand and said, Hey, cousin, you haven't taught your son, and you don't know what it means to be a filial son under the stick. I am also doing this for his own good. Cousin, you are joking. Who in this family doesn't know that my brother is sincere and filial, and his filial piety moves the heaven? Besides, he is so old. Do you still have to teach him like this for the rest of his life? Hearing the words for a lifetime, Jia Rong's eyes flashed with deep resentment, and he lowered his head quickly for fear of being seen by Jiazhen. Jiazhen, however, showed resentment. He had already lost all his face today, and even let Zhang Yuni do his husband's duties. Now he heard that he wanted to compete with him for the right to teach his son, and he immediately became angry. He did not dare to get angry at Zhang Yuni, so he could only vent his anger on Jia Rong, shouting, "It has always been the relationship between the emperor and his subjects, and between father and son. Unless I die, if Jia Rong had not made the decision on his own, why would Zhang Yuni speak for him?" Zhang Yuni's goal had been achieved. Seeing that he brought up the father-son relationship, he no longer insisted and said, "Brother, I can't comment on what my cousin said, but he is not young anymore, and he should be given some opportunities to gain experience. When he finds some shortcomings, it is reasonable to give him some advice." Jiazhen was also worried that he would lose face and make the previously agreed things go to waste. So he went with the flow and said, "Since my cousin is pleading for him, ask your sister-in-law to see what's going on. Others don't know, but he knows very well that his son had been trying to deceive him and use her in front of him. At the moment, Zhang Yuni is still in the dark and thinks that offering his wife was his idea. So he pleads for him. He planned to appease Zhang Yuni first, and then tell Yushir and Zhang Yuni about Jia Rong's complaint and other things, so that he would not be confused and could not tell who was the real good-hearted person." People in Ningguo Mansion were in panic, but Rongguo Mansion was lively and peaceful. In fact, it was more festive than before. Jia Zheng, who returned home after the court, got off the car and walked all the way to Rongqing Hall. He bowed and said, "My son is unfilial, and I have made my mother worry." Although he seemed to admit his fault, his face was full of arrogance and complacency. The Ministry of Works is in charge of the construction and engineering of the whole country. Who doesn't have some troubles as an official in the Ministry of Works? The people in the government office are in a panic these days. But Jiazhen is the only one who is calm and composed. Now the case is clear. My son is upright and upright. Mother can rest assured. Although she knew his temper, she was at the center of the storm after all, and Jia's mother couldn't help but worry that he would be implicated. So, she had to come to report every day recently. Good. It's good that everything is fine. Jia's mother sighed. It's a pity that the East Palace made a mistake. Now not only is it a waste of time, but I'm afraid it has also left a lot of losses. Hearing this, Jiazhen lowered his head and fell into deep thought, and was about to speak. Jiamu suddenly changed the subject and said, "But now we are also in need of money. Even if we want to help, we have to do what we can. Jingur came here before, and I promised to advance it. But the garden also needs money now, and he needs to hand over the farm to us for a few years. We will not withhold it after paying off the debt. However, he has not come back after he went back. If you find you later, don't let him go. Now the garden is our top priority." Jia Zheng did not agree with the Ning Mansion's approach. "Mother, what you said is very true. I heard that Igor helped to plead for mercy. I think it must be that it can't be collected at the moment. It's not a problem to give him some time." Speaking of Zhang Yuni, he remembered the instructions of King Ning and hurriedly said goodbye. Originally, after breaking the ground and offering sacrifices to the gods, Mrs. Wang sent someone to invite him. However, the timing was too coincidental. Zhang Yuni thought that Rong Mansion was also involved and came to ask for help. So he made excuses. As time went by, rumors about corruption in the Ministry of Works gradually spread. Jia Zheng and Mrs. Wang finally came to their senses and put the matter aside. Although the matter involved Prince Ning, it was related to the face of the royal family after all. Except for a limited number of people, others were still in the dark. Jia Zheng naturally couldn't know. Now, not only did he keep himself out of trouble, but his brother-in-law Wang Ziting was also promoted to the 9 frontiers. Zhang Yuni must have understood his mean intentions. Now that the case is clear, you can send someone to the East Palace tomorrow to invite Brother Yi to come over. Master, you still want to invite him? Mrs. Wang was a little surprised. Based on her understanding of Jia Zheng, it was polite not to be cold and stern to him after he was repeatedly humiliated in front of a junior. Nonsense, Jia Zheng said dissatisfiedly. Ignorance is not a crime. After all, the East Palace is there. He doesn't know the master's character, and it is human nature to avoid suspicion. Now the innocent are innocent. He naturally knows that he is a mean person. After all, The garden is still counting on him for support. So he has to give him a way out. To be honest, although there are reasons, Mrs. Wang is still quite dissatisfied with Zhang Yuni's repeated refusals. But since Jia Zheng said so, she couldn't object. Chapter 126 Qin Keqing's Proposal. The lights were on. In Tianxiang Tower, Qin Keqing, wearing a hip-length suspender skirt, was doing squats on the bed. Although she was in mourning during this period, she was not idle. Instead, she made 2 more suspender skirts. However, the skirts became shorter and shorter, and could not cover her graceful figure. The skirt fluttered up and down. Zhang Yuni, who was lying on the bed, admired the beautiful scenery in front of him, but was afraid that she would be exhausted and her legs would be unstable. He kept raising his hands carefully to protect her. While exercising, he informed Qin Keqing of the final result of the Ministry of Industry's corruption. The murderer has not been caught, and no other crime can be convicted. After hearing this, Qin Keqing was obviously a little emotionally unstable, and the amplitude of her movements was much larger. However, the demotion and return of silver are enough to make them drink a pot. Zhang Yi took a breath and said in a deep voice, "Don't worry. This is just the beginning. Without silver and titles, their good days are over. Now, the servants in the mansion should also see the direction of the wind. In destroying the Ning mansion, the two have the same goal. The strategy of cutting off their financial resources and cutting off their arms was also discussed privately with her by Zhang Yuni. Although Dai Quan took the blame, the external relationship was not affected. But after this incident, the servants in the mansion would never look at Jia Zhen's face again." Qin Keqing said sympathetically, Uncle, don't blame yourself. There is nothing you can do about it. After all, you are the nephew of the mansion. Without real evidence, it is not good to confront them openly." She took a deep breath, squatted down deeply, and took Zhang Yuni's big hand under her body and pulled him up from the bed. Then, she leaned forward and knelt slowly. Turning her head, she smiled charmingly and said, "Uncle, if you feel that your great revenge has not been avenged and your mood is not smooth, just vent your anger on Keqing." In fact, the day after receiving Qin Keqing's letter of complaint, Zhang Yuni lied to her that he had already entered the palace and submitted it to the emperor, and told her that the emperor would let Dai Quan take the blame, so she could relax. However, she seemed to be determined to use herself to discuss Ning Mansion. Moreover, it seemed that she had tasted the pleasure of revenge in an alternative way. Whenever she was depressed, she took this as an outlet to vent, and dragged Zhang Yuni to perform this kind of drama. And she never tired of it, because it was inconvenient to tell the specific details. Zhang Yuni felt guilty, and had to try his best to meet her small request. Qin Keqing finally recovered a little after stopping the exhausting squats, and kneeling down to be punished. She knelt on the bed like a dog, and kept encouraging, "Well, if they learn from their mistakes and behave themselves, Uncle might consider Keqing's method." Speaking of tucked tails, she didn't forget to clamp her legs. Zhang Yuni was shaken physically and mentally. The so-called method was actually to replace the dead with a dead one and give Ningguo Mansion a blood transfusion. That night, when the origin of the divorce letter was mentioned, Jia Rong's face was inevitably used to add to the fun. At first, Qin Keqing naturally sneered at Jia Rong's proposal, but in the end, she couldn't escape the law of true fragrance, since she decided to use herself to discuss Ning Mansion. She used this as an excuse to propose to give Zhang Yuni a son, in disguise to achieve the purpose of occupying the magpie's nest. But Zhang Yuni knew that Ningguo Mansion would eventually fall, so there was no need for this. However, not only was the king of Qin involved, but he couldn't explain how he could foresee it, so it was difficult to tell the truth. So Zhang Yuni had to perfunctorily say something. He had planned to wait until she was done with this, then show her the divorce letter, and formally take her in as a concubine. Unexpectedly, she was so persistent, always holding on to it, and bringing it up whenever she had the chance. Zhang Yuni was also a little annoyed, and couldn't help but lower his head and ponder how to get rid of her idea from the root. Seeing that he didn't say anything but was just thinking hard, Qin Keqing thought he was hesitant and tried to persuade him. "Now the mansion has almost no income, and we will have to rely on Uncle in the future. Jia Rong is a shameless coward. I'm afraid he will not only accept it with a pinch of nose, but also have to be careful to serve him." "Pa!" Zhang Yuni slapped the round and plump body, and said righteously, "No! Wouldn't that mess up the generation?" "Don't say." He really thought of a reason to completely dispel her idea. Master said that he would destroy them. Don't you believe it? If you really get pregnant, Master can't follow your temper. Jean Kitching was blinded by hatred. As long as she could discuss the Ning mansion, she didn't think too much. After Zhang Yuni said this, she suddenly thought of the issue of generation. However, she did not give up. Instead, she chuckled and said, Uncle should put more effort into my mother-in-law. Knowing the hatred between Zhang Yuni and Ning mansion, Jean Kitching became suspicious of him transferring the profits of sugar to Yushi. Zhang Yuni saw that she was trying to discuss Ning mansion, and he could not resist her repeated questioning. Besides, if you walk by the river often, you will get your feet wet. You can hide it for a while, but you can't hide it forever. In addition, he also wanted to have the happiness of having 2 wives. So he took the opportunity to confess the truth. Seeing that she had no hope, Jean Kitching turned her mind to Yushi. She felt something in her heart, and hurriedly said, well, if it is inconvenient for the mother-in-law to live in Dufengchuan, you might as well ask her to move to Tianxianglu to live with Kitching. As long as Uncle can convince the mother-in-law, Kitching is willing to serve Uncle with her. As if she felt that it was not enough, Jean Kitching said in a delicate voice, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law of Ningguo Mansion let Uncle do whatever he wants. And Uncle should like it more. I thought he would have to spend effort to persuade her. But unexpectedly, she actually asked for it. Zhang Yuni was afraid that he would miss this opportunity, so he would not be hypocritical. Immediately showed his attitude with practical actions. After a burst of shouting, the two finally stopped talking. When they both came to their senses, Zhang Yuni hugged Jean Kitching in his arms and said, I have talked to the Jinui, and tomorrow we can bury Lord Qin and the others. I will accompany you then. Originally, the case was not over, and the body was used as evidence. In addition, Qin Yi was a criminal, so he could not be buried easily. But after more than a month, the thunder was loud but the rain was small, and it was left unresolved. In addition, it was midsummer, and it was very troublesome to preserve the body. So she did him a favor. Jean Kitching turned around and got into his arms, hugging him with open arms. After all, she was worried that the letter of accusation would be leaked. After thinking about it, she shook her head and said, Uncle, don't go, so as not to be hated by others. After the burial, Uncle will accompany me to pay tribute when he is free. More than a month has passed, not to mention the first 7 days. Even the 7 days have passed, so there is no need to deal with funeral affairs. Besides, it is inconvenient to bury a married daughter. However, the Qin family was wiped out, and these things can only be handled by her, the adopted daughter. I am worried that you can't bear to see that scene. Jean Kitching trembled slightly, and said in a trembling voice, I can't bear to watch it either. Let the servants bury it. Zhang Yuni nodded and said, okay. Then let Baozhu and Ruizhu accompany you tomorrow, and let your sister-in-law arrange the staff for you. Chapter 127 Enthusiastic Jia Zheng. The next day, Zhang Yuni received another invitation from Jia Zheng. This time, he had no reason to refuse, and he came to Rongguo Mansion the next night. Don't blame me, Uncle. I was really a bit overwhelmed a while ago. It's serious. My nephew is loyal and righteous. He has run around for my elder brother. I am ashamed. Putting aside the 2 hats put on the Ning Mansion and the secret calculations, the character created with real money is indeed very convincing. Uncle, what are you talking about? You work in the Ministry of Works. Although you are untainted by mud, you can't avoid melon fields and plums. It's more convenient for me, my nephew. This sentence really scratched Jia Zheng's itch, and he couldn't hide his complacency and smiled happily. After a round of politeness, Jia Zheng pulled him through the corridor and went straight to the backyard. We are all family members. This is a family dinner, so there is no need to stick to the conventions. Zhang Yuni would not object, and took the opportunity to ask, I wonder why Uncle called Yuni here? Don't worry. Don't worry. Let's eat and talk later. As they were talking, they walked to the back corridor of the Tianyu courtyard, and saw Mrs. Wang standing in front of the courtyard gate. Zhang Yuni hurriedly saluted. Mrs. Wang returned the salute and then said to Jia Zheng, Master, the food is ready. Jia Zheng's face froze. Mrs. Wang hurriedly explained with a smile. This time, the master did not give any instructions. I was worried that the master forgot to arrange it, so I took the initiative to prepare a table. If the master has somewhere else to go, It doesn't matter if we leave here. With the experience of the last time, Mrs. Wang did not ask Jia Zheng how to arrange it this time, and simply waited for it. This caught Jia Zheng off guard. He wanted to avoid Mrs. Wang, so he arranged everything in Aunt Zhao's courtyard. However, in front of Zhang Yuni, he was too embarrassed to leave his mistress behind and go to the concubine's courtyard to entertain her. So he had to be forced into the courtyard by Madame Wang. Entering the side hall, he suppressed his dissatisfaction and waved his hand, saying, "My nephew and I have something to say. No one is needed here. You all go down." Then asked them to guard the door. No need. Jia Zheng was quite impatient. Madame Wang saw his tone and knew that her actions had caused Jia Zheng's dissatisfaction. She didn't want to make things difficult for him anymore. So she hurriedly left with a group of maids. After leaving the side hall, Saixia, who followed him out, glanced at Madame Wang and said cautiously, "Since the master is staying here, do you want to tell Aunt Zhao?" As the mistress of Ronghua Mansion, how could Aunt Zhao's preparations be hidden from her? Glancing at Saixia, she said coldly, "Since the master didn't give any instructions, he must have other plans. There is no need to do this." Saixia lowered her head quickly and dared not speak. Back in the house, Mrs. Wang quickly told Jean Chuan to prepare 2 side dishes and a pot of wine. She had planned to take advantage of Zhang Yuni and accompany Jia Zheng to drink a few cups during the dinner. Just like that day. To relive the old days. Although he was kicked out now, Jia Zheng was kept anyway. Since he invited Zhang Yuni, and it was so serious, it was impossible for him not to drink. The matter was already half done. So naturally he had to drink a little to help the evening. She ate a little and drank 2 cups. And was a little drunk. Seeing that half an hour had passed, she couldn't help but worry that there was no one guarding outside, and Jia Zheng would slip away. So she stood up and told Jean Chuan and others, "The master may have something to talk to Brother Yi. I'll go over there to see. And you don't have to follow." Just now, Jia Zheng used this to send the servants away, and Jean Chuan and others did not think there was anything wrong with it. So they stayed in the house as he said. Mrs. Wang came to the side hall and was about to knock on the door to enter. But when she heard Jia Zheng's voice inside, she hesitated. Zhang Yuni was used to doing things for the occasion. Seeing that Jia Zheng was a little proud of himself for keeping himself out of trouble this time, he could not help but cater to his preferences. As the saying goes, only great heroes can be true to themselves. And true celebrities are naturally romantic. Jia Zheng has always regarded himself as a literati. So of course, he can't help but claim to be romantic. For a while. Although he didn't work very hard, he was already drunk and proud. Revealing his unruly nature, he boasted to Zhang Yuni about his self-proclaimed romantic past and heroic deeds. Mrs. Wang outside the door was embarrassed and itchy, and she was too embarrassed to knock on the door to interrupt. Mrs. Wang outside the door was very interested, but Zhang Yuni inside the room was miserable. Not to mention that the means and achievements that Jia Zheng boasted about were not worth mentioning to him. But he had to pretend to admire him. Just the saliva he sprayed out made Zhang Yuni very upset. However, the vivid description was quite vivid and lively. It was interesting to listen to it as a short story. Even with ill intentions, he speculated whether the source of these short stories came from Mrs. Wang or Aunt Zhao. The only pity was that he had never met Aunt Zhao, so he could only taste some of her beauty from her plump and thin figure. After all, he was young and full of vigor, and he couldn't sit still after thinking about it. He couldn't help but think about the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law mentioned by Qin Kiching the day before. He didn't know how the Tianxiang Tower was preparing at this time. In addition, Jia Zheng was already drunk, and his speech was not as vivid as before. So he raised his glass and said, "Uncle, what exactly is the reason for calling Yuni here this time?" After chatting with Jia Zheng for a long time, he had not yet talked about business. Zhang Yuni had already thought of leaving, so he naturally did not want to accompany him to talk about this and that. After he mentioned this, Jia Zheng remembered that he had not talked about business yet, and said vaguely, Garden matters are troublesome to my nephew. Prince Ning told me about it. Thanks to my nephew for his good words." When Zhang Yuni heard the word Prince Ning, his heart moved. He wanted to test whether Prince Ning had secretly formed an alliance with Wang Ziting through the Jia family. So he said, "Madam has already known about it. And Yuan Yi is just icing on the cake." What did you say?" Jia Zheng's face suddenly changed. How could she know? Wang Furen outside the door was shocked when she heard it. I thought Jia Zheng was in the dark. But he knew the inside story. She was hesitating whether to knock on the door to interrupt. But Jia Zheng's tone inside was a little strange. She was panicked and wanted to turn around and flee. But she listened for a while. And her legs and feet were numb. She was unsteady and fell straight on the door. However, the door was not locked. And she fell sideways. This sudden scene caught the two people in the room off guard and was shocked. Just seeing Mrs. Wang suddenly fall into the door. It is clear that she has been eavesdropping outside. Zhang Yuni was better. After all, it was Jia Zheng who was bragging. And he just praised it at the right time. And because Mrs. Wang stretched her arms forward and fell on her side. Her clothes were squeezed and exposed. And she fell out of the curve of the undulating mountains. Jia Zheng, who was standing by, felt humiliated. It would have been fine if she was the mistress of Ronghua Mansion. But she actually revealed her whereabouts. Because Zhang Yuni had no way to verify it. His previous words were inevitably a bit self-boasting. He was already upset that Wang Furen had overheard him. And now he had lost face in front of the younger generation. So he lost his face even more. Without waiting for Wang Furen to get up, he took the initiative and shouted, "Speak! How many things are you hiding from me?" Wang Furen fell to the ground facing Jia Zheng. And for a moment, she was a little concerned about her head and not her butt. She didn't even bother to get up. And hurriedly explained, at the beginning, Jing De Ge asked Zheng Ge to come over, saying that he could mediate and let the eldest sister marry Ning Wang as a concubine. The old lady was worried that the master would not want to use connections. When Jia Zheng mentioned Ning Wang, she didn't know how much he knew. So she simply poured out everything and pushed it all to Jianmu. As for Zhang Yuni, since he just said that he had known about it and it was a coincidence, I am afraid that he was part of Jia Jing's plan. It would have been better if she didn't say it. After she said it, Jia Zheng couldn't help but think of his boasting and attributing the credit to himself. And he was immediately ashamed. Although this was just a private matter between husband and wife, Zhang Yuni had no way of knowing. But just now at the wine table, he was still self-righteous. And now he had to show the right attitude. He said sternly, "Master, I have always been upright. And I didn't expect that my innocence would be ruined in your hands." After all, Jiamu was an elder. So he couldn't say anything. And could only put all the blame on Mrs. Wang. Then, he turned to Zhang Yuni and said, "It's unfortunate for my family. I have no face to accompany my nephew anymore." After that, he got up and left. Zhang Yuni quickly stood up and said, "Sorry to bother you, Uncle." Mrs. Wang had no idea of his difficulties. She thought he hated her so much that she didn't care about her dignity, and hurriedly got up from the ground. She reached out and grabbed Jia Jing's arm, complaining, "Master, they are all mine." Before she could say the wrong word, she was pushed out by Jia Zheng. He shook Mrs. Wang off and left without looking back. But it was hard for Mrs. Wang. Although her sudden intrusion sobered up Jia Zheng, he was still angry and drunk. So he didn't know how to control his hands. Mrs. Wang's steps were a little unsteady. After being pushed by him, she staggered and retreated. Zhang Yuni was originally going to follow Jia Zheng out, but he retreated a little because of Mrs. Wang's interference. This retreat happened to run into Zhang Yuni's arms. The moment they were close, both of them froze. Madame Wang slid down Zhang Yuni's arms like dough, as if struck by lightning. Her summer shirt was thin to begin with, and she was in the arms of the mistress of Ronghua Mansion. Just thinking about Zhang Yuni made her excited. Not to mention this kind of torture, Zhang Yuni was also a little distracted. When he reacted, Madame Wang's waist and hips had already slid down. He quickly reached out and held her armpits just before she fell to the ground. He didn't forget to shout, "Madam, be careful." Then, he grabbed her arms with both hands, lifted them up slightly, and lifted Madame Wang up a little with his waist. He also said, "Madam, see if you can still stand?" Madame Wang was suddenly awakened by hearing this and hurriedly broke free. At this moment, her face was flushed, and she didn't dare to look back. She only said, "Brother E, please do as you please." Then she staggered out of the side hall. Zhang Yuni scratched his palm with his fingertips, smacked his lips, and then left, swinging his arms. Chapter 128 Aftermath. Jia Zheng knew nothing about the scene in the side hall. After leaving the side hall, he was a little more sober after being blown by the wind. When he talked about how Mrs. Wang behaved when the emperor summoned her, scenes flashed back in his mind, and he gradually came to his senses. In the past, He only thought that Aunt Zhao was a little exaggerated. But he didn't expect that the dignified wife would have such a side. Thinking of her ever-changing schemes, his anger subsided a little. And he also felt a little satisfied. She tried so hard to please him. Didn't it prove that she was still sharp? Thinking of this, his mind became hot. And he went straight into Aunt Zhao's room. He had already warmed up on the way, and rushed into the room without waiting for the maid to send a message. But he didn't expect to be poured with a basin of cold water when he entered the room. Juan! Why is Juan still here? Master! Master! Seeing that he looked unfriendly, Jia Huan was immediately shocked. He put on a fatherly air in front of Jia Huan, not wanting to show his ugliness. But Aunt Zhao had no such concerns. She immediately twisted her hips, and swayed her hips, and came forward, holding his arm, rubbing against his chest, and coaxing him, Master, didn't we agree earlier to ask Huaner to take a look at Master Yi? I have been waiting with him for an hour. The news that the Shui family had found Xiangling's mother had spread in Ronghua Mansion. And Zhang Yuni's ability to judge people was even more spread. Even Li Wan, who had always been indifferent to worldly affairs, had her mind on it. So how could Aunt Zhao, who believed in ghosts and gods, miss it? But after all, she couldn't compare with Li Wan. So it was convenient for her to get close to him. So she had to pin her hopes on Jia Zheng. When she heard that he was going to entertain Zhang Yuni in her room, she was immediately overjoyed. And she had already laid the groundwork in front of him. And then she pulled Jia Huan over. Unexpectedly, after everything was arranged, the man was intercepted by Wang Furen on the way. But Jia Zheng didn't tell anyone to report the news in front of Zhang Yuni. So she had to wait for a long time. Although he later sent the maid Xiao Jixiang to inquire, and found out that Wang Furen had intercepted him. He really put in a lot of effort the day before yesterday, thinking that Jia Zheng would not be so forgetful. She was worried that he would bring Zhang Yuni over after dinner, and worried that Jia Huan would miss the opportunity without him. So she kept waiting. As she spoke, she looked behind Jia Zheng, and her meaning was self-evident. Jia Zheng just remembered it at this moment. And of course, he was unwilling to admit that he had forgotten it completely. He beat his chest and stamped his feet, covering up, next time. Today, I really pissed off the master. If it weren't for Igor telling the truth, I don't know if she dared to ruin the master's reputation outside. Before that, Wang Furen interrupted him, and he didn't have time to say anything to win over King Ning. Aunt Zhao was startled when she heard this, and then she could no longer hide the smile on her face. At this moment, she could not care about anything else, and quickly winked at Jia Huan. Jia Huan was relieved and disappeared in a flash. Aunt Zhao increased the strength of her hand, and said in a charming voice, Master, did you hear it wrong? How could the lady ruin the master's reputation? Seeing Jia Huan slip away, Jia Zheng was also teased by Aunt Zhao, and his mind was full of confusion. He could not hear the misunderstanding in her words, and only said in a muffled voice, she has admitted it herself. How can it be false? After saying that, he also half pushed and half shoved Aunt Zhao to the bed. After getting Jia Zheng's confirmation, Aunt Zhao could not care about anything else, and her mind was full of turning over and making the decision, not to mention offending Jia Zheng. She just kept trying to please him. Let's not talk about how Jia Zheng encouraged him. Zhang Yuni left the side hall, and did not stay in Rongfu. Instead, he went straight back to Ningfu without delay. It's not that he was guilty, although he took advantage of the side hall. It was Mrs. Wang who took the initiative to bump into his arms. As for the unspeakable part, who asked Jia Zheng to speak so seriously? Since Mrs. Wang was eavesdropping outside the door, she must know it well, and would not hold on to it. Moreover, judging from her reaction, she probably enjoyed this intimate contact. However, after being cooperated by the couple, he was indeed eager to go to Tianxiang Tower to kill time. Originally, he was moved by Qin Keqing's proposal, and planned to persuade Yusher himself. Unexpectedly, Qin Keqing volunteered, which made him happy and expectant. He went straight to Tianxiang Tower, and saw Xiangling and the other two chatting downstairs. He asked, Is your sister-in-law upstairs? After receiving a positive answer, he went upstairs without delay. When he opened the door, he saw Yusher chatting with Qin Keqing. He quickly threw off his burden and jumped onto the bed. Seeing this, Yusher was a little shy and said blankly, This is... Zhang Yudi's face froze, and he asked in confusion, Why didn't you tell her? Wouldn't it be the same if I told her now? Could it be that the mother-in-law would run away again? Qin looked cunning and smiled at Yushur. The mother-in-law has kept it a secret from the daughter-in-law. And she helped her uncle to plot against the daughter-in-law before. Now, it's time for the mother-in-law to pay back the debt. As she spoke, she lifted the quilt and covered Zhang Yuni. Then, she stuck to him like a fish. When she was perfectly attached to Zhang Yuni, she supported Zhang Yuni's chest and stood up, turning her head to look at Yushur beside her. Her eyes were sparkling, like a pool of autumn water. And she cried, "Mother-in-law." Mother-in-law helped others to the end. And uncle didn't want the child to be of a lower generation. So he had to wrong mother-in-law and accepted her in a while. Yushur was not unfamiliar with this scene. But she was a little uncomfortable because she changed from a sister to a daughter-in-law. But when she heard that she would accept her in a while, she could no longer care about anything else. At this moment, Wang Furen, who had been wasting more than a quarter of an hour outside the room, let out a long sigh of turbid air and recovered from the contact in the side hall. Back in the house, she asked the maid to get a basin of cold water and immersed her cheeks, which still felt a little feverish, deeply in the cold water. And then she calmed down a little. Zhang Yuni's guess was not wrong, because he was just passively accepting it, and Mrs. Wang really had no intention of investigating it. However, the strangeness during the contact could be explained by Jia Jing's little stories. But as a person who had experienced it, she had a deep understanding of the reaction after the contact. In particular, Zhang Yuni held her armpits and lifted her up with his waist. At that moment, she almost lost her soul. But facing that improper behavior, she was not annoyed at all. On the contrary, she felt a sense of inexplicable pride that she could still evoke the thoughts of a young boy like Zhang Yuni. There is no harm without comparison. She is almost twice as old as Zhang Yuni. But he did not dislike her. Instead, he just bumped into her and suddenly had amorous thoughts. He didn't care about the occasion and identity, and bumped into her in different directions. Jia Zheng, who was much older than her, turned a blind eye to her flattery. He even had a little disgust. After all, there are still people who know what's good. Thinking of this, Mrs. Wang, who was curled up in the quilt, could not help but hug her arms tightly from the front. And her fingers sunk into the flesh unconsciously reached for the swelling on both sides. She simulated the scene at that time and scratched it gently. But she couldn't find it. The feeling of being struck by lightning. Refreshing at that time. On the contrary, the more she scratched, the more she felt her heart was blocked and panicked. She tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep for a long time. Chapter 129 Disposal. The next day, early in the morning, Zhang Yuni slowly pulled back his arms and carefully got out from between Yushur and Qin. Last night, they broke the taboo and both of them acted a little crazy. Although they did not consume as much physical energy as Zhang Yuni, they consumed a lot of energy. They did not even react when Zhang Yuni stood up. Baozu outside the house had been waiting for an opportunity. She hurried in to help him dress. Zhang Yuni did not rearrange the three maids. Taiangxiangla was his own private land anyway, so it would be the same no matter where they were placed. After putting on a middle coat, he told Baozu to wake them up later, and went into the garden for morning exercises. Today, half of Huifang Garden has been occupied by Dogwan Garden, which greatly reduced the distance he had to run. Even if he went around the wall separating the two gardens, he was almost close to the fence of Dufengxuan. Master! Master! After running around twice and reaching Dufengxuan, I saw Yu Erji standing in front of the fence behind the house. Shy and timid, Zhang Yuni lifted his leg and crossed the fence, hugged her from the front, and said to her forehead, "What? Do you miss Master? Qin has been a little clingy recently, and with the addition of Baozu, Yu Erji did get less. Will you live in Taiangxianglu in the future?" Yu Erji blinked her watery peach eyes and said with grievance, "If Master finds it inconvenient, I can do without maids." The reason why Yu Erji was able to be his concubine was all thanks to Yoshir's efforts. In addition, Yu Erji knew very well that the two had a private affair. She always thought that she was just a bonus for the two. Originally, Yushir didn't arrange maids and old women for Dufengxuan, in order to avoid being discovered by the servants. Now, holding the servants' indentures and having passed the matter in front of Jiazhen, there is no need to be shy about anything. Therefore, she picked some maids and old women the day before yesterday and moved into the ear room of Dufengxuan. Yu Erji was also very happy. But she didn't expect that Qin Keqing came to invite Yusher to move to Tianxiangli yesterday. And then she didn't come back all night. And she was worried all night. She originally planned to go to Tianxiangli today to test Yusher's attitude. But she saw Zhang Yili coming out of Tianxiangli. And she couldn't help worrying whether Zhang Yili felt it was inconvenient in Dufengxuan. Zhang Yili couldn't help feeling distressed for her aggrieved look. Yusher was also too cautious and didn't tell her the reason. Zhang Yili knew what Yu Erji was worried about. So he picked her up and went straight to the front yard of Dufengxuan. He sat down on a small stool in the yard and kissed her slightly parted lips in front of all the maids and old women. After a long time, their lips parted. He said softly, "It's not inconvenient at all. It's just a short stay for a few days. The servants in the mansion need to be rearranged at this time. It's convenient for them to live together." He was not trying to comfort Yu Erji. No matter how charming Qin Keqing was, no matter how exciting the bond was, it would get boring after a long time. Besides, there were Yu Erji and the three maids. Being fraternal and sharing the reign and do equally was the greatest kindness to them. He had never thought of hanging himself on a tree. And he planned to study the permutations and combinations in the future. How could he be tied down by a bond? Seeing that he did not shy away from the servants, Yu Erji felt much more at ease. Zhang Yili patted her pink back. And Yu Erji immediately understood what he meant. She got off him and said softly, "Then I'll wait for you." "Sir." Zhang Yili stood up and said with a smile, "There are a lot of things to do recently. I have to meet 2 stewards in front of the yamen later. I'll accompany you after I'm done." After spending some time with Yu Erji, he had no time to continue his morning exercises. He returned to Dengxian Pavilion, took a shower, changed into his official uniform, and went to Tianxiang Tower. Lai Sheng and his wife, and Yu Lu were already waiting inside. Yusher and Qin Keqing had already packed up. When they saw him come in, they showed no disguising their intimacy. They took his arm on the left and right, and sat down in front of the table where breakfast was set. The three looked at the scene in front of them with different expressions. Zhang Yuni ate a few mouthfuls before looking at Lai Sheng and his wife, slowly saying, "Yu Lai family has served the 2 mansions for several lifetimes." Speaking of this, he paused, and suddenly changed the subject, "But this kindness doesn't work with me. I called you here today for the sake of the old lady of the West Mansion. You hand in the tasks on your hands, and go home to behave yourself. I don't bother to care if you don't know what's good for you, and make plans behind your back, or spread gossip outside. Then I will have plenty of ways to deal with you, not to mention your branch, even Lai Da's branch. As the chief steward of Ningma Mansion, Lai Sheng has done his best for the servants. It is impossible for him to indulge them like the 2 mansions. No matter power or wealth, he can't give more. Even if he continues to entrust important tasks, he will not be grateful at all. So he simply sends them home. When a whale dies, all things come to life. He, the chief steward, and some of his close subordinates can be dismissed. The vacant positions can be used to promote some people who have been marginalized. Yu Lu was the successor chosen by Yusher and Qin Keqing after discussion. He was originally a small manager in the Ning Mansion storehouse. If he were an ordinary servant, he would not need to show up. However, the Lai family was different from ordinary servants. Lai Sheng was the chief steward of the Ning Mansion, while Lai Da, the eldest house, was the chief steward of the Rong Mansion. And Lai Ma had a say next to Jian Mu. He could manage the Ning Mansion now, but not the Rong Mansion. If he left their positions without being warned, there might be rumors. Although, he did not rely on a good reputation to get ahead, so this kind of thing did not affect him much. Even the old man Zhu Shi, who was a man of justice and desire, could get his daughter-in-law pregnant after his son died, so he had no such concerns. On the contrary, in the eyes of the emperor, this kind of thing also meant self-pollution. But when this rumor reached the Rong Mansion, there were many restrictions on his future entry and exit, so he was called in to be warned. "I dare not disobey Master Yi's order, but our family has accumulated some money over the years, since we have resigned from the job. Can you please transfer us to Shangrong's name?" Now he has also become a Juren. Everyone has the desire to seek benefits and avoid harm. The reason why the servants of Ning Mansion dared to challenge Yusher was nothing more than relying on the favor they had given Jiazhen and the affection left over from several lifetimes, and taking advantage of their seniority. Now, even Jiazhen has become a coward, so Lai Sheng naturally dared not go against him. They have made enough money over the years, and it is difficult to get rid of their status. It is not easy to do so. So they took another approach and planned to transfer to Lai Shangrong, the son of Lai De, who had gotten rid of his status. Zhang Yuni naturally understood Lai Sheng's thoughts. The reason why he had to add the servant's indenture was not only for safety considerations, but also because he did not want rumors to appear. How could he just let Lai Sheng go? It's too late. Now the list has been sent to Prince Zhongshuan for review. If you can convince the prince, I will do it. Can Master Yi do? Zhang Yuni slammed the table and shouted, enough. Who are you? Do you think it's worth me to ask the prince for mercy? Don't be ungrateful. If I didn't borrow money from the prince, do you think Brother Zhen was forced into a corner? Do you still have a chance to bargain with me? Lai Sheng and his wife were stunned when they heard this. And they knelt down in a hurry. My servant said something wrong. Please don't blame me. In fact, although Ningguo Mansion was emptied, it might not be impossible to make up for it if you really dig 3 feet deep and cut a wave of leaks from the servants. This is also the reason why Zhang Yuni used the indenture as collateral. Once the indenture was mortgaged, Jiazhen would have a lot to say if he wanted to cut leaks again. Originally, Lai Sheng pretended to be confused, but when he was pointed out at this moment, he was naturally shocked. Chapter 130, Digging a Trap. After sending Lai Sheng away, Zhang Yuni took out a form and placed it on the table. Then he looked at Yulu and said, in the future, all the gates in the mansion must be guarded by special personnel, especially Huifang Garden. During the day, people must register to enter and exit, and after nightfall, no matter who they are, they must report. I have drawn up a form here. You can find some reliable people and arrange it to report to my sister-in-law. He emphasized the word no matter who. Yulu glanced at Yushir and Qin Keqing, who were almost sticking to him, and hurriedly said, don't worry, sir. Without your permission, not a fly can slip in. The bud determines the head. Before this, of course, he hoped that the gate control would be relaxed to facilitate his actions. Now, everyone in the mansion is in his hands, so he must be strictly disciplined. That day, he pleaded for Jia Rong in front of everyone in the mansion, and comforted him a little afterwards, which made him cry and spit out why he was punished. Hearing that Jiazhen had not given up on Qin Keqing, although he did not dare to openly confront him, he could only plan behind his back. But he had to take precautions. Okay, you can go down too. The rest is up to my sister-in-law. Yushir and Qin Keqing were familiar with the housekeeping work, so he did not need to worry about it. There were some ideas that needed to be implemented. After Yulu left, he said to them, the manor outside the West City Gate. You go back and arrange for someone to clean it up, near the manor with hot springs in the West Mountain, and make it a holiday manor. After the drawings are finished, I will transfer some more people to complete it before winter, so that we can go to the hot springs by then. Qin Keqing's eyes moved, and a blush appeared on her cheeks. Obviously, she thought of the scene of mandarin ducks playing in the water. But Yushir asked, what about the other farm? Find a few people who can grow flowers and vegetables. And when the new glass factory is built, build a greenhouse to grow some fruits and vegetables, so that there won't be no green leafy vegetables to eat in winter. Greenhouse? Both of them were a little confused. You will know when the time comes. Zhang Yuni was too lazy to explain and waved his hand. He was a hedonist, and naturally didn't want to treat himself badly. When he traveled to ancient times, although there was no shortage of delicacies from mountains and seas, vegetables, especially in winter, were not very good. Although there was no plastic film in this era, glass could be used as a substitute. It's just that the cost is too high. However, this was not a problem for him. And he even thought of the reason. Under the guise of an experimental field, he used some flat glass. And as long as the greenhouse was built, he would present some of the off-season vegetables produced to the emperor. If the emperor was happy, he could build another one in the imperial farm. And he had already taken a fancy to the farm with hot springs. How can a bathtub be as spacious and comfortable as a swimming pool? When the time comes, bring the whole family, form a circle in the swimming pool, blindfold yourself, and try to find out who is who. Wouldn't it be interesting? Even, he had already thought of the design of the manor and the hot spring swimming pool. The bottom is covered with polished non-slip bluestone slabs. The surrounding is covered with tiles, and a few houses are built next to it. While satisfying his selfish desires, he can also appease Jiazhen, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. After all, these 2 manors are within the scope of mortgage. He built a lot on them, and Jiazhen would not doubt his determination to keep these industries. However, Jiazhen did not know that these industries had already fallen into his pocket. After all, Prince Zhongshuan is his immediate superior and a member of the royal family. It is fine to lend him money, but it is impossible for him to give money to his subordinates. However, he still needs to boil the frog in warm water, reduce Jiazhen's income, and make him have no hope of redemption forever. As the saying goes, emergency relief does not help the poor. With the current situation of Ning Mansion, it is difficult to borrow money from outside without his own guarantee. Not to mention that it is more than 100,000 taels. As for Ronghua Mansion, no matter how big the family business is, it will be tight after building the Grand View Garden. Moreover, the Prime Minister still holds the sword, and the senior officials of the rich family laugh and tap their hats. In the book, Jiazhen and Jia Rong talked about Wang Shifeng's trading of Jia Mu's private money, and they just sneered, but never thought of helping. How can Rong Mansion be an exception? Moreover, taking the money of Rong Mansion to guard the property of Ning Mansion. Even if Jiazhen agrees, Jia will never agree. Money is the courage of heroes, especially for people like Jiazhen. At present, Ning Mansion still has several farms outside the city, but he needs to reduce his income from this part. After breakfast, he went to the government office and took a detour to Jia Rong's yard. The boy hadn't gotten up yet, and was lying on his back with his arms and legs folded around CL1, who was only wearing a bellyband. Uncle E, seeing Zhang Yuni enter the room, he not only didn't shy away, but even pulled CL1's bellyband intentionally or unintentionally, revealing a touch of white and greasy snow chest. Then, he put on an outer shirt and stepped forward to salute. Zhang Yuni didn't shy away either, and said straight to the point, "I told my sister-in-law that the farms outside will be handed over to you in the future." Jia Rong's face flashed with ecstasy, and he kept smiling. He secretly glanced at Zhang Yuni, and then glanced at CL1 who was half covered. Uncle E, either let CL1. Zhang Yuni waved his hand, gave him a look that said, "I can only help you up to this point," and said, "Don't do those unnecessary things. Work hard. Show it to Brother Jin. And don't let Uncle E down." Since that day, he pleaded for Jia Rong in front of the whole family. Afterwards, Jiazhen found Yushir and told her clearly about Jia Rong's previous complaints. However, Zhang Yuni said that when Jia Rong offered his wife, he had promised to take care of her. This made Jiazhen angry with his son. He instigated both sides, intending to sit on the sidelines and let the two fathers and sons fight each other. Jia Rong was indeed a coward, but that was in the face of absolute power. He was like a jackal hiding in the shadows. Once he got the chance, he would bite people without hesitation. Whether it was selling Wang Shifeng at the beginning or selling Jia Jing and Jiazhen before, it was the same. Now, with his support, and knowing that Jiazhen is a coward, he may not dare to commit treason. Although he does not want to dirty his hands, he does not mind adding fuel to the fire and letting the father and son kill each other. This not only distracts Jiazhen's attention, but also allows him to reap the benefits. Why not? Uncle E is very kind, and I will remember it in my heart. Jia Rong was moved and knelt on the ground immediately. Uncle E, I have known your filial piety for a long time. Otherwise, why would I help you like this? Zhang Yuni pulled him up and said, "By the way, sister-in-law does not plan to use Yindai anymore. If you still like her, ask her to come to you. If Brother Jin is dissatisfied, Uncle E will protect you. Things are different now. At the beginning, Yindai made Yushir dissatisfied, so Jiazhen took her in. Now he is still pointing to Yushir to keep Zhang Yuni, and he is even more unwilling to make Yindai a maid, unhappy. Therefore, all the concubines and maids in the house did not protect her. Yushir would naturally not use her again, so it was just right to give her to Jia Rong, which could arouse Jia Rong's desire to covet the people in Jiazhen's house. Upon hearing this, Jia Rong immediately hugged his legs and said with tears of gratitude, "Uncle E treats his nephew more, really more than the master." "Okay." Zhang Yuni patted his head. "Be a man. Crying like this will make people laugh." Chapter 131, Go with the Flow. September came in a flash. Jiazhen was really frustrated during this period. A penny can make a hero suffer. He had always spent a lot of money on friends, drinking, watching operas, and visiting prostitutes. But now, he could only occasionally make a little profit from the construction of the Grandview garden to improve his life. And his life was quite miserable. At first, he thought that he could just wait until the end of the year, and when the rent of the farm arrived, he would be a hero again. So he didn't have the face to go to Yusher. But before a month, he couldn't hold on any longer. That day, Mao saw Yusher arranging errands in the front yard, and immediately came up to her and said humbly, "I'm a little tight on money recently. Please take 500 taels of silver and let me get by for the time being. People are poor and have low aspirations." In the past, he couldn't say the word thank you to Yusher. I thought that since I was so humble, Yusher would have to give me some face. Unexpectedly, Yusher squinted and said, "Master, what you said is true. When the Jinui came to confiscate the silver, they didn't leave a portion for me. The expenses of this family were all paid by me from Yunyi's salary. Marrying a man to feed him. It's fine if you don't give me money. But now you ask for 500 taels. Where can I get it?" This, Jiazhen was embarrassed by what she said. But he couldn't get angry. So he had to pinch his nose and said, "Isn't there still the revenue from sugar?" The reason why he chose this time was that he knew that the Shui family would settle accounts with Yusher at the beginning of each month. "You can save some money," Yusher sneered. "The family has such a big deficit. You just spread your hands and don't care about anything. How could you know how much Yuni and I worry about it privately?" Speaking of worrying, she couldn't help but flick the ends of her hair. She took a breath and said, "At the beginning of spring, he and the Shui family started a small business together. He originally planned to save some money for marrying a wife in the future. Who knew that he would encounter this kind of thing in our family? And he had to take money from one place to fill another. So he lied to the Shui family that he had sent a gift to King Zhongshuan. But unexpectedly, the concubine forced him to bring one along with him when he sent the gift. How could he bring him? He was frozen there for a while. He just avoided the Shui family. And the Shui family also deducted the revenue from the white sugar. Although the revenue from the white sugar was not much, Zhang Yuni had never thought of using it to fill the deficit of the Ning mansion. So when Yusher mentioned the Shui family's request, he simply put it aside. Anyway, he didn't worry that the Shui family would default on the money. So he just kept it there temporarily. As for whether to pay interest, he would wait and see the attitude of the Shui family later. He knew that Jiazhen would definitely target Yusher's income if he lost his income. So he had prepared a pretext early. He was not worried that Jiazhen would confront the Shui family. After all, the money was spent in Ning Mansion. And the Shui family, seeing that Yusher no longer came to the door, let alone the income from the sugar, just thought that Zhang Yuni was guilty. They even felt that they suffered a loss in exchanging the 40% share of caustic soda for the sugar. And they felt at ease with the deduction. Jiazhen had no idea about the story. And he couldn't help but feel ashamed. However, he had no conscience to speak of. And the guilt flashed away. And he began to think about Zhang Yuni again. Although Yuni's salary is not much, the salary for maintaining integrity, and the ice tribute from the lower levels, plus the previous reward from the emperor, if not 10,000 taels, there are at least 7 or 8,000 taels. It's not that he is still short of these 500 taels. Right? Although Zhang Yuni was very concerned about the family, he did not spend money for nothing. Apart from Yusher, Qin Kiching really hurt him. Jiazhen felt that since he had tasted the sweetness, it was his due to suffer some pain. Hearing this, Yusher pretended to be surprised and said, "You don't know yet? What do you know?" Jiazhen said blankly. Seeing his puzzled expression, Yusher was quite relieved, but complained, "It's all because of you. You concealed the amount," causing him to plead for the government, and suffered from the emperor's grievances. He had to make up for it from other places. "Look, I invested a lot of money in the farm outside the city, planning to build a greenhouse to grow some fruits and vegetables that can't be eaten in winter, and offer them to the emperor to regain some favor. Is there such a thing? How can it be false? The farm is just outside the west gate, and it won't take you much time to go and see it yourself. Although it's just started now. He said that it has to be covered with glass. It will take until the new factory is completed and construction begins. And then, the flat glass will be purchased and installed before it can be grown." Hearing that glass was used to grow vegetables, even Jiazhen, who was a spendthrift, couldn't help but take a breath. Seeing that he remained silent, Yusher said, "Although we are suffering now, we are not short of food and clothing. If you need money, go find it somewhere else." Don't cause trouble for you and E. After she finished speaking, she was about to leave. Unexpectedly, Jiazhen clapped his hands and said with a smile, "You are right. We do need to make up for it from outside. Our family has made a lot of personal connections over the years. Now it is almost Father's birthday. It is a good excuse to let those relatives and friends bring a gift." He became more and more excited as he spoke, rubbing his palms and said, "Didn't you say that the glass has not been purchased yet? First, take the thousands of taels of silver from you and E to celebrate the master's birthday. After I receive the gift, I will make up for it. It will not delay the purchase of glass." After he said that, Yusher was at a loss for words. Zhang Yuni had already made the arrangements before, but he was not a god. Who could have thought that Jiazhen would suddenly come up with such a plan? She could only delay and said, "I have to ask you about this." "Hey!" Jiazhen gave Yusher a look of and said with a wretched look, "Yuni is nostalgic. This money is just for temporary borrowing. As long as you put in more effort and make him happy, he will naturally not refuse." "Yeah." That night, in Tianxiang Tower, after listening to Yosher's report, Zhang Yuni, who felt relaxed physically and mentally, groaned, took a deep breath, and held a peeled longan peeled by Qin Kiching. After chewing a few times, he slowly said, "Give him some silver later, and be sure to ask for it back after receiving the gift. In addition, go and get a birthday peach, as a gift from me." He was not kind-hearted, and wanted to celebrate Jia Jing's birthday. However, the king of Qin still hoped that he could get into the line of the king of Ning. Originally, the king of Ning also intended to win over, and it could be said that they were going both ways. However, Jia Zheng was a procrastinating person, and he felt embarrassed because of the disruption caused by Lady Wan last time. The king of Ning was under house arrest by the emperor because of the case of the Ministry of Works, and no one urged him. He ignored Ed Zhao's urging and kept delaying until now, so that Zhang Yuni had no breakthrough. Hearing that Jiazhen was going to hold a big banquet for Jia Jing's birthday, he thought it was a good opportunity. Moreover, many of the relatives and old friends of the Ning mansion were involved in the case of the Ministry of Works. After returning the stolen silver, the life of every family was not easy. Jiazhen's move would undoubtedly make their already tight life worse, and Zhang Yuni would naturally be happy to see the offending of people. Of course, in order to maintain his personality, he had to spend some money to make a birthday peach, and he could only pinch his nose and accept it. Chapter 132 pressed. Since Jia Jing's birthday was still 10 days away, he still had time to send out invitations. However, things were different now, because he was worried that his servants would profit from it. Jiazhen did everything himself, including sending invitations, buying banquets, and hiring opera troops. He inevitably had to give up the job of the Grandview Garden. This already made Wang Shifeng quite dissatisfied, and she was even more furious when she received the invitation from Jiazhen today. She threw it on the Kong casually and said indignantly, "I think Brother Zhen has really lost his mind. What happened in the East Mansion? And he is still showing off and holding a birthday banquet. Is it not embarrassing enough? Or does he want to tell the outside world that there is something hidden in the mansion?" Pinger asked in confusion, "How could it be? I heard that there is still a deficit of more than 100,000 taels. All thanks to the help of the master." "Bah!" Wang Shifeng spat fiercely on the ground. "I think he can't stand the soft and hard persuasion of Sister Zhen." At this point, she looked at Pinger and said angrily, "Look at Sister Zhen and Xiangling. He is very good at doing things. Quick! Why are you dragging your feet when it comes to you? Can't you just eat steamed buns to save face?" Pinger argued, "Master has helped a lot with the garden, and you have to speak with conscience." "Conscience?" Wang Shifeng sneered. "Conscience is worth less than 3 taels, but it is very expensive to keep it. He does have a conscience, with more than 100,000 taels of silver. How long will it take to pay it back with the current East Mansion? I'm afraid we will have to rely on him. Things have their priorities, and the East Mansion is responsible after all. Master can't just watch them being punished." "Right. Besides, it's not urgent for you here." "Not in a hurry. The second master wrote back the other day, saying that he will be back before the end of the year. If something unexpected happens by then, don't blame me. This time when we go to celebrate her birthday, you must urge her to hurry up." "This," Pinger said with embarrassment. "Grandma is pushing too hard." Wang Shifeng raised her eyebrows and pouted. "I push hard? No matter how hard I push, I haven't seen him willing to put any effort on us. Pinger shook her head and smiled bitterly. And just kept comforting her. Grandma, I don't know when the mess in the East Mansion will end. Even if the master has a livelihood now, I'm afraid he will have to make some money from it. You are kind-hearted. If he turns his face and refuses to admit it, you will cry. How could it be? Didn't Grandma say that the master is a caring person? Wang Shifeng clearly said conscience. But when it came to Pinger's mouth, the word good was omitted. Wang Shifeng naturally heard the difference, and couldn't help thinking of the scene in the back corridor that night, and said angrily, "Look at your flirtatious look. I don't know if he has feelings for me, but I'm afraid your heart has already flown away with him." Grandma. Pinger's face flushed. "I don't want to bother with you. I have to go to the madam to ask what the rules are." Wang Shifeng became more and more angry, turned around and picked up the invitation on the Kong, and reminded, "Don't blame me for not reminding you. This time you must bring the message." She slammed the door and walked out, walking with long legs and twisting her slender waist, and came to Rongqi Hall, bowed to Mrs. Wang, handed over the invitation, and reported, "Brother Jin just handed over the invitation, saying that he wants to celebrate Master Jing's birthday." "I don't know what the madam's rules are. Celebrate a birthday?" Mrs. Wang frowned slightly. "It's not the first birthday. Why celebrate a birthday at this time? I think he probably wants to earn some gifts to make up for the deficit. Last year, Master Jing didn't come home to kowtow to everyone for his birthday. Now that this kind of thing happened, I'm afraid he won't come home. So I came to ask Madam for advice." Mrs. Wang naturally understood what she meant, since it was not a birthday party, and Jia Jing was unlikely to come home. Should she give a discount on the gift? However, Ning Mansion had contributed to Yuanchuan's affairs, so even if they were going to destroy the bridge after crossing the river, they wouldn't be so quick. She raised her hand and rubbed her temple, then waved her hand and said, "Such a big thing happened over there, and they didn't ask us for help. Let's do it according to the rules of last year." Wang Shifeng sneered and said, "With Brother Yi's help, they will naturally not bother us. It has been spread outside that the more than 100,000 taels of silver that were in deficit were all borrowed by him." When Mrs. Wang heard Zhang Yuni's name, her heart trembled suddenly, and the feeling of being half pulled and half lifted by that powerful body suddenly emerged in her heart. She couldn't help but breathe harder. Her heartbeat quickened, and she swallowed dryly. Then she realized that Wang Shifeng was still beside her, and she quickly coughed dryly to cover up. Ahem. No wonder Jenner mentioned it to the old lady, and nothing happened. It turned out that he did it. Wang Shifeng saw that Mrs. Wang's expression was strange, but she didn't investigate it carefully. She just thought she was secretly shocked and surprised that Zhang Yuni was willing to work so hard. That's right. The East Palace really picked up a treasure, and even Maya got a piece of it. Not only did they solve Xiangling's problem, they also kept the title of Imperial Merchant and set up a business. She didn't just want to exaggerate Yuni, but also to pave the way for sending Pinger later. However, Mrs. Wang's mind was not on this side. The speaker was unintentional, but the listener was intentional. Picking up a treasure was like a heavy hammer hitting Mrs. Wang's heart. She felt weak all over, waved her hand weakly, and said, "Okay, it's just this matter. You can go back and follow the rules of the previous year." "Hey!" Wang Shifeng agreed hurriedly. "In this case, it's not easy to go to the old lady's place. I will go to the eldest master and the eldest wife to inform them, so that they can prepare the carriage and horses at that time." "Huh?" Mrs. Wang was about to speak, but she let out a strange cry, and hurriedly cleared her throat and said, I'd better not go." She still felt breathless when she thought about it in private. If she saw someone, she would be exposed. Besides, even if she could cover it up, others would not know. But she and Zhang Yuni knew it well, but she didn't know how to deal with it when they met. This seemed reasonable to Wang Shifeng. After all, it was not the whole year, and being able to follow the rules of the previous year was already giving enough face. So she did not doubt it. She thought about it and asked again, "What about the master? Did the lady make a decision?" "How dare I make his decision?" Madame Wang felt wronged and felt that she had been worried about her daughter. But Jia Zheng did not say anything. When he said it, he not only did not get a good word, but also made up a story about her. So when she heard Wang Shifeng's question, she blurted it out. But after she said it, she remembered that family disgrace should not be made public, and hurriedly said, "You also know the master's temper. What happened in the East Palace? He might not have time to hide." I don't want to touch this brow. You should find a chance to ask yourself. Although Wang Shifeng felt that the matter was not that simple, she did not dare to ask. So she had to suppress her curiosity. Goodbye and hurriedly leave. Chapter 133 Delay. The Xue family was also in a dilemma after receiving the invitation. In the northeast courtyard, Aunt Xue sighed. Alas, I'm afraid I can't escape this time. I advised Mother at the beginning that although there are more than 10,000 taels of silver a year, there is still the 10% of sugar, even if the family has to pay for some labor and store space. It is also limited. Why bother about it? Xue Baochai continued to persuade. It's not too late now. Take advantage of this birthday celebration to make up for the arrears. Just say that there are too many things in the East Palace, and it's not good to disturb them because of this little thing. With Aunt and others around, it can be covered up. You said it lightly. Among the 8 imperial merchants, our family got the least. Not only did it all go to others, but we also had to pay. More than 10,000 silver a year is not much. But what about 10 years? Although she felt that she had suffered a loss and was in the right, Aunt Xue also knew that she couldn't afford to offend Zhang Yuni. However, Wang Ziting and Mrs. Wang, the 2 brothers and sisters, were promoted, and they climbed up the social ladder. And their own family also rose with the tide. It was not willing to bear such a loss again. Xue Baochai's face was as calm as ever, and she only frowned slightly and said, My daughter thinks that as long as we can keep the title of the imperial merchant, it is worth spending more than 10,000 taels a year. I thought so at the beginning. But this brother is really greedy. This time he asked for 40% of the profit of caustic soda. That 40% profit is at least 50,000 taels of silver a year. Isn't this cutting my heart? She was so excited that she caused the body in front of her to tremble and rise and fall. Xue Baochai glanced at it and thought to herself, if it can really be reduced a little, it will not be so conspicuous. Thinking of this, she spat secretly and apologized to Aunt Xue in her heart, and waved away the disrespectful thoughts. She turned and advised, this business is a business exclusively provided by Tiango Injiwen. If Brother Yi leaves our family, we can find others to cooperate with. But if Brother Yi leaves, our family will not even make that 30%. What you said is indeed reasonable. But he is a young boy, and he has just entered the officialdom. How can he understand the ins and outs here? Aunt Xue said with some disapproval, Look, last time we asked Brother Zhen's daughter-in-law to bring a message, but there has been no news until now. The revenue for the past 3 months has not been mentioned, which shows that he is guilty. Even if Zhang Yuni did not come to ask for it, only Yusher came. Aunt Xue would not dare to withhold it. 3 months passed in a flash, and there was no news, which gave her confidence. Xue Baochai also knew the situation, she said. But she had another consideration. My daughter heard that last time. My uncle invited him alone and had dinner in my aunt's yard. Even the servants were not allowed to approach. I don't know what important matter they discussed. If this caused unhappiness between the 2 families, my aunt would lose face at that time. Wouldn't it be a loss of the big picture for the small? What about this? Last time, I heard your aunt complain that your uncle invited him, but he refused in every possible way and was quite unhappy. Why did he invite him alone again? Jean Chuan in my aunt's room has a figure similar to my daughter. So my daughter took 2 old clothes that she didn't wear and gave them to her. What she said during the conversation must be true. Speaking of this, Xue Baochai hesitated for a moment and pondered. It's just, no one was there to see him during the meal. I don't know what happened. My uncle didn't seem to send him away, but left first. And he hasn't spoken to my aunt for many days. What's the reason? Aunt Xue fell into deep thought. After a long while, she looked up at Baochai and said, Could it be that he offended your uncle and ended up in a bad mood? I don't know. But if he really offended my uncle, there's no reason for him to be angry with me. Right? She thought for a moment and said thoughtfully, However, I heard that my uncle originally planned to invite him to Aunt Zhao's room. Maybe because of this, he had a quarrel with me. We have to be careful about this matter. If he really offended your uncle, we can't be so tactful. Aunt Xue stood up and said, I'll go to your aunt and ask. Don't worry, Mom. Xue Baochai stopped her and said, Please don't ask about what happened that day. What are you asking about? Aunt Xue turned and looked at her daughter. Mom, you are confused. Isn't this ready-made? She shook her head, pointed to the invitation on the table, and said with a smile, Mom, Just say that if you are not sure what the rules should be for celebrating the master's birthday, just ask your aunt's attitude. What does it matter? Aunt Shui was a little confused. Shui Baochai said calmly, now the situation in the East Mansion is like this. And it is a birthday party. So it is not worth it for your aunt to mobilize a large number of people. If we take it seriously, it will only be for the sake of Brother Yi's face. We can just take the opportunity of celebrating the birthday to fool the matter. Yes. 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 You still have a way. Aunt Shui praised. And then said, what if your aunt is just perfunctory? Then what should we do? Shui Baochai urged. Let's not guess here anymore. Mom will go and ask first. And we will discuss it when we come back. The Shui family is no longer in Lixianjiwan, but only a few steps away from Rongxi Hall. And just one stick of incense. Aunt Shui returned. She told her daughter the details of the inquiry. According to reason, given the current situation of the East Mansion, since it follows the rules of the previous year, it is obvious that they are trying to promote her. But she doesn't want to go. Why? Shui Baochai was also confused. She frowned and thought for a long time before slowly saying, my daughter can't guess. Maybe he really offended my uncle. But I don't want the relationship to be too stiff. However, there is a ready-made way to slow down the situation. Aunt Shui was in a dilemma after hearing the first half of her sentence. Unexpectedly, there was a way to deal with it. She hurriedly urged, tell me quickly. Since Aunt is unwilling to go, it must be because of the last time my uncle invited us. In this case, we can't show it too much, so as not to make Aunt unhappy. Mother can stay at home with her, and just ask my brother to follow the example of the previous year and bring the gift. Your brother? Aunt Shui hesitated. Shui Baochai explained hurriedly. Everyone in the mansion knows that my brother is not in charge of things, and Brother Yi will not ask him for business matters. I am afraid that your brother's rude words will anger others. Mom, you worry too much. The last time Xiangling's mother was found, my brother said that he had wrongly blamed Brother Yi after he knew about it. It shouldn't cause any trouble. She paused and said, besides, my brother has always been on good terms with Brother Shen. How could he not go to the East Mansion to do business this time? Even if there is really unpleasantness with Brother Shen mediating, it will not end badly. Seeing that Aunt Shui was still hesitating, Baochai said, even if Brother Yi really uses the caustic soda business to make up for the deficit of the East Mansion, it also shows that he values friendship and loyalty. If we can take this opportunity to let my brother get on good terms with him, he will be embarrassed to target our family again in the future. Well, then do as you say. Aunt Shui no longer hesitated. Chapter 134. Go for it. Useless. You can't even handle a small matter. It's been so long, and you haven't found out anything about her, let alone her handle. What use is there for the master to have you? In the east courtyard, Jiashi slammed the table and scolded Mrs. Xing, who was standing below. Mrs. Xing was like a punching bag, with a face full of grievances, and she said timidly, Master, this can't be blamed entirely on me. The mess in the garden was covered by her hands and could not be splashed. She used all the people who came with her as a dowry from the Wang family. Even if there were a few old servants, they were all the same. They got a good job, and they couldn't even cover it. Who would be willing to burn our cold stove? What cold stove? Who do you say is the cold stove? Jiashi looked unfriendly and trembling with anger. He pointed at Mrs. Xing and shouted angrily, Master, I am the eldest master in the mansion. The title of this mansion is also inherited by the master. How come it becomes a cold stove in your mouth? It's obviously because you are not attentive. How am I not attentive? Mrs. Xing, Madam complained. To be honest, Master, I didn't dare to act like a mother-in-law. I tried to ask her, second Madam Lian, to help me with some chores for Qin Gui and Wang Shanbao. But she refused in every possible way. She glanced at Jiashi's face and complained. Although it was finally done, how could they get any information if they were only assigned to take care of those peasants? She is not only guarding against us, but also slapping us in the face. Master, stupid. This kind of thing must be covered up. Who told you to use our own people? Who else can we use? Madam Xing blurted out, but felt that her tone was too blunt. So she hurriedly tried to make up for it. Or, Master, can you give me some advice? Jiashi twisted his long beard and said in a gentle and persuasive way, Who do you think hates this aunt and niece the most in the second house? Needless to say, it's Aunt Zhao. Isn't that the conclusion? Jiashi slapped the table and said, Master, if I remember correctly, the Qian family couple are not in charge of accounts in the warehouse? And they are Aunt Zhao's uncle. Have you ever thought of taking this path? Hey! Mrs. Xing was originally very energetic and listened attentively. But she seemed to be deflated after hearing the words. And sighed, you have thought of it. And she? At this point, she reacted and looked at Jiashi anxiously. Just then, she saw Jiashi's eyes were bloodshot, picked up the teacup on the table, and threw it at her. Seeing Jiashi's anger, she didn't dare to dodge. Fortunately, it didn't hit her head, but only hit the soft flesh in front of her. Although Jiashi did not use any harsh force and his strength was limited, it did not hurt too much. But the tea and tea leaves in the cup did splash all over her head and face. Originally thought, after being hit like this, Jiashi should have calmed down. But unexpectedly, he still insisted, tell me, what do you mean that I can think of everything? Master? Do you think that I can't do anything to her? Master, calm down. It's not. Mrs. Xing did not dare to admit it, and was worried that she would use some bad words when denying it, which would cause Jiashi's dissatisfaction. She was at a loss for words, and could only say carefully, it's really this daughter-in-law who is too cunning and treacherous. Anyway, saying some bad things about Wang Shifeng would not anger Jiashi again. As they were talking, a report came from outside. Master, Madam, the second wife sent someone to say that Master Zhen of the East Mansion is going to celebrate Master Jing's birthday, and wants to ask Master, Madam whether to go. No! Jiashi was still angry, and he threw his sleeves and shouted angrily. Don't! Master! Mrs. Xing winked at Jiashi and said to the outside, tell him that if the master wants to go, he will go by himself. So don't bother second Madam Lian. Hey! When the footsteps outside were far away, Mrs. Xing was full of indignation and said with a common hatred, Master, look! How can she see us? I don't believe that she will only send one person from the second house. Although she didn't know how to save Jiashi's face and calm his anger, she knew how to divert the fire to other places. Although Jiashi hated this daughter-in-law, even though he was suppressed by his elder status, Wang Shifeng was a daughter of the Wang family after all. Not to mention the support of Wang Ziting and Mrs. Wang. She couldn't get past Jiamu. He could only say angrily, one day I will let her know how powerful the master is. In order to avoid embarrassment, he quickly changed the subject and said, what did you mean by winking just now? Seeing that he changed the subject, Mrs. Xing did not dare to hold on to him. While wiping the water stains and tea leaves off her face, she muttered, Master, don't think that she doesn't bother us. But she is very good to the East Palace. The lucrative positions of purchasing actors and making gold and silver utensils are all arranged for her. What do you think is the reason? Jiashi's eyes flashed with a gleam, and his voice was a little hoarse. Could it be that she hooked up with Jingur? Good. Good. This time we finally caught her handle. Suspecting that his daughter-in-law had an affair, he was not angry but happy, and the smile on his face was a little uncontrollable. Mrs. Xing saw it all, but she didn't dare to show it. She was afraid that he would be confused and make a fool of himself. So she had to bite the bullet and explain, Master, you misunderstood. It's not that she and Jinur have anything to do with each other, but she is giving face to you. She secretly glanced at Jiashi, and seeing that he didn't seem to be angry, she hurriedly continued, Master, think about it. The old lady and the second house gave the overall task to Igor. How can he get around the twists and turns here? I'm afraid it has been discussed long ago. Jiashi couldn't help but feel a little discouraged when he heard this. On the one hand, because he failed to catch Wang Shifeng's handle in one fell swoop. On the other hand, because he recognized Mrs. Xing's guess, since they have reached a tacit understanding. I'm afraid the benefits have been distributed long ago. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but regret that he didn't listen to Mrs. Xing's advice at the beginning. However, regretting it is regretful. Asking him to admit his mistakes is impossible. And he said stubbornly, why? Are you picking on the master's fault? How dare I? Seeing that he was angry, Mrs. Xing swallowed the words that were on her lips. Thinking of his original decision, Jiashi was a little discouraged. He waved his hand and sighed. It's too late to say anything now. You should think of a way to see if you can find a sore spot on her. Hearing this, Mrs. Xing realized that she had regretted it and said cautiously, Master, I heard a rumor outside recently. After being tossed around for a few times, Jiashi was also not interested. He was no longer excited and just said casually, "What rumor?" "It is said that the deficit of more than 100,000 taels in the East Palace was made up by Brother E. He. Jiashi made a few pig calls, with an unbelievable look on his face. "Please tell me clearly. How much? How much silver?" "Huh?" Mrs. Xing was infected by him, and also let out a strange cry, and hurriedly cleared her throat and said, "Hundreds of thousands of taels." Jiashi heard it, as if the hundreds of thousands of taels were taken from his pocket, and felt a sharp pain, like a blunt knife cutting his flesh. He didn't care about being stubborn, and hurriedly said, "Just do as you said last time, as long as he offers the price." He cleared his throat and said, "Just do it boldly. No matter what. You must help Ya to get married." Chapter 135. 3 heads going forward at the birthday banquet. Jia Jing's birthday arrived in a blink of an eye. Although she was working in Ning Mansion, Wang Shifeng had to worry about all matters such as travel, and Jia Mu and Wang Furen had no intention of joining in the fun. So arrangements also needed to be made in the mansion. At dawn, Pinga helped her get up. After washing and dressing, she stood up, glanced at Pinger behind her, and sat her down in front of the dressing table. She warned him, "You are too simple. Pack up quickly. When you get there today, don't worry about me. You must find a chance to talk to him. If you forget what I told you, watch your skin." Pinger's cheeks flushed and she said shyly, Grandma, there are so many people coming and going today. I'm afraid I can't get away." "Oh," Wang Shifeng sneered. "In this kind of thing, as long as you are willing, can you still get away? I'm afraid you are stuck together and can't bear to get away." As she said this, she couldn't help but think of the day at the rockery when Zhang Yuni said to leave. She looked at Pinger, who was looking at herself in the mirror with a complicated expression. She said unhappily, "I'll go ask the old lady and the lady first, and then call a few girls. You pack up and wait for me at the door." Wang Shifeng went out and walked around Rongqing Hall and Rongqi Hall. When she turned back, she came to the 3 small main rooms in the east corridor. After entering the house, she only saw Tanchun and Shichuan staring at each other. She couldn't help wondering, where is the second young lady? Isn't she still up? Tanchun blinked and said, "The eldest lady came a few days ago, and said she would take the second young lady back to stay for a few days. She hasn't come back yet. Doesn't your sister-in-law know?" Wang Shifeng's face suddenly became a little embarrassed. Although Yingchun has always been a little transparent, she is still her legitimate sister-in-law. It would have been fine if she hadn't been informed that the man was taken back. But she hadn't noticed it. She was secretly wondering what Mrs. Xing's intentions were, and she covered it up by saying, "Brother Jin has been busy celebrating Master Jing's birthday recently, and I'm so overwhelmed by the things in the garden that I don't have time to ask about anything else." Tanchun was a little annoyed, so she mentioned it casually, but she didn't intend to embarrass her. She pulled Shichuan up and said, "We are all ready. We can set off after sister-in-law is done with her work." The 3 of them left the house and walked along the corridor to the west corner gate. Wang Shifeng didn't see Pinger in front of her courtyard gate, so she cursed her little slut and said to Tanchun and the others, "Wait for me here for a while. I'll go back to the house." She walked around the screen wall in front of the courtyard gate and quickened her pace. When she returned to the house, she saw Pinger facing the mirror, tightly tying a green silk ribbon around her waist, pinching out a charming look, looking at her head again. Her black hair was actually tied up like a flower. Pinger saw her. Her face, which was already covered with powder, looked even more beautiful, and she blushed and said, Grandma, is this okay?" Wang Shifeng said unhappily. "Bah! You little slut. Are you trying to suppress me?" As she spoke, she grabbed the Chaoyang 5 Phoenix Pearl hairpin on the table and handed it to her, saying, "Help me put it on." Pinger took it with some embarrassment, put it on her head, and explained, "Grandma, you always make fun of me. You are afraid of losing your face." "Humph." Wang Shifeng looked at herself in the mirror for a moment, and said proudly, "Forget it. Do I need you to save face for me?" Having said that, she was quite satisfied with Pinger's outfit today. She took Pinger's wrist, turned her in front of her, and joked, "I remember that Lu Lao Lao mistook you for Grandma last time. This time." Speaking of this, she suddenly remembered the plan of using someone else's power to kill someone else, and hurriedly stopped talking and said, "Let's go." The third lady and the others are still waiting outside. After leaving the courtyard, she saw Li Wan holding Jia Lan and talking to Tan Shen, and couldn't help wondering, what's this? Sister-in-law? After all, Li Wan was a widow. If Jia Mu and Wang Furen went out, she would follow them. But today they did not attend, and she had never participated in such occasions, and it seemed a bit strange to go up at this moment. Tan Shen knew what Li Wan was thinking, and seeing that she was a little embarrassed, she stepped forward and said, "Today is the birthday of my uncle, and the clan school is also closed for a day. Lan is idle at home, so I will ask my sister-in-law to take him there to have some fun." She paused and said, "Besides, the old lady and the lady are not going, and the second sister is nowhere to be found. It seems that our family is too disrespectful. Asking my sister-in-law to go will also make us look more powerful. Since my sister-in-law wants to go, let's go quickly." The first sentence is fine, but the second sentence really hits the point. Although the East Mansion is not as big as before, it is really embarrassing for the serious elders not to go. The elders are fine. After all, Jia Jing is not at home, but the younger generation, especially the idle girls, cannot be absent. A while ago, Mrs. Xing's various actions could not be hidden from her, and she also complained in front of her that she arranged errands for the East Mansion and did not take care of the eldest house. Wang Shifeng even suspected that Mrs. Xing had seen through the clues and deliberately sent Ing Chen away in order to destroy the tacit understanding between the East Palace and herself. Wang Shifeng thought Ing Chen was absent, but she followed Mrs. Xing to Ning Mansion early. As soon as Yusher welcomed the two into the side hall, Mrs. Xing said directly, "The master told me a while ago that when he saw Er last time, he was handsome and talented, and he was also a family member. So he knew her well and wanted to make her closer. I also thought so. But this girl was shy and left early last time, so I didn't have a chance to talk to her. This time I took her back and trained her for some time and taught her some rules." Mrs. Xing's straightforwardness made Ing Chen quite embarrassed, but the restraints on her body made her feel uncomfortable. These days, no rules were taught, but she was manipulated. Sometimes she was too immature. Sometimes she was not charming enough. And today she was tossed before dawn, lining, patting, and tightening, and it was really busy. Although she felt embarrassed about Mrs. Xing's words, she did not resist. On the contrary, it feels like a relief. The four girls of the Jia family are good at playing the piano, chess, calligraphy, and painting. How could she, who is good at chess, not have a sense of the overall situation? Although she is tolerant and even a little weak, she is forced by the situation. These days, a woman's fate is half determined by her birth, and the rest depends on her marriage. Ever since the first time when Jia's mother took them to visit the garden and saw Zhang Yuni in Tianxiang Tower and heard about his deeds, she has had hope in her heart. However, as a concubine of Rongfu, she knew that she could not compare with Tan Chen, who not only had a very beloved biological mother, but was also raised by her stepmother, Lady Wang. Therefore, every time she saw Tan Chen, Bao Chai and Zhang Yuni chatting and laughing, she did not dare to get close. She originally thought that Jia Shi and Lady Xing were both unreliable, and she had never had any illusions. Unexpectedly, this time, she finally got a good thing done. Although she was a little ashamed of being manipulated these days, she did not have much resistance. At this moment, she did not care about shyness and looked at Yusher with implicit expectation. Marriage is a big deal. Parents' orders and matchmakers' words, and the parties do not have much say. Only Zhang Yuni's parents died, so the situation is special. But even so, with Yusher, the sister-in-law, coordinating in the middle, it can be said that half of the matter is done. Yusher did not notice Ing Chen. She saw what Lady Xing meant last time, but after so long, she did not hold on to it, so she did not take it seriously. If it were in the past, she might still worry about the reaction of Jia Jing and Jia Zhen. But now, she no longer has such concerns. In fact, compared with the cold-faced sister-in-law, she likes this second girl more. On the one hand, from Zhang Yuni's perspective, she felt that with the current situation of Ning Mansion, Shichuan was not worthy of Zhang Yuni. On the contrary, Rong Mansion was not only unaffected, but also more powerful. On the other hand, from a personal perspective, if she had a strong personality, she might not be able to tolerate her and Qin Keqing. Such an awkward existence. On the contrary, Chun was weak and easy to get along with. After a little hesitation, she smiled and said, "Since the eldest wife has this intention, I will also help her. I will ask Yuni's opinion and then reply to the eldest wife. But you also know that he is in mourning now, and it may not be easy to talk about marriage." Although she hoped so, she still had to see what Zhang Yuni meant, so she could only use a delaying tactic. Unexpectedly, Mrs. Xing was eager to make a conclusion immediately, and hurriedly said, "It is better to wait for a day than to wait for a day. I saw him in the front yard, so why not call him over to ask? Why is the eldest lady so anxious? The second girl is not yet of marriage. You sure also had good intentions." Zhang Yuni and Jiazhen were accompanying Jia Shi in the front yard. If Jiazhen knew about this, I am afraid something would happen. She is not young anymore. Look at the girl's stature. She has grown up. Don't worry. This girl is the easiest to get along with. She will definitely get along well with your sister in the future. Mrs. Xing thought she was just trying to shirk her responsibility, and she didn't care about interfering in other people's business. She hurriedly called out to the outside of the house, "Siki, go to the front yard to find the master and ask Brother Yi to come over to discuss business." Chapter 136 Waiting for the Price. Mrs. Xing in the backyard was anxious, and Jia Shi was even more anxious than her. As soon as he got off the car, he ignored Jiazhen, who looked very enthusiastic, and instead pulled Zhang Yuni to ask about his well-being. Zhang Yuni was also quite helpless. He had originally thought that through today's birthday banquet, he could get in touch with the Ningwang family, so he naturally couldn't hide away. Early in the morning, he took the initiative to come to the front yard to help Jiazhen know people and entertain guests. But unexpectedly, the first person to come was Jia Shi. Before Jiazhen accompanied him to the flower hall where the stage was set up. On the way, Jia Shi couldn't wait to say, "I think my brother is not young anymore. Your parents are gone, and your elder brother Jing doesn't ask about worldly affairs, and no one will take care of these for you. I am worried about you when I see it." Zhang Yuni heard this and understood a little, but before he could speak, Jiazhen couldn't hold back and said, "Uncle, she is serious. Even if father doesn't care about worldly affairs anymore, he will not ignore Yunyi's marriage. But he is still in mourning, so we have to wait 2 years before discussing it. Shichuan is too young, so he can't express his intention in front of Zhang Yunyi." Unexpectedly, this statement is exactly what Jia Shi wants. Chun is not yet of marriageable age, so 2 years is just the right time. He nodded and said, "You are right. But if we wait 2 years to discuss it, we have to choose a family and a date, which will delay it. It is better to choose a suitable age now, and get married immediately after the mourning period is over." So as to avoid delays, Jiazhen did not want to confront him head-on, so he could only perfunctorily say, "Uncle, she is considering it, and I will discuss it with my father later." He was afraid that Jia Shi would keep watching him, so as soon as he entered the flower hall, he shouted at Jia Rong, who was flirting with the actor, "Hurry up and send the play script to your grandfather for his review first." When Jia Rong handed over a play script, he said with a lewd look, "Uncle Shi, please take a look first. This time, I invited the troupe from Changchun Garden. I carefully selected the actors in the troupe, each with their own characteristics, and the repertoire has not been deleted." Oh! Jia Shi's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he didn't even bother to find out the truth and snatched the play script. Zhang Yuni had also read this play script, but it was just an ordinary repertoire of Changsheng Palace and Xiangji. He was familiar with the word undelete, but he had never seen the original works of those operas in his past and present lives, so he didn't know whether this undelete was the same as what he understood. He was still thinking, but Jia Shi was watching with relish, and even looked at the actors on the stage with a different look. Jiazhen did not urge him, pointing to the music on the top, saying, "Uncle Shi, take your time to choose. If you are not sure, go and see the people first and then decide." Jia Shi stood up suddenly when he heard this, and was about to go straight to the stage, when he heard a female voice coming from the gate. "Siki greets the master. Sir, Madam asked me to come over, saying that there is something important to ask Master Yi to discuss." Zhang Yuni was originally facing the gate, and he couldn't help but look back when he heard the voice, and saw a tall and strong maid with a bun, a B-waist, and a big hips walking in. Most women in this era are petite, and it is rare to see someone as tall as Siki. But although she has broad shoulders and a big hip, her facial features are very delicate, with a rare sense of contrast. No wonder she is the only one among the 4 maids who are ranked as a golden hairpin. The maids around the young lady, also called the deputy young lady, are usually the maids who come with the dowry, and are considered half the master in the house. Before this, Ain't Chun followed Lady Jia and Lady Wang, and only brought a little maid to serve her, leaving Siki to stay in the room. This time, Lady Xing intended to promote this marriage, so she naturally wanted to bring this plus point. Jia she heard this, and then remembered the business, and hurriedly said to Zhang Yuni, "Brother, go over quickly. There is something good for you." Jia Jin was immediately anxious. Now the whole family of Ning Mansion was pointing at Zhang Yuni. So how could he allow Jia Shi to interfere? Moreover, he knew that Jia Shi was a man who was greedy for money. If he really let him get things done, he would have to fight for his life in the future to get money from Zhang Yuni. As it was related to his future livelihood, he didn't care about his dignity. "Wait!" he shouted, grabbed Jia Shi and said, "Uncle Shi, I'm afraid you haven't asked the old lady about this matter?" After saying this, Jia Jin felt a little guilty. He was not sure for a while whether it was because his family had lost power that Rong Mansion was fearless, and it was more of a test. However, the next second, seeing Jia Shi's slightly bewildered expression, he became more calm. He glared at Jia Rong, who was watching the show, and shouted, "Go quickly and invite the first wife." Jia Rong suddenly shrank his neck. He glanced at Zhang Yuni, and saw that he did not give him any instructions. Then he lowered his head and ran out. Siki looked at the 3 people in the flower hall, and then looked at Jia Rong, who slipped out. He hesitated slightly, as if he thought of something, and hurriedly chased after him. Jia Shi was frightened by his momentum for a while. At this moment, he came back to his senses, and was a little unsure for a while. What did Jia Jin rely on? He did not think of ruining the Ning Mansion's plan. After all, Shichuan was too young, and Zhang Yuni would be 20 years old in 2 years. He wondered if Jia Mu had other plans for Ing Chun. He said in a timid way, "Marriage is a big deal. Parents' orders and matchmakers' words have never been passed by me. Even if the old lady has decided, how can it be counted?" His words undoubtedly revealed the truth. Jia Jin was worried about how to hide his own plan in front of Zhang Yuni. So he said, "Whether it can be counted or not, we will know after asking the old lady later. Firstly, it is inconvenient to confront Zhang Yuni in front of this matter. It is more convenient to confront it directly in front of Jia Mu, and it will also save Rongfu from any trouble in the future. Secondly, in his opinion, this marriage cannot be lost. If Jia Mu really sees that her family has lost power and intends to break the tacit understanding at the beginning, it doesn't matter if it means breaking up. After all, Zhang Yuni is the cousin of Ningfu. Once the 2 mansions really fall out, Rongfu will have no way to start even if they want to take advantage of him. He knew very well that the reason why Prince Ning was willing to accept Jia Yuanchun as his concubine was to win over Zhang Yuni. If the Rong Mansion broke up with his family because of this, then as long as they cut off their contact with Zhang Yuni, the value of the Rong Mansion to Prince Ning would be greatly reduced. Who would ask whom for help at that time was really uncertain. As for the dispute between the 2 parties, Zhang Yuni, as the party involved, pretended to be confused and pretended not to understand. While watching their performance, he said indifferently, "Uncle, Brother Jin, we are all family. Can't we talk about anything openly? Supply and demand determine the market. He is so popular that he is happy to wait for the price and let the 2 mansions fight each other. Anyway, as long as they don't express their opinions or promises, both sides have hope. And he can also wait and see." Chapter 137, Baoyu's thoughts on marriage moved. Wang Shifeng arrived with a large group of people. As soon as she got off the carriage, she saw Jia Jin pulling Jia Shi out of the west corner gate. Mrs. Xing, who was standing by, stamped her feet anxiously. Seeing the 2 of them leave, she seemed worried and followed them out without caring about the etiquette. Wang Shifeng looked at the 3 people leaving. Her face was uncertain, and after a few breaths, she looked at Zhang Yuni in the yard with suspicion. Tanchun, who was standing by, said first, What happened?" Zhang Yuni shrugged and smiled. It's okay. I was just happy talking for a while. And I have to go to the old lady to ask for advice. You can't brag and say that both families are eager to marry the girl to you. Right?" However, his words not only failed to calm everyone's emotions, but made them more worried. Especially Wang Shifeng. Her pair of phoenix eyes stared at Zhang Yuni, trying to find some clues from his face. She had suspected Jiaxi of instigating. And now she had to go to Jianmu. So she had to worry about exposing her collusion with outsiders and embezzling money. Li Wan, who was holding Jialan, was in a dilemma. She wanted to take the opportunity to let Zhang Yuni see his son. Unexpectedly, as soon as she entered the door, she saw Jiaxi and Jiazhen had a quarrel. Although Zhang Yuni did not show any displeasure, she was not sure whether he would give the West Mansion this face. Just when she was in a dilemma, Yusher in the backyard had heard the news and rushed over. "I'm late. I was just accompanying the second lady in the backyard and didn't greet you. The second sister is here too?" Tanchun showed a trace of suspicion. Li Wan, as if she had met a savior, quickly cast her eyes on Yusher. Yusher didn't want to cause trouble for Zhang Yuni, so she deliberately didn't look at her and called everyone. "The tea is ready. Follow me to the backyard to rest." Wang Shifeng was thoughtful when she heard this, and smiled and agreed. "That's great. You've been busy all morning and haven't even had a sip of tea." Seeing that everyone followed Yusher to the second gate, but Zhang Yuni didn't mean to follow, Li Wan couldn't hold it back any longer. She quietly pushed Jia Lan, who immediately stepped forward, bowed like a little adult, and said, "Lanner greets Uncle E." Zhang Yuni quickly retracted his gaze, and Pinger's dress today made his eyes light up, and he exchanged glances with her in the chaos. He did not prepare any gifts for the meeting, so he could only touch Jia Lan's head and perfunctorily say, "Not bad. I have heard that this child is sensible for a long time. Today I see that he is indeed extraordinary." His polite words made Li Wan take them as the standard. She was overwhelmed with emotion and stepped forward to thank him, contrary to her previous avoidance, saying, "Thank you, Brother E, for your kind words." As she spoke, she pressed Jia Lan's head and nodded to Zhang Yuni like a chicken eating rice. Because of the excitement and the blood rushing up, a strange blush appeared on her cold and beautiful face. Others have always known that Li Wan only has this son in her heart, so they didn't think much of her reaction. And Yusher, who was leading the way in front, didn't hear Zhang Yuni's rebuttal, and couldn't help looking back with an inquiring look. She had reminded him long ago that Zhang Yuni vowed that he would only care about the eldest sister-in-law of the East Mansion, and not the eldest sister-in-law of the West Mansion. She didn't think deeply about the double meaning in this sentence at first. Now she thinks that if she really didn't have such thoughts, she shouldn't make such a joke about Li Wan. She was deeply touched by Zhang Yuni's preference for his sister-in-law. She was not upright, so she did not dare to ruin Zhang Yuni's plan, let alone reveal it. She just suppressed her thoughts and invited everyone to the side hall. "Second sister, what are you doing?" Tanchun rushed into the side hall first. She and Shichuan had always lived with Ingchun, and immediately discovered the difference in Ingchun. It would have been better if she hadn't asked. When she asked, Ingchun was immediately embarrassed. Just now, Mrs. Xing wanted to take her to the front yard, but fortunately, Siki stopped her in time on the grounds that it was inconvenient for her to meet in person. Just now, she had learned about it from Siki when Yusher was welcoming people. If this marriage could be successful, it would be fine. Now something unexpected has happened, and Tanchun has called out her dress. How can she stand there with dignity? Wang Shifeng, who followed the others in, saw Ingchun blushing and bowing her head and getting up, and glanced at her bulging body, and a trace of understanding flashed across her face. "Put aside your worries and chat with everyone." Ronghua Mansion, Rongqing Hall. After listening to Jiazhen's report, Jiamu, who was sitting on the Luohan bed, was so angry that she trembled. Pointing at Jiaxi and Mrs. Xing who were standing below, she angrily said, "I have repeatedly told them to put away their thoughts. You think I am old and take my words as wind around your ears, right?" Half of her anger was directed at Jiaxi and his wife, and the other half was also angry at Jiazhen. There are inevitably intrigues in a big family, but it is important to fight without breaking. How can you be so open and face-to-face like him? If this gets out and outsiders know that the two women of the Ning and Rong mansions are fighting for a husband, will the Jia family still have face? What's more, Jiazhen, a junior, dragged the eldest master of the Rong mansion to her face and questioned her. No matter from which aspect, she had reason to be angry. However, after all, she was at fault, so she couldn't get angry at Jiazhen. So she could only vent her anger on Jiaxi and his wife. "Mother, you can't blame us for this. Who knew you had this agreement with them?" Grandmother Jia didn't want to delve into it too much, so she waved her hand and said, Don't go and embarrass yourself today. I will handle this matter for Brother Jin. The mansion is working. You go back to greet the guests first. Jia Jin originally guessed that she made the decision on his own, and dragged him to Grandmother Jia just to be safe and see Grandmother Jia's attitude. Seeing that she had no intention of regretting, she decided to keep the peace and bowed to say goodbye. Bao Yu, who was sitting next to Grandmother Jia, suddenly said, "Old lady, my grandson also wants to go to the East Mansion to play with Brother Jin." Because Ning Mansion was working, the clan school was on vacation for a day, so Bao Yu naturally had some free time. However, Mu and Mrs. Wang did not know what happened in Ning Mansion. They were worried that Qin Keqing would be seen by Bao Yu if she was busy running around, and he would think of the dead Qin Zhong and have hysteria again. So they kept him by their side. Originally, he had not thought about going to Ning Mansion to join in the fun. But just now, when he was with Mu, he heard the general situation. He had only heard of Zhang Yuni, but had never seen him. He was a little curious about what kind of person he was that made the two mansions rush to him and promised him the second sister and the fourth sister. He couldn't help but secretly think that if he could have the same style as Qin Zhong, it would be a pity to miss the opportunity to get close to him. As an elder, Mu should not go to celebrate Jia Jing's birthday. But she made such a fuss, and Jia Zheng and his wife did not go. It was just when Ning Mansion encountered an accident. Bao Yu spoke up at this moment. If he forcibly stopped him from going, it would make Rong Mansion seem too snobbish. So he went with him. He only reminded her, "Remember to come back early, and don't cause trouble for your elder brother Jin." Chapter 138. Create dissension and intend to punish. After the two left, she could no longer hold back. The old lady is too partial. The eldest girl can be the concubine of King Ning, and her son is also proud of it. But the second girl is also your granddaughter. He didn't feel comfortable saying it in front of Bao Yu just now. But now, he vomited out all his past grievances. When he was excited, his voice was a little hoarse. Mu also knew that she was too partial to one and neglected the other. Hearing this, she couldn't help but feel short of breath and sad. For a while, she couldn't blame too much. She became more and more proud of this and shouted, "I think Igor is good anyway. The second girl is the right age, and he is also interested. Such a good marriage. How old is the fourth girl? He is not young now. Is he willing to keep dragging it on like this?" At this point, he didn't think of anything else, but saw that Mu felt guilty and wanted to get some benefits to make up for it. So he lied that Zhang Yuni was willing to do it. Mrs. Xing was also excited when she saw this, and sighed, "Old lady, you don't know that Igu is a man of loyalty and righteousness." This time, he made up for the deficit of Ning Mansion, which is more than 100,000 taels of silver. Where can you find such a good boy? Grandmother Jia was stunned, looking at her son and daughter-in-law below, and was silent for a long time before taking a deep breath and saying, "Does Igu really have this intention?" She thought that Grandmother Jia was suspicious, and said confidently, "How can this be false? The fourth girl is not yet mature. If it weren't for Zhengur blocking her, I'm afraid she would have decided on her son at that time." He was in a hurry for a moment, but he forgot in front of Grandmother Jia. Grandmother Jia shook her head after hearing this, but she didn't catch the unbearableness in his words. She was angry at her lack of resistance and said, "You guys, why didn't you tell me in advance? How did my son know about this?" Grandmother Jia was speechless for a moment, and after a long pause, she sighed. "After all, we are at fault in this matter." But then, she changed the subject and said, "However, the person who tied the bell should be the one to untie it. If Igor takes the initiative to propose marriage, the East Palace will not be able to find fault." Jiaxi's face fell immediately. He originally wanted to take advantage of Grandmother Jia's guilt and get some benefits. Who would have thought that she would actually propose such a compensation plan? However, if he changed his words at this time, he would not get any benefits and would be criticized. Madame Xing on the side took his previous words seriously and looked very happy. He immediately echoed, "The old lady still has a way. Igor helped the East Mansion to make up for the deficit of more than 100,000 taels. It's enough to give the fourth girl to him as a concubine. He dares to covet the position of the wife. It's also greedy. As long as he is willing, the East Mansion can't find any fault." Jiamu felt that Mrs. Xing's words were too straightforward. But the words were rough, but the truth was not rough. If nothing happened to Ning Mansion, This marriage would be reasonable in her opinion. But now the situation has reversed. Ning Mansion has been downgraded from the third-class title to the fifth-ranked Dragon Guard. There is no room for downgrade, and it can't be passed on. And Zhang Yuni is young. But he is already a third-class Whaleye general. Marriage has always been based on family background. Now it's still like this. Jia Zhen and Jia Rong are neither good at literature nor martial arts. In 2 years, the gap will only widen. By then, even if Zhang Yuni still misses the old feelings, it is unlikely that he will marry Shichuan. Before this, she and Lady Wang had thought about finding Yuan Chun. And now she has a better choice. Coincidentally, her eldest son also wants Ying Chun to take over. Which is not a bad thing. Although Ying Chun was only born out of wedlock. Yuan Chuan's status has risen. So she is just right for Zhang Yuni. And it is not considered too high a marriage. Although she no longer cares about family affairs. She knows the expenses of repairing the garden. Zhang Yuni is not only able to make money, but also willing to spend money on relatives. Which is even more precious in her opinion. Firstly, Ning Mansion is no longer worthy of Zhang Yuni. So it is better to benefit her family than to benefit outsiders in the end. Secondly, Jia Zhen's behavior today made her feel dissatisfied. And he also wanted to take the opportunity to hit Ning Mansion. However, this practice of saying one thing in front of others, and another behind their backs could not be put on the table after all. So she had to warn them. This is also a lesson for you. Don't be so rash in the future. Do everything secretly, and don't let the East Mansion find out your mistakes. Mrs. Xing thought that she had already talked about everything with Zhang Yuni, and patted her chest loudly, assuring, don't worry. Old lady. We were kept in the dark before. And this time, the East Mansion will not find out the clues again. Grandmother Jia thought about it, but still felt a little worried, and said, he still has 2 years of mourning period. You don't have to rush. I will give you some convenience later. She only said that she would give you convenience, but did not explain how to do it. Mrs. Xing learned a lesson from her failure. After waiting for a while, she saw that there was no follow-up. So she asked, what exactly is the old lady planning? Don't hide it anymore, lest we do something bad with good intentions again. Grandmother Jia nodded slightly, but did not explain. Instead, she told Yuan beside her, last time, Miss Feng came over and said that there was a corner gate in Huifang Garden on the drawing. Tell her later that it is confirmed. After that, she turned to Mrs. Xing and said, this garden can't be abandoned. When the eldest daughter gets married, let the sisters move in and live there, so that they can also share in the eldest daughter's happiness. Huh? Mrs. Xing immediately understood and said with a smile, don't worry, old lady. Leave this matter to my daughter-in-law. It will be fine. She became more and more excited as she spoke, and couldn't help rubbing her hands and said, if they have more contact, they can. Grandmother Jia still had some shame, fearing that she would say something unbearable again, and quickly waved her hand and interrupted. I'm tired too. Don't talk here. Go down and discuss it. After leaving Rongqing Hall, Mrs. Xing still couldn't hide her excitement. He couldn't help but sigh. It's rare that the old lady finally treated everyone equally this time. Jia, she said with a stern face, since you have taken the responsibility in front of the old lady and agreed to this matter, the master will not care about it and leave it to you to handle it. At first, he didn't have any extravagant hopes, but after listening to Jia Mu's arrangements, he felt that there was a chance. Even if Jia Mu compensated, how could it be compared with catching Zhang Yuni, a rich son-in-law? So he let them do whatever they wanted with a try-and-see attitude. However, after all, it was related to Ying Chuan's reputation, and Jia Mu believed his lies, and was worried that if the matter was not done, he would have to suffer a reprimand. Now that the fate has not been decided yet, he is thinking about how to pass the buck. So instead of reminding Mrs. Xing, he gave her full authority to deal with the matter. The purpose is to let her take the blame if something goes wrong and suffer from Jia Mu's guilt for him. Although Mrs. Xing didn't know his plan, she was also in a dilemma. She hurriedly said, I can slowly teach the girl, but I can't talk to Zhen's daughter-in-law in Ning Mansion. Someone has to talk to her. Right? Since the master has entrusted this matter to you, he naturally trusts you. Just find an opportunity to find him privately. Isn't this? I'm afraid it's inappropriate. Mrs. Xing hesitated. What are you afraid of? Can he eat you? Jia, she was worried that she would refuse. So he flicked his sleeves and threatened. You made a promise in front of the old lady. If something goes wrong, not to mention the old lady. The master will not let you go first. Chapter 139. Both of them are not good. Brother Jin. Is this Brother E? In the front yard of Ning Mansion. After listening to Jia Jin's introduction, Jia Baoyu's eyebrows were twisted into a shape, and he looked up at Jia Jin and said, I thought that if he could make the two mansions argue fiercely and bring back the late emperor, he would not be as handsome as Qin Zhong. But at least, he should have some Taoist style. Unexpectedly, although he was born with sword eyebrows and star eyes, he trained his tendons, which was simply a waste of heaven's gifts. I immediately gave up the idea of getting close to him, because of the great disappointment and the young man's innocence. It was naturally revealed in his tone. After all, Zhang Yuni, the male protagonist of the original book, was curious and looked at the round-faced boy opposite him with a white face like jade. He took it as his responsibility to save the golden hairpin. So he naturally didn't have a good impression of the big-faced treasure. Observing his words and expressions, seeing his attitude, he had no interest in making friends. While secretly speculating, he couldn't possibly know that he had taken advantage of Lady Wang. Right? At the same time, he nodded to him and said, It's Brother Bao. That was a greeting. Afterwards, he waved to Jia Jin and said, Brother Jin, you're back just in time. I'll leave this to you. I'm a little tired, so I'll go back and rest for a while. Being tired was just an excuse, but running away was the real deal. Originally, he lent money to Jia Jing for his birthday, and it was also for officials and nobles related to Prince Ning. Jia Jin had been in Rong Mansion for half an hour. He was the guest in the front yard, and had received more than 10 officials from the 4 kings and 8 dukes. But no one of the main people came to visit. All of them were housekeepers from various mansions, who gave a small gift and went back without even eating. And those who stayed were all Jia Huang, Jia Yuan, and other relatives of the Jia family. How could he have the heart to entertain them? Jia Jin did not dare to go against his will, and hurriedly responded, Hey! Then cousin, go back and rest. Leave this to your brother. Jia Baoyu also bowed to Jia Jin and said, Brother Jin is busy. I will go to see Rong brother's daughter-in-law. Jing Qing had an accident. I think she is not feeling well. Qin Keqing wanted to grind Jia Jing to ashes. So how could she celebrate his birthday? The reason is not easy to show. But the Qin family was tragically wiped out, which is a ready-made reason. However, Jia Baoyu did not hear anything, but judged others by himself. He used to come to Ning Mansion casually in the past, and never avoided the inner house and backyard. It was rare to say hello. However, now is different from the past. Today's Huifang garden is like Zhang Yuni's backyard. Even Jia Jin has to report to the layers and get his permission before he can enter. He didn't know how to answer for a while, so he could only look at Zhang Yuni eagerly. My nephew's wife is not feeling well, so she won't see any guests. Zhang Yuni was not on guard against this little devil. But Qin Keqing hated the whole family, and even the Rong Mansion. Even Wang Shifeng, who used to have a good relationship with him, was not as warm as before. What about Jia Baoyu, the second-generation ancestor of the Rong Mansion? How did I become a guest? Jia Baoyu's face turned red. Brother E may not know. Brother Jin. Brother E. Hey, Baoyu is here too. Before he finished speaking, Xue Pan walked in with a smile and greeted him. While handing over the gift list, he winked at Jia Jin and said, Brother Jin, have you arranged the troupe? Jia Jin was immediately relieved, and hurriedly took the gift list and smiled. It's great that Wenlong came. They have already arranged it. You should take Baoyu to the Flower Hall to watch the show. Ning Mansion was in deficit, and he was short of money. He also followed his son's old path. Whenever he wanted to go out and look for women, he would instigate Xue Pan. However, he was not as good as Jia Rong. After all, they were of the same generation, so he had to return the favor. He had already thought about it. Taking advantage of Jia Jing's birthday, he invited the troupe home. It was both a show and a return of favor, which could be said to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Therefore, he greeted Xue Pan early. He asked Xue Pan to help get Jia Baoyu away. But Jia Baoyu had no interest in watching the play and was hesitant there. Xue Pan didn't want to pay attention, but when he saw Jia Jin winking at him, he reluctantly advised, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but what's the point of watching a play with women all day? You have never seen this play before, and you will suffer if you don't watch it. Jia Baoyu was just a child in his teens after all, And he was immediately interested when he heard it. Really? How could it be false? Shui Pan patted his chest loudly and assured, if it doesn't look good, who would force you to go? Zhang Yuli saw Jia Baoyu being sent away. And he also prepared to take a walk in the backyard. Pinger was obviously dressed up carefully today. And the meaning was self-evident. He rarely went to Rongfu for a walk. And he really hadn't taken care of it for a long time. Unexpectedly, when he was about to leave them, Shui Pan grabbed him and said, Brother Yi, go with me. Brother Yi has a few words to say to Brother Yi. After he said that, Zhang Yuni was also a little curious. In addition, Jia Shen's unedited words before were also a little tempting. So he half-heartedly followed them to the flower hall. On the way, Zhang Yuni curiously said, Brother Shui, you might as well say it directly. Shui Pan scratched his head and cheeks, and said naively, I hate hiding the truth the most in my life. I thought that Brother Yi listened to my words, and saw Xiangling's beauty. So he made up a story. He used to make up a lot of things about Brother Yi. But I just realized that he was really doing it for my own good. He bowed to the bottom and said sincerely, Brother Yi is very generous. Don't argue with me. These words made Zhang Yuni feel ashamed. I thought that this stupid bully was a scoundrel. But now it seems that he is a straightforward person. If he doesn't say how he made up stories about himself in private, no one will know. But speaking out shows that he is quite frank. Brother Shui, it's serious. We are all family members. And ignorance is not a crime. He has been a man for 2 lifetimes. And he has long been trained to be strong and tough. He will not be ashamed because of Shui Pan's 2 heartfelt words. Shui Pan smiled shyly and was about to speak. But Jia Baoyu interrupted him and said, No wonder I didn't see Xiangling when I went to my aunt's place recently. It turns out that she came to the East Mansion. That's right. If it weren't for Brother Yi, I don't know how much suffering I would have suffered. Brother Yi can be said to be my second parents. He was about to bow again, but Jia Baoyu grabbed him and said, Hey, cousin, you are getting more and more outspoken. Shui Pan disapproved and said, The grace of saving your life. Isn't it the second parents? Unexpectedly, Jia Baoyu said seriously, My uncle left early. Aren't you cursing me? Yes. 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 Shui Pan clapped his hands. How could I forget this? Thanks to you for reminding me. I'll think about it later. As he said this, he smiled at Zhang Yuni apologetically. It seems that there is a similar plot in the original book. The two are more out of tune than each other. Zhang Yuni can only smile back awkwardly. As they were talking, they had arrived at the flower hall. A lean camel is bigger than a horse. Even if the Ning mansion is not as good as before, it is much better than those side branches. Jia Huang, Jia Qin, Jia Yun and others have already gathered in the hall in groups of 3 or 5. If it were in normal times, they would have to greet the 3 of them and flatter them. But now they are all staring at the stage in the hall intently. In the hall, a charming female voice came. She is a delicate and flawless jade, with a pink face and a pile of crows. You are so scared and frightened, and you don't want to spend money on wine and tea. Then you should work hard when you were a child. And your fingers are tired. You should stop worrying. Put away your sorrows, and prepare to be strong. Chapter 140 Baoyu is inspired to watch the West Chamber. Good. We won't miss the main show. Shui Pan shouting immediately awakened everyone in the Jia family. They immediately gathered their minds, and gathered around the 3 people. Zhang Yuni and Shui Pan dealt with them one by one. But Jia Baoyu looked absent-minded, and kept glancing at the stage in the center. After sending everyone away, Jia Rong welcomed the 3 people into the hall, and sat down in the best position with the best view. Jia Baoyu blushed and said, What kind of play is this? Why haven't I heard of it before? I'm not lying to you. Am I? Shui Pan said with a smug look on his face. You usually follow the old lady and aunt. What new things can you see? Although I haven't read the serious storybook, I know that what is sung here is the serious West Chamber play. Really? Jia Baoyu said in disbelief. How can it be false? If you don't believe me, go and look for it yourself, and you will know. Shui Pan said like a treasure, We have only sung the 3rd act of the 3rd book. The best is yet to come. Jia Baoyu nodded silently, and secretly made up his mind to look for it carefully when he got back. Zhang Yuni sneered at the good show mentioned by Shui Pan. These yellow jokes and erotic words were vivid. He was also very familiar with the routines of how to work hard in childhood, how to relieve fatigue with fingers, and how to sigh and support. However, These were nothing to him, who had been influenced by the later generations. However, it was a big shock to Jiabayu. He was not a novice who had not experienced the world. Nor was he a seasoned man like Shui Pan. When he suddenly heard these yellow jokes, he could not help but be aroused by the distracting thoughts in his heart. And his face flushed immediately. He muttered, "Her eyebrows are like distant mountains covered with green. Her eyes are like autumn water without dust. Her body is like condensed butter. Her waist is like a tender willow. Her face is handsome and her heart is pretty. Her body is gentle and her character is calm. Although she can't use acupuncture needles, she is better than Guanyin, who saves people from suffering." After reciting it twice, he took a deep breath and sighed. This cotton quilt really depicts Miss Shui. It's not the main show yet. Shui Pan looked at him with disdain, and ignored him, and turned to introduce it to Zhang Yuni. "Today's troupe was selected by me for Brother Jin. There will be a main show later. Brother Yu will not be disappointed." He seemed to have watched it countless times, and knew the plot clearly. He only glanced at the stage occasionally, as if he was looking for something. Zhang Yuni also chatted with him casually. Not long after, Shui Pan suddenly used his elbow to poke Zhang Yuni, winking and saying, "Here I come! Here I come!" Dong dong dong. A burst of rapid drum sounds rang out. The young man on the stage said, "Who is it?" The young woman dressed as Hong Yang answered, "Your mother in your previous life. Is the young lady here? Take the quilt and pillow, and the young lady will come in." Zhang Sheng. "How do you thank me? It's hard for me to express my gratitude, and only God can express it. Be gentle. Don't scare her." Before he finished speaking, Zhang Sheng on the stage had already put the young lady in green on the chair. The narration sounded. The embroidered shoes were just half taken off, and the willow waist was twisted. She was shy and refused to raise her head, and just held the mandarin duck pillow. The cloud-like hairpin seemed to be hanging, but the bun was crooked. This time, even Zhang Yuni was slightly surprised and looked at the stage in the center. On the stage, the fake play actually became real. In ancient times, the status of actors was lower than that of prostitutes. In the past, Zhang Yuni did not study the reason in detail. Seeing the current scene, he finally understood a little. Whether it is a brothel or a half-closed business, it still has to be closed to hide from the public. But actors are different. Perhaps there is some entry threshold for such a play, or it will only be performed when invited home by dandies like Shui Pan and Jiazhen, so as not to be performed in public. But even so, it is just self-deception. In this era, there is no such thing as devoting oneself to art. How can actors, who are used to playing such plays, not be discriminated against? And most of those who can afford such a troupe are dandies, and some of them have special hobbies. Once they are interested, they will not care about anything and have to participate in it and perform a segment. Even those who are false and fake, tit for tat, are endless. If you act out a fake role, once you do it more often, your mentality will gradually change. Even the young actors raised by the Rong family, Oguan who plays the role of a young man and Fuguan who plays the role of a young woman, secretly act out a fake role and pretend to be a couple. Let alone these adult actors. Shui Pan is used to this kind of vividness, so it is no wonder that he would have his eyes on Lu Xianglian when he saw him on stage. These made Zhang Yuni, who has seen the world, also shocked, not to mention Jiabayu, who was not deeply poisoned by this for the first time. Shui Pan was not afraid of trouble, seeing that his face was already very unbearable. He encouraged him. This play is not only worth watching, but also worth performing. It just so happens that there is no need for any lyrics at this time. If Brother Bao is interested, just go up and the young man will naturally let you do it. Hearing this, Jiabayu pursed his lips, swallowed his saliva, glanced at the stage, and looked around. The Jia family members who were staring at him shook their heads after all, worried about the consequences. Shui Pan didn't force it, smiled and said, "Brother, I'll go backstage to see that young man when we eat later. Don't say I don't take care of you. If you're shy, come backstage with me later." He was frank about the young man he liked. Hearing this, Jia Baoyu's body trembled suddenly. He was obviously quite interested, but he was embarrassed to speak. However, his eyes were staring straight at the stage. But he didn't know whether he was looking at the Qingyi Zhangdan, who was leaning against the chair and resting on the mandarin duck pillow, or the young man who was working hard there. Shui Pan ignored him and turned to Zhang Yuni and said, If Brother Yi is interested, you might as well go over together. It will be more lively with more people. Zhang Yuni was naturally not interested in such a lively scene. At this time, Jiazhen came to inform that the banquet was ready. Zhang Yuni satisfied his curiosity and didn't bother to pay attention to the couple. He left the flower hall and followed Jiazhen to the hall to eat. The guests invited outside seemed to have agreed. Although the gifts were handed over, no one came to the banquet. Jia Baoyu and Shui Pan seemed to have really gone backstage. In the huge hall, there were only him and a few idle people from the Jia family. But Jia Lan actually sat upright and didn't follow Li Wan, which surprised him a little. Compared with Jia Baoyu, who was older in both seniority and age, Jia Lan was a little different. Zhang Yuni knew the invited people, and it was okay for others. But even the brothers Shernai and Sherding didn't show up. However, he thought about it and understood. Although the Sher family was not affected by the Ministry of Works case, they would not be grateful to the Ning mansion for this. On the contrary, if the Sher family was not involved in this matter, there would be no closeness. Jiazhen did not think it was bad that no one was present. Anyway, his purpose was just to receive gifts. If no one came, he could save some wine and food. And he even ordered the kitchen early. Zhang Yuni was also happy to be idle. He was of an extraordinary status. Although the idle people in the Jia family wanted to get close to him, they could not talk to him. Only Jiazhen and Jia Rong were there to accompany him. So there was no need to socialize. However, after all, he was young and energetic. After watching a vivid show, he couldn't help but think of Pinger's dress today, and he also had 2 drinks in advance to cheer him up. After eating, Fawn stood up and said, "The play is just like this. I won't watch it later. I'll go back and rest first." Chapter 141 Drunk Li Wan reveals her true feelings. It seems that they had expected that not many women would be present. In order to save money, Jiazhen did not even arrange a troupe for the backyard. Therefore, the banquet started earlier than the front yard. Zhang Yuni had just finished his meal, and the women in the backyard had already finished 3 rounds of wine. Because there were no elders present today, and she had put down a big thing in her mind. Li Wan seemed particularly active. She thought that Yusher had brought the message in advance, and Zhang Yuni would only give instructions to Jia Lan in person. So she was very grateful. Not only did she raise her glass to her frequently, but she also held her in her arms. Although Yusher is now in charge of Ning Mansion, a phoenix with feathers plucked is no better than a chicken. Now Ning Mansion is just a mess, and it is inevitable that it feels inferior to Rong Mansion. Although Li Wan is not as good as Wang Shifeng in Rong Mansion, she is also the daughter-in-law of the legitimate grandson after all. She was a little flattered by this sudden warmth. At the same time, she was also a little confused. She secretly speculated, could it be that Zhang Yuni was so resolute that he had already hooked up with the widowed sister-in-law of the West Mansion? Was Li Wan pretending to be ignorant to please her sister who had taken the lead? She observed carefully, and said with a hint of meaning, "It is said that the secrets of heaven can be revealed. Brother, you would not normally say such things to the younger generation. I guess Lanner must have caught his eye." Upon hearing this, Li Wan's face immediately flushed with excitement. She looked at Yusher gratefully and said, "Thanks to my sister-in-law for helping to pass on the message." Yusher was stunned. But then she thought, could it be because of her reminder that Zhang Yuni noticed the opportunity? She regretted it in her heart. But on the surface she said, as if nothing had happened, "I am nothing. But Yuni, you must thank him well when you go back." This was undoubtedly an admission. Li Wan's cold and pretty face seemed to melt, and she smiled like a flower. "Brother Yi, of course I have to thank him. But I have to thank my sister-in-law first. If it weren't for your help." The two of them were talking back and forth. Wang Shifeng, who was standing by, looked at the wine and food on the table and suddenly interrupted, "You two sisters-in-law, don't just take care of yourselves, but also take us in for a while." She raised her glass to the two of them, drank it all in one gulp and said with a smile, "I'm not saying that you have been talking nonsense here for a long time. Why not call the main person here? Is it because the old lady and the ladies are not here today that he is too lazy to pay attention to us?" Seeing that the banquet was about to end, Zhang Yuni was still not showing up, and she was still pointing at Pinger to coax him. Since there is no opportunity, create one. Yusher naturally argued with reason for this accusation, and said hurriedly, "How could it be? He is helping to serve guests in the front yard, so he must be busy for the time being." Seeing that the two had finished their glasses, Wang Shifeng winked at Pinger and said, "Pinger, What are you still standing there for? Quickly fill the glasses for the two sisters-in-law. And then go to the front to invite Brother Yi to come over and tell him that if he doesn't come, we won't drink the wine in the back. Seeing Wang Shifeng yelling at Pinger, Li Wan was quite dissatisfied and hugged Pinger and smiled. It's a pity that such a decent person has an ordinary life and can only be ordered around the house. Anyone who doesn't know you will treat you as a grandmother. As she said this, she moved her hips to make room for half a stool and pulled Pinger to sit up. Pinger refused, but she smiled and said, "Don't worry about your grandmother today. Who can't go and invite people? I want you to sit down." She pulled Pinger to sit beside her and brought the wine she had just filled to her lips. Pinger drank a sip and was about to leave, but Li Wan hugged her and said, "I won't let you go. It's obvious that you only have eyes for phone girl and don't listen to me." Seeing that she was holding Pinger tightly, Wang Shifeng could only nod slightly to Pinger and forced Yusher to invite people. Yusher was forced to give up the stage and had to tell the maid outside to invite people. Pinger had been taking care of her before. Now that she was at the table, she had to toast everyone again. After a round, she saw that Li Wan was still unwilling to let go. Fearing that Zhang Yuni would come later, and it would be difficult to secretly communicate, Li Wan seemed to have touched something and shouted, "Oh! What is this hard thing?" He. Pinger turned around and dodged. She wanted to take the opportunity to break free. But unexpectedly, Li Wan was so persistent that she couldn't break free. She yelled, "What key? You are your grandmother's master key. What do you need this key for?" Li Wan was at the age of knowing the taste of life. But Jiazhu died young, so she could only be cautious and guard her son. It is hard to stay with a widow by the green lamp. And generally, if there is such a widow in the family, they will guard her tightly. It's a pity that Li Wan didn't think about it at the beginning and drove Jiazhu's concubines out early. Now, there is only a little maid Suyun around her. Although she didn't get a full picture of Pinger's situation, she also knew that Wang Shifeng was jealous and didn't even give Jiao Lian a chance to talk alone. If she said that she was guarding a dead widow, then Pinger was equivalent to a living widow. Over time, this mentality has also changed a little, and she can't help but feel a sense of sympathy. It was rare that there were no elders present today, so she drank a few more cups, and for a moment she forgot everything. Pinger was busy resisting while shouting, "Grandma is probably drunk." "Who said I was drunk? My heart is as clear as a mirror. Phone girl doesn't know how to feel sorry for others. But I know you are a thoughtful person." Sanchun was young after all, and didn't understand the depth of it. She just thought that Li Wan was drunk and was fighting for Pinger. And Yusher, who was watching from the sidelines, was very familiar with Li Wan's energy. Once upon a time, she had experienced such a time in the years before Zhang Yuni's future. She became more and more suspicious that the two of them were like dry firewood and hit it off. Wang Shifeng was already angry that she forcibly pulled Pinger and ruined her own business. Now she heard that she pointed the spearhead at herself again, and she couldn't hold it back. While looking at her coldly, she said, "Oh, sister-in-law, please tell me, how can I not feel sorry for others?" Hearing her unkind tone, Li Wan finally sobered up a little. Although the two were sisters-in-law of the same generation, there was a difference in closeness. After all, Wang Shifeng was a member of the Wang family. If she reported to Mrs. Wang, the already unbearable situation would be made worse. Just at this time, a report came from outside. "Master Yi is here." She took advantage of the situation and let Pinger escape. Although Pinger broke free, she looked at Wang Shifeng helplessly. Originally, she planned to go to the door to greet him and inform him of the agreed location. But she didn't expect Zhang Yuni to come so quickly, and she missed the opportunity. Chapter 142. The Oriole is behind. Zhang Yuni left the front hall and was heading here. He met the maid who was delivering the message halfway, so his time was naturally reduced. He was originally coming for Pinger, so he naturally looked at her first, because she had just toasted a circle of people and was touched by Li Wan. Her carefully done makeup actually looked a little more embarrassed. It was just that this mess, embarrassment, and hidden shyness were just right, which made his heart beat. However, the occasion was not right at the moment, so he had to suppress his thoughts temporarily and bowed to everyone. Li Wan, who had been acting flamboyantly just now, seemed to have been mute, and she just smiled and returned the greeting. Wang Shifeng was angry that she had ruined her business, and was unwilling to let her go easily. She smiled and said, "Oh, Brother Yi didn't come just now. And you two sisters-in-law kept talking. How come you are dumb now? Having said this, Li Wan couldn't pretend to be deaf and dumb. She quickly picked up the wine glass and stood up tremblingly and said, Brother E, thank you for taking care of Lanner. I toast you a glass. Zhang Yuni was stunned. And then he remembered Yosher's reminder before. And then he realized that she took his courtesy as a hint. Anyway, there was no loss. According to the book, Jia Lan should be the most promising younger generation of the Jia family. It was not misleading or deceiving. It was just a favor. And there was no need to explain. He took the wine glass handed over by Pinger, drank a glass, and said, I think he is good in all aspects, but he is a little weak. Don't be too strict when studying on weekdays. And let him exercise appropriately. Parents in the world are pitiful. In addition, just now in the front hall, he saw that Jia Lan neither went to the flower hall nor hung around with the women in the backyard. He was indeed very different from Jia Baoyu. And he felt good. Li Wan was surprised and delighted when she heard this. She didn't expect that she would raise a glass of wine and make another suggestion. But at the same time, she couldn't help but feel a little worried when she heard him mention Jia Lan's health. However, before she could ask, Wang Shifeng had already said, if I hadn't asked my sister-in-law to send someone to invite you, I'm afraid that the old lady and the lady would not be here. And you wouldn't want to come. I say that brother, you should be fined 3 cups of wine. She waited for Zhang Yuni to turn his head to look at her, but turned to look at Ping, and said calmly, why don't you go and serve brother E, pour him wine? Others thought she was just teasing and fined him. But Zhang Yuni understood. Since Wang Shifeng was so knowledgeable and tactful, he naturally wouldn't offend her. He didn't drink much in the front yard. He watched Pinger fill her glass while raising his cup and said, I originally planned to come here after the socializing outside, but I ran into the maid who came to deliver the message halfway. However, since my sister-in-law said so, Yuni will obey her. Wang Shifeng always wanted to save face. And this statement not only greatly satisfied her vanity. At the same time, seeing that he obeyed her with a little hint, she was more confident about what would happen next. She had earned both face and money, so she naturally wouldn't make things difficult for Zhang Yuni. After Zhang Yuni finished 3 glasses of wine, she said no more. Zhang Yuni didn't want to stay, and bowed slightly to Li Wan, Sanchun and others. He only looked at Yingchun, who had buried her head in front of him. After a pause, he said, Sisters-in-law and sisters, please eat slowly. I'm a little tired now, so I'll go back and rest first. Since brother is tired, go back and rest. There was no reason for the women to stay. After he left the side hall, Wang Shifeng winked at Pinger. Then, she said to her in surprise, look at how messy you are. Why don't you find a place to clean up? Pinger hurriedly lowered her head, and saw that her body was a little messy due to Li Wan's scratching. She quickly dropped the wine pot, apologized, and fled. She left the side hall, and saw Zhang Yuni had already walked to the hanging flower gate. So she hurriedly chased after him. Now, Zhang Yuni was not worried about the gossips of the servants in Ning Mansion. As for Xiangling and others, he did not intend to hide it. Since Pinger knew where he was going, there was no need to stay. But Pinger did not know the truth, and she was embarrassed and refused several times. Fortunately, Wang Shifeng learned from Zhang Yuni last time that there was a different world in the rockery, which gave her an idea. Realizing that Pinger was chasing him, Zhang Yuni stopped and wanted to take her back. Unexpectedly, when she was still a few meters away, she heard Pinger whisper, Master, go to the rockery where Grandma agreed to meet last time, and I will come later. Now that Yusher has passed the open road, she has not tried this wild fun for a long time. Now it is late autumn, and there is no worry about mosquito bites. Zhang Yuni knows that she is shy, so he acquiesces. Pinger was not in a hurry to catch up in order to hide from others, but lingered in front of the door for a while. Unexpectedly, this wait gave someone with ulterior motives an opportunity to take advantage of. Just now in the side hall, after all, in front of Wang Shifeng and others, Pinger went out to clean up, which made Li Wan feel that she had caught an opportunity. As soon as Pinger left the door, she stood up and said, I drank too much wine. I'm going out for a while. After saying that, she ran out of the door in a hurry without saying goodbye to everyone. Wang Shifeng saw the previous scene, and saw that she had already bypassed the screen. She was afraid that she would pester Pinger and ruin her good deeds. So she quickly stood up and said, My sister-in-law may have eaten too much. I'd better go and accompany her. Unexpectedly, before she finished her words, Zheng Yaojin appeared halfway. Yusher had already caught her and said with a smile, "Today we are doing things in our house. How can we trouble second Madame Lian? If anyone wants to accompany, it should be me." She saw that Li Wan found a reason to get away soon after Zhang Yuni left, and she was more convinced that the two of them had something, because she was worried that Wang Shifeng would go out and see what was going on. She spoke to stop her. Wang Shifeng did not consider this. Anyway, as long as Li Wan was tripped by Yusher, she would have no chance to disturb Pinger and Zhang Yuni again. She was happy to be free. Yusher left the side hall, but saw that Li Wan did not stay in the courtyard, but went out of the hanging flower gate instead. She was still not at ease, and followed behind her all the way. When she saw her pass through the hall and enter the Tianxiang Tower archery range, she had no more doubts in her heart. She hurried back and thought hard about how to cover up for the two of them. Since she had a secret meeting with Zhang Yuni, it would be impossible for her to come back for a while. So she returned to the side hall and smiled, thanks to our second Lady Lian's reminder. Her sister-in-law really drank too much. Now she has been arranged to sleep in my room. Let's ignore her and let her sleep for a while. I will go and wake her up. The three sisters are all girls, and they didn't expect that. Although Wang Shifeng felt it was inappropriate, she was worried that she would suppress the gourd and cause more trouble. It reminded people of Pinger's disappearance for no reason, so she pretended to be confused. Unexpectedly, Jia Lan in the front yard had finished his meal and was bored. He ran to find Li Wan and planned to go back to read. Yusher had to temporarily play the role of a mother and settled him in the study in the front yard. Chapter 143 Li Wan's tracking. Li Wan, however, left the side hall. She saw Pinger disappear at the gate of the hanging flower, and she didn't think much about it, and chased after her. She thought that she would go in to clean up after finding an empty room, but unexpectedly, she followed all the way to the Tianxiang Tower. She was a little careless after drinking too much, and Li Wan was no exception. Seeing Pinger go to Huifang Garden, she not only didn't think it was wrong, but became more eager to try. She even secretly speculated that maybe the few times she pulled just now made Pinger feel something wrong. And Wang Shifeng had always been on good terms with Qin Keqing. So was she going to Tianxiang Tower to clean up the mess? After all, she drank too much and ignored that she had already followed the main gate of the garden. She didn't notice anything unusual until she chased into the side gate. However, this unusual thing aroused her curiosity even more, so she followed all the way to the rockery. Fortunately, Pinger was anxious and didn't expect to be followed, so she just focused on hurrying on. Li Wan chased to the rockery, but lost Pinger's trace. She turned around inside and saw that she didn't see anyone, so she was thinking of going out to take a look. But suddenly, she heard a muffled groan from Pinger. The sound seemed to come from her throat, with some inexplicable emotions, but it was like a heavy hammer, hitting Li Wan's heart. And then came Pinger's heavy panting, as if it came from the devil's sound of the nine nether hell, with a magical power that captivated people, all the way along the broken eardrum, to the limbs and bones of the body, spreading. Sure enough, it was strange to come to such a remote place. Before that, she had not touched the hard object on Pinger's body firmly. She had heard that there were some unspeakable objects. Could it be that she carried it with her? Li Wan felt her brain heat up. Her body trembled suddenly, and she quickly held onto the rockery and walked over with trembling legs, following the sound. When the sound became clearer, she noticed a gap in the rockery. But when she reached the cave, she couldn't help but feel tangled in her heart. If she rushed in rashly, she would probably disturb Pinger and feel ashamed and angry. But she thought again. This is also a rare opportunity to tear open this layer of window paper. We are all women. As long as we are honest with each other, there is nothing to be shy about. However, when she hesitated and was about to step in, Pinger in the cave seemed to have recovered and suddenly said, "Master, Grandma is urging." "Pa!" A crisp sound came, and then a man's dull voice sounded, "Don't spoil the fun." Li Wan was immediately struck by lightning. She had just heard this man's voice in the side hall, so she would naturally remember it. She thought Pinger and she had the same fate, so she could only comfort herself. But she didn't expect that she was having a secret meeting with Zhang Yuni. These secrets are inevitable in a big family, and she had no intention of exposing them. First, Pinger has always been kind and treats people with sincerity, and she has no intention of letting her bear the stigma. Second, Zhang Yuni had mentioned Jia Lan before, which was also a favor to her and her son. Plus, he had a weak tail. If he exposed this scandal, not only would he repay his kindness with hatred, but he would probably not help again in the future. However, she wanted to turn around and leave. But her legs were like lead, and she couldn't move. On the contrary, there was always an urge to rush in. Just as she was caught in a struggle between heaven and man, she suddenly remembered that Pinger seemed to have mentioned Wang Shifeng just now. She comforted herself in her heart. I was not eavesdropping on the movements inside, but to find out what secrets Wang Shifeng had. Thinking of this, she stopped worrying and leaned against the rockery with peace of mind and listened attentively. The autumn wind whimpered, with a hint of chill, passing through the narrow and cramped corridor between the rockery, like a whistling devil sound, penetrating directly into her ears. Not only did it not blow away the heat in Li Wan's heart, but it made her feel flustered. As time passed, her panic gradually turned into horror, and the eagerness to try became more and more uncontrollable. I don't know how long she had been tormented, but suddenly a hearty shout, accompanied by a gasp like a bellows, woke her up from a dream. The idea of prying into Wang Shifeng's privacy had long been thrown behind her. She quickly put her mind in order, looked at the cave eagerly, and then staggered away from the rockery. She walked back along the way she came, and when she reached the archery path of Tianxiang Tower, she ran into Yusher, who came to look for her. Yusher saw the blush on her face, thinking it was just the aftermath, and looked at her slightly messy clothes. Oh, where did you get this? It took so long, and there is so much dust on your body. Li Wan's status was special, so she could only look for a remote place. The first thing she thought of was the hut next to the flower garden, and her tone was inevitably a bit sour. Li Wan didn't hear the sourness in her words. She just realized that she had been delayed for too long, and blurted out, how long? After all, they had a friendship of carrying guns together, and now they were on the same boat. So Yusher could only help cover up, leaning over to wipe the dust off her body, tidying up the wrinkles on her clothes, and then stood up and said, it's been almost an hour. Ah! Li Wan screamed. Yusher thought she was half drunk and half awake, lost her soul, and forgot the time, so she didn't take it seriously. She comforted her, don't worry. You have to clean up before you go back. I have covered for you, saying that you were drunk and slept in my room. Don't let it slip when you go back. Li Wan was still a little groggy, and still in shock, so she didn't study the meaning of her words. She just thought Yusher was kind and felt that she had made an excuse to be convenient. But she was out for so long, and it would be difficult to explain when she went back. Yes. Thank you, sister-in-law Jin. Yusher was stunned at first, but then she smiled and said, we are all family. Why should we say two different things? I also see that you have a hard life, and I will never let Phone Girl find fault with you. She just thought that Li Wan was still in the dark about her relationship with Zhang Yuni, so she was happy to play dumb. Hearing Yusher's mistake, Li Wan's heart tightened immediately. She wanted to explain, but she was afraid that she would reveal the relationship between Pinger and Zhang Yuni. In addition, she was in a mess and covered with a lot of dust, so it was difficult to explain the reason. So she just let it go. She held Yusher's hand and said with gratitude, I drank too much and made mistakes. I ran to the garden and fell asleep. I'm sorry to trouble you, sister-in-law. Yusher thought she was too embarrassed to speak up, so she kept it to herself and said, it's all a small matter. Lana is really a good child. No wonder brother Yi looks at you differently. I came to find you to go back to read books before, and I arranged it for you. Now you are reading in the study. Just don't let it slip later. Mentioning the arrangements for Jiaolan, Li Wan was immediately ashamed and guilty, and at the same time, she was more grateful for Yosher's righteousness, and she had to thank her profusely. After some polite talk, Li Wan said, there is one more thing I need to trouble you, sister-in-law. Brother Yi said in the hall earlier that Lana needed to be tempered. Please ask for me whether it is serious or not. Yusher heard this and asked in confusion, why didn't you ask yourself just now? The just now she mentioned was naturally the time when she was fighting with Zhang Yuni. But after she said it, she remembered that Li Wan didn't even put on her clothes. She was afraid that she had lost her soul and naturally had no time to take care of her son. Although Li Wan thought she understood what she meant, she couldn't help but think of the urge to go in front of the cave just now. She showed it unconsciously on her face and murmured, just now, just now. No need to say. Sister-in-law knows it, Yusher said sympathetically. Just leave it to me. Then trouble you. sister-in-law. One of them thought he knew it but pretended to be confused, and the other was grateful. They talked back and forth. Chapter 144. Swift and Resolute. In a deer-roofed room in the backyard of Ning Mansion, Pinger, who had just returned, was pulled in by Wang Shifeng. After listening to Pinger's report, she frowned and said, "Digging bird droppings? What kind of business is this?" "Master didn't say. He just said it was a profitable business. And I didn't ask much. Why didn't you ask clearly about such an important matter?" Wang Shifeng looked at Pinger's blushing cheeks with disbelief, and said angrily, "You don't have the heart to ask. Or don't have the heart to ask. How could it be?" Pinger showed a trace of embarrassment and explained, "I told you after I served you well." It would have been better if she didn't explain. After this explanation, Wang Shifeng was furious and spat. "You little bitch. You really can't remember the business until the matter is over." Pinger felt a little wrong. But if she wanted to explain, she had to mention Zhang Yunyi's disappointing words. So she had to acquiesce. "Then, what does Grandma say? This sounds a bit unreliable. He has to pay for the money. I am only responsible for the ship and the people. 100,000 Dan is too much. Now there is nothing to settle. I will tell my family that at most a small treasure ship will be used to transport 40,000 Dan back first. Grandpa said that it must be transported 1 month before the spring plowing ceremony next year at the latest. Scholars, farmers, merchants and artisans. After all, the ancient times were an agricultural society. In an agricultural society, engaging in industry and commerce is not only twice as effective, but also shameful. On the contrary, being able to promote agriculture is a major plan that benefits the country and the people. Food is the first necessity of the people. Emperors of all dynasties have regarded agriculture as the foundation of the country and farming as the foundation of the country. Not only that, the emperor will personally participate in the annual spring plowing ceremony, and the court will also give high respect and rewards to farmers who work hard. In the eyes of the ancients, farming and reading were the foundation of the family. Even if one was an official, knowing how to do farm work was a good thing to talk about. After all, Zhang Yunyi had modern thinking and had not considered these things before. But in order to satisfy his selfish desires, he started to build a greenhouse. While discovering a way to make money, he also noticed the differences between ancient and modern times and began to try to expand into agriculture. Ancient agriculture paid attention to the right time, right place, and right people. Putting aside the factors of weather and people, the biggest impact on the harvest was the soil quality and water source conditions. Because there were no chemical fertilizers and the fertility of the soil could not be changed, the difference in per acre yield between the upper and lower fields was huge. And even the best paddy fields were not as good as those with fertilizers. In addition to the difference in seed quality, the per acre yield was not as good as that of later generations. There were only a handful of fields that could reach 500 kilograms. This also directly led to the difference in the price of fields. The price of the best paddy fields could reach 20 or 30 taels per acre, while the lowest of the inferior fields only needed 3 or 5 taels. Moreover, some fields with good water resources have poor soil quality. If the yield per mu can be eliminated, not to mention how many people can be fed by the harvested grain, the profit will be amazing. The farm of Ningfu covers a large area, so it is impossible to have all the upper fields in the east and west. There will always be differences in soil quality in such a large farm. Therefore, when he heard that the farm was going to build a greenhouse, the head of the farm asked whether it should be built in the upper fields, which gave him this idea. Although there is also a method of alum fertilizer, it is not as large as the bird droppings in the South China Sea. Moreover, he also hopes to take the opportunity to develop the shipbuilding industry and shipping of the great Xia dynasty. The East China Sea lacks a white jade bed, so the Dragon King comes to invite the king of Jinling. In Wang Shifeng's mouth, the Wang family manages the tributes from various countries, which actually refers to maritime trade. It's just that the country regards itself as the Celestial Empire, and foreign countries bringing goods to do business will be regarded as tribute. Although the Wang family no longer manages this area, at least there is still some foundation. Zhang Yunyi has no resources in this regard, and Wang Shifeng, as a daughter of the Wang family, is the best partner. Originally, because of Yuan Chun, he was still a little hesitant about whether to cooperate with the Wang family. After learning the cause and effect from Mrs. Wang, his concerns in this regard were half gone. After all, according to Mrs. Wang. This matter was led by Jia Mu, and the probability of Wang's participation was not high. It was just to be on the safe side that they reported to the king of Qin and reported their ideas. It happened that Wang Shifeng asked Pinger to come to find them, and they just hit it off. The reason why the delivery time was limited was because the matter was of great importance, and it was impossible for the people to follow suit with just a few words from him. Therefore, in addition to the imperial farm in the inner court, he also planned to use the few acres of land cultivated by the emperor in the spring plowing ceremony to set an example. Although it may not be widely known among the people, which of these court officials is not a local gentry or landlord in their hometown? Let them see the results. They will naturally take the lead and follow suit, and the effect will be twice the result with half the effort. After all, advertising is not allowed in this era. It is worth mentioning that during the daily report on the caustic soda business, the farm manager happened to come to him, and he mentioned it in passing. Unexpectedly, Zhang Chung volunteered after hearing it. He had previously managed the imperial farm and was very familiar with the affairs in the fields. So Zhang Yuli handed over the construction of the greenhouse and related matters to him. You are not lying to me, are you? Wang Shifeng is a decisive and thoughtful person. She was worried after hearing only a little bit of what Pinger said. She didn't care about avoiding suspicion and immediately found him to get to the bottom of it. However, the two of them had never had a deep and simple communication, let alone knowing each other well. Zhang Yuni was worried that she would eat alone, so he had to perfunctorily say, "Second sister-in-law Lian, you are joking. What good is it for me to lie to you?" Wang Shifeng looked at Pinger beside her and didn't say anything, but the meaning was obvious. Zhang Yuni had to continue. If this business is done well, the money is secondary. Your Wang family will also benefit. When the time comes, second sister-in-law Lian must remember my kindness. As he spoke, he stared straight at Wang Shifeng's collar, not intending to explain. The only way to eliminate her concerns was to make her feel that he was coveting her. Wang Shifeng saw that he looked greedy and hungry, and the smugness on her face flashed away. She deliberately said with a sullen face, "Who can't talk big? I'm not those little girls who were fooled by you in a few words and even gave away my true feelings." As she spoke, she looked at Pinger intentionally or unintentionally. Zhang Yuni saw that she was a little stubborn, so he retreated and said, "If you don't trust me, then I will only be responsible for transportation in the future. How about it? Who said I don't trust you?" Wang Shifeng raised her eyebrows and tried to test. "It's just that you didn't explain it clearly. But you said it seriously. Don't make a lot of noise but do nothing. In the end, it's not as big as the caustic soda business of my aunt's family." Zhang Yuni patted his chest and said, "I dare not say anything else. Compared with this business, the caustic soda business is nothing. Second sister-in-law should be relieved now. Right?" He thought for a moment and said, "However, these bird droppings need to be processed after they are delivered. They must be delivered 1 month before the spring plowing ceremony. If they are late, you can't blame me. Now you are the one who said it, and you didn't tell others the truth, so you can't blame me for being suspicious. Besides, although this business has been settled, I heard from you that it may not make money for a while, so I have to be on guard against you." Hearing that he had to be on guard, Zhang Yili grinned and said, "Sister-in-law, you can just say it. It's not that I don't trust you, but I have to see the return money in order to give an explanation to the old lady and the lady. Right?" Seeing that she was determined not to show the eagle until she saw the rabbit, Zhang Yuni stopped talking. Ever since he tasted the sweetness of Qin Kiching, he realized the benefits of having a maid to help. But Pinger is still Jia Lian's concubine after all. Wang Shifeng seemed to see his concerns, but a hint of joy flashed across her face. She laughed tenderly and said, "Oh, how can I not protect her? Even if he had the guts, he wouldn't dare to show his hair to me." Chapter 145. Returning home to hear the good news. The gifts Jia Jing earned for his birthday were far less than Jia Jin expected. After paying back the money to Zhang Yuni, he only had a surplus of several thousand taels. However, for Jia Jin at the moment, it was also a huge sum of money. However, before he had time to be happy, he was called by Jia Mu and scolded. The reason had to be told from the day of Jia Jing's birthday. Jia Baoyu returned early that afternoon. As soon as he returned home, he searched in Jia Jing's study and finally found the script of the West Chamber. However, he was so excited that he forgot the time and place. He was in the study, relaxing his 5 fingers to relieve fatigue. Unexpectedly, he was bumped into by Jia Zheng, who was returning home after the court. Although Jia Zheng was not involved in the case of the Ministry of Works, it was just that when he was greedy for money, there was one less person to share. Everyone was happy to do so. However, once the incident happened, it would be a bit conspicuous if he kept himself out of it. In addition, Jia Zheng was self-satisfied, so he was inevitably excluded by his colleagues. Just when he had nowhere to vent his anger, Jia Bayu undoubtedly hit the gun. He still had some brains, and did not dare to say that he was fooling around with Shui Pan, but only said that he was curious because he watched a serious play in Ning Mansion. However, even so, he still couldn't avoid a beating. But this matter happened to be heard by Jia Mu, who felt that Jia Zhen had offended her last time, and this time she found a reason, so she simply scolded him. At the same time, she became more determined to hit Ning Mansion, and called Jia Shi and Mrs. Xing the night to give them a good lecture. Zhang Yuni didn't know what Jia Mu and Jia Shi were thinking. Even what Jia Bayu did, he heard from Jia Zhen's complaints. He had no time for other things recently. He had discussed the follow-up with Wang Shifeng, and except for hanging out with Qin Keqing, the Yu sisters, and the maids at night, he was concentrating on preparing for the production of flat glass. Although the float glass process did not appear until the 19th century, it is very simple to operate if you understand the principle. With the previous experience, although the factory expanded its size, the construction period did not increase much, and the preparations for the tin pool and other things have been completed, just waiting for an auspicious day to start. As for Li Wan, although Yusher mentioned it, he did not take it to heart. Yusher thought that he did not want to pass on the message herself, and wanted to tell Li Wan in person, so as not to miss the opportunity for her to thank him. In the quiet and comfortable life, winter has come in a blink of an eye. The reconstruction of the hot spring villa has been completed, and the remaining furniture and furnishings are being added in an orderly manner. Zhang Yuni went to the factory outside the city that day and took a detour to see it, so he returned home a little later. Just as he was planning to find Yusher and tell her some ideas for improvement, he heard the doorman report, "The second master of the West Mansion just sent someone to invite you to come to the mansion tomorrow." The second master sent someone? Yes. The messenger was the second master's servant. The previous few times, it was Mrs. Wang who came to invite. But thinking of the throwing herself into his arms that night, it was normal for her to avoid suspicion. He just asked in passing, and didn't take it to heart. However, Jia Zhen lost face that night after all. He had been silent for a while, and suddenly came to invite, which made Zhang Yuni have some guesses. Okay. Send someone to inform them, and they will go over tomorrow after the court is dismissed. The Ning Wang had been under house arrest for a while, and now the house arrest order has just been lifted. Jia Zhen sent someone to invite him. Combined with what he learned from the Ning Wang last time about the role he played, he couldn't help but have some associations. Since he was going to attend the banquet tomorrow, he would know then, and he was too lazy to think about it. However, he forgot to ask Yusher because he was interrupted by the doorman, thinking that he could see her in the garden at night. He didn't need to rush to find her, so he returned to Dangxian Pavilion. Unexpectedly, not only Yusher was here, but also Qin Keqing, Yu Erji, and even Yu Sanjia were here. Because of Yusher's versatile nature, she had no fixed place to stay. Sometimes in Defengchuan, sometimes in Tianxianglu, and often ran back and forth. The three maids implemented a rotation system, and the three took turns to be on duty beside Qin Keqing. After all, Master Yi was a man of quick thinking. Although Qin Keqing and Xiangling were not twins, they were somewhat similar, and he certainly would not ignore it. He stepped into the door, smiled and said to everyone, "What's the happy event today? Why are you all together?" Yusher and Qin Keqing did not answer, but Xiangling looked at him with tears in her eyes, and said in a trembling voice, "Master." Zhang Yuni looked at everyone in confusion, and found that they all had smiles on their faces. So he was relieved and said, "What's the matter?" Qin Keqing pouted at Xiangling and smiled. "Uncle just said that he was pregnant. Why are you asking us now?" "Huh?" Zhang Yuni did not react for a while. After 2 lives, this was the first time he felt like a father. After a long pause, she came back to her senses and hurriedly grabbed Xiangling and asked, "Really?" Seeing her blushing cheeks and nodding at her, she couldn't help but touch her belly and asked, "How soon?" A trace of disappointment flashed across Yosher's face. She touched her belly but didn't stop talking. She explained. Yesterday Xiangling said she had a poor appetite. Today I called a doctor, and he found out that she was pregnant. Yes. Zhang Yuni nodded and said, Have you gone to the old house to inform Madame Zhen? When this was said, everyone's expressions changed, and the scene fell silent. Xiangling even lowered her head slightly. Yushir quickly broke the silence and said, After all, this is Yuni's first child. Do you think it is? Although she didn't finish her words, Zhang Yuni understood what she meant. He frowned and said, This is something we agreed on in advance. How can you be a man who doesn't keep his word? After all, he was just wearing Zhang Yuni's skin. Deep down, he still identified more with his previous life's identity, and the original owner's parents had never met each other. Xiangling was very excited when she saw his attitude, and she said in a trembling voice, Master, don't be embarrassed. Xiangling can tell mother. Zhang Yuni said in a resounding voice, Since Master has said it, it will not change. At this point, he looked around at everyone, and then said righteously, As long as it is promised to you, no matter what the reason is, even if it is extremely difficult, Master will never go back on his word. At first, Yushir's face was slightly stiff when she heard this. Among the few people, she was the most embarrassed and had the most concerns. She had to think about how to please Zhang Yuni. But then, after listening to Zhang Yuni's meaningful words, looking at everyone, she felt very relieved. As a result, most of the hidden worries in her heart were gone. And Qin Keqing, Yu Erji and the three maids were all excited, almost pulling out silk. Only Yu Sanjia looked around, pouted her lips, and lowered her head. It's too late today. We'll bring Madame Zhen tomorrow and ask her to move here to take care of Xiangling. Zhang Yuni was very satisfied with everyone's performance, and immediately gave orders, Tonight, Baozu and Ruizhu will go to Tianxiang Tower first. Master, Xiangling exclaimed, I can't serve you now, so I'll wait. What are you thinking about? Zhang Yuni patted her head and pretended to be angry. Master, don't you know the importance of the matter? I'll just hold you to sleep tonight. Chapter 146 Rumors stir up trouble. Have someone clean up the house on the mountainside. Choose an open space and erect the pillars and the roof in the style of a greenhouse. When the flat glass comes out, install it directly. In addition to meals, give Xiangling some fruits recently. Pears, apples, and pomegranates are all fine. Forget about dates. They are too sweet and can easily cause internal heat. Also, when the 3rd month is over, Xiangling should move around more. Last night, he was still a little confused when he suddenly heard that he was going to be a father. But after a night's sleep, he had a lot of ideas in his mind. After getting up in the morning, he simply stopped morning exercises and called Yushir to give her a lot of instructions. Although he should be careful in the first 3 months, and there would be no problem afterwards. Women in this era attach great importance to offspring and cannot tolerate any mistakes. In addition, Zhang Yuni did not let him serve his daily life. So Xiangling proposed to move out temporarily. She originally planned to move to the old house, but Zhang Yuni was worried. So he asked Yushir to clean up the empty house in the mountainside pavilion. Although it was not spacious enough, it was not far from the Dangxian pavilion, and Xiangling and her daughter plus 2 maids could live there. There was no cesarean section in ancient times, and giving birth to a child was like walking through the gates of hell for a woman. This was particularly prominent in wealthy families. Women in ordinary families took care of housework on a daily basis, while the women in wealthy families were delicate and precious. Even maids, except for those rough maids, who could serve in the house, except for serving the master's daily life, would not touch the water. Although she had been serving him daily for more than half a year, her physical strength had gradually increased, but it was still not safe enough. Of course, while strengthening exercise, you also have to pay attention to your diet. Vitamins are essential. Although it is already winter, there are still a few seasonal fruits. When the greenhouse is built, there will be more varieties of vegetables. As for the greenhouse, he plans to build a sunroom similar to the later generations. He remembered that sunbathing can promote calcium absorption. However, now that it is winter, he is worried that sunbathing and wind outside will cause colds. So he plans to build a sunroom with floor-to-ceiling windows on all 4 sides. The reason for the roof is that he has no confidence in the glass he produces, and he is worried that it will fall and hit people. After listening to his series of instructions, Yushir looked at Xiangling with envy. Don't worry, Uni. I will take care of all this. Zhang Uni nodded, took 2 more mouthfuls of porridge, and then stood up and said, Mr. Zheng invited me tonight, so there is no need to prepare dinner. Just arrange Xiangling. After speaking, he leaned over and touched Xiangling's belly, and walked to the front yard to go to the yamen. Last time, I made a duty schedule for you, Lu, which made him suddenly enlightened. Before that, he only thought about the big picture, only cared about those inventions and creations, and ignored some details. The experience of sorting, summarizing, and coordinating in the previous life is also worth learning from. The writing style of the ancients is like a running account. Once you look at a mess, it is easy to miss something. Now, he has begun to gradually implement relevant detailed work in Tiango Injuan and its 2 subordinate factories, such as shift schedules, accounting books, etc. Not only are the responsibilities clearly defined, but also his workload has been greatly reduced. At the same time, it also made Gu Winaway and other subordinates stand in awe. It is worth mentioning that under his care, Gu Weiwei has been promoted to the head of Tiango Injuan. After handling the trivial matters of the government office in the morning, he drove out of the city in the afternoon to inspect the completed flat glass factory and remind safety issues. Fong took a detour to the greenhouse manor. Mentioning fruits today reminded him of grafting technology. Although he has no relevant experience, he knows the general direction. Compared with industrial products, the trial and error cost of this is not high, mainly time-consuming. In addition to improving the taste of fruits, he even plans to do something flashy and present it to the emperor as auspicious. If a fruit tree bears several different fruits, it is beyond the cognition of people of this era. The farm of Ningfu is called a farm, but it is actually a small village, covering hundreds of acres. In addition to the planned greenhouse planting area, Zhang Yuni asked Zhang Cheng to divide several fruit tree grafting areas. The varieties selected are also apples, pears, peaches, grapes, persimmons, etc., which are common and easy to graft in this era. He explained the precautions of grafting to Zhang Cheng and told him to arrange people to buy various fruit trees. As the sun was setting, he got on the car and rushed back. Runghua Mansion. 3 small porches. Wang Shifeng had a pretty face, with a fierce look, and shouted angrily, Speak! Where did you hear this from? If you don't tell the next family today, you are the source of this. You dare to make up the wife. Think about it carefully. How many lives do you have in your family? Can you bear this responsibility? Today, she came back from Jiamu's place and happened to hear someone talking about Mrs. Wang in private. Although she should avoid talking about the elders' right and wrong, if she doesn't find out the source in time and trace the source, she is afraid that if Mrs. Wang finds out, she will not let her go first, and will definitely punish her for not being a strict housekeeper, because she doesn't know whether the rumor is true or not. She dare not make a big fuss, so she can only bite the bullet and take the people to the porch for secret interrogation. Following the clues, these 2 maids are already the 4th group of people she has interrogated. Grandma, spare me. I was a bit rude. I know everything. I just asked Grandma to let me and my family go. The 2 maids kneeling in the house were trembling and kept hitting themselves in the face. We heard this from Qian Guang's family. Hearing Qian Guang's name, Wang Shifeng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, raised her eyebrows, and shouted outside, Bring Qian Guang and his wife here. Qian Guang and his wife are accountants in the warehouse, and they are Aunt Zhao's uncles. His son Qian Huai goes to school with Jia Huan. Although the rumors did not mention the names, they mentioned how Mrs. Wang ruined her reputation. But there is no smoke without fire, and she is also worried that it is true. After all, she is also a daughter of the Wang family. Once there is something wrong with Mrs. Wang, she will find it difficult to gain a foothold in Rongfu. And the rumor involves Aunt Zhao's relatives, so the possibility of false accusation is 80%. As long as it is confirmed that the source of this rumor is from Aunt Zhao, then it is a real slander. Therefore, when she saw Qian Guang and his wife, she said directly, Tell me, did Aunt Zhao teach you to make up these words about the madam? Although Qian Guang and his wife knelt on the ground, there was not much fear on their faces. Instead, they straightened their backs and said, It was Aunt Zhao who said it. Aunt Zhao learned from Jia Zheng that her reputation was ruined by Lady Wang, so she waited to see what happened. However, after waiting for 2 months, she didn't see any treatment from Jia Zheng, so she couldn't stand it anymore. She knew that Jia Zheng was very proud. So she just thought that he was worried about losing face. So she accepted it with a pinch of her nose. She was not stupid, and knew that once this matter spread, she would always be able to find out the truth. Therefore, she didn't plan to hide it at the beginning, but just wanted to make a big fuss. She just waited for Lady Wang to ask questions. And then Aunt Xiao brought Jia Zheng out, and then went to Lady Jia to cry. Although she was a slave for several generations, even if Lady Wang was divorced, it would not be her turn to be promoted. But once it was confirmed that Lady Wang's reputation was damaged, Jia Baoyu's identity would inevitably be questioned. Even Lady Jia would definitely change her attitude towards him. At that time, Jia Huan's identity would be highlighted. If they hadn't seen the huge benefits, how could Qian Guang and his wife dare to cooperate with her to spread these rumors? Wang Shifeng saw the expressions of the two, but she didn't expect that Aunt Zhao was fearless because of Jia Zheng's words, and thought that the problem was with grandmother Jia. Since ancient times, the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law has been a big problem, and Aunt Zhao has been with grandmother Jia for half her life. The reason why she gave the reward to Jia Zheng was also to make things difficult for Lady Wang. She was afraid that her guess would come true, so she didn't dare to continue to interrogate Aunt Zhao, and had to take the two of them to report to Lady Wang. Chapter 147. After reporting to Mrs. Wang, Wang Shifeng waited for a while, but there was no movement. So she had to say, "Madam, Aunt Zhao gave the master a pair of children after all, so I can't interrogate her without authorization." Although Aunt Zhao was Jia Zheng's concubine, concubines were also slaves, so she had the right to interrogate her, not to mention that she spread rumors about her mistress. However, Mrs. Wang couldn't find fault with her words. Mrs. Wang was shocked when she heard it suddenly. She was guilty, and thought of someone accidentally seeing her close contact with Zhang Yuni that night. She looked at Saixia and Kaiyun beside her, seeing that the two of them were also horrified. She recovered a little, although she felt a little uneasy. She was already on the fire at this moment. If she kept quiet, I'm afraid the rumors would get worse. She did not blame Wang Shifeng for making such a big fuss. After all, the rumor had already spread. If she tried to cover it up, who knows what kind of gossip would spread. She took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Go. Bring that slut to me." She was furious at the moment, and did not show mercy in her words. In a moment, Aunt Zhao was brought here. The people sent by Mrs. Wang were all her confidants, who came with the dowry. They had no good feelings towards Aunt Zhao to begin with. Now that they had found a reason, they would not be polite. They pushed and shoved along the way. Not only did Aunt Zhao's hairpins mess up, her face was dusty, but her clothes were also messy. The buttons on the front were torn, revealing a large white greasy stain. Although Aunt Zhao was in a mess, she did not look ashamed, but was secretly happy. As soon as she entered the courtyard, she saw the servants in the courtyard. Without waiting for Mrs. Wang to ask, she shouted like a mourner, "Madam, you are wise." This is not what the servant said. It was said by the master himself. As soon as these words came out, the courtyard suddenly fell silent. Even the maids who had just pushed Aunt Zhao froze, and looked at Mrs. Wang with horror. Mrs. Wang was like being struck by lightning at this moment, and her mind was blank. She was confident that she had always been upright, and there was nothing wrong with it. But she was pushed by Jia Zheng and fell into Zhang Yuni's arms. That night, although Jia Zheng left angrily, he might return at a critical moment and happen to see a scene he shouldn't have seen. At that time, she was so distracted that she didn't notice his sudden return, which was normal. Wang Shifeng was also startled, but she was the first to recover, and hurriedly stepped forward, raised her hand, and slapped Aunt Zhao. She shouted angrily, "How dare you talk nonsense?" Mrs. Zhao was in power, so she was not willing to suffer any loss. The maid holding her had not yet reacted, so she let her hide away. She bent down to dodge, and shouted, "The master is with me. Just ask and you will know." It is not only the master who knows about this, but also mastery of the East Palace. The master said that the wife has accepted it. So why is he angry with me now? She originally wanted to increase the value of her words, so that everyone can be sure that what she said was true, because of the experience of being intercepted last time. This time when Jia Zheng invited guests, she did not make a big fuss, but only pretended that Jia Zheng wanted to add a few more dishes. At this moment, she also concealed the fact that Zhang Yuni was invited to the banquet, so that he could testify in person. After hearing the first sentence, Mrs. Wang felt like she was in an ice cellar. As expected, she collapsed in Zhang Yuni's arms and was held upright by him, which was seen by Jia Zheng. Otherwise, how could Aunt Zhao bring up his name? But after hearing the second sentence, she realized that this was about Yuan Chen. A strange blush appeared on her face, and she put aside the inappropriate thoughts and said in a deep voice, "Okay. In this case, let's go to the master and confront him." Wang Shifeng was a little dumbfounded. But after hearing Mrs. Wang's words, she didn't seem to be timid, and she was a little confused for a while. Aunt Zhao obviously had something to rely on, and she said it very clearly. Jia Zheng said that Mrs. Wang had already accepted it. But why could she still remain calm? Moreover, even if Mrs. Wang really had something wrong, what did it have to do with Zhang Yuni? How did he know? She couldn't help but think of the deal mentioned by Zhang Yuni on Jia Jing's birthday, and he said that the Wang family would also benefit. Could it be that he had already had dealings with this family, and she was still in the dark, and was working with Madame Wang to frame Aunt Zhao? It is not impossible to say that, in addition to the Ning mansion, his business, only the Shui family and myself are involved. I don't need to say more. Aunt Shui's surname is Wang? And Madame Wang took the initiative to ask Jia Mu to let him take charge of the garden, which obviously shows that she trusts him. Although she was thinking a lot, she knew that now was not the time to ask, so she had to suppress her doubts. Following a group of people, they came to Aunt Zhao's yard. "Where is the master?" When she arrived in the yard, Madame Wang looked around and said with a stern face, "The master just left." The maid in Aunt Zhao's room hurried forward to answer. "Kneel down," Madame Wang shouted angrily. "Today I want to see what you have to say in front of the master." Seeing her momentum, the servants seemed to have found their backbone and immediately pressed Aunt Zhao to the ground. "Master! Master!" Aunt Zhao struggled and her body was being pulled apart. But she was unaware and kept shouting Jia Zheng. "Uncle! I am late. Please don't blame me. My dear nephew. Please come in." Jia Zheng, who was in the front yard of Rongfu, didn't know that the backyard had become a mess. When he saw Zhang Yuni, he couldn't help but think of the scene of Madame Wang lying on the ground at night, and he couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. He forced a smile, greeted Zhang Yuni, and led him to the backyard without saying a word. Zhang Yuni didn't expect that he would have such a strong stamina. After all, it was not a big deal in his opinion. However, when he returned to Ning Mansion, he did not come to Rong Mansion immediately. Instead, he went back to change clothes, went to see Shenling again, and chatted with Feng Shi. Jia Zheng waited for a long time in the front yard, but he thought he was unhappy because he waited for a long time. However, he did not lose the awareness of being a junior. Instead, he thought to himself that you took the initiative to invite me, so you must have something to ask for. Now you are showing off. There is no reason for me to flatter you. So, he followed Jia Zheng without saying a word. I thought that he would take me to the backyard and go to Mrs. Wang's yard again. He couldn't help but glance at Jia Zheng. He knew Mrs. Wang's distraught reaction after he was picked up that night. Although she was nearly 40 years old, he had lived 2 lives and his mental age was not younger than Mrs. Wang. Moreover, the noble lady of the official family was well maintained and looked like she was just over 30. With the blessing of her status, he did not reject it. Even, he was looking forward to seeing her again, and he could get a glimpse of her expression. It can be seen that Jia Zheng did not enter the house, but walked in instead. He was somewhat disappointed because he was not familiar with the layout of Rong Mansion. However, his disappointment did not last long. When he followed Jia Zheng into a small courtyard, his eyes widened. Chapter 148 The Miserable Jia Zheng. Because Jia Zheng had waited for Zhang Yuni for a long time, Aunt Zhao had also exhausted her strength, and she was not as exhausted as she was at the beginning. But when the servants called out master, she suddenly regained her strength, took advantage of the opportunity when everyone was not prepared, pushed away the 2 maids who were holding her, and jumped up from the ground. Although she knew that Jia Zheng had gone to pick up Zhang Yuni must be present when he came back at this moment. But she also knew that Jia Zheng was very proud. Although this embarrassed look would be seen by Zhang Yuni, she was obviously helpless. If Jia Zheng wanted to blame someone, he would only blame Mrs. Wang who made him lose face. So without hesitation, she took advantage of the chaos and pulled the half-open collar outward again. Suddenly, a large piece of snow-white breasts was no longer covered. She turned around and ran to Jiazheng, while raising her hand to cover it up. But deliberately being in a hurry, she said in a rhythmic voice, "Master? Madam. Madam is afraid to kill me." The large white breasts were dazzling Zhang Yuni's eyes, and she ran towards Jiazheng and Zhang Yuni at the same time, with a shaking when running. It was like two white rabbits out of the cage, running towards him, jumping non-stop, ready to come out. Grandmother Jia was a face control, and Zhao could stay by her side, and was given to her beloved youngest son, which was very telling. Otherwise, she would not have been favored for so many years. Although she was almost 30 years old, she had a charming figure and a charming face, and was definitely not inferior to those women who were ranked among the golden hairpins. In addition, she was originally a concubine who served men with her beauty, and she understood men's minds very well. She was very good at the attitude of wanting to refuse, but also to welcome, and wanting to cover up, with the fear of surviving a disaster, coupled with the embarrassment of disheveled clothes and heavy breathing. Zhang Yuni couldn't help but salute deeply and swallowed hard. She seemed to be in a panic. When she ran, she didn't avoid Zhang Yuni, but got between Jiazheng and Zhang Yuni. When she grabbed Jiazheng's arm, she suddenly turned her body to Jiazheng as if she had just woken up from a dream. Zhang Yuni would naturally not miss this close-up sight. It was not until Aunt Zhao turned around that he came to his senses and just caught a glimpse of Jiazheng, who turned his face gloomily. Okay. She was staring at him just now, and he was obviously seen by him. However, adhering to the principle that as long as he is not embarrassed, others will be embarrassed, he just shrugged his nose and sniffed lightly. Jiazheng did see it, although he was very dissatisfied with Zhang Yuni's unsuspicious performance. Although it is not uncommon for wealthy families to change concubines, or even use concubines as servants, it is not taboo. Not to mention that he has never done this before. It is impossible for Aunt Zhao to pretend that nothing has happened since she gave birth to a pair of children. But he still turned his head away the moment Zhang Yuni raised his head, pretending not to see it. However, his arms that were shaking with anger could not be hidden from Aunt Zhao, and she was more and more proud of her success. She said coquettishly, "Master, I just didn't keep my mouth shut for a while, and leaked some of the words that the master said to me in private, and the lady is going to hold me accountable. Last time, it was because of Mrs. Wang that Jiazheng lost face in front of Zhang Yuni. This time, there was such a commotion again, and the two were superimposed. How could he hold back his anger? But because the family scandal should not be made public, he planned to send Zhang Yuni away first, and then deal with him after he left. But Aunt Zhao did not give him this opportunity. He only thought that Wang Furen knew that he had arranged the venue for the banquet for Zhang Yuni in Aunt Zhao's courtyard. He came to take advantage of the situation and immediately took out the momentum of a master, and shouted at Wang Furen, "What a good thing you did!" Wang Furen did not expect Zhang Yuni to appear suddenly. Aunt Zhao ruined her reputation. She could have been justified, but in front of Zhang Yuni, she couldn't help but feel guilty, and lowered her head unconsciously, not daring to look at Jiazheng, who was on the same level with him, so that she missed the opportunity to take the lead. But after hearing Jiazheng's words, she didn't care about being shy. She still remembered Jiazheng's face when he learned that Yuan Chun could be the concubine of Prince Ning. But he just sat back and enjoyed the fruits of his labor, and didn't say a word to him. It would have been fine. But she worked hard for her daughter, and inexplicably fell into such a stigma. Moreover, although it was true that she participated in this matter, it was also Jia Mu's intention. But Jiazheng only framed himself. How could she bear this? She didn't care about Zhang Yuni's presence, and sneered, saying, "Why didn't the master ask what she said?" Although she asked Jiazheng to ask, she didn't give him a chance to speak, and continued with a sullen face. Since ancient times, marriage has been decided by parents and matchmakers. Although the eldest girl's affairs were kept secret from the master, and she went through the back door of concubine Jin, this was also the old lady's intention. Igor is here today. You might as well ask him whether it was my idea alone, or the old lady's idea. If the master feels that we have delayed your fame, we will go to the old lady to ask for an explanation. At worst, let my brother plead with the emperor and ask for this grace, so that your reputation will be intact." She was worried that Aunt Zhao would bring up something related to her reputation, so she spoke directly about Yuanchuan's affairs, because she was dissatisfied with Jiazheng's attitude. She even brought up Wang's eating. After saying this, all the servants of the Wang family felt relieved. Only Wang Shifeng showed an expression of as expected. And Aunt Zhao was as frightened as a cicada, holding her breath and concentrating, and dared not speak again. Jia Zheng was stunned, and he never thought that it would be related to Yuanchuan's matter. But he didn't know that Aunt Zhao misunderstood his words, and he couldn't figure out why Mrs. Wang made such a fuss even if Aunt Zhao really mentioned her complaints. She had to make Aunt Zhao look like this in front of Zhang Yuni, making him lose face. However, compared with these, Mrs. Wang's words of seeking fame and reputation made him particularly angry. Although he knew that Mrs. Wang was just angry, she still put him on the fire, in front of all the servants and Zhang Yuni. He naturally couldn't admit to seeking fame and reputation. Before this, he had been showing off in front of his colleagues, and even boasted of being the father-in-law of Prince Ning. If he followed her words now, what if Madame Wang misunderstood his meaning and really went to ask Wang's eating? That would make him a laughing stock. Fortunately, he was quick-witted and said righteously, "Nonsense. How can we withdraw from the royal marriage?" He did not want to dwell on this issue, and quickly changed the subject. "The eldest girl's matter is a foregone conclusion. Although the master scolded you a few words last time, he did not blame you. Why did you make such a fuss?" "Oh!" Madame Wang laughed in anger. "Why did I make such a fuss? Why don't you ask her?" However, she was so angry that she forgot that Zhang Yuni was in front of her. Aunt Zhao on the side did not have this concern, and she begged, "Master, don't blame me. I only said that the lady tarnished the master's reputation. But I did not say that the lady had an affair with someone." This was not an excuse. She was afraid of offending Jia Zheng, so she did not dare to ask in detail. Therefore, when she spread the rumor, she was also ambiguous. In front of Zhang Yuni, Aunt Zhao revealed the truth, and Mrs. Wang could not help but be angry. She just wanted to escape from the scene. So she hurriedly stepped forward, grabbed Aunt Zhao's arm and said, "Let's not talk about it here. Let's go to the old lady to argue." Aunt Zhao didn't dare to leave, so she quickly shook her arm and hid behind Jia Zheng, begging, "Master, this is not my fault. I just let it slip." Mrs. Wang was not willing to let her go, and the two of them immediately played hide-and-seek around Jia Zheng. Although the servants wanted to help, they didn't dare to step forward in front of Jia Zheng without giving a word. However, Jia Zheng was not strong enough, and he stood there like a telephone pole. How could he hide? Aunt Zhao was forced to use Zhang Yuni, who was even stronger, as a shield. It would have been fine if she hadn't blocked him. Once she did, Mrs. Wang stopped pestering him like a wooden chicken. Jia Zheng only knew the whole story at this moment. Although he blamed Aunt Zhao for being too talkative, he hated Mrs. Wang even more. She didn't say anything earlier or later, but chose to do it when Zhang Yuni was at the banquet, which made him embarrassed. He would never believe it if she said it was a coincidence. At this moment, she drove people to Zhang Yuni intentionally or unintentionally, which made him even more angry. He shouted, "Okay. Don't you think it's not embarrassing enough? You want to go to the old lady? I'll go with you." He glared at Mrs. Wang, pointed at Aunt Zhao, who was crouching and hiding behind Zhang Yuni, and stamped his feet and said, "It's not decent for her to go out like this." After that, he left the yard angrily. As soon as he left, Mrs. Wang felt even more embarrassed to face Zhang Yuni. She didn't bother to get entangled with Aunt Zhao anymore and chased after him. Chapter 149 Soft Request. Jia Zheng spoke angrily, and Mrs. Wang seemed to have acquiesced. Others dared not have any more opinions. Although Wang Shifeng wanted to find Zhang Yuni to find out the inside story, she was more concerned about Jia Mu's attitude. She took a group of servants and followed Mrs. Wang's footsteps and left. However, Jia Zheng left in anger, but he didn't care about Zhang Yuni, leaving him and Aunt Zhao here. Aunt Zhao, whose clothes were disheveled, poked her head out from behind Zhang Yuni, watched everyone go away, and then looked at him with a nervous face. "Master Yi, is what the lady said true?" Zhang Yuni took a deep look at her and nodded. Aunt Zhao seemed to be a deflated ball, and her body softened immediately. She seemed to have a conflict with Jia Zheng, and there would be problems every time she invited him. Last time, she had a meal, but this time she didn't even have a meal. However, there were different surprises every time, so she couldn't complain that Jia Zheng was not entertaining well. However, with this kind of thing happening and Aunt Zhao in such a state, he couldn't stay for long. Just as he turned around and prepared to leave, Aunt Zhao grabbed his arm and said anxiously, Master Yi, I will be fine. Right? Her question made Zhang Yuni laugh. And he turned around and said with a smile, You don't seem to be asking me this. Right? And Zhao forced a smile and said, Master Yi, you are joking. Everyone knows that you are very accurate. If you say you are fine, then you will definitely be fine. If the plot was known, Zhang Yuni could still use his foresight to fool her into obeying. Unfortunately, he couldn't predict it either. So he had to pretend to be profound and said, I never let people see it for nothing. Besides, you can know the result in just a moment. So why should I bother with this? Oh, who doesn't pray to God for peace of mind? And Zhao showed a trace of pain. Don't worry, Master Yi. I understand this truth. I still have some personal belongings. If you don't mind. Zhang Yuni no longer wanted to tangle with her. He pulled his arm. And seeing that An Zhao was unwilling to let go, he took the opportunity to look at a little maid who was still standing in the yard, showing a helpless expression, and then snorted coldly, saying, I need your little money. An Zhao, please respect yourself. An Zhao was stunned for a moment. Then her eyes turned, and she hurriedly said, Master, you can't leave. The master asked me to prepare a banquet to entertain you. Although there is a problem now. I can't get away to greet you for a while. But if I don't see you when I come back, how can I explain it? Zhang Yuni didn't care how An Zhao explained to Jia Zheng. However, he had suspected that Jia Zheng was asked by Prince Ning to recruit him. But before he could even get down to business, something unexpected happened. Besides, he thought that he would have to prepare again when he returned home after having dinner at Rong Mansion. And he did not want to cause more trouble. He thought to himself that he had seen everything he should and should not see. And Jia Zheng had seen it without showing any dissatisfaction. He was still being hypocritical here. He looked down at An Zhao, nodded and said, Forget it. I will wait for my uncle for a while, so as to avoid making things difficult for you. A trace of joy flashed across An Zhao's face when she heard this. And she hurriedly shouted to the little maid in the courtyard, Where is Huaner? Why don't you ask him to come and see Master Yi, and accompany Master Yi for a while on behalf of the master? The little maid who was standing by finally reacted, hesitating, before, and it was taken away by someone sent by the madam. And brother had already slipped away. A concubine and a bastard. They could not compare with Li Wan and Jialan, who had such a big face to go to him openly. They could only rely on Jia Zheng's face. Therefore, when she heard that Jia Zheng wanted to invite him to the house again, An Zhao called Jia Huan early. But this son was too disappointing. Zhang Yuni laughed dumbly when he heard this. This Jia Huan knew how to avoid disaster. Bah! A filthy seed without rigidity. An Zhao cursed angrily, and then shouted, Go and find him for me. The little maid didn't ask any more questions, agreed, and walked away with her head down. Master, it's cold outside. Let's go inside to have a glass of wine and eat some food to fill our stomachs, An Zhao said, pulling Zhang Yuni's arm, and took the lead to go to the side hall. However, she had just huddled behind Zhang Yuni, and now she'd lost her shelter, and she felt the cold wind whizzing straight into her collar. She looked down in front of her, turned around, and smiled at Zhang Yuni with a slightly awkward look on her face. It seemed that she was worried that he would run away to avoid suspicion. She did not let go of her hand, but instead held his sleeve tighter, pulling Zhang Yuni into the side hall, and waiting for him to sit down in the guest seat. And Zhao came to his side with a wine pot, leaned over and put the white greasy in front of her, and poured him a cup. It's not that she wanted to have an affair. It's just that to impress a man, it's nothing more than power, money, and sex. Zhang Yuni obviously didn't like her personal belongings. As a concubine, she couldn't give power even if she wanted to. As a concubine, she was originally serving men with her beauty. So the changes in Zhang Yuni's eyes naturally couldn't be hidden from her. It was reasonable to make such a move out of instinct. Besides, in her opinion, she had already seen it. So it didn't matter if it was a little longer or a little less. She held the wine glass in both hands, handed it to Zhang Yuni, and said with a charming smile, I'm sorry to make you laugh today. Wait for Huaner to come over later and ask him to toast you 2 glasses to calm you down. Zhang Yuni was not a good person to begin with. Seeing her green fingers holding the wine glass full, he reached out and grabbed her fingertips holding the wine glass, smiling and saying, This little scene won't scare you. But don't be scared. Auntie! The fingertips were cold and slippery. Aunt Zhao gave him a proper look and withdrew slightly. She let his hand slide down the gap between her fingertips. After he held the porcelain firmly, he slowly retracted his hand. She said hesitantly, "Master is the kindest. You have seen it today. We orphans." She had never read much, and she didn't know how to play the victim well. She almost called out the orphan and the widow. Fortunately, she realized in time that Jia Zheng was still alive and well. She quickly changed her words and said, "We are being humiliated in this family. I hope Master can show us a way out." Speaking of being humiliated, she seemed to come to her senses. She hurriedly raised one hand and pressed it deeply into her snow-white breasts in front of her. With the other hand, she held the half-open collar outside, pressed down with one hand, and lifted up with the other hand. Her body shook violently at the same time. Then she put most of the dazzling whiteness in. It's not that Aunt Zhao was trying to cover up, but the buttons on the collar were torn apart by the previous tearing. Without the restraint of the buttons, it couldn't be closed for a while. In this situation, even though Zhang Yuni had been through many battles, his Adam's apple rolled and he swallowed. He hurriedly picked up the wine glass and drank it all in one gulp to hide his embarrassment. Aunt Zhao looked at him eagerly, but didn't hear what happened next. A trace of resentment flashed across her face. "To be honest, sir, I have been with the old lady for half my life. Since the trouble has come to the old lady, the worst that can happen is that I will suffer some physical pain, and my life will be saved. But I'm afraid that the lady is still not satisfied and wants to take it out on Huaner." Speaking of physical pain, she unconsciously put her hand on the snow-white breasts in front of her, paused, and smiled charmingly. "As long as Sir can show this child a clear way, I am willing to be a cow and a horse." Chapter 150 Accidental Glimpse of Secrets? A family like yours is not as shabby as those guys. They must have a snowy window with fireflies, and win the first prize in the imperial examination one day, to be proud of themselves. Reading some books only makes you a little more knowledgeable than others. When you can become an official, you can't escape from being an official. Why waste so much time and end up with a nerd? In the side hall, Zhang Yuni's mouth twitched twice, and then he exhaled a breath of turbid air, squinting at Jia Huan, who was shrinking in front of him, pretending to be deep. Aunt Zhao's words of working like a cow and a horse really touched him. However, before he could reach out to ask for some interest from her, Jia Huan, the kid, didn't even knock on the door and barged in at an inappropriate time. Fortunately, he hadn't had time to start, and he was quick and retreated in time. Otherwise, he would have been seen by this kid. However, since he was moved by Aunt Zhao's sincerity, he had to show his appreciation. However, it was difficult to ask him to give Jia Huan some advice. Fortunately, he suddenly had an idea and thought of Jia Shi's words praising Jia Huan. So he simplified it and told it in a leisurely manner. This remark implied the routine of fortune-telling, which was as good as saying nothing. But later, when Jia Shi mentioned the same thing again, Aunt Zhao could quote from many sources and believe it. Moreover, Jia Huan was not Jia Lan, and was obviously not a good student. So this remark was also a good way to please her. Aunt Zhao was a believer in ghosts and gods, and was quite superstitious. She had listened to fortune-telling a lot. Now, after listening to Zhang Yuni's vague words, she not only did not doubt it, but became more convinced that he was a real talent. Although she was a concubine, her son was born to her. There were many precedents of mothers becoming noble because of their sons since ancient times. In addition, Mrs. Wang did not adopt Jia Huan, so there was no legal obstacle. Hearing this, he was overjoyed and said in a trembling voice, According to what you said, this kid still has a chance to be an official?" Zhang Yuni said with a hint of meaning, "As long as you take the right path and don't make any mistakes. What's the difficulty in being an official? There may be a chance for a future of inheritance." The first sentence was naturally a hint to Aunt Zhao. This was not entirely a lie. With his current status, it would not be a problem to arrange an idle person in Tiango Injiwen. Of course, he was not a good man. The premise of taking care of him was to be Jia Huan's cheap father. As for the second sentence, it was still from Jia Shi's mouth. Just a perfunctory one. However, when he said it, he was suddenly startled. People who are not from this era will not understand the ancients' obsession with offspring. From Feng's performance and Yu's reaction when Xianling was pregnant, he felt more touched. Even though they were both Rongfu, they were divided into the first and second houses. Although Jia Shi was the heir to the title, The title should have belonged to Jia Lian sooner or later. But Jia Lian had no offspring. And Jia Song, the illegitimate son, never appeared again in the text. In ancient times, many children died young, and the possibility of Jia Song's death could not be ruled out. As Jia Huan was Jia Zheng's illegitimate son, he had no right to inherit the second house. So it was more appropriate for him to be adopted by the first house and inherit the family line. Even if this guess was wrong, this possibility could not be ruled out. What Aunt Zhao said just now also reminded him. Before she became Jia Zheng's concubine, she had always been with Jia Mu. The maids in her mother's room, if they were outstanding in appearance, were either prepared for the master's room or for her son. Jia Shi was a pervert. From his idea of playing with a mandarin duck, it was not difficult to see that he had some ideas about the maids in Jia Mu's room. With his character, would he miss the young and beautiful Aunt Zhao? I am afraid that it is not that he did not have an idea about Aunt Zhao, but that grandmother Jia prefers Jia Zheng. Although Aunt Zhao is not as good as she was in the past, the more you cannot get her, the easier it is to miss her. Besides, from Zhang Yuni's point of view, Aunt Zhao is not necessarily much worse than she was in the past. Today, he can fool her with these words, and can decide Jia Shi who inherits the title? In fact, compared with himself, an outsider who has nothing to do with him, wouldn't Jia Shi be more likely to win her trust? Having seen the shamelessness of Jia Zhen and his son, he doesn't mind thinking the worst of Jia Shi, who is the same as him. Selling a wife and selling a daughter, in his opinion, are just the same. Even if Wang Shifeng was not a daughter of the Wang family, Jia Shi might not have the same crooked thoughts as Jia Zhen. He was speculating the bottom line of the Jia family with the greatest malice. While Aunt Zhao began to worry about gains and losses, the intrigues in the backyard of the big family are too numerous to mention. In the Rong mansion, except for the 2 sons and 1 daughter of Jia's mother, there are no other illegitimate sons and daughters. In this era, it is impossible for a man of a famous official family to have no concubines. Otherwise, his wife will be labeled as jealous. You know, Jia Daishan is not a playboy like Jia Lian and Jia Baoyu. Jia's mother was able to give birth to 3 children. So did the other concubines have no children? Aunt Zhao followed Jia's mother, and was accustomed to the secrets and sinisterness of the big family. As Jia Huan's illegitimate son, she only hoped that her son could grow up safely, and get some small property to make a living, and go out to live. In the past, she pretended to be crazy and stupid, and made a fool of herself. Was there no intention to do it? It was nothing more than a way for a small person to protect himself. Even tonight, she did not avoid suspicion, because she heard Mrs. Wang tell the whole story of Yuan Chun, and knew that Zhang Yuni played a pivotal role in it. In addition, when she was forced to hide behind him, she saw that Mrs. Wang seemed to be afraid of her. So she was desperate to seek help. In the past, she could still eliminate Mrs. Wang's hostility by pretending to be crazy and stupid. Now, with this rash behavior, it is equivalent to tearing off the disguise of the past and making Mrs. Wang hate her. She knows Jia Zheng's character very well. Even if Mrs. Wang really killed someone, if he knew about it, she would be worried about losing face and would make a big deal out of it. So, even if the mother and son can save their lives temporarily, it may not last long. Life is at stake. She originally served men with her beauty, and this is her only reliance. Father's concubines can be given to sons, not to mention nephews, who are not related at all. Although she gave birth to a pair of children for Jia Zheng, it would be bad to send them away. But she could divorce her wife, so sending a concubine away would not be a problem. If Zhang Yuni could help, she would not mind working like a cow or a horse for him, as long as she left Rongfu. Even if Mrs. Wang held a grudge in her heart, she would lose the reason to target her. But now, she heard that Jia Huan still had a good career and even had the hope of inheriting the title. But she could not help but hesitate. It would be fine if he was a concubine, but if his biological mother had a bad reputation, even if he became an official, he would not be able to raise his head in the officialdom for the rest of his life. Originally, she planned to send Jia Huan out halfway. And by the way, let him inquire about Jia Zheng's whereabouts. She would stay and give Wang Yuni some sweetness, so that she could return the favor and ask for something in the future. At this moment, she pretended to be confused. Zhang Yuni never thought that because of his words, she would struggle. He couldn't stay quiet for a while, and since Jia Zhen might come back at any time, he naturally couldn't force it. Today, it was just a tacit understanding, and it would be left for the future. Therefore, when they had enough wine and food, and Jia Zheng still hadn't returned, he stood up and said goodbye. Chapter 151 Aftermath. At the same time that Zhang Yuni left Rong Mansion, the dispute in Rongqing Hall also came to an end. Jiamu looked at Mrs. Wang and said softly, "Well, how can there be no bumps between husband and wife? After so many years. What kind of character is he? Who in our family doesn't want to have some face? It's not a bad thing," Mrs. Wang said angrily, "but they spread rumors and slandered my daughter-in-law. Those who spread rumors cannot be let go. But we have to focus on the overall situation at the moment. If we make a big fuss at this time, let the outside hear any rumors and affect the reputation of the eldest girl, it will be too late to regret it. Jiamu loves this youngest son very much. In the future, Jia Zheng can be regarded as a complete mama's boy. This kind of mother has a strong desire to control her son, which makes the already difficult relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law even worse. Just like how grandmother Jia kept Jia Yuanchun and Jia Baoyu by her side. This kind of control cannot be coveted by others. The reason why Aunt Zhao was awarded to Jia Zheng, and even dared to be favored, was that grandmother Jia had her own intention. However, she also knew that Aunt Zhao had gone too far this time. Using Yuanchun as an example hit Mrs. Wang's soft spot. Although Aunt Zhao was a concubine, she was the biological mother of Tan Chun and Jia Huan after all. And it was impossible for her to be killed at will. As the saying goes, good news does not go out, but bad news spreads 1,000 miles. Once rumors are heard outside, they will inevitably make up some more rumors. Even if there will be no similar rumors, even if it is just a fight between wives and concubines, it will also affect Yuanchun. Outsiders may not care who is right or wrong, but will only treat it as a joke, and she may even be labeled as jealous. However, Jia Zheng would be fine, as the husband is the leader of the wife. But she was still unwilling to let Aunt Zhao off so easily. For a while, she couldn't help but struggle over how to punish her. Seeing that Mrs. Wang was a little shaken, Jiamu struck while the iron was hot, slapped the armrest of the Luohan bed, and yelled at Jia Zheng, "My wife told you long ago that this is my intention. If you are angry, just vent it on me. Why do you have to vent your anger on her? I think you are angry with me. Are you tired of us women? It's better to leave you." After hearing this, Jia Zheng knelt down and said with tears in his eyes, "Mother, how can I stand this as a son? Why did I give birth to such a fool like you?" Jiamu yelled and pointed at Jia Zheng, who was kneeling on the ground. Sighing, "A harmonious family is the root of everything. If a girl is like this, she will be happy. Now is the critical moment. You are her biological parents. You must not spread any discordant words. In my opinion, you should not go to other rooms for a while. Stay in your daughter-in-law's room and wait until the eldest girl is married." Fortunately, after such a commotion, it can be regarded as a vindication for the daughter-in-law. No one will dare to talk about right and wrong in the future. As for those servants who are rude, I will punish them lightly and give them a big warning. Each of them will be beaten with 20 boards first. As for that little bitch who talks too much, I will punish her to kneel in my yard for a whole night to see the effect. Although Jia Zheng was indignant, he did not dare to refute since Jia Mu had already spoken. He could only respond, "Son, listen to your mother." Although Mrs. Wang was unwilling, she was worried that it would affect Yuanchun's marriage. Secondly, Jia Mu had also made concessions in disguise. Seeing that Jia Zheng had already surrendered, she knelt down as well, and said in a neither humble nor arrogant manner, "It's not that I don't know the importance of my position, but I am really upset to have been slandered like this for nothing. Now that the old lady is in charge, I will naturally follow her orders." Seeing that the two of them had calmed down, Jia's mother waved her hand and said, "Okay, I'm afraid you haven't eaten yet, so go back first." After that, she shouted outside, "Phone girl, bring all the people who spread rumors here, and arrange for people to punish them immediately." Although Aunt Zhao was her person, she had violated a taboo after all, and Bao was only considering her own dignity, and she would not be lenient in punishing her. After all, Mrs. Wang was wronged. So Jia's mother specially asked Wang Shifeng to arrange people to enforce the family law, which was also to comfort her. Wang Shifeng also understood, and those sent were the dowry brought by the Wang family, so she would not be liked, even though Aunt Zhao was mentally prepared. After 20 boards, it was cold and freezing, and she knelt in Jia's mother's courtyard for a night. She was half dead. This is a later story. Let's not talk about it for now. But Mrs. Wang followed Jia Zheng and left Rongqing Hall. Just as he was about to step forward to support him, Jia Zheng was still furious. He suddenly flicked his sleeves, snorted coldly, and walked forward quickly, in front of Lady Jia. He had to stop because of the situation. But the more he suppressed his anger, the more he had nowhere to vent. Although Aunt Zhao was wrong first, she was a good person, and it was inevitable that she had a preconceived impression. In his eyes, Aunt Zhao was a fool who only knew how to curry favor and flatter. On the contrary, Mrs. Wang could have handled it in a different way, but she chose to lose face in front of him when Zhang Yuni came to the house. He was not broad-minded, so he could not help but judge others by himself. Last time, Mrs. Wang fell in front of Zhang Yuni, and he angrily scolded her for losing his face. Just think that she will take revenge for a grudge, and she will also lose face in front of Zhang Yuni. Fortunately, he didn't know that Zhang Yuni was retained by Aunt Zhao and had a meal before leaving. Otherwise, I'm afraid there would be more ideas. Mrs. Wang looked at him walking away with a look of disgust, and her heart was mixed with mixed feelings. The reason why she kept things quiet and approved Jian Mu's arrangement was not only because of Yuan Chun, but also because of Jian Mu's words that Jia Zheng was not allowed to stay in other rooms. Without Aunt Zhao, there are still Aunt Zhou and Aunt Li. Even with Jian Mu's temperament, she might not give the young maid in the room to this youngest son. If the couple were to be at odds because of the competition for favor, it would be a waste of effort. It was because she saw the essence that she turned a blind eye to Aunt Zhao. Although Jia Zheng was not as hot and firm as Zhang Yuni, it was better than nothing. Besides, the two were a proper couple and had no moral concerns. She had hoped that he would know he was in the wrong and settle the matter himself. And with Jian Mu's mediation, they would be able to resolve their differences and live in harmony after returning. She had never expected that he would turn his face away as soon as he left the house. However, she had never been discouraged. After all, couples fight at the head of the bed and make peace at the foot of the bed. Under the same roof, there is always a chance to ease the relationship. She even hesitated whether to simply follow his wishes and let Jean Chuan share some of the burden, so as to ease the relationship between them. So she did not force it, but just followed him silently, planning to wait until dinner to see the situation. She had already laid the groundwork and made a lot of psychological preparation, but she did not expect that when she returned to the courtyard. Before she ordered dinner, she heard Jia Zheng angrily shouting, "Go and clean up the wing room quickly. Since the old lady does not allow you to go anywhere else, the master will live in the wing room from now on." Chapter 152, Playing with Mandarin Ducks. Zhang Yuni did not deliberately inquire about the affairs of Rong Mansion. However, Jia Zhen did hear a lot of news when he supervised the construction of Grandview Garden. Because Jia Shi and his wife had their eyes on Zhang Yuni, he was on guard. Therefore, he exaggerated and told him about the internal struggle in Rong Mansion in a vivid way. Hearing that Aunt Zhao was beaten with 20 boards and knelt in Jian Mu's courtyard for a night, she was bedridden after returning. Zhang Yuni secretly speculated in his heart, wondering if the board was beaten hard, if the skin was torn and the inside was broken, leaving some marks. It would be. However, he had no time to care about these things at the moment. The production of flat glass has begun, and the first batch will naturally be installed for the emperor. In order to win the emperor's favor, he also presented the design of the sun room to the emperor. And then, he did not leave behind the cabinet duty room and the officials of various departments. Glass windows were installed for several cabinet ministers and officials of various departments. Although the inner court belonged to the emperor's retainers, it still had to be inspected by the Ministry of Personnel. In addition, he was a nobleman, so he could not ignore it. As the saying goes, you should not hit a smiling person. This kind of favor is worth taking. However, he still had a clear mind. He was not a regular imperial examination candidate, and he became famous with his strange and lewd skills. Even if he was favored by the emperor, he would still be difficult to be seen by these scholars. There was no need to get involved and stick to someone else's code, but just maintain superficial politeness and not be hated. That was enough. After replacing the glass windows for the palace and related people, he began to tinker with his own things. The sunroom at home was not expensive, and he had installed it in advance. As for the greenhouse, he had already asked the emperor for permission in advance. The glass produced by the factory was also sent to the farm recently. This day, when he came back from the farm outside the city, he just got off the carriage and heard Yusher come forward and say, "The old lady sent Yuan on again, saying that Lian Er and Miss Lin will arrive at the dock at noon tomorrow. And she was afraid that you forgot to pick them up." "What's the matter?" Zhang Yuni asked in confusion. "I heard that Lian Er and Miss Lin will come back tomorrow, and the old lady wants you to go to the dock to welcome them, because Jia Zhen caused Jia Baoyu to be beaten last time. Jia's mother was determined to let Yingshan intercept it, so she didn't rely entirely on Jia Shi and his wife, and began to secretly work hard to add fuel to the flames. However, she couldn't be as straightforward as Mrs. Xing, but adopted a roundabout tactic. After all, Zhang Yuni lived in Ning Mansion and was busy with official duties. He was not like the playboys in the Jia family who had nothing to do all day. Although he was quite tempted last time, he had to give up because of Jia Zhen's disturbance. "I'm afraid that Jia Zhen will spread the news when he returns, which will put an end to his thoughts. Therefore, he needs to create more opportunities for him to enter the mansion, so that he can see his attitude clearly, and also create more opportunities for him to meet Yingshan. Jia Shi and Jia Zheng are elders after all, and Jia Baoyu is inexperienced. It would be inappropriate for them to invite him, and Jia Zhen would be suspicious. Jia Lian, as Yingshuan's brother, and about the same age as him, is the most suitable person to make friends with. However, Jia Lian has been away from Beijing for nearly a year and missed the opportunity to get to know Jia Zhen. How can he not be suspicious when he suddenly invites Jia Zhen? Therefore, this time, taking the opportunity of returning, let the two meet, and also lay an ambush for inviting him to the mansion frequently in the future." Zhang Yuni didn't know the reason yet, but when he heard that Lin Daiyu was coming back, he became interested and hurried to the hall. Yuan Nong in the hall stood up and bowed to him. "Meet Master Yi." Zhang Yuni returned the greeting and asked knowingly, "Sister Yuan Nong is polite, but what does the old lady want?" The two were about the same age, but they were just maids around their elders. Calling them sister showed respect for their elders. He looked at this confidant of Jia's mother at this moment. She was wearing a lotus-colored silk jacket and a blue satin vest. Although it was the uniform style of the Rongfu maids, there was a narrow strip of brocade on the edge, which showed that she was different from ordinary maids. She was wearing a water green skirt, wrapped in the hem of the silk jacket, with only one foot exposed. She has a slim waist, an oval face, black hair, a high nose bridge, and a few freckles on her cheeks. But they are just right, not affecting her appearance at all, but giving her a unique charm. While he was looking at Yuan Nong was also looking at him. As the most trusted maidservant around Jiamu, she knew the thoughts of Jiamu and the first house. She looked at Zhang Yuni with a bit of curiosity and scrutiny, because of Jiamu's trust. Not only the servants in the mansion, but even young masters like Jia Lian and Jia Baoyu looked at her differently. Over time, her vision became higher. However, a maidservant is still a maidservant after all, and when she reaches a certain age, she will inevitably be paired with a servant. But looking at the Rong mansion, which servant can catch her eye? If you don't like servants, the only way out is to become a concubine. But with Aunt Zhao as a lesson, how similar is Jia Baoyu today to Jia Zheng back then? If she followed him, she would inevitably be caught between Lady Jia and Lady Wang, and even the future second Lady Bao, and become a victim. As for the two masters, Jia Zheng was not worthy to mention them, and Jia Shi was old, lustful, and fickle, and he was also disgusting, so he was not even considered. Originally, only Jia Lian was suitable, but Wang Shifeng was known to be jealous, so she was still hesitant for a while. Now, there is one more Zhang Yuni. Although he is not from Rongfu, if Yingshan really marries into the Zhang family, she will have to add a few companions. Therefore, in addition to curiosity, there is also a bit of scrutiny in her eyes. However, how could she be a match for Zhang Yuni? She was defeated after only 3 seconds of staring at him. She blushed and said, "Mr. Lian and Miss Lin will come back tomorrow. They are the younger generation, and it is not easy to trouble the two masters to go to meet them. The old lady wants to trouble Mystery to go." She paused and said, "I dare not trouble Mystery. But there is a brother from the same family in the mansion, who is the prefect of Jinling, and happened to be the substitute in Beijing. If someone else is replaced, it will seem to be neglectful. Mystery only needs to come back before noon tomorrow. The carriage in the mansion is ready. Then I will come to pick you up and go with you. The latter part was actually said to Yushir and other people in Ning Mansion. Jiazhen was just an idle person. Why not let him go and trouble Zhang Yuni? This reason was perfect. Zhang Yuni smiled and said, "Oh, could it be that Sister Yuanan will come with us?" How could he refuse to see Lin Daiyu in advance? However, he always wanted to do more while eating in the bowl. So of course, he would not miss the opportunity to tease Yuanong. Although he didn't know Yuanyang's true thoughts. He was an expert. When they looked at each other just now, he could clearly see that she was shy. So how could he miss such an opportunity? Now, he is no longer the same as before. Even after seeing Aunt Zhao's beauty, Jiazhen still swallowed his anger. What's the big deal about teasing the maid? However, when he asked this question, it seemed as if he wanted to bind Yuanong. How could she resist? A blush appeared on her face, and she whispered, "The old lady is worried about Miss Lin. So I want to go and take care of her." Zhang Yuni clapped his hands and smiled. "That's good. Please tell Sister Yuanyang to report to the old lady that I will definitely come back early tomorrow and wait for Sister Yuanyang." He deliberately emphasized the last sentence. And Yuanyang was so embarrassed that she didn't dare to raise her head and hurriedly said goodbye and left. Chapter 153, Interested. When he heard that Lin Daiyu was coming back soon, he couldn't help but imagine her appearance and figure. Although he had never seen her, Qin Keqing was beautiful, and Shui Baochai had seen her. He just adjusted the similarities between the two in his mind and estimated a general appearance. In the evening, he couldn't help but add a little more interest, so that he kept sobbing in Tianxiang Tower until the 4th watch. And then he calmed down. The next morning, Zhang Yuni had just sat up from the bed, and 2 white arms were wrapped around his neck from behind. Qin Keqing's face was close to his from behind, and she said angrily, "Uncle, why didn't you let mother-in-law serve you last night?" Keqing suffered twice in a row. If you get pregnant with uncle's child by accident, wouldn't it be impossible? She blinked twice and tried, or, uncle changed his mind? Zhang Yuni turned his face to the side, pinched her nose, and said unhappily, "Don't think about it. If you get pregnant, this play ends here." Seeing Qin Keqing's eyes rolling, he warned, "Don't use those messy methods." Qin Keqing put one side of her face on his shoulder, facing him, and said with a face full of complaints, "It seems that uncle is tired of his nephew's wife." Although he knew she was acting, Zhang Yuni was still moved, lowered his head, and kissed the complaining little mouth. At the same time, he grabbed her delicate hand and pulled it down. After a long time, their lips parted. Zhang Yuni pretended to be angry and said, "You know whether you are tired or not, right?" Qin Keqing shook her pink arms and said with a red face, "You can't blame your nephew's wife for having wild thoughts. Although your uncle had sex with her twice yesterday, he didn't act like a cannibal as before. Instead, he was much gentler." Zhang Yuni felt a little ashamed, because he was thinking about Lin Daiyu's delicate figure, and he was worried that he would hurt the weak Lin Daiyu by moving too much. He didn't expect Qin Keqing to be so sharp and notice the change. Of course, he couldn't admit it, and just perfunctorily said, "In the past, there was not only my sister-in-law to share the burden, but also Baoyu and others. This time you are alone, and the master is interested again. We must take it slow, so that you can't bear it." After he said this, Qin Keqing was no longer suspicious, and hurriedly bowed her head to admit her mistake. "It was my nephew's wife who wrongly blamed my uncle, and I will apologize to my uncle." Because Qin Keqing apologized with great sincerity, she choked and stammered for a long time before she revealed her full sincerity, which delayed her morning exercise. He had to eat breakfast in a hurry and rushed to the government office. Now, although there is one more factory, with the help of the form, the relevant personnel of Tiango Injiwen have their own duties and clear responsibilities, which reduces the time of wrangling and improves efficiency. And he only needs to grasp the people he uses, evaluate them, and coordinate the overall situation, which is quite free. However, now that winter has come, he needs to decide on the charcoal tributes from the end of the year and the assessment rewards within the yamen. The charcoal tribute yamen has its own rules, which is nothing more than distribution according to grades. He did not make a big reform. Only one copy was taken out from the yamen's small treasury, and any family with a child under 10 years old or an elderly person over 60 years old could receive one more copy. The system must be implemented by people after all. Even if the original intention is good, it is easy to be exploited at the implementation level. Therefore, he did not select the poor households and give special care, but chose a one-size-fits-all approach, only taking care of the elderly and children. After all, the treatment at Tiangoinjiwan was not bad. Even if the family was really in trouble, the adults could get through it, but the elderly and children might not be able to stand it. He did not make the assessment too complicated. There were only 3 standards: exceeding the quota, meeting the standard, and not meeting the standard. Only he could decide the exceeding quota, and the other 2 standards were formulated and handed over to the subordinates for verification. After finishing the affairs in the government office, the time was almost up. He got on the carriage and returned to Ning Mansion. After a little hesitation, he changed into casual clothes. Although Jiamu had said in advance that she asked him for help because Jia Yutsuan was traveling with him. Jia Yutsuan was only a 4th-rank official now. Although he was 2 levels higher than him, he was 1 level higher than the Beijing official, and the gap between him and him was not that big. Not to mention that he had the emperor's favor by his side, and it seemed too serious to wear official clothes to meet him. In the time it took to eat and change clothes, the Ningrong street in front of the 2 mansions was already full of people, with dozens of servants accompanying them, a sedan chair, and more than a dozen carriages. He stepped out of the west corner gate of the Ning Mansion, and happened to see Yuan Yang and a middle-aged man in a brocade robe coming to greet him. Master Yi. The man quickly stepped forward with his robe, bowed and smiled. Lida greets you. Everything has been arranged here, and I am preparing to invite you. Zhang Yudi curled his lips, glanced at Yuan Yang who followed behind him, and bowed slightly to him, waved his hand, and said, "Let's go." He originally wanted to take the opportunity to invite Yuan Yang to ride with him, but it was not easy to ask directly in front of Lida. Master Yi, please. Lida bowed lower and lower, opened his arms, and made a gesture of invitation. After Zhang Yuni passed him, Fong straightened up and followed closely. He led Zhang Yuni to the front, the spacious and luxurious 4-wheeled carriage, and personally brought the sedan chair. Zhang Yuni got on the carriage, lifted the curtain, and saw Lida was ordering people to remove the sedan chair. Fong turned around and looked at Yuan Yang, saying calmly, "It's very spacious here. I think Sister Yuan Yang doesn't need to bother. Just come up and squeeze in." Yuan Yang pursed her lips, glanced at Lida in front of her, bowed deeply and said, "Master Yi, this is not allowed. The old lady prepared this carriage specifically for you and Master Lien. I can't sit in it with my status." After hearing what she said, Zhang Yuni no longer forced it. Yuan Yang was able to be by the side of Lady Jia and was entrusted with important tasks. Naturally, she couldn't be a naive person. She looked at Lida intentionally or unintentionally, and then she opened her mouth to refuse, which was obviously a hint. As the chief steward of Rong Mansion, he naturally didn't need to do such things as pulling the horse's stirrups himself. But he was very humble today, considering that Lai Sheng had been deprived of his job. His purpose was obvious. Lida probably didn't want anyone to be present. He probably had already informed Yuan Yang in advance when he went with her just now. He would definitely go deeper into Rong Mansion in the future. He didn't want to offend the Lai family too much, and he also wanted to hear what Lida had to say. Besides, with his current status, there was no need to spend too much time on a maid. He flirted with her just by chance, and this invitation was just to show his attitude. He knew very well that Jia Shi's forced marriage in the future would put Yuan Yang in a dilemma, and she might even swear a poisonous oath to express her determination. A slight hint at this time was just to leave her an alternative. The purpose had been achieved, so there was no need to take it too seriously. "Let's go!" With Lai Da's shout outside the curtain, the carriage moved slowly. Chapter 154. Follow the horse's lead. His guess was right. The carriage had only been moving for a moment, and the curtain on the side was lifted. Lida outside called out to Zhang Yuni, "Master Yi, do you have any instructions?" Knowing that this was just an introduction, Zhang Yuni did not expose it, and shook his head and said, "Butler Lai is thoughtful. I am just a personal appearance. You can do whatever you want." Hey! Hey! Lida nodded and bowed. Lai Sheng is blind, and neglected his aunt in the past. Master Yi is magnanimous, and just sent him home to reflect on himself. The Lai family is grateful, no matter what Lai Da's purpose was. It must be said that his attitude was indeed very correct. Not only did he not rush to plead for Lai Sheng, but he first praised Zhang Yuni for his magnanimity. This is the attitude that should be adopted when asking for help. The servants of the two mansions are all people who take advantage of the powerful to trample on the weak. The original owner's biological mother is a concubine, so naturally there will be no preferential treatment. However, Zhang Yuni did not dig out any black material from the original owner's memory about Lai Sheng's harsh treatment of his mother. It was probably a pretext found by Lai De. Otherwise, he would not have reminded himself and brought hatred to the family. He did not hit a smiling person, and Zhang Yuni had no reason to turn his face away. So he took advantage of his words and said, "Butler Lai is serious. I never bear grudges. And the past is over. It is said that the Prime Minister's stomach can hold a boat, and the master is a man who does great things. So naturally, he will not remember the omissions of his servants. He also has some status in Rongfu. When he goes out of the mansion, he can't take a sedan chair, but it is normal to take a carriage. But all the way, he lifted the curtain and followed the carriage. But he didn't even get on the shaft, and he couldn't help panting when he spoke. Master, you are magnanimous, but we servants should not be ungrateful. I scolded him a while ago, but master did not punish him and just sent him back. How could he be ungrateful? Even if he begged, he should ask master for a job as a horse stirrup puller to make up for his crime. Butler Lai is exaggerating, even for the sake of the old lady and Lai Ma. He should not do so. Master is right. Master, you are magnanimous and have given my mother dignity. The Lai family is." He paused, took a breath, and then said, "My son was released as soon as he was born by the grace of the master. He has also studied for 2 years. He also donated a future last year. Now he is a candidate for the Ministry of Personnel. If you don't abandon me, let him follow you in the future and serve you. He will serve the family and repay your kindness." Zhang Yuni was stunned for a moment. He thought Lai De was pleading for Lai Sheng, but now it seems that he is seeking a way out for his own son. I was surprised that he was willing to be humble for his cousin, but now it seems that he is pitying the parents' hearts. As the chief steward of Rong Mansion, Lai De is deeply rooted in the mansion, which can be seen from Yuan Yang's attitude just now. Putting his son in his own small piece of land will definitely make it much easier for him to act in Rong Mansion in the future. He can even be his own internal response. As for the character of the Lai family, it has been nearly a year since the time travel, and I have a somewhat different feeling than when I was studying. The original book seemed to have a filter when it wrote about the Jia family. As the saying goes, when the fake is made real, the real becomes fake. The Feng Yu Bao Jian. One side shows a beauty, and the other side shows a skeleton. Perhaps this is also the case. Of course, he didn't care whether it was really as he expected. The bud determines the head. Rongfu is not under his control. When he arrived at Tianguo, there were laws and various rules to constrain him. The Lai family was just a servant of the Jia family, not his relatives. If there was really something wrong, he could even take the initiative to arrest and punish them at the appropriate time. However, he did not agree immediately, but asked, "Why don't you go to the old lady and the 2 uncles for this matter?" If I remember correctly, Lai Shangrong's county magistrate was a Rongfu relationship. Lai De was obviously stunned when he heard this. And then he said frankly, "To be honest, the old lady originally agreed. It's not that the eldest girl has been blessed, and the master is worried about causing criticism." Although he did not specify the master he was talking about, Zhang Yuni guessed that it must be Jia Zheng. Thinking of Mrs. Wang's words of seeking fame, he couldn't help but smile and said, "In that case, let him go to Ning Mansion another day. I'll see him first and then talk." Hey. Master, wait a moment. Lai De hurriedly agreed, then threw down the raised curtain, ran to the shaft of the carriage, jumped on it, took the reins of the driver, lifted the door curtain from the front, and shouted at the driver beside him, "Why don't you kneel down and thank the master for his grace?" The driver in front immediately turned around and climbed onto the shaft, knelt down in front of the door, and shouted, "Shan Rong greets the master. Thank the master for his grace." Zhang Yuni did not expect that Lai De and his son could do this. He raised his hand and said, "Get up. You will wait for me in front of the yamen at noon tomorrow. The procedures will be handled slowly. Go and gain experience first, and start with the scribes and get familiar with the affairs of the yamen." The scribes are just a reference to clerical officials, and their official positions range from the 9th to the 7th rank. He did not rush to promise. However, even so, Lai De and his son were very grateful. "Thank you, sir." The Lai family has no way to repay you for your support. In the future, if you have any orders, the Lai family will obey them. In the original book, Lai Shangrong sought a county magistrate through the Rong mansion. Although the scribe of Tiango Injiwen was not as good as the parents of one party, he got it a few years earlier, and it was at a time when the Rong mansion was unwilling to make a move. Of course, people's hearts are separated from their stomachs, and Zhang Yuni has no way to guess what they really think in their hearts. But this attitude is clear. Zhang Yuni is quite satisfied with this. There is no life and death friendship between them, and Zhang Yuni does not expect them to die for each other, as long as they know the importance. Moreover, when the wall falls, everyone pushes it, and when the drum is broken, everyone beats it. In human society, there are many people who add insult to injury, and few people who help in times of trouble. Instead of wasting time complaining, it is better to spend energy thinking about how to climb up, and not give others the opportunity to add injury. Zhang Yuni nodded with satisfaction to the two people who took turns to kowtow, and said meaningfully, "Since you are willing to follow me, go back and tell Lai Sheng to go back to Ning Mansion. I have another errand for him." Helping is actually completely different from joining the army. But Zhang Yuni's words undoubtedly tied the two together. Of course, the Lai family can also pretend to obey and disobey in secret. But as long as Lai Shangrong is still under his command, they have to weigh the consequences. As a person of the future, he knows that talents are hard to come by. Therefore, when he learned that Zhang Cheng was well versed in farming, he deliberately promoted Zhang Cheng and his son to win them over. In addition to entrusting him with important tasks, he also handed over the greenhouse and grafting on the farm to him, and brought Zhang Hua into the Tiango Injiwen. Although Zhang Cheng did not give up the caustic soda business, it was just a stopgap measure for Zhang Yuni. First, there was no need to give him too much power. And second, he did not want him to be distracted. At the beginning, Lai Sheng's job was taken away simply because it was convenient to manage the servants of Ning Mansion. Now that the Lai family is knowledgeable and sensible, there is no need to waste such a person. Lai Da obviously heard the meaning of his words, and he secretly complained in his heart. As the eldest son of the Lai family, how could Lai Sheng hide the situation in Ning Mansion from him? He knew what Zhang Yuni did in Ning Mansion. However, he did not dare to show it at the moment. He prayed secretly that Zhang Yuni would not make any unreasonable requests. And he bowed down again. The Lai family has no way to repay the master's kindness, so we can only follow his lead in the future. Chapter 155. Sickly and coquettish. When a wealthy family travels, they will certainly have all the necessary preparations. Jiamu also wanted to promote his marriage with Ying Chun, so how could she let him feel neglected? Before the motorcade arrived at the dock, it had already occupied a piece of open space, with umbrellas, tables and chairs, and even charcoal basins. Even so, Lida still felt that it was not enough, and stepped forward and said, "If you feel it's cold outside, you might as well let Shangrong accompany you to a nearby restaurant. No need to bother." Zhang Yuni still hoped to get a glimpse of Lin Dayu's grace, so he naturally didn't want to miss the opportunity for her to get off the boat. The women of wealthy families pay attention to not going out of the main door or the second door. Even if they have to go out, they have to decorate the surroundings and use curtains to cover their tracks. Apart from meeting her by chance at Rong Mansion, it is estimated that only when getting off the boat will there be a chance to see her from a distance. As soon as he sat down, Yuanong came over and handed him a hand warmer, saying, "If you feel cold, I will cover you with a curtain. You are not that delicate." He said this, but he reached out and took the warmer, rubbed it in his arms for a few times, and then handed it back to Yuanong, saying, "I have received your kindness, Sister Yuanong, but you should keep it warm. Don't get cold." Yuanyang's face flashed a blush, and then she waved her hand and smiled. "You are not that delicate, and I am a maid. Can't I stand the wind?" "Maid?" Zhang Yuni looked around, then turned back to look at Yuanong, a little confused. "Are you talking about yourself?" Although she knew he was acting, Yuanyang was still inexplicably happy. But she said insincerely, "Sir, don't tease me. How can I bear it?" Zhang Yuni said seriously, "Sister, you are joking. Although I don't go to the mansion very often, I have heard that the old lady can't leave you for a moment. I'm afraid that even her own granddaughter is not so close to her, let alone a maid." When he said this, Yuanyang's face showed a bit of disappointment. What Zhang Yuni said was indeed right. Grandmother Jia really couldn't leave her. But a maid was still a maid after all. even if Ing Chun was as transparent as she was. When she really reached the stage of a good marriage, grandmother Jia would help her without any effort. On the contrary, she had to think about how to have a good home. Seeing that Zhang Yuni seemed to treat her differently, she also felt more expectant. She chatted with him very appropriately. Zhang Yuni didn't want to spend too much time on it, but there was no phone call at this time, and he didn't know when the boat would arrive. Waiting was waiting, and teasing Yuan Ong was more interesting than chatting with Lida. Just to kill time. About half an hour. Only a servant outside shouted, "Here they come! Look at the second master's boat." The two stopped talking. Yuan Ong quickly stood up, apologized to him, and led a group of maids and women, holding up the curtain and surrounding the river bank. Because the dock could not be moved, they had to dock one by one. After a while, a petite figure in white clothes was seen on the boat that docked first. With the help of two maids, she stepped onto the sampan. There was no harm from electronic products here, and Zhang Yuni had no pressure from the imperial examination. His eyesight was very good, although he was not close. He could still see Lin Dayu's beautiful and unworldly face. Two curved eyebrows that seemed to be frowning, like a cloud of green mist, hung on the pair of eyes that seemed to be happy or not happy. The eyes were clear, like a pool of clear water, with tears in the eyes and a slight gasp. Her face was filled with sorrow, and her body was full of illness, which made people feel pity for her. Unfortunately, she was beautiful, but she had not grown up yet and was underdeveloped, so she looked too weak. Zhang Yuni only took a quick glance, and she had already stepped off the sampan and walked into the curtain. However, this made her delicate figure appear on the curtain. It further highlighted the delicate beauty of the beautiful flowers reflecting on the water, and the weak willows swaying in the wind. Zhang Yuni looked away only after watching the petite figure get into the sedan chair. At this moment, Lin Dayu's boat had already made way, and Zhang Yuni could not help but look at the two people standing side by side on the bow of the next boat. The young man with a white face, suave and frivolous manners was Jia Lian. Needless to say, there was a man standing next to Jia Lian, with a round waist, thick back, broad face, square mouth, straight nose and powerful cheeks, who looked quite attractive. It was probably Jia Yusuan. Jia Lian was the first to step off the boat. He did not greet Zhang Yuni, but laughed at Lida and said, "Thank you, housekeeper Lai, for coming to pick me up in person." Lida looked quite embarrassed, bowed to Zhang Yuni, and then said to Jia Lian, "The old lady specially invited Mastery to come." He used the word please specifically to remind Jia Lian, but he didn't notice it. Instead, he turned around and called Jia Yusuan, saying, "Brother Yusuan, why don't you come back with me to meet the old lady and my second uncle?" Jia Yusuan bowed slightly and said, "I have been summoned back to Beijing this time, and I have to report to the Ministry of Personnel first. I will come to apologize another day." After that, he bowed solemnly to Zhang Yuni and said, "What is the name of this young man?" Although Zhang Yuni was not wearing official uniform, his clothes were extraordinary and obviously different from those of the servants. Moreover, Jia Lian did not take Lida's words seriously. He had been in the officialdom for a long time, but he knew the name at the first time. "I am Zhang Yuni, the subordinate, and I meet Lord Jia." Zhang Yuni bowed slightly. "Let's not talk about other things for now. There is a difference in rank after all. In public, it is still necessary to show off." Unexpectedly, before he bowed, Jia Yusuan stepped forward and held him. He shouted, "No! No!" It turned out to be Lord Zhang, who was favored by the late emperor. "Don't embarrass Yusuan." Zhang Yuni was stunned. He didn't expect that Jia Yusuan, who was far away in Jinling, had heard of his name. On the other hand, Jia Lian was indeed a little confused. But then again, if one of the masters of Ning and Rong mansions could be like Jia Yusuan, the Jia family might not fall. After Jia Yusuan's commotion, Jia Lian finally reacted and looked at Lida, as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. It was fine in front of Zhang Yuni, but now there was Jia Yusuan, and whispering to each other would be a loss of dignity for the Rong mansion. Lida could only bite the bullet and say, "Because the masters are not available." The old lady had to ask Master Yi from the East Mansion's Aunt Lady to come and greet her. "East Mansion Aunt Lady?" Jia Lian muttered, stunned for a moment, then recovered and said in surprise, "It's you." Lida was afraid that he would say something inappropriate again, so he hurriedly added, "Now Master Yi lives in the East Mansion, which is also close." and the factory and his government office is not far from the south of the city. So the old lady troubled Mastery to make a trip. At this moment, Jiao Lian finally tasted something. And just after he said a polite word to Zhang Yuni, he saw a eunuch in a red robe and several brocade guards galloping towards him in the distance. He quickly left Zhang Yuni behind and turned his head to look at Jia Yusuan and said, "Brother Yusuan has been summoned back to Beijing. Could it be that the palace is in a hurry to summon him?" Jia Yusuan's face flashed with doubt, and a casual smile flashed and disappeared. He quickly brushed his clothes and calmly looked at the eunuch who was galloping over. The eunuch really rode his horse to the front and dismounted. He said, "Master Zhang is really easy for me to find." Chapter 156 Interlude. To the astonishment of Jia Lian and Jia Yusuan, the eunuch came to Zhang Yuni with a smile on his face. "I went to Tiango Injuan and found out that the master had returned early. I rushed all the way to Ningwa Mansion, but I didn't expect that the master came to the dock again. Fortunately, I didn't arrive too late this time." Although he told the story of the chase, there was no dissatisfaction on his face. With the crimson inner official robe, Jia Lian was even more confused. However, Zhang Yuni's performance surprised him even more. He didn't show any flattery at all, but said calmly, "But what is the emperor's order?" "Oh, that's right." The eunuch clapped his hands together and smiled. "Your sunroom is really extraordinary." And His Majesty praised it highly. He told the story again with his hands and feet dancing. It turned out that the emperor felt comfortable in the sunroom, and he felt that he absorbed the essence of the sun. So he thought about the balance of yin and yang, and he could also absorb some moonlight when he slept at night. However, on winter nights, without the sunroom was too cold. So he sent someone to ask him for advice. Originally, Jia Lian was in awe of the attitude of the eunuch in red robes and scarlet clothes. But when he explained his purpose and heard that it was just such a trivial matter, he immediately lost interest. Jia Yusuan, who was standing aside, listened attentively. The truth is revealed in the details. Even such trivial matters were asked, which shows that he has an extraordinary status in the emperor's heart. After listening, Zhang Yuni pondered for a while and smiled. "It's not difficult. Just open a skylight on the top of the bedroom and seal it with glass." The panoramic skylight on the car in the previous life was often promoted as a selling point. Eunuch Zhou flattered, "Oh, Master Zhang has a solution." Such a difficult problem was solved without thinking. However, the glass used by the emperor must be specially made. I am afraid that the emperor will have to wait for 2 more days. The expenses of the palace, especially the emperor's expenses, are extremely delicate. From the length and width of the palace to the size of each brick, they must comply with the regulations. The glass used is naturally no exception. The length, width, and even thickness are all 9.5. Of course, the expenses of the emperor will naturally take more time to prepare. Zhang Yuni looked at Jia Yusuan and Jia Lian, pretending to be embarrassed, and said, "In this case, I will go to the palace with the eunuch to report to the emperor. Lin Daiyu has already seen him, so he doesn't mind going to the palace." However, Eunuch Zhou obviously didn't know what he was thinking. He hesitated for a moment and said, "The emperor only ordered me to ask Lord Zhang for advice, but he didn't ask me to make a trip. Since you have something to do, let me report to the emperor on your behalf. How about that?" After he said that, Zhang Yuni couldn't say anything else. He took out a silver note from his pocket and handed it over, saying, "Thank you for your hard work, eunuch. This is a small token of my gratitude, just to express my apology." "Oh, what are you saying, Lord Zhang? Don't hit me in the face. I am just an errand boy in front of the emperor. Lord Zhang should give me more opportunities to run errands. Otherwise, won't I be useless?" After pushing and shoving for a long time, Zhang Yuni saw that he didn't seem to be pretending, so he took back the silver note. "Then I'll invite Eunuch Zhou to have tea another day." "Hey!" Eunuch Zhou smiled brightly when he heard this. "That's great. Lord Zhang is busy first, and I'll go back to the palace to report." After saying that, he nodded slightly to Zhang Yuni, and then got on the horse. Although he was extremely flattering to Zhang Yuni, he didn't even look at Jia Yusuan and Jia Lian throughout the whole process. This is not difficult to understand. For these eunuchs, no matter how high your official position is, or what kind of aristocratic family you are from, it's useless if you can't speak in front of the emperor. What's more, with the status of Jia Lian and Jia Yusuan, they may not be in the eyes of others. When a whale falls, all things come to life. After Daquan's death, the leading eunuchs in the palace, although their ranks have not changed much, have greatly increased their opportunities to go to the emperor to listen to him. This eunuch Zhou Xiangui, is one of the more trusted ones by Emperor Zhengqing. However, they have been with the emperor for a short time, not as long as Daquan, so they naturally dare not put on airs in front of Zhang Yuni, a popular person around the emperor. Although eunuch Zhou left, the shock he left to everyone has not dissipated for a long time. Needless to say, Jia Yutuan looked at Zhang Yuni with a little more eagerness, and Lai De, who was standing next to him, bowed his waist even lower unconsciously. Seeing is believing. Hearing is not. In the past, he only heard that he was quite trusted by the emperor, but he had no idea to what extent. Originally, he wanted to find a county magistrate for his son, but Rongfu deliberately avoided suspicion, and he found Zhang Yuni to ask for an official position, and he felt a little frustrated that he had to settle for the second best. Seeing this scene, the frustration was thrown out of the sky. Before, Zhang Yuni used him to ask for an official position for his son, and there was a hint of recruiting in his words. He also heard that he had a hint of recruiting, and was afraid that he would leave some traces in Rongfu, and he would have to help his family clean up the mess. So he felt a little embarrassed. Now, he was eager to submit a letter of surrender and help clean up some unspeakable messes. He secretly made up his mind that after returning, he would not only instruct his son, but also give Lai Shun a good reminder, so that he would not be ignorant of the depth and implicate his own family. Even Jia Lian was stunned when he heard Zhang Yuni call out the eunuch Zhou. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he said, "Is this eunuch Zhou the eunuch in charge of the Jingshai Fang?" "Huh?" Zhang Yuni asked in confusion. "Could it be that eunuch Zhou knows brother Lian? Why didn't you say hello just now?" Jia Lian said with a hint of embarrassment, I have heard of it, but I have never seen it. Men are responsible for the outside, and women are responsible for the inside. Wang Shifeng is in charge of the inner house of Rongfu, but he is responsible for welcoming and seeing off outside. Yuan Shun is a female official in the palace, so naturally she has to take care of the palace. The Jingshai Fang, which manages the palace maids and eunuchs and also manages the emperor's sexual affairs, is even more important. However, the Jia family has no friendship with this eunuch Zhou, and they can't even see him when they make arrangements on weekdays. They can only make friends with a few close confidants. Now they suddenly heard that this eunuch was the one who had never been able to curry favor with him, and the shock in their hearts can be imagined. In fact, in terms of the relationship with the palace, Rongfu is not as good as Ningfu in the past. The palace is a separate system. If Jia Jing hadn't accompanied the emperor to practice Taoism and hooked up with Prince Ning, Daquan might not have been willing to give him face. Even so, in the original book, he was not soft-hearted when accepting money from Jia Zhen. Jia Yutuan seemed to see Jia Lian's embarrassment, and bowed to Zhang Yuni again and said, "Thank you brother Zhang for taking the time to meet me today. I will definitely come to thank you one day." Unconsciously, he even changed his address. Zhang Yuni didn't look at it with tinted glasses, and smiled and said, "Brother Yutuan, you are serious. Brother Yutuan and I are also destined to be together. Let's sit down another day and talk about the reasons in detail." The fate he mentioned was naturally because of Xiangling. Since he took Feng back, his impression of Jia Yutuan has changed a little. At the beginning, Jia Yutuan did receive the favor of Jinshirin, but he also gave 2 envelopes of silver and 4 pieces of brocade after knowing the experience of the Jin family. In ancient times, 1 envelope of silver was 500 taels. That's why people say 205 when scolding people, which is actually a homophonic meaning of half crazy. And brocade is even more valuable than silk. And 4 pieces of brocade are also 1,000 taels. Just these 2 items are enough for 2,000 taels of silver, which is 40 times what Jinshirin gave him at the beginning. Not to mention that he gave 100 taels of gold when marrying Jia Xing. Seeing how many people in modern times have become enemies after borrowing money, Jia Yutuan is not ungrateful for this 1 item alone. As for the Jia family, if Lin Rahai had not written a letter to recommend him, would the Jia family help him? Whether this favor is for the Jia family or Lin Rahai, Jia Yutuan must have a calculation in his mind. As for Xiangling, perhaps the price of offending the 4 major families is too high, so he made a choice. People always seek benefits and avoid harm. For the favor of 50 taels of silver, he has already returned 40 times. Is it worth sacrificing his future? Do not impose on others what you do not want others to do to you. At least Zhang Yuni can't do it himself. And he will not force others. When Jia Yutsun heard this, a trace of doubt flashed across his face. And Zhang Yuni smiled. But he did not ask any more questions. Chapter 157, Clues. What are you looking at? Sister? In a carriage in Rong Mansion. Amber looked at the curtains and looked at Yuan Ong not far away. And couldn't help but joked, Are you looking at Master Lien? After sending Lin Daiyu to the sedan chair, she happened to see the eunuch running in the distance. After getting on the carriage, she couldn't help but be curious, lifted the curtains and looked over. When she saw Zhang Yuni chatting and laughing with the eunuch, she was even more reluctant to let him go. Originally, Jiamu intended to promote this marriage, and she only thought that she was attracted by Zhang Yuni's personality and wealth. But now, she realized his power. After hearing what Humber said, she was too embarrassed to look at him anymore. So she had to lower the curtain and scolded him softly. Don't talk nonsense. Humber sneered. There are no outsiders here. So why should you be shy? For us servants, being able to be a concubine for the master is something we are very happy to have. In the mansion, except for Bao Yu and Mr. Lien. Who else can win your favor? However, Bao Yu is good, but there are too many people around him. And Shiren and Qingwen are protecting him like an old hen. I heard Yuchuaner say the other day that the lady wanted to let her sister serve Bao Yu. So she is not as good as Mr. Lien and the few people before him. Qin Jing. No. Don't talk nonsense. If the second madam hears this, be careful to tear your mouth apart. She pretended to grab Amber's cheeks. But Amber didn't care. She dodged with a smile and said, What are you afraid of? Even if the second madam is better than the old madam? Sister Pinger is the second madam's dowry. How can she compare to sister? As long as the old madam nods. How dare the second madam say no? I think you, a little girl, are in love. If you dare to gossip again, I will tell the old madam tomorrow and give you to Master Lien. Amber chuckled and said, That won't do. I'm not as loved by the old lady as my sister is. If I'm bullied, there may not be anyone to stand up for me. Yuan Ong couldn't help but think of Aunt Zhao when she heard this. And sighed, Don't talk nonsense anymore. Can the old lady protect you forever? Unexpectedly, Amber laughed and said, Sure enough. I said that my sister looked absent-minded and stared at the second master. It turned out that she was worried about this. If I say that my sister is too cautious. The second master has been married for several years, and the second lady's belly has not moved. It's better to take advantage of the old lady's health and go there early. If you give birth to a child, who can do anything to you in the future? Yuan Yang quickly covered her mouth and scolded in a low voice. You are going to die. Who said it must be a man in the mansion? Originally, she was worried about revealing her thoughts. But now she is worried that Amber will misunderstand and spread these nonsense. Ah, Amber was surprised. Not in the mansion? Sister, did you fall in love with Master Yi? Yuan Yang blushed immediately and said with a stern face, You little hoof. You are getting more and more unruly. As servants, how can we say this? Speaking of this, she couldn't help feeling guilty and looked at Amber and said, Don't go out and say anything. Don't worry. Sister, can I still harm you? I'm just thinking about you. Although this is true, she also has her own little thoughts. Yuan Ong is naturally the head of the maids around Jia Mu. But Shiren and Qingwen have already been given to Bao Yu, and the rest are only him and Boli. Yuan Ong is in charge of Jia Mu's private storehouse. Even if she follows Jia Bao Yu, Jia Mu will not be worried. But if she follows Jia Lien, the situation will be very different. This is also the reason why she intentionally or unintentionally brings up Jia Lien. Compared with Jia Lien, Zhang Yuni, an outsider, is naturally a better candidate. However, no matter how good the idea is, it must be able to succeed. Otherwise, it will only be a false joy. She lifted the curtains and looked at Zhang Yuni outside, and pondered, although Master Yi is good, he is an outsider after all. If it is her own grandson, the old lady will not have any objections. If it is Master Yi, the old lady may not be willing to give it up, and it is not easy for my sister to say such things. What should I do? Yuan Yang had already planned for this. But this matter was related to Ying Chuan's reputation. So she didn't say much. And the curtains were lifted by Amber. And she was unconsciously attracted again. Jia Yutsuan outside had disappeared. And only Lido was with Zhang Yuni and Jia Lien. After chatting for a while, a man in his 40s, who looked like a housekeeper, came over and bowed to Jia Lian, saying, "The things have been loaded on the car. Please give me your instructions." Second master, Lai De, who was standing by, looked at the man inside. "Qin Jishu, I didn't expect to see you again after more than 10 years of separation. Brother Lai, you don't know that when I'm married with my wife, the master has changed my surname to Lin." Zhang Yudi was stunned when he heard this, and turned his head to look at the man. Not far behind him, there was a housekeeper, and a pretty and lively girl of 16 or 17 years old. Lin Jishu? He had heard about it in his previous life. In the 4 ancient books of Jimao, Gengchen, Megao, and Liazong, Lin Jishu's name was written as Qin Jishu. Now it seems that it is not a typo, and the names of Lin Daiyu and Lin Hongyu are only one character apart. The difference in the middle. But Dai and Hong are both colors. "Come and meet Master Yi." Seeing Zhang Yudi looking at Lin Jishu curiously, Lai De introduced him to him. This Master Yi is the young master of the East Mansion. The old lady specially asked him to help welcome him today. After he finished the introduction, Lin Jixia and Zhang Yuni exchanged greetings. And then he bowed to Zhang Yuni and said, "The gifts have been loaded on the car. Please give me your instructions." This sentence seemed to repeat Lin Jixu's words, but the meaning of the first and second masters could not be clearer. Lin Jixia was also stunned when he heard it, and looked at Lai De with a little surprise, and then secretly glanced at Jia Lian. Seeing that he didn't seem to be annoyed, he had to suppress his doubts in his heart, and hurriedly imitated Zhang Yuni, and asked for instructions again. Zhang Yuni didn't mean to show off. He suddenly remembered that after Siki made a fuss in the small kitchen, Lin Jixia's family helped Qin Xian's family to seize the job of Lu Shaoxi's kitchen, but was later blocked by Ping. Lin Jixia's original surname was Qin. Could it be that he and Siki were from the same family? It is true that the Ning and Rong mansions have gone through 4 or 5 generations since Jia Yuan and Jia Yin. The original servants in the mansion must have also spread out, and with the dowry over the years, they are even more complicated. In the Ning mansion, with Yushir and Qin Kiching in charge, he did not know the closeness between these servants. But there was no such advantage in the Rong mansion. He secretly kept a watchful eye and had to take time to understand the complicated interpersonal relationships in the Rong mansion, so as not to accidentally encounter villains and ruin his own petty tricks. Now there is a ready-made candidate, Lai De, but now is not the right time. He waved his hand and said, "Since everything has been packed, don't let the old lady wait for a long time. Let's set off and go back immediately." Then, he took the lead and walked towards the 4-wheeled carriage. Chapter 158 Dispute. During this year, Jia Lian had corresponded with the mansion, but Zhang Yuni was a stranger after all, and Wang Shifeng gave Pinger to him, and he had been held in his hands, touched and squeezed, and heard things that he shouldn't have heard. He would not mention his name out of guilt, although Jia's mother wanted to remind him. Time did not allow it, and it involved the reputation of the mansion. Some things were not easy to say in detail in the letter, so she had to ask Lai De to mention it when she met the boat. Therefore, Jia Lian knew nothing about his affairs. After all, this was the carriage of Rongfu, and Jia Lian was a little older than him. Zhang Yuni did not act arrogantly, and did not sit in the main seat, but chose the seats on both sides of the car window. Jia Lian had seen the previous scene, and the same thing happened. The two of them sat with their backs against the car window and facing each other. In his previous life, watching the dream of the Red Chamber, Zhang Yuni had a good impression of Jia Lian. After all, Master Lian's reputation of never getting a freeloader was well known in later generations. In addition, she was a bit short of breath when facing him because she stole Pinger while he was away. After getting in the car, she didn't take the initiative to talk. Jia Lian couldn't hold it back and asked, "How many days has Brother Yi lived in the East Palace?" "It happened in the first month of the year," from what Eunuch Zhou said. "Brother Yi seems to be working in the Tiango Injiwan? Please forgive my ignorance. I don't know which government office it is." Although Jia Yutsun was in the officialdom, Lin Ruhai didn't die until the beginning of autumn. He stayed in the Salt Inspection Censor's office for at least half a year. He didn't even hear about the establishment of the Tiango Injiwan in the Inner Palace, and he really didn't realize it. Zhang Yuni glanced at him unhappily, and didn't answer. Instead, he sneered, "It seems that Brother Lian is in trouble in Jiangnan, and has no time to be distracted." To be honest, I have learned a lot from this trip to Jiangyan. Jia Lian smiled awkwardly, as if he had something to say, but he was also worried about talking too much. He had to try to get closer. We met before. Do you still remember me? I was still young at that time, so I can't tell you clearly. Zhang Yuni did have some impression, but it wasn't him back then, and he was still thinking about stealing his girl, so he simply denied it. The two chatted casually, and the motorcade had arrived at Rong Mansion unknowingly. Lin Daiyu's sedan chair was sent all the way to the second gate, while Zhang Yuni and Jia Lian got off in the front yard. Although they got off at different places, their destinations were the same. Jia Lian had to report to Jiamu without saying much. Zhang Yuni didn't need to do that, but he wanted to see Lin Daiyu up close, so he followed them. Since Lin Daiyu went straight into the second gate, she arrived a little earlier than them. San Chun, Bao Chai, Wang Shifeng, and Li Wan had been waiting in Rongqing Hall. Jiamu hugged Daiyu and looked her up and down and said, I think you have lost a lot of weight. Did you eat poorly on the road? Daiyu hurriedly said. Everything is fine. I just miss my grandmother. Jiamu smiled and said, What is there for an old woman like me to miss? I don't think it's me. The sister smiled knowingly, and Tanchen pushed Baoyu to Daiyu. Baochai looked at the scene in front of her, pursed her lips, and her eyes were a little wandering. She happened to run into Zhang Yuni, who came side by side with Jia Lian and had an extraordinary demeanor. She felt lost and her expression was a little gloomy. Li Wan, who was sitting on the side, saw Zhang Yuni and unconsciously thought of his fierce battle with Pinger in her mind. She felt numb and uncomfortable all over. As the saying goes, a short separation is better than a new marriage. Wang Shifeng didn't care about Zhang Yuni, the money bag. At this moment, her eyes were all on Jia Lian. Jia Lian hurried forward to report. After he finished his task, Jiamu smiled at him and said, This time, I trouble Brother Yi to pick you up at the dock. You must thank him later. As she spoke, she glanced at Ing Chun intentionally or unintentionally. The latter hurried forward and bowed slightly to Zhang Yuni and said, Thank you, Brother Yi, for taking the time to pick me up. I thank you on behalf of my brother. After returning from the birthday banquet in Ning Mansion, Ing Chun was already disheartened. Unexpectedly, she was called back by Mrs. Xing that night. It seemed that Jiamu was also interested in this marriage. This made her feel like she was in a dream for a while, and was flattered. Originally, she was still a little bit unbelievable and suppressed her uneasiness. She was manipulated by Mrs. Xing for more than a month. Unexpectedly, today Jiamu called her to her side and gave her another lecture. Although she didn't speak bluntly, she understood the meaning of the words. She felt as if she had found her backbone, and she was no longer inferior and didn't dare to come forward to talk. Zhang Yuni looked at her deeply and didn't know if it was an illusion. After more than a month, Ing Chun seemed to be much more plump than before. He didn't know the plan of Jiamu and Jia Shi and his wife, so he didn't know it carefully. He said in a proper way, Sister, you are too polite. The second girl, who was always a little transparent, suddenly spoke, shocking everyone for a while. Lin Daiyu looked at the two of them thoughtfully, and hurriedly whispered to Tan Chun, asking about Zhang Yuni's identity. But Tan Chun seemed a little absent-minded and didn't talk to her. Instead, Bao Chai, who was standing next to her, laughed loudly. Brother Yi is the same as my sister, but one is a cousin of the East Mansion, and the other is a cousin of the West Mansion. She glanced at the gift boxes that Zichuan was packing out, and said with a smile, This time, it was Brother Yi who went to pick up my sister, so don't forget to thank him. After she said that, Lin Daiyu felt a little embarrassed. Before that, she had never thought of Zhang Yuni, and she prepared a lot of gifts, but there was no gift for him. She was just about to make excuses, saying that she would show her affection later, and when Zhang Yuni left, she would send him off and then return to give him a gift. However, Jia Baoyu was very tactless, pointing at the gift boxes that were taken out, and said with a smile, Are these the gifts that my sister brought us from home? Now, she couldn't say any excuses, so she had to take the gift boxes from Zichuan. She handed them over one by one, saying, Sister Bao's, Sister Ingchuan's, Sister Tanchuan's, Sister Shichuan's eldest sister-in-law, second sister-in-law. When it was Baoyu's turn, she curled her lips, pulled back one of the original two, and angrily told Zichuan, Give him that box. Then she took the other box and handed it to Zhang Yuni, bowing and saying, Thank you, Brother Yi. Jia Baoyu still didn't understand the situation. He saw that everyone else was handed over by Lin Daiyu. But he was the only one who was handed over by Zijuan. It would be fine for others, as they were all sisters. But Zhang Yuni saw this treatment for the first time, and thought she was partial to one over the other. And his blood boiled for a while. Sister has been away from Beijing for a year. I miss her day and night. And now I finally look forward to your return. But I didn't expect that you don't even want to give the gift in person? As he said, he grabbed the spiritual jade on his chest, and was about to pull it out. Fortunately, Jia's mother knew his temper well, and had anticipated this move when he opened his mouth. She quickly snatched it away and said, "It is said that enemies will always meet. But how come you are in trouble just after you come back?" She waved at Jia Lian and said, "It is getting late. You should take Igor back first. And Feng Yada should also prepare and set up a banquet to thank Igor." Before she finished speaking, Jia Shen's voice came from outside the door. "Don't worry, old lady. I have already prepared a welcome party for Brother Lin." Chapter 159. Take good care of Brother Lin. Jia's mother was quite embarrassed when she heard this. After all, she was guilty. She had already made preparations and asked Yuan Yang to go over and explain that Jia Yusun was present. So she had to let Zhang Yuni go to pick him up. However, she never expected that Jia Zhen was now blind in Ning Mansion, and these words could not reach his ears. Instead, she heard Zhang Yuni go to pick up Jia Lian in Rong Mansion and became suspicious. Hearing that Jia Lian had returned, she hurried to Rongqing Hall. As soon as she arrived in front of Rongqing Hall, she heard Jia's mother arrange a banquet for Jia Lian, and she hurriedly spoke to intercept him. Originally, Jia's mother couldn't save face, and she had already discussed with Mrs. Xing that after Jia Lian met her, she would ask him to go over so that Jia Shi and his wife could give him a personal instruction. Now, Jia Zhen was obviously suspicious, and it was even more difficult to mention it in front of him, because she was worried that Jia Lian would say something wrong after drinking. She simply skipped the idea of asking him to meet Jia Shi, so as to avoid Jia Shi's anxiety and mistakes. So she waved her hand and said, "Since Brother Zhen is going to welcome you, you can go." Jia Baoyu was angry, and Lin Daiyu was angry that he was too talkative and refused to give in. Jia Mu was not interested in anything else, and for a moment she forgot to ask someone to inform Jia Shi and his wife, causing them to wait for Jia Lian all night. This matter will be discussed later, so let's not talk about it for now. Jia Zhen and Zhang Yuni left Rongqing Hall. When they reached the second gate, Jia Zhen suddenly stopped and said, "There is no fun for the three of us, so let's call one along together. It will be more lively with more people." He didn't think of Shui Pan, but now he was short of money, and he knew that Zhang Yuni didn't like to linger in brothels, so he was worried that he would get excited after drinking too much. After all, it was agreed to hold a welcome party for Jia Lian, and a banquet was held in Ning Mansion, so Jia Lian couldn't be asked to meet guests. With Shui Pan here, even if he really started a commotion, he would have his back. Besides, since it was agreed to hold a welcome party, and he held a banquet, it was reasonable for him to meet guests in the brothel. At the last birthday party, Zhang Yuni had a good impression of Shui Pan and didn't object. Jia Lian and Shui Pan hadn't seen each other for a long time, so naturally they wouldn't object. The three of them moved to the small courtyard in the northeast corner. Shui Pan had originally planned to do so, but Aunt Shui repeatedly told him that Jia Lian had been away from Beijing for a year and had just returned, so it was not good to disturb their reunion. Seeing the three people coming to find him, she jumped 3 feet high. There was no reason for her to be unwilling. And Aunt Shui, seeing Zhang Yuni coming to invite her, how could she care about Wang Shifeng, who had been away for a long time and was more like a newlywed? She was secretly happy in her heart. Her daughter was indeed thoughtful, and the method she thought of was indeed effective. While she carefully warned her son not to be immoral after drinking, she also asked Shui Pan to bring more silver in case of emergency. Although the matter happened in a hurry and Jia Zhen's status in Ning Mansion was not as good as before, he did not neglect the preparations because Zhang Yuni was also at the table. As the saying goes, the first time is unfamiliar, the second time is familiar. Before, in the carriage, Jia Lian was still worried about being too close to him. Now seeing that Jia Zhen and Shui Pan were familiar with him, he was much more relaxed. After 3 rounds of wine, he put his arm around Zhang Yuni's shoulder and said, "Brother Yi has not told me what kind of government office Tiango Injiwen is." This time, Zhang Yuni did not need to speak. Shui Pan sneered and said, "Second brother Lian is too ignorant. Who in the world doesn't know Tiango Injiwen now?" He exaggerated Zhang Yuni's deeds with a big tongue. He added, "You don't know that brother Yi not only has the ability to see through the heavens and the earth, but also has a lot of experience in face reading. If he hadn't reminded me and helped me suppress Youngling, I'm afraid you might not be able to see me when you come back. Is there such a thing?" Jiao Lian looked at Zhang Yuni with a curious face. The atmosphere was lively, and Zhang Yuni didn't spoil the fun. Jokingly said, "I see that brother Lian has sparse eyebrows and thin lips, which seems to be a face that likes women. I wonder if it's true or not." He was completely shooting the arrow first, and then drawing the target, and he copied Jiao Lian's appearance. However, he was confident that he liked women. Jiao Lian's face flashed with embarrassment, and he sneered, "Brother Yi is indeed extraordinary. To be honest, I was originally restrained by your sister-in-law in the mansion, and I never had such an opportunity. Fortunately, I went to Jiangnan this time. Don't you say that the concubines of my uncle's family." At this point, he seemed to react, and smiled foolishly, hiding his embarrassment, and said, "Brother Yi actually saw through me at a glance. Could it be that he is also a fellow traveler?" "A fellow traveler?" Zhang Yuni curled his lips and said, "Not yet." He muttered to himself, "Wait until the master accepts Luo Fengzi. We can be considered fellow traveler." Hearing this, Jiao Zhen's mouth twitched, and a pair of eyes could not help but turn around Zhang Yuni and Jiao Lian's faces. He was naturally very clear whether Zhang Yuni was a good wife or not, but he just thought that he had saved some face for himself, and was unwilling to reveal the truth in front of Jiao Lian. However, the more he looked, the more he could not see through. Although both of them look good, their faces are very different. Jiao Lian is a bit feminine, while Zhang Yuni has sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, which makes him look a bit heroic. He doesn't have sparse eyebrows or thin lips. Why do they have the same hobbies as Jiao Lian? He had the answer copied, but Shui Pan on the other side did not have his awareness. However, he grasped the key. Why can't brother Yi be considered for the time being? Could it be that he also has this interest, but has not caught the opportunity? At this point, he suddenly realized, no wonder brother Yi never goes to the brothel with us. It turns out that this is the reason. This woman is indeed interesting in her own way. Just say that the spirit of wanting to refuse, but also to welcome, is not comparable to the prostitutes in the brothel. It's a pity that with my appearance, good families will avoid me. So it's difficult to hook up with me. So I can only go to the brothel to play. But brother Yi and brother Lian are so handsome. It's not difficult to hook up with them." Jiao Zhen was afraid that Zhang Yuni would reveal the truth after Shui Pan's guidance, so he hurriedly changed the subject and said, "It's fine for Lian Air to play around in Jiangnan, but when he comes back, with Miss Feng watching him, he wouldn't dare to do it even if he has the courage." He paused and said meaningfully, "If you ask me, you should marry a virtuous wife, and you should choose one who knows her well. It's better not to marry someone like Lian Air, who is just a Buddha to worship at home." Back then, Chun Tao and Hong Xing in his house were his close friends. Now they are all sent away, which is a pity. If you didn't have a bad wife at home, the master passed away, and the concubines had no children, wouldn't it be a good deal for you to bring her back? Now, the Ning mansion depends on Zhang Yuni for survival, so they can't let this marriage fall through. He also used Jiao Lian as an excuse to remind Zhang Yuni in disguise that he should be cautious when marrying a wife. Jiao Lian had stayed in Jiangnan for more than half a year, and was accustomed to the gentleness and docility of the women in the water towns. He was not yet adapted to the situation. In addition, he had drunk 2 glasses of wine, and Wang Shifeng was not around. He immediately said, "I was giving in to her before, but she dares to turn her face against me. Sooner or later, she will be in trouble." Jiao Zhen did not refute, and poured him several glasses of wine in a row, and said sarcastically in his dialect, Okay. Drink 2 glasses to calm down. There are no outsiders here. I am not saying anything to you. It's okay for you to say this here, but don't let it slip when you go home." "Brother, what do you mean? Could it be that I am afraid of her? Aren't you afraid of the wind and your tongue will be flicked? Let alone bringing her home. I'm afraid you don't dare to go even for occasional entertainment." Wine is a matchmaker, and he drank 2 more glasses, and he couldn't help wanting to go to the brothel to have some fun. However, Zhang Yuni must not be interested. If Jiao Lian doesn't go again, He can't say anything to instigate Shui Pan. Jia Lian had been drinking a lot, and he had just made him drink a few more cups. He was so drunk that he patted his chest and shouted, "Who dares not? Let's go now." I'm not bragging. That Yaksha really pissed me off. And the second master must divorce her. It's rare that second brother Lien is so strong this time. Let's go to Jingxianjuan now. Old Shui, will pay for all the expenses. No one is allowed to compete with me. Shui Pan turned to Zhang Yuni and winked, saying, "To be honest, Brother E, I have reserved Yuner, the top girl in Jingxianjuan, before she was married. Now, it's been more than half a year, and she can barely be considered a half-good family. Let her play with the brothers tonight. The two houses have not been taken care of yet. Zhang Yuni has no interest in prostitutes." He waved his hand and said, "Forget it. When I picked up my second brother Lien today, the emperor also issued an order. This matter cannot be delayed. I have to go to the government office to supervise it tomorrow morning." He glanced at the drunken Jia Lian again, and smiled at Shui Pan and Jia Zhen. "We are here to welcome my second brother Lien. It doesn't matter whether I go or not. The key is to take good care of him." Chapter 160. I have a home, but cannot go back. Ping ping pong. In the east courtyard, She slammed the table and said angrily, Great. He didn't greet me when he came back, but made me wait for him here for a long time. This unfilial son. He still has me as his father in his eyes." Mrs. Xing hurriedly advised, "Master, calm down. Since the old lady has agreed with us, he must come. It's just that a short separation is better than a new marriage. He has been away from Beijing for a year. I'm sure he is tricked by his wife. Master, please be patient for a while. It would have been better if she didn't advise him." After this advice, she was even more angry. Shouted angrily, "You useless son. You are so controlled by a woman that you almost forget your last name. You have been away from Beijing for a year. Why do you still care about this? His sister's matter is the most important thing now." He was still not satisfied, and pointed at Mrs. Xing and said, "Go over here and bring him here. I want to see whose family's rules are this. He doesn't greet his parents when he comes back, but stays with his wife." Mrs. Xing was not really persuading, and with Jiaxi's approval, she undoubtedly took the imperial sword and rushed to Wang Shifeng's yard to question him. However, when she arrived at Wang Shifeng's yard, she didn't see Jia Lian, but Wang Shifeng was also waiting. Immediately, he stopped talking and asked, "Where did he go?" "Madam, you don't know? The second master was at the old madam's place, but was dragged to the east mansion by Brother Zhen, who said he was going to welcome him. He must have been too busy for a while, so he didn't have time to greet the master and madam." Jiaxi and Madam Xing were so impatient, and so was Wang Shifeng. However, Jia's mother had instructed Jia Lian to accompany Zhang Yuni properly, so she did not dare to say anything. Seeing Mrs. Xing coming, she immediately had an idea. Because she was worried that Mrs. Xing would back down, she deliberately concealed what Jia's mother said. Instead, she said, "I think it has been quite a while, and the meal should have been finished long ago. If the master and the lady are waiting anxiously, I will send someone to urge them to avoid delaying the master and the lady's rest." Mrs. Xing did not expect that she was used as a gun. Jia Zhen not only blocked their way to wealth, but also made them lose face at the birthday banquet. When she heard that Jia Lian was dragged by him and did not go to greet them, she was even more angry. Go and call him back now. Can't we welcome him back any time? He just came back, but he didn't greet his parents, and he didn't stay at home with his wife, but he was hanging out with his cousins. I'll have to ask him later. Whose family rules are these? If it was somewhere else, Mrs. Xing would have gone there herself. But it's okay to go to the East Mansion. In order to avoid Jia Zhen's suspicion, it's better to let Wang Shifeng go and urge him. She herself went back first to report to Jiaxi. If it were in the past, Jia Lian would have come back a long time ago. But today he was delayed for a long time. Obviously he was wild. Wang Shifeng knew that Jia's mother had asked Jia Lian to treat Zhang Yuni well, and she was worried that he would take chicken feathers as a token of authority. So she hesitated a little and sent Pinger over. After all, as long as Zhang Yuni took down the ladder, Jia Lian had no reason to stay. Zhang Yuni might not care about others, but he had to give Pinger some face. But he had to remind Pinger not to flirt with Zhang Yuni in front of Jia Lian, so as not to reveal his whereabouts. Please, Sister-in-law, give this round fan to Miss Lin tomorrow. And say it's a return gift for this Duan ink stone. After sending Jia Lian and the other two away, Zhang Yudi returned to Dengxian Pavilion with Lin Daiyu's gift. After opening it and looking at it, he took out the set of brocade round fans given by the emperor from the storeroom on the first floor and told Yushir. In ancient times, men and women were strictly separated and could not be given or received privately. Even if they had normal exchanges, they had to be above board. So, he asked Yushir to help deliver it. Hey! Yushir took it with a look of hope on her face. So should I stay here or go somewhere tonight? Yushir was worthy of both mother-in-law and daughter-in-law and sisters. Since Qin Keqing broke the window paper, she rarely ate alone. It was rare that Zhang Yudi had an order tonight, and specially asked her to come to Dengxian Pavilion. Zhang Yudi did have this intention. Before, in the front yard, he teased Jia Lian about his love for other people's wives, which aroused his bad taste. He pressed Yushir down on the piled brocade and laughed strangely. Since my sister-in-law is here, how can I bear to ask you to leave? Knock knock. Just as he finished speaking, he heard someone knocking on the door outside, and the voice of a maid came. Master, Madam, the second wife of the West Mansion sent Pinger to find the second Master Lien. Yushir, lying on the brocade, had already entered the state. At the critical juncture, she was disturbed by others, and it was inevitable that she would not be able to get up or down. She couldn't help complaining, what a sin! How can that spicy Fingzi be easy to deal with? The second Master Lien is a piece of shit. After leaving Beijing for a year, we finally waited for him to come back. But now, he doesn't come home and urged him to go to the brothel. I don't know how he will make trouble when he comes back. I'm afraid we will be upset too. If Jia Lian and Wang Shifeng were inseparable, he would have no place to use his strength. He was not only happy to see Jia Zhen's instigation, but also arranged a backup plan. He had never thought that Wang Shifeng would actually send someone to find him. He originally wanted to use Yushir's mouth to spread the matter. But now, he has saved a lot of trouble. This matter is not our fault. If sister-in-law is afraid of trouble, don't go. Take a bath first and wait for me in the room. I will explain to Miss Ping. Wang Shifeng seemed to be deliberately hanging him. It was rare for Pinger to come over. It was rare for her to take the initiative to come to the door this time. Zhang Yuni would naturally not be polite. Yushir did feel weak in the knees, and was afraid that she would have to deal with Pinger. Zhang Yuni was impatient to wait, so she went somewhere else. So she went with the flow. Zhang Yuni rushed to the warm room next to the hall and ordered the servants in the yard, go back. No one is needed here. Then, he pushed the door open. Pinger already knew that Jia Lian was not in Ning Mansion, but she could not report back if she went back like this. She asked all the servants, but got no answer. So she had to ask someone to find Yushir. She never thought that it was Zhang Yuni who came. She heard him send the servants away in the house. And her cheeks, which were already red from the heat in the warm room, became even more bright and beautiful. Looking at Zhang Yuni who came in, her eyes flickered, and she said insincerely, Grandma is waiting for me. Before she finished speaking, Zhang Yuni hooked her chin and leaned over to block her tightly. After a long time, their lips parted. Before she could speak, she felt dizzy and was picked up by Zhang Yuni and walked towards the Kong in the warm room. Pinger buried her head in his chest, smelling the man's breath mixed with alcohol, and her mind was already a mess. In his heart, he excused himself. Grandma only said that he couldn't flirt with Jia Lian, but she didn't say that he couldn't do it behind his back. Once this thought came to his mind, he could no longer care about anything else and immersed himself in it. Snap! Gee! 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 The whip swung in the air and hit the horse's hindquarters. The horse, in pain, pulled the cart and ran away. On both sides of the carriage, two huge lanterns swayed constantly, dragging the swaying shadow of the driver. Ugh! He stuck half of his head out of the carriage and vomited out of the window. After vomiting for a while, Jia Lian finally recovered. Thinking of the first day, he came back and lingered in the place of fireworks. He couldn't help but shrink back. However, since he had already said the big words, he could only say tactfully, if we go now, we won't be able to go back because of the curfew. How about another day? His words reached the ears of Shir, the servant who drove the car. He turned around and smiled at the carriage. Don't worry, Master Lien. I drive very steadily, and will not let the soldiers of the patrol camp catch up. I will send you back later. After hearing this, Jiao Lian was slightly relieved. He thought to himself, who asked the old lady to thank Zhang Yuni well? It's not his fault if he goes back late. However, he didn't know that although the servant was originally with Jiazhen, he had already been Zhang Yuni's full-time driver. The reason why he was sent to drive was to prevent him from going home.